That was really funny.
But he has like some epic spurgings.
Yeah.
God bless his heart.
What's wrong with calculations?
What do you mean what's wrong with calculations? Well, you're not measuring the curvature of the Earth if you're just calculating the curvature of the Earth. Are you, Simple Jack?
I mean, I guess it depends.
No, it doesn't depend. If you're not measuring the surface to have curvature, then your calculations mean diddly squat. That's how that works. You can give me all the calculations you want for your curving Earth. Until you go outside and you measure that curve, you got nothing. Pretty simple.
So how are they supposed to measure the curve? Like, if the curvature was there, what would it look like? Hypothetically speaking, like
That's not my problem. I don't care. They need to produce a method by which this can be done. And hopefully you're not advocating as a Glober, because I already told you about that, Rebel Andrews. Second attempt at trying to do that, and I'd say that's a no-no, because I already had a discussion with you about it.
Oh wait, what? I'm just asking a question about.
Oh, that's good.
Wait.
But I'm just saying, just keep up with current events, bro. Like, when you're reading the room, be like, okay, so I understand that if they need to come up with something, they got to be the one to produce the information. Doesn't come from us. I don't need to give him a roadmap on what to tell me how to measure the surface. He's got to tell me. You've been doing this for 6 years, bro. Come on.
Okay, so then is it fair to assume that you would be able to recognize if he was actually able to produce what you're asking for then?
So, if somebody says, I've calculated the curve, do you think that's a measurement, Rebel Andrews? Answer the question.
I mean, a calculation sounds like it could be a measurement.
No. Seriously, you've been doing this 6 years, and this is the best you got as a flat earther?
I mean, I'm just saying it could be related.
It's no wonder they run circles around you if you're doing that.
I mean, if you make a measurement and then use that measurement to make a calculation, that's what I'm saying, like, is how it's related.
Bro, a calculation is not a measurement.
I know, but I'm saying they could be related.
They're not.
They're not?
No. You go to the shoe store and tell them, hey, can you calculate what size of shoe I need, please? Because I need to get some shoes. Or do you measure your foot? Which one is it?
Typically measure, I guess.
All right. Can a calculation work out for you? If the guy looks at your foot, he goes, say you're like 9, size 9.
He probably will be off.
Hey, see how that works?
But just guessing someone's shoe size and calculating it.
Yeah, but he can estimate, which is a form of calculation.
No, it's not.
Oh my God. Dude, is a measurement the same as a calculation, Simple Jack?
No, you
have to do the whole shoe store analogy with you.
Same as a calculation.
So, well, somebody looks at your foot and they write down how about this? They write down on a piece of paper, well, B squared plus C squared equals, whatever. And then you're just like, okay, that's a pretty intricate calculation. How did you figure that out? He's like, well, I calculated the size of your foot, and by my calculations, you have a size 9.
That's a guess. That's that's just a guess. It's not.
No shit. No shit.
Yeah, but those are two different things.
Oh, really? How do you suppose a calculation will work out for your foot? The size of your foot.
You don't need a calculation to measure someone's foot.
Oh my God. That is my point. You're just arguing my point.
I'm not arguing with you. You said an
No, I said you're
estimation
arguing my
calculation.
point. I didn't say you're arguing with
Yeah.
me. You said you're arguing my point. That's what I say.
Yeah, but you don't need calculations when
For God's
it's on that
sakes.
scale. It's when it gets bigger than
Wait a minute.
when the
So you're
scale
telling
gets
me
bigger
there's
that
no
you have to
measure.
start
So you're
calculating.
telling me that okay, so simply you're telling me there's no measurement for the earth curvature?
What? No, I'm saying
There's no
that
measurement
what I
for the
said
earth's
was-
curvature?
What I said was that you
No, answer the question. Is there any measurement for the earth's curvature? According to you, according to you, Simple Jack, there is no measurement for the earth's curvature. Is that true?
But I'm answering the first question. Then
No, answer this one. Answer this one. Is there any measurement for the earth's
I
curvature?
want to answer the first one and then I
Answer this
the next
one. No, answer this one.
No, so
Yeah, that's how this works.
it depends
Answer
on the
this one.
scale. If you
You're running from this question because you know that it's incriminating if you answer.
got to use some calculations.
No, I'm talking about, is there any measurements for the curvature of the earth? Yes or no?
Oh, I don't know, but I answered the first
shit.
question first.
God's sakes. You guys are something else, man. You guys want to being in here hemming and hawing about calculations when it comes right down to it. Did anybody measure curvature of the earth? You just coming up empty. Donald C.,
that's
Red
not what I measured,
Bullendris, Simple
it
Jack.
has-
That's not what
it
I
has-
Everybody
measured.
doesn't know what. Like this
It has-
conversation makes your head spin. It's simple.
I was just saying
It has been measured. The curvature of the planet has been measured.
Oh, shut up, dude. You only have calculations according to you.
Measurements and calculations are. Oh my God! You cannot do
Yeah,
a
they're
measurement
what?
without a calculation.
They're separate. They're
Oh
not the
my God.
same.
They're not. They are separate, but you cannot do a measurement without a calculation.
No, that's not true. You can do a measurement without a calculation, but when it gets beyond human scale, you need calculation.
You need calculations for any measurement.
No, if I have a ruler, okay, or if I
Did the
make a
production of that
ruler,
ruler require
listen,
a calculation?
We're not talking about. Just listen to my example, okay?
but
I have a
it's
ruler.
already wrong.
I'm not producing. Listen, I'm not producing a ruler. I have a ruler. Let's say it's
yeah,
a
but the
ruler
production
my
of
own
that
design.
ruler required
Hey,
calculations.
listen. It's a ruler of my own design. I've decided to make a ruler that's measured in the length of like one of my fingers. Okay, and that's one I have my own unit of measurement. I create.
What if I want half of
I
that?
want to measure using my own
comparison
my own measurement system. I want to measure, how tall I am. I can do that if I have that ruler, and I want to measure the size of my foot. I don't need calculation. I just need to be able to look at the ruler and read what it says. Now,
Yeah.
if I'm
Once you make the
measuring
ruler.
how many square feet my house is, or if I'm measuring how tall a tree is, at that point, yeah, I'm gonna need to start doing some calculations. But for every single measurement, no, you don't need calculation.
No,
You're
he's
wrong.
right. He's right. Hey, Donald, is the production of a ruler a measurement?
No, it's you have to.
No.
you have-
Okay, so stop talking about that. Measurement is
No, no.
not a calculation.
May I finish my sentence, please? That'd be amazing. So, but you have to make calculations to.
No.
You have to make calculations to produce the ruler.
Okay, so is producing a ruler a measurement?
It's a calculation.
Okay, so it's not a measurement, producing a ruler.
But you measure with the ruler, so you cannot do the measurement without the calculation.
So is producing a ruler a measurement?
It's a calculation.
Producing a ruler is a calculation, not a
Yes,
measurement?
you cannot produce a ruler without calculations.
Okay, so producing a ruler is not a measurement, therefore measurement
But you
is not
measure with the
calculation.
ruler. But you measure with the ruler. That's the measurement, is with the ruler.
Okay, so how did you measure the curvature of the earth then?
Oh my God. I mean,
Go.
there's mountains of ways of doing it, but personally, I
Go, do
drove
it the way
I
you said.
drove it.
Do it again the way you said. How did you measure the curve?
I drove all over the country, and I
Okay,
measured
you're not
the
doing it, dude. Driving over the surface is not measuring.
If I measure the
Driving and measuring are two different things, Donald.
But if
You
I
drive
have, if I,
and
if
you
I
measure.
if I have an odometer, I can measure the
What is the odometer going to do except for tell you how far you went, Donald? Distance is
That's a
not the
measurement
curve.
of the distance.
Not the
That's a
curve.
measurement of the distance.
Not the curve.
Oh my God, the curve is a calculation.
Okay, so not measurement then. You didn't measure the curve, right?
All measurements require calculations, man. I cannot measure the surface without making a calculation.
Okay, so going back to you saying that you've measured the curve, which you didn't do, you only went distance, and the odometer's telling you, hey, you traveled, did he leave? Fucking.
All measurements do not require calculations. I can just use my foot as a standard. That's what I'm going to compare something else to.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. That you don't. It doesn't.
Donald left.
That's what I was saying.
He gone. He gone. Fucking hell. So stupid, dude. What up, CV? See, we got Scott in here.
Hey, what's up?
What up, dude?
Not much. Just you guys cooking?
Where? Who's just Donald?
Oh, no, we're not worried about him.
Yeah, we're not worried.
What about the other guy, the finger measurer guy?
Oh, Simple Jack? Yeah, he's all right.
Isn't it weird that we have to like teach them the difference between a measurement and a calculation? You know how they say flat earthers are holding us back from society developing and stuff? I feel like it's the other way around. We're having to teach these guys what the difference between a measurement and a calculation is. How crazy is that?
Peak irony.
To my surprise, even some flat earthers got sakes.
Oh, really? Who?
Rebel Andrews.
Who the hell is that?
He's the guy way at the bottom. He's been a flat earther for like 6 years. So
He thinks that the measurement is a calculation. Like, what is he saying?
some instances, I think he said.
Well, that's the thing. Like, Donald always uses a sleight of hand. He says measurement is calculation, and then when he goes to provide the evidence, he says it requires calculation. That doesn't mean they're the same thing.
Yeah, look at what Helio Skeptic put in the text chat. In essence, measurement is the process of obtaining a value of a physical quantity using an instrument or method, while calculation is the process of determining a value using mathematical operations or formulas, often based on previously measured values. Measurement is a primary stage, while calculation is a secondary stage that builds upon the initial measurements.
Wait, that's literally what I said, or like similar to it. I said calculations can be based off measurements. That's literally what I said.
That's fine. He was trying to argue that they're one and the same. They're not. Basing something off of something else doesn't mean that those two things are the same thing.
And that's where it gets kind of dicey, when you start agreeing with them that it can be.
I never did. I always made the distinction.
It's a sleight of hand, though, because when you're into the discussion and there's like, well, the ruler was made with calculation, so that means that everything's a calculation, and you're like, well, shit, I think he might have a point. He doesn't.
Yeah, and worse yet is if you do start off with brass tacks measurements of something, right? You got 3, 4, 5 variables. You use rulers or some other measuring device to gather these. And then you take those hard values and you pass them through a calculation that is inappropriate. This is where it gets fucking dicey.
Yeah, because when you're
right,
when you're doing a thing, right, you're gonna actually. He said we are measuring distance. In one instance, he's correct because the odometer is just telling him it's not even that much of a great measurement either, but it's going from a distance value, right? He traveled this amount of distance over the surface of the earth, and that odometer is not even like a hard value. I wouldn't go by it either, but it's still giving you a distance traveled, right? So he is kind of using that to say we measured the surface of the earth, but he's saying distance. He's not saying curvature over the distance. Do you guys get it? That's the whole shit there. That's
really
where
fucking brain dead.
And if you're
Yeah.
if you're agree, here's the sleight of hand is where he's getting you to be like, well, the calculation can come before the measurement when you're trying to figure something out, but then you're going to compare what the process of obtaining the physical value for the thing that you put in as a calculation to see if it actually checks out. You're going to test it, see if it works, right? Let's see if this calculation that we have is the same as the world is, you know? So if you don't have that, then you can't say that it's a measurement because you didn't measure anything if you're just imagining on a piece of paper or computer screen.
Yeah, I think you would need like at least two different measurements. One would be the distance, and then the other one would be drop from a tangent over that distance, and then you can calculate the Earth's curvature that way.
Which that's what I always ask people. That never happened, and Donald probably wouldn't even. We didn't even get that far with him, so it's not like he understands what that means, or at least what's required for the distance traveled. Yeah, he's gonna yammer on about, oh, I traveled point A to point B from point B to point C. Who gives a shit? We're talking about the drop over that distance. Because if it's a tangential plane that you're saying is like, you know, of course, sitting on top of a curved surface, then how much drop over that tangential plane are you traveling over from point A to point B? And that's what those values we don't have. So therefore, you know, he's not producing the evidence of a measured curvature.
Yeah. Well, that's too bad he couldn't realize that.
Now he was putting his foot in his mouth the whole time.
Oh,
But then
Donny boy.
he started using, you know, geometry is imaginary. And within his imagination, because that's what he agreed on, that he's using his imagination for this, he can think about it. So it's like, okay, so he's making it even worse to say that geometry is imaginary and that, you know, we have to use our imagination for this. And there's nothing that we can do outside of that. So how you're imagining the Earth being a globe isn't your imagination. You don't go outside and see the curve or test that the Earth is curving in any measured way. Y'all is just going off the chain, bro. We got Scott in here. We talked to him. Got the Agent Smith with the mask on.
I've not yet heard from Scott.
Scott, if you're there, want to know if you think the Earth is a globe. Here's the topic of the forum. We got Skywalker that just joined.
Did you guys see some video of like apparently an asteroid like crashing into the moon? What the hell?
Nope.
I just saw it pop up on my TikTok feed. It was interesting. I'm not sure if it's legit or not, but
Yes.
who said yes and to what?
Yes.
Sounds like a soundboard.
Yes.
Nice.
What's happening?
Are we still live?
Yes.
And we are live.
Yes.
Why is y'all angle muted?
Yes.
Well, that guy there has a hell of a lot of yappuccinos to give out.
Yeah.
Couldn't understand.
Literally can't talk in this room with his mic open.
He goes straight through you, bro, when you start talking.
Mm-hmm.
You can check him out if you want. You can always
No, I know who it is. I know who it is. I just,
You know who your angle is?
you don't gotta explain nothing. Momar.
Look at his texting, though, bro. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
if the
It's like
texting
breaking-
doesn't include you
Y'all,
in,
the earth is
Yeah.
round. The earth is
On a
Pair,
round.
and then he turns that into calm and pair, and he goes on
The
a whole
earth
tangent
be
about
round
that.
as
And
fuck.
he was in the old server, or the home
earth
server,
round
doing this
as
stuff too.
fuck.
I remember we
You
actually
bitches
had
are
him and I had
stupid.
like
The
a
earth
little
round is
spat
fuck.
one time. It's all good.
it's
I think
The earth-
everybody's
the
kicked
earth
him
a
out
ball,
a time or
baby.
two.
Do you feel better? Do you feel better?
Well, yes.
Alrighty.
Cool.
What you don't
about
understand
Scott,
is that
Simple
I am
Jack?
crazier. That's not something to be fucking proud of,
Is
Cassie.
Lautrec
No, but it's something that
with
you
us?
should be afraid of.
yeah, I think he's one of our boys.
Okay.
Alright, go ahead and put
Crazy.
your pitchforks away, chat. Well, what about Simple
What
Jack?
the
Are we
fuck?
still? Is he
What the
on like
fuck is
cook
wrong with
reload
you?
or what's
What
going on?
the fuck is wrong with you?
Roast recovery?
Might
He
be
helped
on
us
soft
roast
reset.
Todd.
Have
Helped
you
us
had
roast
your
Donald a
medication?
little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that was nice. Donald, did he just like what happened?
Yeah. I got him to spurt out a little bit.
Y'all, the earth
Pretty
is
crazy.
a ball. Like,
Just
you
instant
bitches are
transmission
fucking
out here.
stupid, bitch. Like, you really think the earth is flat? Like, you bitches are retarded as fuck.
It's funny when he talks like
You bitches
that.
are
How does he talk?
stupid.
He's
You
like,
bitches got no brain
measurement is a
cells. One brain
calculation. I don't know
cell.
how to do it.
Do you feel better now?
Bitch, you're
Yeah,
stupid as
measurement is a
fuck.
calculation. Prove it. Measurement requires calculation. Those aren't the same thing.
Like, bitch, you're not.
how did they make the ruler? They had to make calculations to do the ruler. I don't know. He like tries to be so like. I think he suppresses himself because he normally wants to crash out all the time.
I got him to crash out earlier.
Did you really? It's
Yeah.
funny because it comes out. It comes. He has like episodes. It comes out.
Yeah. He can't contain himself. Yeah.
You think the Earth's a planet? Ah, da, da, da. Like
He said it kind of like him too.
Funny. Yeah, he has a hard time containing himself. But I have a screenshot of him. Dude looks gremlin. Dude looks like a gremlin. I don't know what's going on with the Globetards. Like,
What did he posted an image of himself or something?
he was on camera. I was like, bro, you need to get some new
hell
glasses.
no.
Your shit is busted, bro. You need some new glasses, bro.
Hell no.
I don't want to
I don't
put
think
him
you're
on
talking about
blast. Go ahead. Sorry.
Is that Donald you're talking about?
Yeah. I do have some screenshots. I feel like I could post it, but I don't want to completely put them on blast like that.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's okay.
Can I do it?
I believe you anyway.
Okay.
I mean,
I
dude, I want to see what it looks like.
He appeared live, so I mean, he took it on himself anyway.
I'll put it in the chat. Then we'll just all roast him. How about that? That'll be funny. I was like, you need some new glasses, man. Your shit is trash. Let me find it. Oh, man.
Although, I mean, he makes a fool of himself enough with his words, let alone his appearances.
Yeah, the appearance was crazy.
I was trying to put a fucking
Dude needs
face
some-
to that.
He needs some sunlight, new glasses, and a haircut or something, bruh. Where is that?
Have you guys seen what Jesse Path of the Light looks like?
Oh, Lord, I want to see that.
Yeah, he wears a bow tie.
What? No.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like a scrawny guy, and he wears a bow tie for some reason.
A bow tie. Is it a clip-on, or he actually ties it?
I don't know. It didn't go in that close.
It's probably a clip-on. I guarantee it's a clip-on.
Yeah, he was wearing a bow tie for his video.
What a
Video appearance.
cornball. Cornball.
He's got a super strong prescription lens that are like super thick. So ironically enough, it makes his eyes look refracted.
Coke bottles?
I see what you did there.
Glasses.
Damn, I'm like scrolling like crazy to find the screenshot. I'll find it.
I've been holding on to the screenshot of him since he went on cam the other day, just to make a meme out of it.
Nice.
Haven't gotten around to it yet, though.
I'm imagining the guy from Lord of the Rings when you're talking about Donald C. That what's his name? The Gremlin.
The Gremlin. Wait, why
Yeah,
can't I find it?
Gollum. Right, Gollum. Yeah.
Yeah, Gollum.
Oh, yeah.
I'm imagining him looking like that. It's just totally fucked up. You know,
Actually, not a bad guess.
for real.
Yeah, he's bald. He's bald.
Holy
like
smoke!
He's like bald with some glasses. I'm
Like
gonna
stringy
find it.
hair.
Chat.
Like
I'm scrolling. I'm
Yeah.
gonna find it.
he hadn't shaved in a minute. Like it's all just like
It's
just
bad.
unkept.
On Discord.
It's no bitches. Oh, I found it. Oh, I got it.
I don't want to dunk on the guy over the way he looks, really. You know, the stuff he says is enough.
Yeah. So should I not post it or?
Just
I-
DM it to me, dude.
Put it in the mod chat.
All right, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, put in the mod chat.
Say less. Yo, y'all angled, man, dude. Might need to get some sleep, dude. All right, it's in the mod chat here. Dropping it right now. This ninja needs some glasses and a fucking
Whoa, what the
trim,
fuck?
man.
That's Walter White, dude. What?
That can't be him.
Walter White.
That cannot be him, bro.
Somebody cooked here.
That him?
That's him.
White.
That voice does not match that face, bro. Does
Looks exactly like Walter White.
not match that face.
no, don't disrespect Walter White's name like that.
Yeah, don't be disrespecting Walter White like that, man.
I mean, that's the look he's got going.
That's not what I imagine him looking like.
Really? That's funny.
Nope.
But people
At
saw
all.
me, they're like, wait, what the fuck? They said that
That's
about
not what I imagine him looking like.
me.
Period.
I'm gonna drop another one.
He sounds younger than he looks.
Yeah. Jeez, dude.
He was proud to show off his grandpa's Freemason Bible the other day.
Really?
He's the man's got chicken biscuit in the background.
Chicken biscuit. Wait, what?
My
Oh, I see it. Oh, I see it. I didn't even notice that.
Hell nah, bro. What the fuck?
Oh my god, dude. I didn't even notice the background. I was too focused on the busted ass glasses.
Remember he had those globe papers, or he took some measurements or something, and there was a house fire that they got lost in.
Oh, my dog ate my homework vibes.
Yeah.
I remember that. I remember him saying that. Too funny.
Oh shit, the man said he's got Alzheimer's.
You know, he actually kind of looks a little bit better than you were playing it up.
In hell,
It's the Walter White angle.
I mean, I feel like you're disrespecting Walter White, man. Our boy, he's
nah, he looks that way, dude. Like, yeah, straight up.
all right. All right. It's just like always, Mr. Sensible.
They look alike. All them guys look alike. Yeah,
They look alike, bro. I don't know what's
Look
up with that.
I have no idea.
So weird.
Like you maybe like change him up a little bit. You shave his beard and his mustache. You'd probably look exactly like Mr. Sensible.
It's strange, dude. They're not glowing. They're not vibrant. They're not fucking Chad.
They're not cooking.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Because they're losing all day on Discord. You're gonna be burnt out from that.
Gotta get some sun there, Donnie. All right,
Shit ain't happening.
I feel like that's enough roasting for him, right? Move on.
Yeah, I got nothing, with his appearances to hate on per se. No beef there. It's just the dumb shit he says in chat.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I mean, what he just said today was pretty bad too. Like, he has a pretty bad case of everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's just totally like discombobulated when he makes an argument too, because he'll say something and then he'll change it and he'll kind of
Right.
like deny what he said a minute ago, or he'll say something that totally contradicts it. Like, there's just no progress. You can't get anywhere with them. It's funny though.
I agree. I think that syndrome gets him in trouble. He just wants to go against us no matter what we say, and then we're getting trapped.
I'm gonna head out, guys.
Okay, peace out, buddy.
All right, Meg.
Later, brother. I probably won't be too far behind him. Pause.
Try to keep the fire lit here. I don't know. I mean, I should probably go down too.
I got a little bit left in the tank here, but be soon. Good show though. I just joined in recently. You guys were roasting about measurements and calculations. I'm sitting here shaking my head like, is this what we have to do in 2025? Like, teach them what a calculation and a measurement is?
Yeah, we got to talk about words. That's what I've been finding lately. Like, we can't even get to the subject matter because someone's like, "Oh, you're like, what?" You say the sun moves or something, and they're like, "What does that mean?"
Right.
Hey, where did this go wrong? Like, which word was it? Sun? Do you know that one?
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, yeah, a lot of the conversations are just spent talking about words and their definitions. I don't know what moves means. Help me out.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's almost like they don't go outside.
Yeah, they don't.
Because you would notice this stuff, you know?
Yeah, they don't seem to know anything usually. Just nothing. And it's like you got to build you got to build up some sort of framework with them from the ground up to even begin speaking to them. And yet somehow they're also going to claim that they know what everything is,
Right.
while also not knowing what basic dictionary words are.
Wow, I'll never forget when they said, "Oh, flat earthers are holding us back from advancing society and all this stuff," right? Surely you guys have heard this before, but
Is that weird irony?
it's the other way around. Like, truly, it's them.
I know. Like, we're
That was
trying to express. Like, I mean,
that was some weird projection, if I've ever heard it. They're holding us back.
yeah, I mean, I have to give them citations from pre-kindergarten level because that's how far behind they are, and they're saying that we're holding back progress.
That's pretty bad. Pre-K is pretty bad.
Yeah, like that the flat water one citation, and
a few of the guys in the past. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm just eating. Just figured I'd stop in and see what the conversation was.
Yeah, we were just talking about how truth is a process that unfolds over time, trying to discover it.
I agree.
So I got a question. I've never been given like an actual argument that's pro flat Earth from anyone. I guess I'm sheltered in that way. Could anyone give me like a convincing theory as to why that's the case, or the flat Earth is?
Yeah. I mean, I can give you a short version. I'm kind of tired, and then maybe somebody else wants to jump in. But basically, the thing that convinced me originally was several different books I read, and chapters in particular in those books that talked about the geometry of the Earth and specifically what we would see in the distance if we lived on a ball, a sphere, as is claimed. And we would, if we lived on a sphere, there's many things that we can see that we would not be able to see if we lived on a sphere. For example, I live in Southwest Michigan, and over on the Lake Michigan shore, when you go over to Warren Dunes, Sawyer area, south of Benton Harbor, there's a lot of beaches there where if you look across to Chicago, you can see the skyline. It's common knowledge in the area that you can see the skyline. It's like, if you look at, we could show you some images of what it looks like when people use high-powered zoom cameras, but even without that, you could see like the outline of all the buildings. They play taps on the beach at sunset over there every night, and you know, sometimes at the taps on the beach, you can see Chicago, and everybody's just like, oh yeah, there's Chicago. But if you look into it, if we really had the curvature claimed, Chicago would be behind the curvature, and you would only see the very tips of the building. But in fact, we can see most of the buildings depending on atmospheric conditions, much more than we should see. I mean, that's the main argument that convinced me, you know, and then I looked into the math. The rate that's given is that these objects are dropping off in the distance at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which, because it's exponential growth of the amount, it quickly becomes very large and measurable, to the point where at 10 miles, objects would be hidden behind 66 feet of curvature and so on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think, well, for obviously a massive city like Chicago, those buildings are going to be very tall. And so, I mean, you from Michigan, you can't, or wherever you were saying that you were looking, you can't see the bottom of the building, but you can see the top of the building. And so
you shouldn't you shouldn't be seeing the amount that we're seeing. You should only be seeing the top. Doesn't matter if you can see the bottom or not. There's a lot of things that would cause that to happen.
But why can't you see the bottom?
Atmospheric conditions, water conditions. There's many reasons you might not be able to see the bottom. Sometimes you can see the bottom. Things don't always look the same every day. Like I just told you, don't even see it every day. You just see it some days.
Yeah, I know. But if you're at the same point, you should be able to see the same amount, if that makes sense. So if the atmosphere changes, one day it's cloudy, a lot of moisture in the air, and you can't see as far, you can't see the buildings, right? Next day it's clear, you can see, let's say, 100 feet to the top of the building. Let's just use that as an example, right? That shouldn't change. Basically, that 100 feet is always going to be there from this same point, as long as you don't move forward or backwards. So if it's foggy and you can't see the building, that 100 feet is still going to be there. You just can't see it. But if the cloud blows,
we're not talking about 100 feet. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
do you see 27 minutes after the hour where Miguel Souza has put in the 56 miles line of sight, the physical, tangible city of Chicago, not a mirage, 2,000 plus feet of missing curvature? So I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about you should only see the top of the buildings, and you see way more than that. It doesn't matter what's on the bottom.
I'm not talking about the bottom. So I'm saying is the amount that you can see is not going to change. So for instance, I used to live across from Seattle, and every time we would go up this one road, we would see the tops of the buildings from Seattle, even the Space Needle, right? And but the amount of the buildings we ever see, if we could see like the top 300 feet of the Space Needle, which is about 900 feet tall, we would never be able to go up there on a day and see 500 feet of the Space Needle. We would only see that same 300 feet, no matter what day, no matter how warm it was, no matter how hot or dry it was. you would only see that same 300 feet.
What's your point?
because
I'm
our-
not talking about the Space Needle. You asked me what convinced me. Are you seriously telling me you just came in here and you haven't heard about anything about flat Earth before? Are you sticking to that story, V6? Because I thought we were having a serious conversation, but you want to jump from Chicago to Seattle, and I'm still in Chicago. So, did you look at Miguel's image there?
I'm using an example from my.
Okay, so explain to me, where's the 2,000 feet of Michigan curvature in Chicago then?
Oh, I don't believe that there is such a thing.
So you believe in fairy tales. You prefer the fairy tale globe, and you prefer to stay in the comfortable reality of, the comfortable non-reality of mainstream society because that's easier for you. And you're just going to make up whatever story. And if I tell you what's actually seen, measured, observed, and documented multiple times, you're going to tell me you don't believe in it because you believe in the ball. I understand. That's your religion, and you want to stick to it.
Politely for a long time, but then you wouldn't even let me finish my thoughts. So
because I think you're disingenuous. So does anybody else want to talk to this guy?
Oh, I don't need. I'm just trying to share my perspective in this. I think that's one thing that's really bad about this country is we can't even share our own opinions or thoughts about something.
Because the Earth is not an opinion. No. Because this is not an opinion question. This is a measurement question. We have that one documented instance. I'll give you a list of a whole bunch of other ones. I mean, this isn't an opinion. So you asked me what convinced me. I studied it on my own. In fact, I went out of my way once I was doing a research paper and realized there was something to this issue. I went out of my way to not speak to anyone else about it, to read a bunch of books, to do the measurements and observations, calculations myself, until I came to a decision one way or the other. So, because it's not an opinion. So I don't want to hear anybody else's opinion. I want to use my brain to figure out what reality is. So do you see at 33 minutes after the hour?
Then you talk over me so much that I can't even give my thoughts on.
If you want to talk, okay, this is speculative. Okay. Okay, yeah, tell us. Oh, please, I want to hear that. Yeah, that you asked me why I knew it was flat. So now tell us why you believe it's round. I can't wait to hear it. But also, by the way, before you do that, hold on. I promise I'll give you your time. In the chat there, I put a list of observations so you can look at those, and maybe there's one near you that you can empirically test at some point in the future. But go ahead and tell us why you believe you live on a ball.
Okay, so, and this is bringing up something I haven't mentioned before, but I read a book about Archimedes. And so this is, that was like 3,000 to 2,500 years ago. Whenever Archimedes was alive, he realized, because everyone back then, every single person thought the Earth was flat, because that was all that they could see. But what he realized was that in Egypt, so Cairo, I believe, is the capital of Egypt, and the pyramids, he realized that they're on the same line of longitude or whatever it is, latitude, that's what it's latitude. And he realized that at the exact same time of the day, the shadows of the pyramids were of a different length than buildings in Cairo. Now, obviously, these buildings are of different heights, so their shadows are going to be in different lengths. But as the sun moved, he saw that the shadows moved in the exact same way. And the ratios became completely different to where it showed that the Earth had to be at a certain curve to where the shadows would be changing in length. I think that's just that's fact. That's yeah.
Yeah, but you still have not given us this curve measurement then yet.
Oh, I don't need to give you. Well, I don't have any measurements. I'm sure if a Google search, I could pull something up from Archimedes or anyone who says, well, this is. I'm not going to just say, oh, look at a picture from NASA. I don't trust NASA.
No,
but
yeah,
that is supposedly a sphere. So
you said the shadows is proven that Earth have a curvature, so therefore you should be able to show us a curve measurement then.
Oh no, I don't need to do that. If you guys are curious about that, you can look up your shells. But this is one example, and I probably agree with you.
You're making a claim of Earth curve, sir. You're making a claim of Earth curve. You need to be able to demonstrate that. Shadows wouldn't be doing it.
Man, I don't got time for that. I'm just trying to have a conversation without like putting so much effort into it that I have to send you guys the full
Yeah, we get
picture.
it.
I mean,
You don't care
seems
enough
like you could've-
about the truth to find out. So, but you want to make a claim without backing it up with citation. We want to
I
see
don't
your
know.
diagram and your
I believe-
citation. You saying you're not, you don't want to go with the pictures of space from NASA because you think we're going to tear you apart 27 ways from Sunday, which we would, but we're still going to also tear you apart. Oh, not NASA, but this dude back then with these shadows that would work perfectly well no matter what the shape of the Earth was. I mean, if that's all you got and you can't even back it up with any kind of source, citation, or diagrams, then how do you expect us to take you serious?
He had no telescopes at that time, and yet he was able to figure that out. And back then, every single person thought that.
How did he figure out latitude? How did he figure out latitude?
Because of the way the stars aligned or something like that. I don't remember that detail, but I believe it was something about the stars. Like back then, it was crazy how they could figure stuff out like that. Like just using like looking at the skies.
How did he figure out latitude again? With the stars in the skies, right?
Yeah.
What was he doing with the stars in the skies?
Well, he was an astronomist, so he studied them, and he figured they were able to figure incredible things.
You do know what latitude is, and how they actually prescribe latitude. I don't know.
I believe latitude.
Say it, like,
can I interrupt for a second? Can you post that? I was listening on the live stream. I've never heard of this one. Can you post that Egyptian pyramid shadow fucking citation in the chat?
He said he don't have to. We got to Google it.
No, that was like the evidence of curvature. What he did cite, though, was the shadows in Cairo. And I really want to know how they did that, especially when Cairo didn't even fucking exist.
Yeah, on the same latitude. I was trying to get to that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I could have.
Who did it? You know who did it?
My I know the dude. It was Archimedes, I believe. It was one of those ancient. It was one of those philosophers.
You're making shit up, dude. Okay, please stop.
Okay, all right. You know what?
It wasn't Archimedes, and they didn't use the pyramids. You're butchering your bullshit, dude.
Are you saying that you looked this up? Because I'm admitting that I could have my details completely wrong, but I do know what he's saying is the shadows.
Don't you think you need to have your details completely right before you present a claim?
I wasn't. I'm just entering here to have a conversation about this because I personally never really discussed with people who believe the Earth is. Right, I'm not trying to get into a full-blown argument.
I'm just trying to bring up something. Nobody ever told you what you said about measuring the shadows of the pyramids to prove the shape of the Earth. No one ever, 10 years, I've never heard anybody claim that. Not even once.
I guess I like ancient history, so I study a lot of that. I mean,
so post a citation or something, dude.
Yeah, that's if you study it, then you need to study harder, V6. You need to study harder because you got it wrong. He just told you that.
Well, I'm not. Well, can you tell me how I got it wrong, or why you think I got it wrong?
Because that story's made up. The story you told is made up out of your head.
Right. So again, I did not realize I was going to come in and immediately be demanded from you guys that I have to provide citations.
Did you just make that? Yeah. Did you just make that up?
I did not. And I can back. It would take me some what's it called? Time and research to find this, but I'm completely fine with giving it to you guys.
How about that? You tell us where you learned about it.
It was actually it was in a book or somewhere at school. Well, no, I don't go to school. I'm homeschooled, so that's what it would have been.
I'm kind of looking for it myself now.
Okay, so let's read this. Okay, so Thales of Miletus measured the height of the pyramids by measuring the shadow, but that had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So at the time Thales was alive, there was another guy called Eratosthenes, and he supposedly measured the length of sticks. Well, this is the controversial part, whether it was a well or whether it was sticks, two sticks, or stick in a well or something. That's where the story gets all blurry because there's no primary sources. In fact, there's not even secondary sources. There's just a person talking about another person that said that other person did something. But that is Eratosthenes, and he lived in the same city at the same time, but it had nothing to do with the pyramids.
Okay, so then maybe that's what it was. I thought it was the pyramids, but that is like shadows or something. So I maybe you could be just pulling my leg and making something up to make me admit that that's what it was. I'm not sure.
So, you heard of Thales' theorem?
No.
You never been to third grade? Oh yeah, you already said you're homeschooled. Fuck, dude. Okay, so
Yeah, don't you dare make a homeschool joke. Homeschooling is perfectly legitimate.
Well, that doesn't mean they taught Thales theorem in homeschool, but it's
Yeah, that's
usually
right.
a standard curriculum in public school. I mean,
If you hang around here, V6, you might learn something. Hang around here.
Explain your theorem.
Thales theorem is like the proportions of a triangle, right? Rise over run.
Yeah, oh, I know, like Pythagorean stuff. Yeah.
No, rise over run, right? So if you know the distance, right? If you know that,
well, yeah, like hypotenuse.
If you measure from the bottom of the pyramid, right, where the shadow ends. Well, if you measure from the bottom of the pyramid to where the shadow ends, now you have the base, right? And from the base, you can get the,
so it's like
the hypotenuse, right?
Whatever. Hypotenuse.
Now you got the height of the pyramid, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Using Thales theorem. So, I mean, that's what Thales did. And Eratosthenes was a different guy that lived, a different Greek that lived in the same city at the same time. And he came up, but we have records for Thales. We don't really have records for Eratosthenes. And there's doubt even in the historical record whether this guy ever lived. Because he uses, like I said, there's no primary sources, there's no secondary sources. You have, it's Pliny the Elder writing about Cleomedes. He's writing about Eratosthenes, right? Saying Eratosthenes did this, and then, but Pliny is saying Cleomedes said Eratosthenes did this, right? So it's two hearsays removed from the source. And then they use words which don't appear in ancient Greek, and there's problems. I'm not getting the historical thing. The thing is, even that experiment that links the shadows, that works on a flat Earth anyway. It can't possibly prove a globe. Because it assumes things about the sun. Yeah, sorry.
You've been told. Oh no, I thought you were done. No, I was just asking V6 if he understands. Like, you've been told these stories. We get it. Like, you've been told there's ways to prove this globe. That's the whole reason all of us have come here. So I'm sorry if I got impatient with you earlier. I appreciate you being
a moment's thought.
Okay, yeah. So
I just saw it flat. I joined today. I see flat earthers, and I go, huh.
Yeah, we're glad you're here.
I know some people think that, so I tried to get, and I was immediately told that I had to provide evidence for just me thinking.
Yeah, just to let you know how it goes around here. Like, you can't just like randomly claim stuff and say that proves a globe, because that is a very serious claim, because it's an extraordinary claim that goes against all evidence. Like, V6, you arrived on this earth and you experience as flat and stationary. So if you're going to start telling people they live on this fantasy water ball hurtling through space, you need to have some hard evidence. But yeah, I mean, if you just ask questions like you've been doing and listen to the answers, then it should go better.
Can I? So you mentioned
is there any self-evidence of the globe?
Your experience of Chicago, right? So, given what you said, then basically, if you go there at a different time of day, you should be able to see more of the towers. If you go there at a different time of the day, you should see less of the towers. Like, the height should be changing rapidly based on what you're saying.
That's not the point of the observation. The point of the observation is you should never see it. You understand? If you lived on a globe, you would never see more than the very tips of the highest buildings. So the fact that you can ever see anything shows there's something wrong with the model, but we don't have to rely on.
Like the United States is like 2,000 miles across. So that's just the United States. The globe, I don't even know how the circumference of the globe at the equator, but that's a massive distance. That's a lot of curvature over a long amount of
I'll show you a diagram
all the way around.
I'll show you a diagram. Can you get back into the chat there?
I've never chat.
Oh, good. You should look at that. I mean, if you don't have time to look at everything, you can always go back and look later. But you would think so. So I'm only talking about the one observation of the Chicago skyline. But yeah, it's not just kind of like a thing we just philosophize about or like guess about, because you'll hear that propaganda lie, that the Earth is too big to see the curve, but that's not actually the case, because these buildings that are taller. And it's not just that building, it's, lighthouses, different objects, oil rigs. We can show you the Black Swan argument, which it has to do with oil rigs that are out in the ocean.
Okay, so I'm looking at I'm looking at the chart right now,
and tell me what you think.
It says if you're like let's pick one, 40 miles away, then the drop in feet should be 1,000 feet away. So
1,600. What? Oh, you got at 40? Yeah, 1,066.
It should be 1,000 feet away. But that's I've seen 40 miles before, and that's obviously not 1,000 foot drop because the land is flat there. So
that's like the point. Yeah, that's flat Earth proof right there.
Yeah, but the Earth is not. How do I word
this? Flat?
So I live in the Central Valley of California, and you have it surrounded on these coastal mountains. Then you have these massive mountains, the Sierra Nevada, where Yosemite and whatnot is, and it's this valley floor, and the floor is flat. Now I can stand in the middle of the valley, and I can see all the way around myself in the valley. But and you guys would say, well, the valley is like almost 100 miles wide. So you guys would say,
I'm sorry, Mary. Is he explaining your point to you, or is he agreeing with you at this point?
Yeah, I mean, this is the geometry. This is the geometry of the globe, and you're saying yes, at 40 miles there should be 1,000 foot drop, and there's not. That's exactly what we're telling you.
Yeah, because it's not like that. The drops
then you are then you're arguing. Then you're arguing.
You need to be yelling at the globe people. Then
yeah, exactly.
You need to be arguing with them because their math is wrong. Then.
Well, I don't know.
This is the globe math. This is the given radius, agreed upon by the so-called mainstream pseudoscientists. They say it's 3,959 mile radius. And that's what the diagram I showed you is based on.
Yeah, you got some questions to ask them, not us.
Oh, no, I'm not asking you guys questions. I'm just trying to see how, if this really is the math, you got 1,000 feet. Because I know what 40 miles looks like, and I know it's not. Yeah, there's no drop there.
So you've already,
Yeah,
so he's observed the flat Earth. Very good, V6. Great to hear.
Then you need to be asking them. You need to be asking them why their math is off.
This is your math though that you're trying.
You believe the drop should be bigger?
This is the math that you've made.
No,
this is the globe. This is the globe's math is what they're claiming.
Well, this is the math that from people who agree with you that you guys have made.
No, it's obviously math that they put to us.
If this.
It's the mainstream math. It's what they're claiming their circumference is. I mean, you need to be talking to them about their radius.
Yeah, but SAR 27.
You guys don't need to be complaining to us.
Flat Earth. Yeah. That's a flat Earth people. Those are flat Earth people.
Okay, well, look up Earth curve calculator, right?
She showed you the globe and what the globe should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that's not true. It's actually flat. You need a little bit more.
I'm saying the globe. I'm saying that. From my personal experience, the globe doesn't do that.
Right.
But I also can't.
You're not on a globe, bro. You're not.
Right.
I also can't see the city of Fresno from where I'm standing because it's the curvature of the Earth.
So you're saying it's flat?
No, I'm not, man. I'm saying if I'm sitting where I'm standing, I cannot see that.
Math, brother. This isn't our math.
Yeah, it's your math. That's correct.
This is your math.
That's the great thing about math. It's not based. No, that's the thing about math. It doesn't matter who says it. Doesn't matter what my opinion is, what club I'm in, whether I support the fucking Nazis. The math is the math. You can just do it and check it.
Yeah, that's it.
Or
you're saying
if you can't do it, yeah, you can type into Google Earth curve calculator, and it will give you the same numbers that are in this. Do we own Google? Is Google flat Earth?
Yeah, it's
That's
not
the thing about
math that
math.
we.
Bias don't change math. That's why we use it. Your bias is irrelevant.
It's not something we came up with. She didn't come up with that math. It's what you guys claim.
Oh my god!
And now you're in a position where
what are you guys talking about? All right, I've just found this article. I'm gonna copy the link and I'm gonna send it to you guys.
All right.
It says that the. Okay, let me pull it up again. It says that the height should be. Okay, here we go. It says that the height should be about 0.667 feet for every mile.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So you should that's about 1 foot. Well, no, that's half a foot for every mile. So at 40 miles.
No, that couldn't be. That couldn't be correct. That would be a slope.
Yeah, that would be a straight line. That would not be exponential growth of a curve.
Yeah, remember
No, the curve is the same. The curve is the same all the way around. It's not exponential.
It is exponential.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's a curve. It's a curve. It's the same all the way around.
No, it's not. It's opposite level.
It's about 8 inches for every mile.
So where did he get that?
Latz is trying to say something. Can you hear Latz?
Who should I tag?
Oh no, that'd be like, I was just gonna say that would be like looking down your driveway. It's just a straight slope downwards.
Yeah, another way to,
unless you're saying you're like a disco ball earther.
another way to put it, if the guy wants to argue it's not exponential, it's certainly non-linear. Exponential would insinuate some sort of parabola and shit. But the point here is
it's non-linear. The female is. I tagged you. The link.
All right. So do you follow how? Do you follow how if you stand at one point, you look out 1 mile, for example, it'll drop a certain amount, but then
about 8 inches.
And then the second mile from what you were just describing, it would drop down 16. But that's not 16 the case.
Inches.
You're right, but that's the problem. That's a slope, dude. Do you remember your AX plus B? Y equals AX plus B? Or AX minus
the slope of a line?
Exactly. That's what you're describing there. But when you're on like a function that's non-linear, the point at
okay. Okay. So can I explain what I think you're trying to tell me? You're saying that basically it's not just going to slope down; it's going to get more and more. So,
right. The rate.
I can see why you would think that would be exponential. So
that's why I use the more appropriate term is non-linear, but you can actually approximate this with exponentiation. We call it
yes. No, I see why non-linear would apply there.
Yeah, but you can use a parabolic approximation, and we have one, or somebody has one somewhere, and it's useful.
But all that math is in her diagram that she gave you. You just gave her pretty much the same diagram. It still had the radius value of 3959. Still had you the 8 inches per mile square of curvature drop. I don't know. What is you saying that is? Why are you saying
8 inches per mile though is so mild?
Yeah, no. Your source says 8 inches per mile. That is just wrong. Whoever those people are, environmental literacy. Yeah.
I mean, you're the one. You said that the radius
I literally did a 3-second Google search. I sent you the measurements, and now you're telling me that those measurements are wrong. So this is why you guys doctored
Wait a minute. You told us it was wrong earlier.
Hold on, bro.
You said it was wrong
exactly because you guys doctored the math. You guys doctored the math to make it look like it's super extreme, and like every 60 feet you should be dropping like 1,000.
Stop yapping. You didn't send us measurements of anything, okay? Their calculations they're not measured. What did they measure it with?
Okay.
What was the device?
The problem with any
what was the device?
I mean, I believe 9/11 was an inside job. I believe COVID was fake.
You're
I
just
believe
hoping right
AFK
now.
was
You're trying to get your little stupid social narrative.
But this is one that's
physical. I'm not going to let you. I'm going to just talk over you. I'm not letting you do it, dude. You're trying
You've
to
been talking
deflect.
over me the entire time.
You're
Okay?
trying to
So,
deflect.
look.
8 inches per mile is the slope. This is not debatable. 8
Yes, it
inches
is.
per mile.
We've been debating this the whole time.
Is 8 inches per mile a slope or a curve?
So it would be extrapolated over a curve. But if you were to draw a
does that
straight
mean?
line from that, if you were to draw a straight line
1 mile
from
it
a
drops
mile
8
distance of the
inches.
curve,
Another
it would
mile
be
it drops another 8 inches. Another mile it drops another 8 inches. Another mile it drops another 8 inches. That's a fucking slope.
Yeah, they made a mistake. If you look at I'll show you exactly where they made the mistake if you want to look at the source. It's down where they first had the squared in the formula, then they substituted a 1, and then they just used that. It's it's a little ways down there where they say h equals d squared over 2r. Then they substitute in 1 squared. Then they get this number, and then they say that that's going to now be their amount of drop per mile, which is ridiculous. They had squared in the original formula. Then when they squared 1, they just decided they just don't understand math. I don't know what else to tell you. That's just the way it is. I mean, this is not a serious course, enviroliteracy.org. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all they don't know how to do math. So, we're telling you Earth curvature calculators, any kind of globe proponents are going to be, accepting the formulas that we're giving you. You can sit here and argue about math if you want all day long, but I'm just telling you they're wrong.
My math was wrong, though. You guys are telling me that the
I
math
just
I did was wrong.
explained to you. No, not the math you did. What you searched up is a bad source. That's a bad source. They made a mathematical error in that.
And you guys said it was
wrong. My God.
You guys said it was wrong.
So V6, why don't you hang out till Matthew Lawrence comes in here? He's a math professor he's a globe earther. He's a math professor at Loyola University, and he can come in and tell you you're fucking wrong. Okay, you're wrong, bro.
Okay. What am I?
I don't even know why you're defending it. It's obvious.
No,
that 8 inches per mile squared is a slope.
No, I admitted that I was wrong. That when I made the uninformed statement that the curve was not exponential, I can now see someone. I don't know the kid's name, but he helped me see how it is.
Yeah, remember that was the first thing that you was arguing about. Now you were saying that we was making up the radius. You said that we was making up that radius value of 3959. That was the thing that you was arguing about.
Oh yeah, no, they're not that. I'm saying the thing that I sent you guys about how it's just 8 inches, but then that 8 inches adds up, and it's over time. It exponentially grows. It's not just like a slope, a straight line, because it's a curve.
I'm glad you've conceded that. He's conceded that. Thank you. Do you have another question?
I conceded, yes.
Obviously, we argued it because we're just a bunch of conspiracy theorists. That was silly, dude. To even fucking insinuate that shit.
What?
That somehow we're just saying you're wrong because we're just conspiracy theorists, and that 8 inches per mile is not a fucking slope. I mean, dude, like for real. That shows you're not being honest. You.
No, that 8 inches per mile, that would be what you guys would call a slope. However, if the curve really was true, which I believe it is, that 8 inches per mile is over a mile, you drop 8 inches, and then another mile, you drop 8 inches.
That would be a slope.
That's a fucking slope, dude. I just described it to you. It's non-linear. You can use the parabolic approximation, right? You're forgetting to introduce the square in that, right? Pick a picture. If you have a little Lego man, right? He's standing on top of a basketball.
Mm-hmm.
You follow? Take a ruler and put it right under his feet so it extends out before.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was trying to make the point. I wasn't explaining it well, but yeah, continue.
Right? So after 1 inch on that ruler, if you do a drop measurement, like totally, completely vertically, it's going to be whatever, a centimeter or whatever the fuck, right? If you go another inch or another centimeter or whatever,
I understand.
Is it going to be 2 centimeters, or is it going to be more than 2 centimeters? Starting from the same point where his feet are.
Well, it's going to be a little bit more than 2 centimeters.
Right. So not 2 centimeters. Right. So it's not 2x.
It's going to be a little bit more. It's going to be 2 times whatever that. It's going to be times that curvature coefficient, whatever that is. Right.
Right. Yeah. So what we're describing here, the 8 inches per mile squared 8 is some scalar, whatever, somehow it was derived backwards from, the other math involved. Per mile, 8 inches per mile squared. So you square the mile. So after 2 miles, right, you square that. So you get 4, multiply that by 8, times 4 is 32.
I don't know if it's squared though. I'm not sure if it's 8 inches to the 8 inches power.
Bro, if you use the parabolic approximation, this is what you get.
So you're saying that every time you you're saying that every time you go 1 mile, you square that 8 inches?
Walk through it with me. Okay, you're standing on the shoreline somewhere. You look out perfectly horizontal. Okay, imagine your feet are right on the ground. Your eyeballs are right on the ground, right?
So then why would a ship just disappear as it goes farther? It goes down and down until you can only see the top of the ship, and then you can only see part of the ship.
You moving on.
And then you can't even see any ship.
Bro, do you want to walk through it with me so you can visualize what's going on?
Well,
so you can better
visualize
understand?
how you said it. It is exponential how it goes more, then a little bit more as it keeps going. But I'm not sure if it's squaring itself every time. I'm not sure if it's that.
I'm telling you, using the parabolic approximation. Okay, a good visual for it is if you take a basketball or let's say a baseball, it's small.
Yeah, I know. I understand the visual approximation.
Let me finish. And you cup your hand over the baseball. Your hand is what's representative of the parabola. Right, your fingers would not. Yes. Fingers don't wrap around.
It's half a parabola. Yes.
Exactly. If you extend your fingers out straightwards, it's going to create like a V or a U shape around the basketball. And the tips of the U's will touch the table, and the ball will still. You see what I mean? So in the parabolic, I just mean your fingers. Let's say instead of your fingers curling completely around the ball, they would just keep going off. Just picture like a cup. Picture a cup around a ball. Okay, it's a better way of looking at it. You see?
Yeah, I don't know why he's
Yeah. Anyways, the point here is take it to the Earth scenario that we're talking about. The 8 inch per mile squared approximation. Picture it, right? You're on the shore. Your eyeballs are right on the shoreline. Right? You look straight out. 1 mile out. The drop is supposed to be 8 inches. After 2 miles, right, you have 8 times 2 squared. So you square the 2, it's 4, times 8 is 32. Right, you see the greater jump from 0 to 8 and then 8 to 32. You see that? Take number 3, for example. 3 squared is 9. 9 times 8. 72.
You're saying, okay, so hang on, I tapped out for a minute, but you're saying that 3 squared is 9, but what is that 3? Yeah. Where do you get, what are you saying, 3 what?
This is the 3rd mile outwards, right? So we start
with so 0. The 3rd mile outwards, so you have 9 miles.
Yeah, correct me if I miscalculate here, but you see the greater and greater increase, right? From 0 to 8, that's a delta of 8. X is 2, that's 32. The delta from 8 to 32 is 24. So we have a delta of 8, then a delta of 24. Then at mile 3,
it's 72.
Right? The delta, 72. Which is change, right?
And the delta between X2 and X3 jumped from 24, right, to 30 to 72 minus 32. That's 40. The deltas are gradually increasing. It's non-linear, bro. When we use the parabolic approximation,
it gets you 128.
There you go. It works perfectly.
4 miles.
I think the math works out to be accurate within 3 or 4, maybe even 5 significant figures, up to 1,000 miles or whatever. It's kosher. After that, then it starts a little bit deviating, but for our purposes, it's perfectly fine. You follow now?
Faintly. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. You guys are definitely different than other conspiracy theorists because I believe almost every conspiracy out there, but I was immediately confronted and told that I was believing some fairy tale or whatever. I don't know. I don't think that's how you win people over.
Why do you keep bringing up conspiracy theory? When did we bring up a conspiracy?
Yeah, I don't know why.
When you say that the Earth is flat.
How was that a conspiracy?
That's viewed as a conspiracy theory.
I don't care what people view it as. Are we saying it is? You're straw manning like our position.
I'm saying it is.
Oh, we did? When did we say that?
I believe it was mentioned that it was as a conspiracy.
Well, why would you think?
Well, okay, so I believe that I believe that George Bush and Larry Silverstein planned 9/11, but I still call that a conspiracy theory. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, the official 9/11 story is a conspiracy theory. The official story. Because unless one person
I wouldn't confirm that. I wouldn't call that as a. I know the point you're trying to make. I understand the point you're trying to make. However, I don't refer to it.
Conspiracy.
I don't refer to that as the conspiracy theory, but I see the point that you're trying to make.
So when Robert Mueller testified before Congress and said they never found anything about the plot either in Afghanistan or the United States, it's not a conspiracy theory. They have a conspiracy. They have a theory of what happened, but they have no physical evidence. Meaning they have no physical evidence that Al Qaeda planned it. The 19 hijackers have zero physical evidence.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the fact that these
it's a conspiracy
these pilots who had flown these it technically is. Like I said, I see the point that you're making. However, I don't refer to it as a conspiracy theory because then most people would call me crazy, right?
No one in here. I've been here since you got in here. No one here has mentioned conspiracy theory about flat Earth except for you.
Look, put it this way: everybody thinks 9/11. Listen to me for a second. Everyone thinks 9/11 is a conspiracy theory because you'd have to believe one person did it all. You have to believe the lone wolf theory of 9/11, whatever that is.
No, it was Larry Silverstein who leased the building. Who got?
Yeah, but the point is
the clause in the
everybody thinks it's a conspiracy theory. That's the difference. It's only an argument about who was in on the conspiracy.
Because it's multiple people. That's what makes it a conspiracy. I see. Okay.
Yes, yes. Two or more people planning to do something is a conspiracy.
Essentially, yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So when Congress gets together and says, hey, we're going to pass a law, that's a conspiracy.
Yeah, so the difference between those other topics that you said you've researched and the flat Earth is that you can go out and test this for yourself. You don't have to rely on, investigating and figuring out mysteries.
I've stood on the shore of an ocean and I've seen a boat go out, slowly get lower and lower. All of a sudden you can only see the sail, and then you can only see the top half of the sail. All of a sudden, you can't see
that. You just read about it.
For 5 years. I saw it every day.
I know when someone's making shit up, dude. I live by the ocean.
Prove me wrong.
What ocean was it? Okay, I'm going to ask you for specifics now. What ocean was it?
It was the Pacific Ocean.
Where in the Pacific?
It was the Olympic National Coast.
Yeah, he lied,
National
bro.
Park Coast.
Okay, stop it.
The Olympic National Park Coast. I know exactly where that is.
Exactly.
I actually know what's there. There's a big bird sanctuary there. Were you at the bird sanctuary?
No, I was at Gillette or the Rose Beach. It was Ruby Beach, I believe it was called. I was at there were a lot of beaches there, but
yeah,
I've been to several different.
I remember which one you saw ships go over the horizon. I know, it's super hard. You're full of shit, dude. Like we've done this a lot of times. We've dealt with thousands of people. Like your little
but it doesn't matter which beach you're at.
I remember
the water's the same.
Bro, I remember you from the other server. That's why I'm giving you a fucking attitude. I remember your bullshit from the other server.
What server, dude? Honestly.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Nope. No, I've never I came in and I started with I've never
homeschooled then too that put my fucking antennas up. Yeah.
Dude, there's enough a person like me, bro. It's literally I came in here and that the female on here will testify that I came in here and I said I'd never really heard a convincing flat Earth theory.
Dude, you're saying all the stupid shit that you said before too.
No, but if
Dude, I
I
have
was
super
student, I would
good
try to
memory. You're
use.
fucking with the wrong person, man. Like, you really are.
You're really
it was you.
paranoid,
You're
man.
saying
You're
all
really
the same shit
paranoid.
that you said then. No, I'm not
The
paranoid.
people who were here, the people who were in here when I
They
came
record everything.
I
Now, I'm not
literally
going to
told you
censor
guys.
30,000 hours of fucking recordings to
Oh,
find
this
it.
wasn't 30,000.
I
This was like
remember you.
45 minutes ago. It was like 45 minutes ago, man, when I came in and I said,
24/7
I've never heard a
Flat Earth
convincing
Discord about
theory.
2 years ago. You were there. I remember.
No, dude.
You were doing the same thing. You were doing the exact same thing, even from the 9/11
hilarious.
shit. Yeah, it is hilarious. You thought you would just fucking go under the radar. That is hilarious. Yeah, it is funny.
That's why
You got
Bro,
you're going.
I didn't even have a phone 2
He's
years
trying to
ago,
post
man.
some bullshit.
V6, you have eyes. You have eyes. Look at the side chat. You are talking about the ship disappearing. Look at it. It's disappearing and appearing. And you don't have eyes.
Oh, yeah, because
you don't have eyes, right?
Obviously, dude, it's obviously a very
explain
big day
this.
on there.
Why the ship is disappearing and appearing? You have eyes?
Because, dude, you could see how the atmosphere is terrible on
He
that
heard
thing.
all this before. He heard this. He heard this.
I was a pilot and I was trying to like stay in the sky and I had to like fly at a certain altitude from the surface of the Earth all the time, then I would technically have to like fly above the atmosphere at this like localized sea level idea that like the Earth has like a constant rate of altitude relative to the surface. I would fly into the side of the mountain unless I had to like go up the mountain, you know.
Well, they got a lot of equipment that they use, but I mean, the planes themselves are designed to, all the calculations in the aircraft design treat the Earth as a flat stationary plane. It's in all of the.
Otherwise we'd fly into the side of a mountain. Really, this is the problem. Yeah.
So is the curvature space-time related? You know, this is an idea that globies haven't really come up with, and it's not part of the current modern cosmological paradigm. Some globies have come in and suggested as such. Smart ones, I think. Moving the goalpost even further. Because if it is, it means you have no hope of detecting curvature at all because you are in the frame of reference that is being curved, where the Lorentz contraction is happening with regards to Earth's motion and gravitational alignment with the mass. It means you have no hope of actually knowing, and this would comport to Einstein's idea, right? That you couldn't tell, you can't have any absolute reference frames. Basically, in Einstein's cosmology, everything could be at rest. Everything at rest. Absolutely at rest. And the only thing that's moving are 11 dimensions of space-time, giving the appearance of movement when there isn't, and curvature and other geometric shapes.
We're free falling. Is that what you mean? We're not moving?
Not even that. Not even that.
That's his understanding. That was Einstein's understanding.
Well, his own framework allows for you to be stationary, and you're not falling, but everything is moving away from you, right? Isn't that what the Big Bang explosion is?
Well, yeah, ground's moving up. You remember he was walking along. He was thinking about the guy falling off the roof.
Oh no, it's the elevator, right? Where you're like in the elevator.
Or the elevator.
You get
same
snapped
thing.
and you don't realize you're falling because you're falling in the frame of reference.
But his point was you could think about it as the guy falling off the roof. He's motionless. He's not going anywhere. It's that everything else is moving up towards him.
Yeah, space-time itself is warped up, and we can't detect it because we are within the frame that's being warped, and it looks like it's not happening. The guy looks like he is falling instead.
That's what bollocks to me.
It is bollocks. Absolute. But this is what Einstein came up with. It's the ultimate unfalsifiable claim for cosmology that cannot be proven to exist. That everybody can latch onto and explain things with. Sorry.
And every moment in time that you experience being in motion, right? Everything's just going to appear as if it's just flat and motionless around you.
Yeah.
Unless it's moving faster than you.
No, then it's stationary, and the space time is moving faster between you.
Well, the idea of the falling is that we have a terminal velocity on Earth, right? So
in our frame.
We're talking about objects. We're not talking about light. Like when we actually do like the speed of light equations, then we're talking about stuff that moving faster than the speed of light, and that can't be proved yet. But when we're talking about like the man falling, and he has a he has a point of reference, right? Which is
that's all frame dependent, though.
Vision, yeah. But it's something that moves faster than the terminal velocity, then the frame of reference will, have that reference speed in it as well, right? So it's easy for us to imagine as humans what the terminal velocity is because we all fall at the same speed. That's why we're all in free fall together. That's the idea.
But do we?
Yeah. But if something moves faster than us, then we have to take that into reference. But speed of light is the cap, right? And that's how we get the terminal velocity because we're measuring the speed of distance over time, based on the object's mass, based on gravity, right?
That's within our frame.
Yeah, and in the Earth's frame.
Arbitrary. In Einstein's cosmology, that's also arbitrary. It is a valid explanation, but it's also just one of an infinite number of interpretations that can be true. That's the problem.
But it is still true.
Well, yes, it is one way to interpret it that is valid, but it's not ultimately true. What is ultimately true in his framework is that all interpretations are equally valid, which would include a flat Earth. We're starting to get it?
When I brought up black holes yesterday, I kind of just got laughed at.
You will.
Yeah, but event horizons, when we're talking about horizons and vanishing points, and we're talking about light and gravity and the fundamental forces of the universe, we're not talking about human perception anymore, right?
Which is not a force.
We're talking about the capabilities of the forces in the universe. We're not talking about what we perceive them to be.
Within the mathematical equations.
Right, yeah, these are all conceptions. One valid interpretation.
Yeah, so when a black hole was theorized, it was we didn't have an observation for it. And then it was found, and it was wow. Guys, we found a black hole in space.
Are you right?
Really?
That's what happened. Yeah.
Really?
That's what happened. Yeah, that's what happened. It was like this is a theory of how gravity works. And then they're hold up a second.
It's not something you can validate.
Listen.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You don't think that's how we have smartphones today?
No.
You can't draw the correlation there. Can't see it.
Cell phones.
Mathematics is fun, isn't it?
The way that we all have access to cellular device.
Cell phones are radio devices. There's nothing spooky wooky about it.
Yeah, why is it whenever we send signals, all of a sudden we're on a ball?
Wait, but don't we have GPS systems on our phones?
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, those are radios too.
I mean, you could put a GPS system on anything, like an AirTag, on a car, on practically anything these days.
Yeah.
And it's accurate.
And so what? We're going to be using an awful lot of triangles to triangulate our position.
Well, no, it's accurate because we understand what gravity and light is.
No.
Are you forgetting our conversation an hour ago?
No, well,
light technical on this.
Because we just mentioned about... Oh, wait, I think we're regressing. Yeah, you're true.
Yeah, I already described how they transform azimuthal and elevation angles from the GPS network into Keplerian orbital elements.
Yeah, I was just talking about black holes and the light.
Yeah. And you brought up GPS.
Then you went here. You started talking about mobile phones and my toaster works.
Yeah, but that's because our understanding of how light works
is just one interpretation according to Einstein and is not the ultimate truth. This is within your cosmology that I don't even agree with.
But we agree that our understanding of light got us to here, where we are today.
We understand that's the claim.
What is light? Our understanding of light. Okay, what is it? What do you think it is?
Well, it's a wave and a particle. It's confusing, okay?
Yeah.
It's a wave and a particle. That's a wave.
We don't have a unifying theory between quantum mechanics and cosmology.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
It's a wave function, isn't it? That's mathematics.
That's physics.
No, that's mathematics. The wave function. That's math, isn't it?
Yeah, we use
The
like
light
lambda.
isn't actually waving.
It's a measurement. Technically, it's
a
physics and math.
statistical probability of where the light will be in the future. That's the wave. It's a probability
when you have a theory,
function.
You don't need to. You put the numbers in afterwards.
The wave is a probability function. It doesn't really exist.
Yeah, if you put the numbers in first, you're brute forcing it. It's the wrong way to do it. But you can do it that way.
The wave is a statistical probability function, dude. That's all it is.
This is probably one of those times where I actually do wish quantum eraser was here.
Yeah.
We start talking about quantum mechanics, and then we start talking about.
No, I just mentioned
what light is. I know, I get your point, dude. It's just we wouldn't have these things without fundamental understandings, but the understandings that our gentleman has are slightly skewed.
I mean, my whole point to you this time, Luke, is what you're claiming to be absolutely true is not a fair statement within the own prevailing cosmological paradigm, where multiple coordinate reference systems, multiple points of origins, can be reinterpreted just as validly as others using relativity, because it's all relative.
Yeah, we were using like our understanding of the Thor experiment of like inertial frames, right, as like how aeroplanes can fly flat because they have an inertial frame, because nothing moves faster than the speed of light, and that's just what the point was, right?
You can choose to use Earth as at rest state of inertia. Absolutely true. But then you say, but we know it's not. And then we say, well, how do you know? What's the tiebreaker here? Let's get back to the surface and measure the curve.
Like, if information could escape the black hole, which we think we have evidence of, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not light in the same wavelength as visible light, which is different, right? So the information's kind of shifted some way. Well, it's interesting stuff. Because how does that affect us on Earth when we're talking about like planes of reference?
This is all, in my opinion, fantasy mathematics.
Yeah, theoretically.
Well, no, we have the sun. That's what powers our solar system, right? The space, the
solar
universe is.
system?
Well,
the sun is
our solar system.
What's the sun?
Solar system is one interpretation too, right? You've got the Copernican, the Tychonian.
I did ask if like when we look at the same sun in the sky, we're looking at the same sun. Yeah.
What's that then?
What do you mean? What's that then?
You know, the experts don't agree what it is.
Well, it's a point of reference. That's what we're agreeing.
Oh. Is it fixed or moving?
Mm-hmm. What's the distance? I forget that then.
You know what a point is? It's a point of reference.
Is it the point of origin itself moving within a larger framework?
Well, I wouldn't be able to tell you that with a singular point, would I?
I know.
That's the problem, I guess. So if we look at the galaxy, right, which is the next step up, is there any more suns in our galaxy? Any more stars?
What's this?
Okay, try to get back to the surface of the Earth again. You're like,
well, because we're talking about visible light spectrum, right? We're talking about human eyes, like the capacity of like how far we can see. But then when we change the lens focus, right, and we use like telescopes, we can see a lot further. But our eyes can see further, but we just use different lenses, right? So the visible light spectrum is still there.
I don't know that you're seeing further with a telescope, are you?
Oh, yeah, you are. You're seeing the light that's there, right? Because it's there, and the further you look, then you have to measure it in distance. Right now we have light years because that's how long it takes the light to arrive to our eyes.
I don't think that's how telescopes work, bro.
That's right.
No,
you can't get distances from telescopes. Period. You have to have a reference of a known size or distance.
Yeah, we actually don't. You're right. We don't use telescopes to measure distance. We use the size of the object.
Right.
And the color it gives off, the temperature.
We know what we're talking about, dude. We're not crazy.
Yeah, I also know what I'm talking about. You're sounding like you don't.
I appreciate your concessions.
How do we get to size?
That's the question.
We look
on the
through
table.
the telescope and we see the light.
You see the light.
Yeah, that's
How
what
do we know the size? How do we know anything when we look at something for the very first time with absolutely no other?
Wait, do you know what the visible light spectrum is?
Yeah.
We have an idea.
Do you know what the EMFs is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, so the visible light spectrum is on the EMF spectrum, isn't it?
Doesn't mean it is.
So
doesn't mean light is electromagnetic, though.
When we look through the telescope, do you think we're looking with our eyes or we're looking with the sensors? We can do both, right?
Yeah, you can use a sensor.
Why are we doing this pedantic semantics where you're thinking that I don't mean what I say?
I don't know what you're asking.
Size and distance of object.
Just saying the words as they are presented in the fact. You know?
A lot of times we're asking questions because we know the answer already. And most of the time there won't be an answer that anyone can give. And it's more of a shit test to see if the other person is capable of conceding.
I'm trying to understand if we have the same understanding of light. Okay?
Yeah.
Oh, this isn't like oh I gotcha, haha, you're wrong. This is like, hey, can we all play from the same book, please?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem accepting that that people don't fully understand what light is.
No, I'm not questioning.
I don't have a problem with using a framework that people create to best understand it, such as the wave-particle duality of light and so on. I don't have any problems with that. I have a problem when people spark up with absolute certainty that they know that this is the case, that this is how it operates. We understand it, and there's nothing left about it that we need to know.
Well, that's practically the reality. We don't have a unifying theory between the two. Right. And if we did, we wouldn't be having this conversation because we would have the theory. That's the problem.
We're having this conversation because we can't measure any curvature of the Earth that everybody insists that everybody knows is there and somebody's measured it at some point, but nobody can produce the evidence for it. That's why we're here.
Yeah. And John Wick curved that bullet, right?
Wait, what?
Do you understand how troubling this is for us? I mean, listen, the second and third order effects of being correct
I've been
about
trying
this.
to talk to you for hours, man, and it just seems like you don't want to engage with the reality. You just want to understand something that's not there.
Okay, let's get back to
Okay,
let's go back to the surface of the Earth then.
Reality.
This is about this
you guys
point
keep
yesterday
going,
where the conversation went drastically downhill. So, Luke, try to just chill out a bit, dude. Right? We don't want to.
Yeah, thanks, DJ. Cheers, man. I've already said my part. Thanks.
Just chill out, dude.
Relax, man. Isn't it nice relaxing right here in this moment? I mean, appreciate what we've discussed so far, where we've come, what's still ahead of us. There are huge problems on the table that should be obvious to everyone but isn't. If we're right about this, what does that mean for the last 100 years of credibility, of institutional knowledge? I mean, we're playing with fire, folks. No doubt about it. I think it's kind of cool to just chill out right now and appreciate what we're digging into. If we can relax, we can move on and continue the discussion, progress it forward. Willing to do that, Luke? I am. If you want to take a break, it might be a good idea too. We can do that. We're here 24/7. You might get different people. We're not all chill. We try to be.
It's tough because we're attacking, the core fundamentals of it, but people want to skip past that.
Yeah.
And go into the weeds, off into just, now we're talking about, galaxies and things, you know, like, whoa, you don't even know what Earth is yet, and you want to assume you know what the universe is made of and all that.
Yeah. We got a long way to go. Let's start with that curvature measurement. Let's start with that, right? We were talking about how you ascertain distance with a telescope. You need to measure something first to have an object of reference. Can we just get that curvature measurement, folks? Because if we can, then the rest of this cosmic distance ladder may be true. But that part has not been done. The foundation of the cosmic distance ladder for our entire modern cosmology depends on this curvature measurement. It's that fucked up, dude. I wish it wasn't the case. It kind of feels like a nightmare at times, to be honest.
Do you know what a Fourier transform is?
Yeah, like in electronics or for sound and music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like signal, yeah, like a frequency.
Yeah.
Like we like
waveform transformations. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. So like when we get like a signal, right, and it's like in our little like lasers, and it's like not the signal we thought it was, we can just do like a Fourier transform and like work out what that added signal is. Yeah.
Yeah, like for it's great for building filters and signaling, finding signal within noise. You do different analyses, you transform it different ways, you can see what's what in the in the soup of data.
We speak in different ways, right? So we could differentiate between our like vocal patterns with Fourier transforms, right?
Yep.
Cool.
Yep, I understand. I mean, it's been like 30 years since I've had to think about this, 20, 25. Yeah. Things I'm doing in my life career-wise right now are much different than what I began as.
Yeah, there's like a lot of science that goes into like getting a clear measurement. And what I think I'm hearing you saying is that like the curvature calculation is like we're like using all of this correction and it's not giving us a good enough equation so that we can actually work out the curvature observably. Is that one?
Yeah, nobody has been able to measure the curvature of the Earth ever directly, not even once. Not without invoking transformations in the math that are not observed.
And that would be because of all of like the background noise, essentially, right?
Well, I mean, if that's how you're looking at it, like I described with Helmert's Higher Geodesy, written in the 1880s, they kept noticing over time that when they were doing surveying that they could see further than the curvature of the Earth would allow, so they started correcting that by mathematically calculating the Earth to be fatter and have more surface area than it really does.
I wish I took a picture of the sea when I was driving. I could take it. I will. You know, this is a 24/7 space, right? So I'll capture the image for you. But sometimes when you're on a hill, going down the hill towards the sea line or the shore, the sea level is going to be higher than your your perpendicular 90-degree measurement to the horizon, right? Like the sea's horizon is higher than you are standing on the ground. And it's almost like a mirage or like an optical illusion.
Perspective. It appears higher. Yeah, but if you're looking at the surface of the sea, you're still looking downward at the surface of the sea.
Yes, that's
the
why it's an
angle is
optical
so
illusion, right?
small. Yeah, it could be like arc seconds of tilt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But your eye level is, it's parallel with that sea level. So you're going to have to look downwards a little bit from your eye level.
Yeah, like I live in Kent, which is Dover, right? And so you can see like over to France. Like if you stand on the White Cliffs of Dover, you can literally see France.
Yeah,
I love that you said that.
See it from the from under at the bottom of the cliffs as well.
Yes.
Yes.
How many miles is that?
22.
Yeah, something like that.
You've been there too, Jedi, right?
I live there.
Yeah, that's your observation. That's your flat Earth observation. We all have to.
It's intuitive to think that like the distance is like we shouldn't be able to see it over the hill, but the water doesn't really create the hill. That's like one of the illusions, right? But you're saying that no matter how like there's no way that we can measure this hill on the water because it always appears flat.
Yeah,
it is flat. Right. Look, I have a really good 21-mile observation. I've just been snapping some screenshots out of the video. I don't know if you've got time. I could just go over that with you quickly. I mean, it's a really, really well done observation. Luke?
Do you have time? Do you want to take a break? Luke?
So I had a signal breakout. I didn't hear anything if you were talking to me.
Yeah, so I got a really good 21-mile observation over the Great Salt Lakes in Utah right now. I've got a quick little presentation like to go.
Oh hell yeah, let's see it.
All right,
okay.
Rock and roll, baby.
Yeah, I was just snapping some screenshots because let me just like present it and then we'll discuss it afterward. Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah on a very, very still day late in the afternoon. And here's just a picture of the location. And you can see in this image how still the lake is on this particular day. Okay, so this little peninsula that you can see here is 21 miles away from the shoreline on the other side of the lake there. There's actually a town over on the other side of the lake. You can't see it because it's so far away, but you will see it in the next slides. Okay, so next.
Wait, this doesn't show a hill of water though, does it? I'm not seeing the hill.
No, there is no hill of water, right? This is showing a completely flat surface over 21 miles. Yeah, there would have to be if the Earth was a globe. Right, so this is the location on Google Maps.
Wait, how do we take a flat? What is flat on the sea? Like, is it sea level 0? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, no drop over distance.
Main sea level is.
Yeah, in this context, we're just talking about there's no drop over distance between point A and point B. There's zero slope. Right, so you can have a look at the observation distance check. Right, you'll see that it's 21 miles. That yellow line on Google Maps there has been drawn.
Wait, if I sail north to south, right?
Hold on, let me go over. Right, hold that question. Right, just let me go over this observation quickly. Is that all right?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was holding.
Yeah, it won't take long. It'll just take a couple of minutes, and then we could just remember that question that you just said about the navigation. Okay, right. So here's the Earth curve calculator. We have a 21-mile distance, and this shows that there should be 223 foot of obstruction from the 5-foot observation height. Okay, so I have a screenshot of the camera setup just here. I didn't screenshot that one. Anyway, he's got his camera set up just sitting in the water on a tripod just next to the little bit of land on the shoreline there, and it's 5 foot off the surface. You can check it, like there's a full video that goes along with this. This is just screenshots out of the video, so I will post the video after as well. All right, so late in the afternoon, he does the observation, and this is what it looks like, right? He's got a friend named John on the other side of the lake, where the town is 21 miles away. So this is what it looks like on the shoreline of the other side of the lake, and we can see as a good reference point, we got this big white silo tower thing. I'm not sure exactly what it is, right? But that's what it looks like close to that town. Okay, now Taboo Conspiracy, which is I think he's like an attorney or something like that. He's the guy that's doing this observation. He's over 21 miles away on the other side of the lake with his kids, doing his part of the observation, right? So he sets up the camera 5 foot off the surface of the water, and this is his view from the other side of the lake, right? So this is a couple of hours later. They're doing it right on dusk when there's minimal, there's less heat haze and stuff like that in the air late in the afternoon, right? So that's why they're doing it then. And after this, they're going to do a laser test, right? Once it gets dark. But don't worry about the laser test part just for now. Right, so we can see that from 21 miles away, we can see basically the same thing as what we can see from 21 miles closer in the image just above it. Right, there's nothing obstructed, right? If the Earth was a globe, there should be 223 foot of obstruction. And from 5 foot, you would have to have a horizon, like a physical geometric horizon line at roughly, I think about 2.7 miles or something like that. All right, so here's a slightly closer zoom of the tower. Right, so there's no horizon present whatsoever. We just see a flat surface of water from point A to point B. Right, and now what they do after this observation, which the observation in itself is pretty good, right? After this, they both have high-powered lasers, right? So he shoots his laser across the lake to his friend John, who's on the other side of the lake. And John also has a laser, right? So they're going to point the lasers at each other and see if they can see each other's lasers, right? If the Earth's a globe, the laser beam neither of them should be able to see the other person's laser beam. And yeah, you can have a look in the full video, but you can see, right, this is from 21 miles away. Not only can he see John's laser beam, but he can actually see the beam also reflecting off the surface of the water. So I'll post the full video to that one if you want to check it out at some stage. We got a ton more like that, but this is a good one because it's just such still conditions. So yeah, I'm done with that. Were you following along, Luke, or was I?
Yeah, I was listening.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, so there's tons of laser tests like that, right? Long distance observations, laser tests. It's been repeated over and over again, right? And like I was talking about, certain characteristics must be there if the Earth's a globe of the claimed size. And we're not finding them present.
So, I'm gonna present a little thesis, maybe in a little bit, about the difference in elevation and how this could change the approximate distance for the apparent drop off. Because the higher you are, the sea level should be relative to that. So I'm gonna work all this stuff out, and I'm on ChatGPT now. I'm gonna try to do this for you.
Yeah, we've taken that into account already.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a minuscule difference. But yeah, take it into account. It's valid, right? It does change the radius.
I hear what you're saying.
It changes the radius value slightly, but it only changes it. It changes it from like 3959 to like 3959 point something, or it's just such a small difference. So it really doesn't, because we can see so many magnitudes further, right? We could see like 2,000% further.
Yeah, like the lowest point of the Earth, like we can measure from, and the highest point of the Earth that we can measure an arc minute from, right? These things, the difference in the highest and lowest point is going to be the difference in the inverse. It's going to be the relative difference between the amount you should be able to see the horizon from at that elevation.
Right, that formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, in miles. So
yeah, nice. Thank you for that. Because what your calculation should allow is that there would be like a local maxima for where the drop-off starts the local minima for where the drop off starts, and there should be a local maxima for where the drop off is indefinitely happening, right? And
Right. So from 1 foot, that's 1.22 miles, and for 6 feet, it's 3 miles, and so on, in accordance with the formula.
That's right. So like at like 100 miles, right, based on like the function, 100 miles we should plug in 100 miles, and it should just say out of sight, right?
A 100-mile horizon distance.
Yeah, it should.
I don't know what elevation you need to be to see that. Maybe like 15,000 feet or 20.
Well, I think I'm going to try to create the function for us so that we can like run a little script and just like play with it and
okay.
work
Want
out.
to see my spreadsheet? Let me post it. Just a screenshot.
Cool. If you have data for me already, that's really helpful.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've just asked ChatGPT and it doesn't understand what I'm asking, so I'm gonna have to definitely.
Yeah, mine does, because I've asked this one before, right? So this is what I typed in, right? So I said if this so this Great Salt Lake is 4,200 foot above sea level, right? So I wrote into ChatGPT, if the surface of the Earth were 4,200 foot higher everywhere, what would the new radius of the globe Earth become? And it says that the new radius would be instead of 3,959 miles, it would now become 3,958.8 miles.
Yes, that's supposing that the radius is constant.
Yeah. Hey, Luke, I posted my equations and the spreadsheet screenshot, so you can see it along with pre-calculated heights to get a sense of scale.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was listening to DJ and I opened this and closed it because okay, I'll read this.
We have a math professor in the chat right now as well, by the way, so he can always help out with these to help us confirm our math is correct. Hello, Matthew.
In this thing sporadic, I can't see where's the like the step distance of the radius. So like we have one radius measurement, which is like where we are, and then like the next radius measurement is where we're going to be.
This isn't right now for
is that distance
for expanding the radius, but what it is presenting you is first how much of Earth's surface area is visible if it's a globe with the fixed radius from a certain height. Secondly, where the horizon should be if it's a globe from a certain height. And third, what that dip angle is from a horizontal relative plane of reference.
So you have the horizon distance as static values here, yeah?
The horizon distance is based off of the static value of Earth's radius. This is not showing you like how big the Earth would be if you saw too far. There's if I had access to my workstation, I could just go in and change a few cell references to do it, but I'm stuck with this right now. I'm also cooking.
Yeah, what I need is like the radius from where we are, and then like the radius from where we are going to measure from. So that would be like the camera point is us, and then like the beach would be the second radius. And I need to know the distance, the arc distance between those two radius relative to the height.
Here's a super simple way of thinking about it.
Above the surface.
Right, so we've updated, because we have a higher elevation above sea level, 4,200 feet. Right, we have a new radius value to work with, which is 0.2 0.2 feet different. Sorry, it's
right. So that's just so you're saying that
instead of 3959, let me correct myself. Right, instead of 3959, now it's 3958.8. Okay, so based
Why is
off
it smaller.
Oh, sorry. Let me.
It should be. If it's 4,000 feet higher, it should be about 2 miles larger. So 3960.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I got it. I read it wrong. So it's actually 3959.6. My bad. Instead of 3959, it's 3959.6.
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds right.
Yep. So based off that new radius, right? The horizon is now should be 2.74 miles in distance instead of whatever. Let me double check what it was. According to the Earth Curve calculator, based on sea level, it's all right. So it should have been at 2.738 miles, right? We can now update that to 2.74 miles. So it's just the slightest bit difference. That's why I was saying earlier, it's like it's not something we really need to worry about because it's just negligible, considering the magnitudes further that we can see. Right, there is actually no horizon whatsoever present in the observation. Right, so there's no horizon at 2.74 miles, right, or at 10 miles or at 20 miles. You know, it's just there isn't one.
Yeah. That's yeah. But because we would, even though like for me it looks like we're just looking up a slope still. What I was going to ask earlier about
up a slope, right? You just have linear perspective to take into consideration. That's all.
Right, because what's happening biologically is the light is entering the aperture of your eye, right, the iris. And as it does that, it diffracts a little bit around the edges, and then it hits your lens. Your lens is like a football shape, right? You got the center of the lens, which forms your optical axis. And the light then crisscrosses to a focal point and draws the image on the back of your retina upside down. And that horizon line corresponds with the optical axis through the center of your lens, through the center of the aperture of your eye. And you have a resolution limit of what's about 0.02 degrees of arc width. Anything smaller than that, you can't resolve. So that's your diffraction limit of your own vision if you're looking through a clean vacuum, absent of weather effects, terrain undulations, water undulations, absent of crap getting in the way with like volcanic ash and pollution, so on.
Yeah, nice.
Absent of Rayleigh scattering.
In this spreadsheet, is the radius? Are you working this out as part of the equation of like the? You're taking the. How did you work out the radius?
I took what NASA claims the radius of Earth is. You know what's interesting? Check this out on my spreadsheet. Horizon distance of 3 miles for roughly a 6-foot observer. The horizon dip angle is negative 0.02 degrees. That's the same as the diffraction limit of your vision on a flat Earth, which means a 6-foot man would be unresolvable whether it's a globe or a flat Earth.
I'm so glad you brought this up, because this is what I was waiting to interject with. Should be ridiculous.
Good, please continue, Jedi. I have to work. I have to do some cooking.
You done it. I didn't need to interrupt. I'm just happy.
But I feel like I'm conquering this Discord. I'm not gonna lie.
I've got another thing to show you sometime where I actually derived the radius of Earth from the diffraction limitations of your vision, showing that the globe could have been construed from optical phenomena on a flat Earth. I derived the radius from how your eyeball works.
Yeah, that's cool. For me, what I need for my equation is 2 different radius lengths. Like, I don't agree that when I'm on like one continent, there's only one measurement of elevation that matches. Every other measurement of elevation is a different radius, right? So in our experiment, we're identifying the equal radius, and we're using those. But the problem is that the radius.
Good enough.
the radius measurement for the geography from the first point is going to have a measurement, and then when we go over to the next continent, we shouldn't use the previous radius measurement. We should now remeasure the radius.
The thing is, we're doing these observations generally over water, right? Because we have, that's why these are done over water, because you don't really. I mean,
we just
take the elevation of the water. Yeah, you do have to take the elevation of the water into account, but it's such a small difference, right? Like this is 4,200 feet above sea level. It only changes the radius to 3959.6. So the drop over 21 miles, it changes by such a small amount.
Like in that moment, maybe if there was like a tsunami or something, we'd be like, oh shit, we need to account for like another 40 feet. Like, okay, but this is a bit. We shouldn't do it in extreme conditions.
Let's not do these during tsunamis.
Right, but because it's going to throw off the measurement of radius even more. The point is we don't have an accurate measurement of radius at all.
Not enough to account for the missing curvature, bro. It's just a cove.
No, I want to help solve the curvature argument, but I'm saying one of the parameters we need is the full variability of radius across the surface of the Earth. But we are just supposing that it has a constant value, which is incorrect, right? Because we have elevation, right? So we have to we just do radius plus elevation equals total height, like a total radius. But then that doesn't account for what we now want to look for in the surface. Like a curvature, right?
I don't think I understand what you're asking. It almost sounds like you're asking for the geoid model, EGM 96.
I think he's just saying to make it perfectly accurate, we need to take the elevation of the location into account, readjust the radius value slightly, and then do the math based off the adjusted radius value. But what I'm saying is...
No, we don't.
We don't?
The radius of Earth averages out. Like we're testing to see, but WGS 84 is a valid curvature proclamation for Earth.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you have a 21-mile lake that's at 4,200 foot elevation, it's a greater radius value than at sea level.
Oh, I see. Okay, I missed that part. Yeah, dude, come on, that's barely nothing.
That's right. It's minimal.
It's nothing. Yeah, it's not worth taking into account, really.
That's what I mean. It's not.
Luke, here's my question:
Why account for all that missing curvature?
Go ahead, Matthew.
Luke, why do you care? If, so the radius is 3959, but if you add 500 feet to it, then it's 3959.1, which is hardly any difference. So that's why nobody takes into account the elevation.
Yeah, I was just saying, for an accurate calculation, we would need accurate radius measurements from the points of reference. Right. So
how are you going to do that?
Yeah. What's your significant digits? How many significant digits do you think matter?
Every digit, obviously, but I just identified quickly that the elevation would matter. But we're just assuming that it doesn't.
Well,
it sounds like you're asking for millimeter accuracy, dude.
It does, and if you've got a way to measure the claimed radius.
So, Luke, we're not assuming that it doesn't matter. We're quantifying how much it matters, which is hardly worth taking into account. So, like I said, 500 feet increase in elevation would only increase the radius by 0.1 miles.
I heard you say
already begging the question with you enough.
Yeah, I know. Okay, let me just respond. Right, I heard you the first time. If we don't account for the incorrect, like the possibility of an incorrect measurement, then what are we actually measuring?
That's accounted for in geodetic surveying. I brought up the name Helmert several times. He produced a gravimetric model of Earth that is based on how much mass there is warping gravity, but also altering the contour of Earth itself, where you have multiple gravity vectors pointing at different down locations instead of a common point of origin. It gets that complicated. And it's that complicated, and it also doesn't do anything significantly to alter your planar surveying measurements in the first place, which is why people don't use it for like plotting out cities and stuff.
Yeah, my argument with the accurate radius calculation is that the further, like with the local minima and local maxima reference, right, is that the further you go away from the Earth, the more you're going to see that curvature, right? But your argument is right now that if radius was infinity, we would still only see as far as the eye could see, right? Which is, we're saying the same thing.
But do you really think it's going to make a difference to that 21-mile lake?
Our claim is we're off by orders of magnitude difference.
If I go high,
far beyond these meager calculations that you're proposing would alter the outcome. What we have observed are several orders of magnitude difference.
Yeah, I'm just saying, right? If I plug in the elevation and I plug in a high value for elevation, then I can see more, and it shows that there is no curvature, right? That's what we agree that.
Look, this observation is essentially essentially a horizon test as well as a curvature test.
Right.
So please have a look in the side chat again, right? So this is from close up. Well, okay, cool. Just have a look at the close up image, right, of that white tower. Now, the bottom 230 foot, right, of that tower should be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. I'm not even sure if the tower is even that high, to be honest. I have to double check that. But the bottom 230 foot should be obstructed behind the 2.74 mile horizon, right? If we go 21 miles away and make the observation. Right now, I'm going to post a second screenshot now when we've gone 21 miles away, right? And there isn't a 2.74 mile horizon, and there isn't anything obstructed of that white tower that we can see there.
Yeah, DJ, I appreciate your speaking to the whole room as well as me. We did this yesterday with the oil rigs, and I don't really want to engage with something that we just don't have an understanding with. I don't understand what you're saying,
bro. It's the equivalent of you saying, yeah.
You're talking to me, and I'm just.
I'm talking to you, and I'm saying it's the equivalent of you saying to me, it's $20.01, and I'm giving you a $20 note, and you're saying, no, $20.01, please.
Yeah, maybe that's a good analogy if I'm not accepting what he's saying, but I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Whether it's $20 or $20.01 or whatever.
Okay, so if the Earth was a globe, right, the horizon would have to be at 2.74 miles from a 5-foot observer height.
Yeah, no. I heard all this stuff, right? I'm trying to do the equation in the background.
I'm just trying to gauge. No, look, I appreciate you coming back, right? I appreciate like the good faith conversation today. I just want to let me just go 30 seconds. I'll go through it. Tell me which bit you get stuck at. Right, so you understand the horizon distance.
Yeah, I know. I heard. I heard everything you say. You're saying I shouldn't be able to see the tower, but I can. Why can I see the tower? And I'm like, okay, let me try to work this out. And you'll just keep asking me the same question. I'm just saying, like, I need the radius equations in order to tell you, like, why. Yeah, I know.
3959.6 is the radius from 4,200 foot elevation above sea level. Right.
Yeah, that's not an equation. That's just numbers. That's not a formula.
You can use Pythagorean theorem. It's not hard. You can use my spreadsheet to work it out. Listen, if I can interject real quick.
Yeah, I'm trying
to do that. Gaussian refraction. Remember when I was talking to you about Gaussian refraction that increases Earth's radius by 13% to explain why they could see things farther. This means that 1 foot observer height off the ground, when you work out the math, the distance to the geometric horizon is 1.225 miles. If you add 13% to Earth's radius from that same height, it extends the horizon from 1.22 to 1.32 miles.
Yep, lots of numbers, man. Thanks.
All right, so the question becomes, how consequential is this when we have horizon distances that are visible from 1 foot off the ground that are beyond 9 or 10 miles, 11? We're talking orders of magnitude different, then any meager rounding of decimal numbers is going to matter. We're operating at such scale and distance where we do not need to be as precise as you think we do.
Yeah, I know. Like, we already agree that our eyes can see the sun, and the sun's like fucking far away, man. So.
Yeah, you're just seeing a light though, right? So let's not get back to the sun. Like, let's just stick with this really quickly, right? So the difference is, right, between a 3959 mile radius and a 3959.6 mile radius, right? 0.015%. It's such a small amount that you don't even take.
Sure.
Well, hold on, let me finish. Right, so instead of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, just add 0.0015 to the 1.225. I think, or add that tiny amount to the n number. It's such a small amount.
Yeah, and I've got this little picture here. So like this difference is you're talking about like the height, the average height. Yeah.
The average.
Oh, it doesn't. You can't see. It says 8 kilometers. 10. It says like the measurements on the left, but it's because it's PNG.
Which are you looking at?
The sea level height is averagely 8 kilometers. Difference. Or something.
Oh, you're talking about because they claim that the Earth says oblate spheroid.
Well, well, you could draw it flat if you wanted to, but the point is that the average depth of the ocean is about 8 kilometers.
It's something like 10 to 20 kilometers fatter at the equator, according to the globe, right? So even if we granted you that, it's such a tiny bit different, right? You wouldn't have to even take that into.
Well, this is just an average of the whole Earth, right? So it's 8 kilometers in depth is the ocean generally. Like, obviously, you go to some places it's not 8 kilometers deep, and you go to other places further than 8 kilometers deep. That's what an average is, yeah. Of whether it's flat or globe.
I'm not sure.
Okay. What you're not sure on how deep it is, or you're not sure on what an average is?
It sounds like your tangents are inconsequential.
Yeah, look, I know exactly what you're saying. I don't know the average depth of the ocean. That's all.
Okay, no worries. Do you think it matters how much water's in the ocean?
No, all you need to worry about is this is the claimed radius is 3959, right? If you want to adjust for the slightest difference due to the Earth claimed to be an oblate spheroid, right? It's insignificant when you're making an observation over 21 miles, like I'm presenting right now. But you can work it out. I mean, all you're going to do is change the horizon distance by the tiniest little bit. It's not going to make a difference.
I think what I need to do is take
into account for the distances we're seeing.
Yeah. So what you have is like a 0.02% difference, right? Taking the elevation into account and taking the oblate spheroid into account, where we have like over 1,000.
Yes. Okay, great, nice.
How far we can see.
Yeah, there is a big difference, right? Oh, sorry, not a big difference. There is a small difference or an insignificant difference, right? But there is a difference.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, great. Because like even on like the flat Earth, right? Like this difference, like it wouldn't matter. But on the sphere, it actually is incredibly
mathematically. Like this
doesn't matter for the globe.
Yeah.
If it wasn't like a sphere, we wouldn't care about like how deep shit was.
Yeah. So look, if you should have 230 foot obstructed at sea level, right, and you should have 229.5 foot obstructed at this elevation, right? That it doesn't really make a difference.
Why are we adding obstruction?
Okay, so the tower that I was talking about should be obstructed by 230 feet if the Earth was a globe.
By this approximation equation, yeah.
Yeah, so if you take into consideration the height above sea level and the oblate spheroid claim, right, then it would just alter it ever so slightly. But in reality, there's zero obstruction of the tower.
Okay, can I ask my north to south question now?
Yeah, I'm going to go on mute because I got some work to do, but yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. We're all listening. Someone will answer you. I mean,
No, it was for. I guess.
Or you can just respond to the fact that there's no obstruction.
I already conceded that I don't understand what he means when he says like we don't like we see what we see, but we expect something else. I'm like, what do you mean? Like we see what we're seeing right now, and he's like, yeah, there's
If
no.
you're looking at a soccer ball, can you see around it the other side?
No, that's not how dimensions work.
So if you're looking out in the ocean, you can't look around the globe and see things that should be covered by the curvature. The same way if you're looking at a soccer ball.
Yeah, because there's dimension and there's actually dimensions to the
right.
Yeah.
But when you actually do long distance viewing, there is no obstruction. It just keeps going.
Well, no, I did actually say that earlier. Like that there is problems because we can't stand on the highest two mountains and see each other. Right, there's lots of problems actually. Like if we take all the obstruction away, like there's actually still a problem because we still have that drop off over distance, called the horizon. But it's difficult because the horizon's a relative point of reference. So
okay, so if you take out the mountains and you're just doing it on the ocean,
the horizon's always there. You don't have to observe it. That's the point.
Does anyone understand what he's saying? I don't get it.
Well, someone just tried to interrupt me and say like it's relative to the observer height, and it's just like yeah, it is, but like the horizon's still there. Like it doesn't.
No, it's okay. So in the observation I presented, there's no horizon there, right? On a globe, there has to be a horizon at 2.7 miles, and the bottom 230 foot of the White Tower has to be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Due to the equivalent 23-story building of water that's blocking it if the Earth was a globe, right? So this observation is impossible on a globe. That's the point of it. And it's not only slightly impossible, right? It's magnitudes. And then on top of the observation, we have the guys pointing lasers at each other from that 21-mile distance. And not only can we... Yeah.
Sorry, man. I thought you said you were going to work. Like I'm waiting to ask my question. Sorry.
Okay, man. All right. Or you can just respond that we see too far, and there's no curvature blocking our view.
I did just respond to that, Ancient Traveler.
So you agree with it?
Yeah, we've already explored the problem where if we stand on the highest two mountains on the Earth...
I don't understand why that's a problem when you're out on the ocean. Why are you talking about mountains?
Because 48 minutes past the hour, infrared high-altitude observations, seeing further than where the globe should and curvature exists.
Thanks, Bart. I just checked those, right? The horizon, right, we just try to tangent away to the horizon, right? Because the horizon exists relative to the height of the observer, as someone cleverly said. But yeah, the horizon is there always, right? And so it's relative to how high you are, because that's how vision works.
Right. 1 foot observer's height, you're going to see a certain distance before a curvature starts to block your view.
Yeah, that's why when we go up in the air, we can see the two tallest mountains. But when we're on one of the
but when
mountains,
we stay at 1 foot observer's height, we can see further than we're supposed to.
If we're on the tallest place on the Earth, we should just be able to see all of Earth. That's
what
until the horizon.
If you're 1 foot observer's height, you shouldn't be able to see 30 miles, but we do.
No, you're claiming something in an inverse way. I'm saying something. I'm asserting something, and you're trying to like pose a negative claim.
No, you're being deliberately obtuse.
I am saying, if you stand on the highest mountain and you look as far as you can see, you will not see the second.
And we're saying that if the Earth was of a specific dimension, then from 1 foot or 6 foot or whatever above a body of water, there should be a horizon at a specific distance. And we're giving you your little bit of allowance for a little bit of a blankness.
What you're asserting. Right. Okay, you're trying to say that I'm a certain globe dimensions,
right?
You don't have to. It's been done for us.
No, I'm not doing that. Right? We're trying to solve the curvature.
We are.
But when I say we, I mean the scientific community.
Observations.
When you say we, you mean delusion, Discord deluluism, okay?
No. This is right. I'm showing you real world observations, right? All you're doing,
DJ. I'm trying to speak to these people, and you keep interrupting, man.
Yeah, but look, dude, I showed you a presentation, and it's like you've got like a mental block going on, and you don't seem to be able to get the problem.
Okay, you're just being obtuse. Can you be engaging?
Okay.
I will give you Earth's radius of 4,620 miles.
Yeah, we
That's
don't need
17% bigger in expanding the surface area.
Braddock, we've already determined that the relative radius is more important than an approximation, right?
No, it's not. We did not determine that. You did not substantiate your values.
Okay, I don't.
This requires you substantiating significant digits.
An equation. The higher the elevation, the more horizon you're going to see.
Yeah, you need to substantiate that amount as being relevant or justified when we have observations that are orders of magnitude beyond where Earth's claimed radius is supposed to be for the horizon. Orders of, you know what an order of magnitude is? 10x. We have like 2 orders of magnitude.
You're talking about radius.
Yeah.
The radius your whole heliocentric system is based on.
I know that you guys get a kick out of this, right? You get some like entertainment value and you monetize this shit.
We don't monetize anything, dude.
Spirit. Yeah, shut the fuck up, man. It's on YouTube, okay?
It's not being monetized.
It's on YouTube. I don't care. This is being monetized. That video I just had to watch. The DJ
YouTube
video
might
I
be making money
had
out
an
of it,
advert on it, okay? The advert on DJ's video is
wasting my
monetization.
time talking to you right now is costing me money, right? I could be working
DJ,
right
stop
now.
talking to me then, because you don't understand what a radius is.
We do.
We did. We broke him.
Bro, come on, dude.
You didn't break shit, my guy. You're insufferable. All of you are insufferable, and you're trying to.
You spent like 2.5 hours with us. We had a great conversation. Why are you ruining it now?
It's disgusting that you don't have any scientific. You don't have scientific discipline.
Really, we were talking about coordinate transforms earlier and Keplerian orbital elements. Like, what are you even talking about? We were talking about waveform signal transformations, and you're accusing us of being a bunch of dumb, ignorant retards?
Braddock, I am referencing scientific equations and formula, and you.
Yeah, me too. I gave you a spreadsheet, which is far beyond your ken, apparently, because you haven't figured out what it's presenting to you yet. Yeah, I gave you a spreadsheet which you don't understand. I devised those mathematics myself.
Yes, and I've already.
You are still struggling to come up how to use a Pythagorean theorem to derive Earth's radius.
Sporadic.
That's like 10th grade math, bro.
Sporadic. Your spreadsheet is missing information. I've already highlighted that to you.
It's not missing information. It's got all the elements that you need to do what you want it to do. Go for it.
You're trying to frame me as I'm the villain here,
Dude,
right?
after all of the freaking math I just went over with you, you want to accuse me of not knowing what a fucking radius is? Like,
DJ,
you're
the
just,
voices,
you're just
shut the fuck
lying
up,
now.
man. Stop talking to yourself.
No,
bro.
you shut the fuck up, right? Your time's done here. Right? We just wasted all of that time going over all of this stuff with you. It made some great content. Thank you. It's not monetized anyway. Right? If you want to start spasticking out now, right, and making ridiculous claims, you can just fuck off, dude.
So look, I've posted for you in the side chat a citation from Washington State University and one from San Diego State University. Oh, sorry, University of Washington Department of Mathematics and San Diego State University regarding distance to the horizon. You know, it's not science, but is that scientific enough for you?
He's just in spaz mode now. He did the same thing yesterday, right? Yesterday he just sat there for 30 minutes straight, leaving and joining for 30 minutes straight. This dude is insane.
That's
It's an
crazy.
interesting way to handle getting absolutely owned in a discussion.
Yeah. So University of Washington says, so for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.22459. Enough digits for you there, Luke? Square root of h, or perhaps even more simply as just 1.2 times the square root of h, which is the observer's height in feet, which gives the distance in miles when h is in feet, right? There's your equation. That seems to be good enough for them, but not good enough for poor old Luke on Discord talking to some flat earthers.
Yeah. So what's the distance to the horizon?
Oh, buddy, I'm not going to talk to you. You're just going to keep being
Well, you can
condescending
stay on
and
mute then, buddy. You can stay on mute. Yeah. Right? Talking shit in the side chat isn't going to help you.
I gotta go. I'll be back in 20 minutes. I'm gonna go on deafen.
Okay. Yeah, look, we've wasted all this time having a good faith conversation with you, right? And you turn around and act like this at the end. It's not going to work out for you. You think you're going to be able to come back tomorrow and act like this again? It's not going to happen, dude. Right? Right now you're acting in bad faith. You need to get a grip of your ego.
I mean, like, that's what the 21 mile, observation did for him, I guess, because suddenly, no, we need the radius value to the T from that location, right?
Yeah,
It's like,
and then we gave him that. And eventually he said, I just don't understand what the point is.
Right.
It's just some crazy cog dis, mental block. Either that or
The furthest he got, where he just ended up getting blocked, was he'd just say, the higher you go up, the further you see. And we're trying to explain to him, when you stay at that 1 foot, you see too far. And all he could say is, the higher you go up, the further you see. It's like, that's where he broke down.
Exactly.
yeah, because, yeah, well, if you gave him the, his radius value from that location, then he should have been content that that would have dictated how much of the surface you could see before you could thus see no more of it.
So yeah,
But for the soccer ball, he was able to understand that concept. So
Luke, if we have a fixed observation height of 5 foot, we have a geometric horizon if the Earth's a globe at 2.73 miles away. Okay? If you change the height, the horizon distance will change, right? But if we have a fixed height in this observation, you don't have a counter argument for it, right? And you're spazzing out when I ask you questions about it. So once again, it's all recorded on the live stream. Feel free to go play it back to your friends and family and show them how wonderfully you did against the flat earthers today.
You tried to teach them, Luke. They can't learn, though. It's not your fault.
You want to try to pick up where he left
Here
off,
we
Lego?
go. Oh, teach us, oh holy one.
Yeah, Lego. What do you got? Do you have some globe evidence, or Are you able to explain the observation that's just been presented that absolutely destroys the globe? Didn't think so.
Ribbit.
Just a little white knight.
Is Lego that fart guy?
Probably.
Wait, a fart guy? What's that?
Yeah, some guy came in trying to make a comment about flat earthers and farts or some stupid shit.
Oh gosh, I don't know.
I think it was Lego.
Yeah, I think this Great Salt Lake observation is a great one because it literally doesn't have any horizon at all in the observation. Just 21 miles of completely flat mirror water surface.
Yeah, I think Ben was probably the first. Well, the first that I'd ever seen. I don't know if there was anybody that I haven't. Yeah, I haven't come across anybody else prior to Ben getting his camera right down to the surface of water and showing that you could see water surface beyond the predicted position of the horizon according to the globe geometry. So he was basically pointing out black swans before, like.
Who's that?
Ben, Taboo Conspiracy.
Ah, okay. Yep.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, because he didn't. Yeah, he did. He did a couple of them, I think. And I don't. It was at a lake. I don't know if it was the same lake as that, but he went to this one lake, and he was able to figure out the distance from where his location to this little, like very small, like peninsula thing, coming, a bit of land sticking out into the water, and it was around about at 1.2 miles, I think, right? And he got right down to the water's surface and zoomed in, and there was water beyond that point, right? So that's where his horizon should have been, right? But he was seeing water surface beyond it. So he was pointing out, why can I see water surface when there's supposed to be a horizon there beyond that point, right? So he was basically showing black swans, right? Before it would be, it was, before BMLRSB 69, before quantum eraser turned it into a logical syllogism, all that. He was out there saying, hey, horizon's supposed to be at this distance, and it's not.
Yeah. Yep. When was that? Back in like 2015, 2016 or something?
Might have been, 2017, something like that, 2018. If you go on his channel, I don't know if he's playlisted them, but I probably watched it in 2020, but it was, I'm pretty sure it was already published before that, so it was before 2020. It was before the Black Swan argument, right? Came out, like QE, before QE did his whole thing about it. QE has actually publicly given Ben kudos for that. Like, that kind of was led, he was aware that Ben was doing that. I think he's given a couple of people kudos
Yeah,
for it because it sort of led to
the
him.
LSM guy, he's the one.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Like I bet if we dug deep, we'd find examples of the black swan in imagery where people weren't even attempting to do that. Like they would. It's just photography.
I think it's just about every single long distance observation I've ever seen is a black swan. I mean, I think it's the other way around, isn't it? I mean, if they could show one where the horizon is where it should be on a globe, that would probably be, that would be the Globies black swan, because all horizon observations are black swans. I mean, white swans. I mean, it's consistently not where it would be on a globe or anywhere close to it. Even the one that they claim, this is the white swan or whatever, right? It's still a 6 mile horizon when it should be 1.22.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
We could just use that observation alone as our black swan, the one that they claim is a rebuttal.
That's right. Yeah, and I think at this point, because they've cried refraction so many times. So at this point, what if they wanted to actually show a true geometric horizon, like one that they could either, to get close to it without removing the air, right? They could use some sort of less refracted light, like infrared something, and then or actually try and section off over a mile of earth water, right, with a tube and evacuate all the air from it, but then all your water is going to start evaporating. So I don't know how they do that, right?
They're completely screwed. I mean, if they try to remove as much air as possible by using infrared or something, all of a sudden it can just see even further.
Yeah, that's probably backfire.
You'd be able to see less distance by using something that removes that. That's what they say, right? You can get them with that pretty easily. If you say, okay, hypothetically, if I removed all of the air, would the horizon be at 1.225 miles? And they have to say yes. So that's removing anything, so that's the clearest possible conditions, basically. So when it's the clearest possible conditions, we can see 10 times less distance. Make much sense.
Right. What's going on, Mr. Weatherman?
Even T-Dub, look at that image I just put in the side chat there. That's a killer right there. They're claiming that there's 250 equivalent of a 250 or more feet of curvature on that Mirror Lake surface, because that's 21 miles across that point there.
Sorry, how far?
21 miles.
That's 21. Right. Yeah. Right. Wow. That's a still from the video.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
This is a close-up of what's on the other side. You can't even see that white tower. It's that far away.
Oh shit! Yeah, so that'd be like the top one there is to be just what you'd be basically seeing with your eyes.
Yep.
If you were standing there.
Mm-hmm.
you wouldn't be able to make out any of that. Maybe at night you might see some lights.
Yeah, you see some lights, I think, but that's about it.
Maybe a bit of a glow, because a lot of them lights just appear to be like they diverge, like they just converge. They just look like one light, right?
Yeah, I need to work out what that white tower is and how tall it is. Because from 5-foot observer height, it should be 230 foot obstructed.
Yeah, I think Ben even like gives them a bit of refraction, doesn't he? And he says 220 feet or something. And it should be more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing that's missing out of the observation, he should have taken a reading of the water temperature and the air temperature. That would have told us what type of miraging could possibly be present. And the best time to do this observation would be if you could get a time of the year where you've got the water temperature being as close to possible to the air temperature, because you're not going to have that index gradient where you have like a layer of slightly warmer air or cooler air above the surface of the water, right, which can lead to different types of miraging effects. If you've got the same water temperature and air temperature, then you're not going to get that gradient. It's going to be pretty much like mirage free, which is technically like atmospheric refraction free, according to the mainstream definition of atmospheric refraction.
Right, yeah. So he did that with his friend, did he? I thought it was his wife.
No, he did it with one of the FE core guys.
Right, okay. I misremembered it then.
So that white tower is called Kencott Garfield Smelter Stack. And it is 1,215 foot high.
Right. Yep. Must be another one I saw of him and his wife, where she was on one side with the laser. And that's right. Oh, what was that one? Because he's on the phone to her or a walkie-talkie or something, right? And he's like telling her what to do with it, and then like he's going, "Oh, I can see it. Well, where do you have it?" And she's like, "It's like literally like if I got it any closer to the water, it'd be under the water, right?" And he's like, "What, really?" She's like, "Yeah."
Okay.
It kind of sucks. There's not a lot of large bodies of water around me. Like there's a couple of pretty good sized dams and lakes and that, but they're not like. I don't think they have like stretches greater than like a mile or something. You know, like
Yeah.
yeah. There's not a lot in Australia, I don't think, that are significantly sized like that. Like not like in the States.
No, T-Dub, the worst part of Australia is you have to live with Woofy 6020.
Yeah, I think he's like. Luckily, there's a lot of mileage between us. I think he's based in Western Australia, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, he usually has stuff around Perth.
Yeah, yeah.
The Bathurst Lighthouse is one of his favorites. Though I can't figure out if he works for a common carrier or just a private firm for his piloting.
Not sure, but they really should like review his competence.
Well, they should explain to him how aircraft windshields and heads-up displays work, because he doesn't know how they work. And he's a pilot.
I've actually thought about it for like a decade now. I thought about going for a helicopter license. Gonna get my helicopter pilot's license, but yeah, it's pretty expensive.
It's always expensive.
Yeah.
Because that jet fuel and helicopters aren't cheap.
No, sorry. But it's really good pay.
Yep.
But knowing me, I'd probably be a very poor helicopter pilot. I'd probably do a lot of stuff pro bono because I'd feel sorry for the poor bastards. Like if it was like like fire in the in the spirit of firefighting or medical emergency or something. But if it was just like flying celebrities or politicians around, I'd be like, nah, fuck you. You're paying.
Yeah, unfortunately, the maintenance on these aircraft is what really kills you. Because even the cheapest jet engines are usually about $1,000 an hour to run them.
Probably won't be too long anyway. We'll have yeah, drone cars. Like they won't go very high, but
We should have had flying cars like 40 years ago.
there is a little light aircraft you can buy where the wings fold up and then you can drive it just like a vehicle, regular vehicle. I think last time, was probably
Yeah, but that's more like a plane that flies versus a car that flies.
yeah. It's a light aircraft. Yeah, but yeah, your wings fold up, and then once you get to your airport, you fold your wings up, and then just drive it around town or whatever. It's like a normal car, but I think it was in the range of 500,000, and I don't know how many years ago that was. Jesus, might even be going on 10 years now. And I read about that.
Well, there was one gentleman that actually built a flying car, except he was using Wankel rotary engines in it, and that was the downfall of it. Those are just not good enough. They're better than your piston engines and all that stuff, but still not good enough. The design is flawed. But this company Liquid Piston that's made like the inverse Wankel rotary engine, where the crank, the body of the engine is the triangle shape, and then the piston is the peanut shape, the fig, like an 8 shape, number 8. And that one can have 3, in every rotation it can have 3 ignition cycles. So that makes it lightweight and powerful.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I just looked up the hourly costs for different Bell passenger helicopters. Bell 206 is cheap at around $400 an hour. And Bell 429, $3,700 an hour.
Yeah, I noticed, Brody. It was a bit of a weird meltdown. He was just ended up being unnecessarily juice.
Yeah, I don't get it either. That was very unusual. Like maybe he was drinking or something, and
He did the same thing yesterday, man. Exact same thing. Like it was normal,
Wow.
and all of a sudden he just like loses it.
Yeah, I only caught the tail end of it then. Had no idea that he was capable of holding a decent conversation for so long. Like, and genuinely reciprocating, right? Passes all the checks on understanding and everything. He's tracking. We're tracking with him, and then all of a sudden, like, flip. The switch gets flipped.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's There's probably some diagnosis involved, that could explain that.
That is a fact because we don't know really, right? Who we're talking to, do we? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. I mean, he wasn't conflating the idea that, like, because that location is how far above sea level did you say?
4,200 foot.
So, right. So, is he thinking that because it's at 4,200 feet above sea level, that you can treat looking across any surface of water at that elevation as if that body of water is at sea level from that altitude, like being on a mountain looking down at the ocean? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just...
Well, he seemed he was in agreement that it's a greater radius because that body of water's at, a greater height above the surface of the Earth. Right? That is correct. But like Matthew said, it's just the tiniest difference. It doesn't make a difference. That's why they don't even take it into account.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I said to him, "You're like, yeah, you want the 1 cent, you know? Come on, just take the $20." Right?
Well, he didn't have a rebuttal, right, to the observation that was presented. He was just saying he didn't understand it. But when I tried to step through it to see which bit he was getting stuck at it, he said he did understand it, and then he kept trying to shift to like if you're standing on top of a mountain, it means that the horizon's further away. It's like, yeah, of course.
That's what I'm saying. Is he thinking that the water it should be treated as if it's at sea level while you're at 4,200 feet?
Right, like the body of water we're talking about is at sea level, not at body of water like a lake at 4,000 feet elevation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, so you have to treat the body of water as if it's at that elevation as well, because it's right in front of you.
Yeah, like just say that 4,200 mile lake, elevation lake, just say that was the ocean, right? And the Earth had a slightly greater radius. It was 3,959.6, right? And we would use that math. So yeah, this is fair enough, but it's such a tiny difference. It doesn't make a difference. I think that's like some extreme cog dis. I don't know, maybe some mental instability. Something going on though. Bizarre. But old Hoss was listening on the YouTube, and he said the same thing. He was like, "What the hell?" He's like, "I can't believe he like spazzed out like that so quickly. That was weird." That's why I was surprised when we saw him back here after what he did yesterday. Just like leave join spamming for like 30 minutes to an hour straight. That's why I wasn't sure if it was the same Luke. But yeah, turns out it was. It's like split personalities or something.
Yeah, I remember you guys talking to me. Might have been. Is he in politics as well? No, just here. Okay, yeah. Luke, we do see further.
I mean, I'd unmute him. I keep trying to do that and ask him very calm questions, but he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. I don't know if someone else wants to try talking to him.
Indio? You up for it?
Oh, what's up?
How's it going, man?
So, yeah, good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks, man.
We're gonna say I'm upside down today, and you're right side up. And we're gonna be upside down people.
Thank
you. We got someone emotionally attached to the globe again.
Yeah, we had a really good conversation with this guy Luke for hours, and then all of a sudden he just went nuts and started spazzing out. It's actually a very good clip. I don't know if you want to have a listen back to it sometime on the YouTube bot India. It would probably make something good. Like Sporadic was going over some really good stuff with him. Then we presented the 21-mile Great Salt Lake, Utah observation, right, step by step, going over screenshots, and yeah, everything was going well. And then all of a sudden, he lost the plot.
Yeah, I think the input, like, he entertained it in his brain for a second, and then the implications followed. He was like, no, like freaking Neo, where he was like, get me out of here.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Luke, we can see further, right? And he's like, no.
You probably went and threw up like Neo did.
Right.
Hey, Luke, are you still listening? You're unmuted, man.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Yeah, I'm still here.
Wow.
So I wrote to the Washington Department of Mathematics, right? Because the equation you gave me on that little piece of paper was wrong. We can all go over it if you want.
What's wrong about it?
Well, the approximations and the simplifications undermine the purpose of the equation.
What equation?
The distance to the horizon equation.
What's the radius of the Earth, according to the mainstream?
I don't need to have a number, I can use a formula.
Okay. So what's that number? Like, what's the radius of the Earth?
Which point are you looking at?
The globe, right? I'm just asking you, what's the radius of the globe?
Am I on Mount Everest, or am I in what's the trench called? The Mariana Trench? Where am I on the Earth?
Size of the Earth is the size of the Earth, regardless where you are, dude. It's like asking, like, where am I standing on a basketball court to know how big the size of a basketball is? That's.
We're talking about the size.
Hold on, it's a legitimate question if you're concerned with the distance of the horizon, because that distance will change with altitude, right? So
yeah,
if that's in context you're talking about it, that's fair. Yeah, so, what is the formula we use for distance to the horizon is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's not our number.
Yeah, no, T-Dub presented
That's the mainstream number.
This Washington education horizon equation, distance to the horizon equation, right? And I read through it, checked it, and it approximates H as S, which is like the height of the horizon as the same as the distance of the arc. The distance of the arc is a curve, and the height should be a straight line. And also, then in the second simplification, it takes away the height and simplifies it to RH, which is the radius plus the height. Right, so we've taken the square of the height and we've just subtracted it into oblivion, approximately. Right, so I've written to that department.
It's the square root of the observer's height. It's the square root.
Yes, yeah. We've shoved.
Can you post what you have in the chat so I can look at it?
Yeah, for sure. Well, you just scroll up to T-Tub's post, but I'll repost it for you.
We can.
I don't have permissions. Sorry, you have to scroll up to an hour ago, 55.
Yeah, I'll just copy paste it. 1 second, I got it here.
Are you disagreeing with the number there, the formula?
Yeah, I'm disagreeing with the equation. Yeah.
Interesting. Why? Because a flat earther posted it?
No, because if we go through the logic of if we go through the logic of the proof, then we find that they've just approximated these values and they've taken them away from the final figures.
Can you post your math?
If you go to
for the distance of the horizon,
the Washington State one, if you go to the bottom of the page, it says 1.22 square root H, dude. That's what we said.
Yeah. Okay. So let me just read it out, right? We can read through this together, right? So we have the diagram, and then underneath the diagram it says here h is our height above sea level, right? So we look at the diagram. H is that little bit above the sea. So like we're looking up into space, and that distance of into space is h, right? And then we're going to localize that down into the horizon, but that's just the horizon, so it's h, the height, right? So here's the height above sea level. R is the radius of the Earth. L is the length of the line connecting our eye to the horizon. S is the arc length. The distance along the surface of the Earth to the horizon. Right?
H isn't looking up into the space, by the way.
So listen. You can see there's a table at the bottom, right? So they give you the 1.22 approximation, and then they give you the cosine approximation, right? And then it gives you the percentage difference. Like, what's the difference in the values?
Yeah. So
like in the second, third, decimal place, there is no exact solution. There's literally no exact solution to horizon distance.
But this is why I wrote. This is why I wrote.
There's nothing you can do. It's going to be an approximation, no matter your methodology. It's going to be an approximation.
Right. I hear what you're saying, right? When you know what the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is, right?
What the fuck's that guy? Yeah. What's that got to do with it?
Well, you're saying everything's. Well, you're saying everything's an approximation. I agree, it is, right? But we have to have.
Approximate. I'm talking about specifically about the horizon distance. There's no way to calculate it without an approximate formula because sine and cosine themselves are in an infinite Taylor series expansion. They are also approximations. It's always going to be an approximation. The only exact solution.
I've agreed.
The only exact solution there is using Pythagorean's theorem over the rational numbers, and that would only calculate the drop precisely for an eighth of the circumference. That's the only exact solution in that range. So you're making an argument like, oh, this is just approximate. Well, they're all approximate.
Sorry, sir. I haven't actually finished saying anything. I'm just reading the piece of paper that's in front of us.
Yeah, they're comparing approximations.
No, I haven't gotten to that point yet. We just identified the labels on the diagram.
Okay. Go to the table at the bottom. It compares approximations.
Well, yeah, we have to go through the logic step by step, right? So okay. The angle is the angle made between our position and the horizon, right? So we have our formula now. Everyone is in agreement?
Look, all they're doing is calculating the tangent from a point off the sphere. So you got a circle, you have a point, that would be your observer height, right? That point is some distance away from the sphere. Okay? Then you draw a tangent line between that point that slightly intersects the sphere, that would be your horizon. They're just calculating the distance from that observer to that point. I mean...
Yep. Cool. So anyway, can we continue, or do you want to keep saying stuff?
You're trying to overly complicate something that's simple.
Sir, I'm just reading the paper from the Department of Mathematics from Washington.
And you're disagreeing with it.
Yeah, I haven't even got to the disagreement yet.
You already said you disagreed, though.
Yeah, I do disagree with it. And I'm going to explain why, but I haven't got to that explanation. Like, we're still just reading the first paragraph, and you're trying to tell me I'm wrong, and we don't even know what we're wrong about yet.
No, I didn't say you're wrong, dude. I just described what the problem is, in that the methodology of any mathematical method you use to calculate that distance is going to be an approximate. This is what's called a red herring argument. That's what you're doing. It's not clever. It's not slick. It's a red herring.
Okay, thanks for your time. I'll continue to sit in silence.
I don't know why you disagree with this, just because a flat earther
posted it. I'm not using logical fallacies. A red herring is to actually address the issue. Pick the formula. Tell us the correct formula. We'll use that one. And in the horizon distance is still going to be wrong. There's no formula that you can concoct where you're going to make it correct, because it's off by 2 orders of magnitude. So instead of bitching about what's wrong, tell us what's right.
Yeah, post your formula.
Yeah, please. CB just cut right to the chase. I mean, I should just let him talk. Just post the correct formula. If we're wrong, we'll say we're fucking wrong and just post your formula.
But please, mate, let me continue reading this thing I think is wrong.
No, we don't. Listen, we also have speech to text. I can have my computer fucking read it to me. We don't need to hear your narrate. It's a waste of time, dude. We don't need you to read it. We read it. We posted it.
But you're not going to let me read it and tell you what's wrong.
You can read it in silence.
That was CB.
Incredible.
CB's getting better at his accents.
How CB talking, you fucker?
Yeah.
You can read it in silence too.
I love when this happens. I love and hate when this happens. Like, just because we posted it, it's automatically wrong. But like, say if Luke had like a buddy who's also globe-tarded, like, and he posted it, he'd be like, yeah, that's facts.
Dude, Matthew came in earlier and was siding with us and just explaining how irrelevant his point was. Right? Like the thing, like we even granted everything that Luke was saying, right? We did the calculation on the new radius value at the Great Salt Lakes, which is 4,200 foot above sea level, right? That changes the radius value to 3,959.6, right? And then we calculated the different, like we even added in the oblate spheroid claim, worked out the percentage difference, and it was like 0.0015 difference, right? It was such a little amount, and even Matthew was telling him we don't need to worry about it. It's such an insignificant amount. And that's when he started losing it.
Look, you couldn't even measure the difference if you wanted to from that distance, right? From like 10 miles, like you're going to measure a 20-foot difference in the horizon distance. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it changed it from like because it was a 5-foot observer height, so it changed it from like 2.73 to like 2.7, 2.5 or something. Some tiny little difference.
Yeah, the oblate spheroid argument is like the difference in drop of like the polar radius versus equatorial radius is something like 2/100th of an inch or something.
Yeah.
You're not letting me read it.
Sorry, go ahead.
There was no problem when we were like entertaining, his ideas of galaxies and black holes and stars and all that, right? As soon as we get to the surface,
He's just using me as rhetoric to like serve some purpose. But I've tried to engage, but you guys keep interrupting me and just it's kind of cringe. Like this Indio guy, you guys set him on me. I just try to present what I've spent the last half hour. Excuse me, are you gonna actually be a normal person, or are you just gonna constantly do this rhetoric thing?
Go ahead, bro. You want to read it? We can read it with you. That's all right.
Anyway, yeah. So as I was saying, right. So I spent the last half an hour checking this stuff because you guys are obviously concrete on it. So I checked it. If we actually do want to check over it, we can acknowledge the insignificance that you are approximating in the equation, right? We can see where you're making the mistake. And then we can just move on.
Would you be so kind as to post your formula while you read it?
What creation bear? I didn't assert that I had a formula. I was given this formula as a reason to why all of your math makes sense. So I've checked your math, and it doesn't make sense.
Can you be honest and not this is not our math?
You haven't yet to say
it's a formula, my guy.
You've said nothing specific. Exactly what is wrong? You haven't said. You just keep saying it's wrong over and over again. Why don't you substantiate what you're saying?
You weren't here. But I can do that.
Matthew Lawrence, who was in here, is a mathematics professor at Loyola University, right?
You're just you're not very intellectually honest.
Oh, that's rich, bro. That's rich.
There's nothing wrong with being wrong, bro. That's the honesty, right? There's nothing wrong with being wrong.
You can't tell me what is wrong.
Oh, I can.
You keep saying it's wrong. Why is it wrong?
Well, I'm just trying to preface, my time spent is actually worth something to me. And
again, why is it wrong?
And I'm trying to understand if
Can't handle being wrong. I don't know why it's wrong. Well, why is it wrong? I'll say it again.
Okay, let's read the document. Let me get up.
No, just say why it's wrong.
Okay, so here it goes. We make the assumption that L should be approximately the same as S. Incorrect. Since H will be very small compared to R, then we will say that S is approximately L, blah, 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 for the constant K. Here we make an additional simplification that 2RH plus H squared equals 2RH. Since H squared is very small compared to... So we just dropped... So we're saying S and L equals the same, approximately, and now we're dropping H squared. Right, so we've just, like, dropped 2 measurements in our accuracy measurement.
Measurements? Measurements of what?
Well, L.
L is a measurement of what?
H squared.
L is a measurement of what?
Is the length... Let me just read it again for you.
What?
L is the length of the line connecting our eye directly to the horizon.
Okay, the tangent. The tangent length.
Yeah, it's all in this piece of paper, man. We don't need to add stuff.
Okay.
It's just here.
So what you're saying is, okay, the length, which is a line of sight from the observer to the tangent point, the horizon,
is approximately the same distance.
They're using the it is approximately the same as the arc length versus the line of sight length. They are approximately the same.
That's what. Yeah, and you're saying like, how do we measure 20 foot of drop over 10 square miles or some shit? Right. So you're approximating the drop.
220 feet.
I sorry, I don't know your numbers, right? I'm just saying, like, your equation says we approximate, and I'm saying, yeah, we do. Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't say drop. Distance, the horizon distance.
Yeah, but because there was, that's he's conflating the two, because DJ was pointing out that there should be 230 feet of drop across that observation that he specifically posted in the chat, right? But he was also saying we can test the horizon distance here, and guess what? In this observation, there is no horizon.
Before you can calculate drop, how much is hidden, horizon dip, or any of those values, you have to calculate the horizon distance first. Because the horizon distance is a variable for all those other quantities. You have to have it. You have to have the horizon distance, so you can't calculate any of the other shit.
Okay. Gracias, senor. Yes, please.
Wait, those are for you?
Yeah. And if you want to come out and help sometime, feel free to step out and help, okay? No, I'm going to keep it down like this.
Muy bueno. You're hot, Mike.
Yeah, so S and L being the same is problematic, and then taking like the height and just taking it away and saying it's all the same length just means essentially that in this equation that RH is the same as R. Right, so we're not actually measuring any difference of height. We're just saying that
no, dude. It's not like saying one is the difference between the arc length, right, versus a straight line length.
Yeah, I would explain this. I've written
nothing to do with R and R plus H.
Yeah.
That wouldn't matter until H got ridiculous because the hypotenuse of a triangle, right? So H would have to be ridiculous. Have to be like 1/8 of the radius, dude. You have to be like 1,000 miles above the Earth.
Yeah, but we don't say radius is 0. That just doesn't make sense. That's the point, bro. Come on, like, wake the fuck up.
No one's. What are you talking about?
Well, when you if I have a value of like 6 apples, and then I say actually 6 apples is approximately 0 apples, have I got 6 or 0?
No, nobody said that though.
T-Dub, look at the equation. Understand the words that I've just said. If you've been here, and do the diligence, man.
He thinks flat earthers wrote this shit.
No, I don't know who the fuck wrote this, but what they've written is allowing you guys to misunderstand something.
It's not our formula. It's not backing up a flat earth at all. What are you talking about, dude?
It says
Wait, are we back to this?
practical.
This is your worldview.
If you read this document, right, and it literally says,
hold on, bro.
it literally
you think the
says,
angle data? You think the data symbol is a 0? Really?
no, it's an approximation, right? Where we say if we make the assumption that L should be approximately the same as S, since H is very small compared to R, we say S is approximately L for a constant K. Here, we've made an additional simplification that 2RH plus H squared is approximately just 2RH, since H squared will be very small compared to 2RH.
Are you reading this off ChatGPT?
Yeah,
No,
and what's wrong with
document? Holy moly.
that? And what's wrong with that approximation? What should
When I
they
just
have done?
asked you about 6 apples meaning 0
It's missing
apples,
common
your
No
mind
one
sense,
was
said
dude.
blown.
0 anything.
Your mind was blown because you didn't understand
No,
what I
my
was
mind
saying.
ain't blown because you're just making shit up.
But
I mean,
I'm not
if you
making
want my
stuff
mind
up.
to be blown by
I'm
making shit up, that's
reading
cool.
and I'm asking you a question. I asked you 2
You didn't
questions.
read.
One,
You didn't read R. Bro, you didn't read R equals
okay,
0.
you're retarded. Sorry,
You
I
did not
was
read that.
silent. You can mute me again. I don't
Did
give
you
a fuck.
read R equals 0? Yes or no?
This Indio guy is not productive to your.
Did you read
intelligence.
R equals 0? Yes or no?
No, I didn't.
Okay, then you didn't read that. So, like I said, you're making shit up.
Where
I
did you
didn't
get the
say
0
R
from?
equals 0. Do you have a hearing difficulty, or are you just like incompetent?
No, I do not have a hearing difficulty.
You heard you say 0.
Okay.
Where'd you get that from?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You made this.
Okay, do we need to read it again? Because since you guys don't have fucking
Where
brains.
are you
Yeah, now
getting
I'm
the
gonna tell
0
you
from?
again. Yeah, you can read it again. I'm gonna
Let's
ask you
do some
again.
algebra.
But you
Okay,
didn't.
guys.
No,
Let's
you're gonna
start
answer
again.
this time. No, you're just gonna answer.
Here,
What
we
is
have.
wrong with it?
He doesn't like
Answer
you.
what is
we
wrong with
have
it. You just
the
are bitching.
additional
You are
I'm gonna
bitching.
copy and
You're just bitching, bro. Tell us what's wrong with it and tell us how to fix it.
holy moly.
How come you can't do that?
I just got muted in the middle of your spur.
Okay, for the last time, I've asked you 7 times now. Tell us what's wrong with it. Don't just read it to us. That doesn't tell us what's wrong with it. That just describes what the problem is. Like, hypothetically, if there is a problem, you need to describe what the problem is and how to do it right. Because if you don't know what's right, you can't say what's wrong now, can you?
Thanks for being a complete cunt.
So you're not going to answer again.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out where you got 0 from.
Well, you're not listening to the words I'm saying. You're not. I
heard
can
you say
give
0.
Yes,
Support
because
this dude. We are
when you
listening.
have a value of something and you don't represent it as a value, what is it? It's null or 0. That's just.
Where is that
That's
at?
just. Man, what do you mean? Where is that at?
Well, you were reading it for us. Where is
Wait,
that
bro.
at?
Do you think that we're trying to apply this to flat Earth?
I don't know why I got sent this document. You don't know why you're using it. It doesn't make sense.
It's your worldview.
Holy shit, bro. All
My
this time.
worldview.
Bro,
Oh my
what we're
days.
doing is we're
You guys are
taking
professional
that.
gaslighters.
No,
It's
wait,
weird.
Luke.
Really
What we're
weird.
doing.
Go
Luke.
T-Dog. Man,
Shut up, bro. You're going to fucking listen. You're going to listen. So what we're doing is we're taking that approximation and we're applying it to the real world, to that observation that DJ presented to you, right? And we're saying, does it match? That's what we're doing, because that's what you'd expect on your globe. That's the globe prediction. So we go out into the real world, make an observation, and say, does it match the expectation, the prediction?
Yes.
Right?
Remember 3 hours ago, I told you this and reminded you several times that we're taking the non-Euclidean claims of the surface. That's an external validation. That's how we get out of the problem where people validate Earth as a globe by using spherical coordinate reference systems to validate that the spherical coordinate reference system. We have to step mindset.
If you can't keep talking to me and keep me muted, okay? If you're going to use me as rhetoric, I'd appreciate if you did it in good faith, okay? When we talk about approximation, right, and I correctly reference Heisenberg uncertainty principle as a foundational fundamental principle of our universe, including Earth, right? When we know what approximation means, right, it doesn't mean that we can say stuff doesn't exist anymore because it's small. That's not what an approximation is.
It's good for practical purposes.
Dude, look, you're a moron. You just said Heisenberg's. We're talking about precision, not uncertainty. That's not the same thing.
I can't talk to 6 retards at once. You need to make it one retard at a time.
Precision and uncertainty are not the same thing. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle was about the confidence in the measurement. It has nothing to do with the precision of the instrument.
Bro, I'm not trying to teach you about quantum mechanics, okay? I'm just trying to talk about the horizon measurement, okay? That we are necessarily deciding projects a flat Earth or not. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not for flat Earth. You're missing that.
No.
No, so whether it disproves the globe theory because we expect to see the curvature in the water over. We should expect to see a hill of water, but we don't, right?
Wait,
because
no, Luke.
Another reason.
Can you slow down a little bit?
Man,
maybe we do need to take this to quantum mechanics, see where it goes. What do you think of them apples?
I think you're just slightly confused about what's happening here. The post is not for flat Earth or anything like that. This is like if you believe in the globe, then this is the math that's been provided for you. You're saying it's wrong.
This is the claim we're testing, dude. We're testing this claim.
I explained earlier, right, that when we're looking at these pictures and we're trying to do an analysis of the foot observer height and the horizon and the objects further than the horizon, and we can see the shoreline, all these things that make us question whether we're on a globe or not, right? When we plug in the formula, when we plug in the numbers into the formula that we have here, well, the formula, what it actually does is drop some of these values of, like, the observer height, which was so necessary to our observation. Right? Earlier we already determined.
Earlier we already to provide us the correct formula.
Dude, I went over this so slowly with you, right? The
yes,
observer height
earlier
is 8 foot. The observer height is 5 foot. Sorry, 5 foot observer height. Right?
Yeah, 21 we went over this like 17 times yesterday as well, man. You're not going to teach me
the observer height into consideration. Why are you saying observer height? Luke,
I'm trying to help you.
Just pride.
Dude, so how do we do this?
Oh my
do
God.
this. Steel man DJ's argument.
Okay, DJ. Yeah, I will. DJ is saying, right, because of the curvature of the supposed curvature of the Earth, because of this formula, we shouldn't be able to see the objects in the distance. There should be a body of water obscuring our vision. That's what his argument is. You happy with that?
Hey, DJ, is that correct, DJ?
Well, not really. I mean, it was a horizon test. Okay, right? Well, it was somewhat correct. I'll give you that. Okay. The original question was, if you're from 5 foot observer height, right? How far away should the horizon be on your globe?
Yeah, right? DJ, we did this earlier, right? We agreed that the higher the observer height, the more of a horizon, like the further the horizon away it's going to seem. Yeah.
So from 5 foot, it's at what distance? Roughly 2.7 miles.
Based on this formula, yeah.
Yeah, roughly 2.7 miles based on.
And you bitch about the formula. And your bitch about the formula wasn't the horizon distance; it was the drop. You have a problem with the horizon distance part of the formula.
The word drop was added because we all semantically understand that we should expect to see a drop in the globe.
I'll take it as a non-answer. Do you have a problem with the horizon distance that the formula spits out?
This formula right now, yes.
Okay. What's wrong with it?
When we
calculate the horizon?
Say again, sir?
I'll give you an example. So we have a person 5 feet above a surface of water at sea level. How far should the horizon be away?
Well, we'll just plug it in, yeah.
Use the one that you.
I'm going to be honest. This is going around in circles, and if you do this
use the one you think is correct.
This is so destructive to your mental.
We're not going to get. No. With Surf Rush, use the one you think is correct. Don't use ours. We're wrong. Use the
Bro,
one
I'm
you
not
think is correct.
questioning the Earth's curvature.
Nah, we're wrong, bro.
You guys
Use
are.
the one you think is correct, bro.
You said just plug it into the formula. Go ahead.
You guys don't believe.
Yeah,
that
that's
we
right.
live
You're
on a
caught
globe.
up, dude. You're caught up.
It's
Caught
insane.
up in your own bullshit.
Wait, Luke, you're saying just plug it into the formula. Go ahead.
Yeah, so tell me the answer, please, because I'm not going to do that.
What do you mean? You said that
And
this
that's
formula
where
is
it is.
incorrect. You have the correct formula.
I'm not showing intellectual dishonesty. I'm telling you right now, I do not want to engage
You're
in this like
showing
tactical
intellectual
game
dishonesty when you say
of
you're not going to do
mathematics
it.
to prove
Hold on.
that
Well,
your
here's the
theory
thing.
incorrect.
I went to
can
ChatGPT
just use the
and did it
formula,
for you.
and I can show you that the values are being subtracted and they're not being accounted for.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I just
bullshit. You've said that a bunch of times.
I've said it like 6
Hold on,
times
bro.
to you guys, and you still can't comprehend
Okay,
like the
then
simple
use
English
the
that I'm saying.
correct one.
It's
Yeah,
like
he
you didn't
doesn't
go to
wanna
school
do
or
it.
something. I don't get it. I just
Luke,
don't get it.
Luke, what you don't get is that, okay, we'll concede that. We'll grant you that point. Now use the correct one and calculate the horizon distance.
Okay, well, so another
We
point.
just conceded. There's no more arguing about that.
No,
He doesn't
thanks.
want to
What's the
do
right
it.
value?
No, I did this earlier with DJ, right? So earlier we agreed that
Yeah, so now you're gonna talk. Now you're gonna meta. No one cares about that shit. Give us the correct distance.
Okay, I need 2 radius measurements. I don't need 1. Right? If we're approximating the radius, we're already making a mistake. Right? So my formula is not radius; it's R1 and R2, because we're measuring between radiuses. Correct?
What do you mean radiuses? Radiuses are what?
Radii, whatever. Fuck it.
Well, go ahead, dude.
No, radiuses are what? What are the 2 radiuses? What do they represent?
Well, the points of the measurements of where you're measuring whether it's flat or not from the point of the horizon. If you can see all the way into the horizon,
This isn't about whether it's flat or not. This is
I'm explaining the method, man. You asked me to do this, right? You measure where you are.
Okay, you straw manned again.
I'm doing it incorrectly now.
This isn't about whether it's flat or not. This is a test of the globe. This is a test of
go
the
to college,
globe.
guys. Just go to college. Like, I'm done. Just go to college.
I've been to college.
You did.
I've actually
You
graduated.
failed. You literally failed college. Like, you
Have
failed
you
it.
graduated
You
from college
failed.
yet?
You failed so bad that you're sitting
no,
as
I didn't.
how old are you? Like 50 years old, bro? Like, go back to college.
Goddamn right.
Just go back to college.
India,
It's fine.
can I talk to
It's
him a little
literally
bit?
fine.
He doesn't
He's
like your
spiraling now.
Nothing wrong with
He
being
doesn't like-
wrong. Just
he
accept
doesn't like
you're wrong, and you can
Listen,
learn.
I conceded I'm wrong, but you can't say why I'm wrong. And I said,
I'm
give us
trying
the
to
correct
teach you,
value.
my guy, and you're
Since
just
we're wrong,
being incredibly
give
obtuse.
us yeah, you're goddamn right, because you're a shifty fucking weasel. Okay? So
Maybe I'm
stop
not
being a
good
fucking
teacher.
weasel and
My
give
bad.
us the value. You
By
called
the way,
us
this
intellectually
channel is being
dishonest. and
recorded
say,
because no one asked me if I wanted to be on YouTube or not. So yeah.
oh,
Wait, Luke.
he's
What's up?
gonna report
This
us.
is from college.
I'm gonna silence this guy locally.
Luke, get in line. Luke, get in line, bro. Get in line.
What's up, Creation?
Well, you're saying like go to college. These posts are from universities, and you're disagreeing with them.
Yeah, I literally wrote to this the Department of Mathematics because this formula implies numeric values that are incorrect.
So I went to use AI. I went to use AI and ask for the correct formula since you wouldn't do it. And
What's the
did you see
percent
the
error
chat?
differential, dude?
Do you guys mind if I just talk to him for just a couple minutes? Because he doesn't like you, the aggression. So I'm going to try to talk to him in a soft voice.
It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
Dude, your ironic projection is just off the chart, dude.
So Luke, I posted in the chat, like I asked AI to put in a correct formula. Or did you see that in the chat there? 4 minutes past the hour.
Oh, let me double check. Oh yeah, it's sorry what you posted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the difference in like mean error between the two, right? I mean, do you even know anything like what you're testing for and to what degree of accuracy you need?
He doesn't know what any of those things are.
Do I understand the question correct? I think so.
Yeah, like if I said mean average deviation, do you know what that even means?
Mean average deviation. Yeah, it sounds like I understand that. Yeah.
So what's the average deviation and means between the two?
Oh, let me just get a dictionary up so I don't get it wrong. How about that?
Hmm.
Okay, in statistics, the standard deviation is a measure of the amount of variation of the values of a variable by about its mean.
You had to Google it, chat.
I had to Google it. Yeah. So if there's like 12 values, then the standard deviation would be like
That's not what I'm talking about.
or something, right? You know.
That's not what I'm talking about. Listen, I want to know how significant of a difference it is between the two methods presented, the incorrect one and the correct one.
What was the question? Sorry.
How significant of a difference between the two?
Enough for me to have concern. Yeah.
But did you look?
But you can't quantify that. You're using numbers. Can you just quantify the difference using the same
I'm
values?
not using numbers. I'm using formula, and yeah, it's H2 and S and L.
Not using numbers. He's using formulas.
How do you know they're far apart if you don't have the numbers? I posted the numbers in the chat for you. Can you address that?
The one sec. Yeah. So yeah, we have two different numbers here. One is 1.22459, and the other one's 1.2246. So there's like 0.001.
How many inches is that?
Well, there's no units, so I can't tell you, my guy. Sorry.
Those are in miles, dude. How many inches does that translate to? Is that what, the 10,000th decimal or thousandths?
What you want me to be your human calculator, or are you just going
No, I'm trying to walk you through what you should be presenting us, and you're denying.
Correct.
I'm trying to teach you how to do this as we go along.
You are saying it's a great enough distance to be incorrect. I mean, I don't. Rounding up. They just rounded up the number. 459 rounds up to 446.
This shit is 4 a.m. deep YouTube. Okay, you're not changing my mind. The calculations you're using to generalize whether you think the Earth is flat or not are not.
It's
accurate.
not. But Luke. You keep saying that this does not have anything to do with flat Earth. You can
So the inverse. So it's the inverse, isn't it? So you're not trying to claim the Earth's flat. You just don't believe the Earth.
Not with the article that was posted. Not with the Washington.edu or San Diego.
No, I know that wasn't what was trying to be substantiated. It was just that
you keep introducing you're trying to test whether it's flat or not. It's nothing to do with this. This is the claim how the Earth is a globe.
I could give you, Luke. I could give you half of Earth's radius, and I can give you twice Earth's radius, and we can debunk it both ways.
You said, how old are you? Did you say you're like 50 as well?
It doesn't matter how old we are. You're not
because
following.
Typically people have more wisdom as they grow older, and you guys sound like you just.
Crying out loud. I will give you half of Earth's radius to twice Earth's radius. Okay, and we can still debunk the globe.
Like you keep saying,
give you a flat range.
When I say the words, it's like they mean something to me.
Jeez Louise, it's like nothing's.
You're confused why we're even posting this formula. You think that because we posted it that it's incorrect.
Hold on, let me cover this.
No, that's what your rhetoric was. Like, I don't care who posted it. I read the equation. I saw what it's posing, and it's just incorrect, right? Because
how is it? You're not posting what is correct.
All measurements have a degree of error, dude.
You think you've just did that for us, right?
Did you know that all measurements have error, and if you don't have error with your measurement, you don't even have a measurement because you can't quantify how good it is.
I understand that. Yes.
Yeah. So we need to characterize the significance of the divergence of the two formulas, right,
brother?
And you're refusing to go through that with me because I think you know your code.
I think I've spent like 7 years of my life in school, and it sounds like you've spent like 6 weeks like reading YouTube videos or some shit.
But we
I do statistical analysis for a living.
It has nothing to do with YouTube.
Yeah, number crunching is nothing the same as understanding the proof of the universe, my guy.
Hold on, Luke.
We're talking
you're
about
saying you spent time in school, and then we posted school references, and you're saying it's wrong.
Me again, brother.
You're not listening.
Who am I talking to? Am I talking to you? Am I talking to Sprite?
Well, I would like to talk to you since
I would like to talk to someone.
You're all booted up when I speak to you.
Oh my god.
Hey,
Creation, I'm talking to everyone when everyone's talking to me at the same time. Okay, you can't box me into your corner and then pretend I'm trying to escape, man. That's not. Come on.
You
are. You're being fucking weird about it as well.
I just got here.
I'm trying to talk to you, bro. Okay, can we have a conversation?
Stevie.
I've literally muted Indio to like 10%.
You can't do that. You can't mute him. Dude.
No, I can hear him, but I just don't want to engage.
You have to unmute him.
No, he's not muted. He's just really quiet for me, and it's so much a better.
I'm muting.
No, it's not. I can hear him.
I would like to have a discussion with you if you can so kindly unmute him or raise his volume back up, please.
No, it's not him that's the problem, Creation.
It's you, I know. It's
It's me. It's I can't focus on one of you retards at a time. You're right.
No one's being retarded. We're posting Washington.edu and you're saying it's wrong.
Yes, and I've explained why like 4 times now.
Okay, but I went into the AI. I had it post some other numbers for you.
And I've literally written to them to explain how their formula comes across.
What's the significance of the difference between 1.22459 and 1.2246?
It's a 0.0. It would be.
Tell this motherfucker, if you don't turn me up, kicking him out. I muted him. He ain't talking again until he fixes his shit.
We spent like 3 hours with him and had a very cordial, mature, grown-up conversation the whole time. It was great. I was like, this is wonderful. And then the switch got flipped, and now he's calling everyone retards and he's being obstinate. I don't know what happened.
I've talked to him before in the other politics server, and he did this shit the entire time over there. So the fakeness, the fakeness was him just faking being cordial.
Yeah, that's what I figured too. Well, he did it for a long time. Like that takes a lot of effort.
So I find it ironic that he says, "Hey, you guys need to go to university. Post the university site." And he's like, "That's wrong." So you go to university to learn the wrong thing, and that's what you're endorsing? Are you dumb?
I don't know if he caught that as well. He's saying like you guys need to spend more time in school. Well, here's what school says, and you're denying what they say. You're emailing them saying they're wrong. That you don't see the irony there.
I want to see that email so I can see them call him a retard too.
So anyway, since he won't give us the answer, guys, I've been just using AI in the background to ask the same questions I would ask him, since he's like intellectually lazy. Damn it, dude, this fucking iPhone. It's saying the difference in values is just a little over half an inch.
Yeah, look,
0.6336
all of this with him
inches.
earlier. You know, I was super polite and calm and, you know, slow going through the information with him, and he still spazzed out. So I don't think it's gonna.
It's invincible ignorance, man.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you get like, I need to earn this myself, just to come to grips with someone that just has invincible ignorance. You can't defeat it. Can't be defeated. He's ignorant, and he's going to stay that way, and there's no way for you to stop him.
I mean, just imagine being like a math teacher, and one student posts 1.22459, and the other student rounds up the 59 to 6, and he's like, you're both wrong. Like, I don't know what to do here.
Apparently, Matthew Lawrence talked to him too. So, like, he don't even believe a math professor. Like I said, it's invincible ignorance.
You can't. You gotta be able to provide what's correct. I think
you're wrong because you didn't go to school, and if you did go to school, you're still wrong.
You know what he doesn't know yet either that we could get into is like for navigation, they'll use 1.78 or something like that, 1.76.
Oh, but that's wrong.
1.225.
Yeah, I got a table. I actually have a table with that on it, with all the nautical horizon distances, with the elevation, right? It's different than. Yeah. Well, hold on. I'll grab it.
So, like the degree of difference between what is practically used by sailors, surveyors, and engineers and stuff is much bigger than what he is contending is a problem with these two calculations. Like, you know, we could have had a nice conversation about that too, if he was willing. This isn't like the end of a flat earth for us. Like, Luke, you did not reach the end of our knowledge on this. You barely scratched the surface. If he's even here. Yeah, he's here. Yeah, Luke, you barely scratched the surface of what we know and what we can talk about. if you're spiraling now at like this entry level stuff that we're going through with you, you need to chill out, dude. You need to relax, go grab a beer or something, and maybe regroup yourself so we can have a great chat. We had a good time earlier today.
I just find it funny when we post things that have nothing to do with flat Earth, not written by flat Earth, written by people who are dedicated to the Earth being a globe. We post what they say, and then this is called under the bus syndrome. You might have just unlocked a new one, where they roll out the bus over top of their own people, their own worldview, just because a flat earther cited it or posted it. They're like, you guys are using it wrong. It's like, well, we didn't write it. We didn't. If we wrote it, we'd say the radius is 0 or something like that, right? So I find that to be so strange. It's a weird phenomenon, you know? Take us out of the equation, no pun intended. You're calling your own worldview wrong.
Yeah, so I posted that. It's a photograph out of the.
Yeah, look at that, dude. Look at that.
He's like, well, you just got this off of YouTube. I could go to YouTube right now. There's a video from a channel called Brain Stuff, How Stuff Works. And this video is very short. It's like 90 seconds about the horizon, where he says, if your head is in the water 8 inches above, the distance to the horizon would be 1 mile. Like, do you want to drop a comment below the video and say he's wrong too? That's not flat Earth. It's just strange behavior, bro. You're dunking on your own worldview. This is also another syndrome, BYOB syndrome, BYOB Earther. He's brought his own version to the party that must be correct, you know? The mainstream version, that's wrong. You gotta go with what I say. My version of the Earth is the better version.
Well, that first one there checks out, man. The what I blocked off there. So you go square root of 3 is 1.73 and change times 1.225, 2.12, 2.1. They don't need significant digits going out all the way.
Well, if you don't put the 45595053444, then it's incorrect, dude.
I thought we were going to see a like a table of different values that are used as coefficients for the distance to the horizon. Like some use 1.225, some use 1.5, some use 1.7, depending on like if you're surveying or you're out at sea and so on and so forth. And it should all be the same if it mattered that much.
I'm gonna play the video just for the audience here. It's like very, very short.
In the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves. Which, if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean, as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon.
There you go. If you want a link and you want to drop a comment below, did he leave? He left. Nice. Cooked.
Well, you know, if he thinks he wasted our time, he's wrong, because we got some great content out of that. I mean, we got like 3 solid hours of a great discussion that could be clipped. And it would stand alone. I think it'd be great. Like T-Dub was here, Jedi was here, I was here. DJ was here. We were having a great time. It really was a good time, honestly, and I think it could be edifying for what we do, and I think the audience would enjoy hearing it.
I only caught the spiral.
That was me the other day when I saw Luke like spiraling out, spurging, and then quitting and rejoining for like 45 minutes.
Nice.
Like, what was that about? And so I was surprised when I came in here and everything was nice and relaxed. He was calm, asking questions. He gave signs of understanding things. Like he wasn't just blocking it off. He was onboarding the information we were presenting actively. So I'm like, all right, this is good. He started to see problems. His worldview, you could see, was getting challenged. And but he didn't seem to let it affect him until all of a sudden at one point, like, I don't know, like the alcohol kicked in or something. He turned into a belligerent.
Did he get banned?
Did he?
I don't know. His posts are deleted.
Oh. Wonder if the bot got him for something.
Yeah, I was going to go read back on some of the things he was posting earlier, but it looks like it's deleted now.
Dude, I wonder what happened. If we can check any logs.
Yeah, I'll check the log quickly.
Yeah. It'd be funny if he did something that got him muted.
Perhaps, yeah.
I don't see anything.
Huh.
The hills they choose to die on blows my mind sometimes.
Right? Like this, they're talking 10,000th of a mile difference is significant enough to not be able to determine if curvature exists within, WGS 84 style tolerances.
Well, this syndrome flares up from time to time. Not everyone has it as severe. But it's like, this comes out when we post to Black Swan, and they go, oh, those numbers are fake.
It's like brain herpes triggers.
Yeah, you need some globe checks. Globe checks for the recurring syndrome.
Flat Earth derangement syndrome.
It seems like he kept reverting back to, if you guys are using these numbers to try to prove the flat Earth, you're wrong. He kept going back to that, like on repeat, like over and over. He kept saying it.
Yeah, you noticed that too, Sonny?
I wanted to cover that, though, because he had me muted. So what I was going to say to him was, well, we got a dichotomy, right? So if we disprove the globe, the only one, we disprove the globe in curving Earth, then all we got left is a flat Earth. If you only have two choices, we eliminate can't be one, then, the one that's left is the one that's it.
We were talking like in mathematics of coordinate reference systems earlier. It was pretty good. The philosophy of applying certain coordinate reference systems.
Well,
did you actually understand that part?
Yeah.
It seems like he also got stuck on the minor difference in the two formulas, which you said was like 1/10,000th or something. And he got stuck on that too, and he kept going back. Well, it's not the right formula.
He wasn't even thinking about it logically. Because he was envisioning like a slanted sea level or something at one point. Another point, he's envisioning point-to-point observation across the ocean as if the sea level was at the same elevation as the observation point above it. Like, it just became so incoherent like this. I mean, DJ, you were there for that. That was when he started to spiral. Like, really, I think actually the point of the spiral began when he said, is the sea really level? And we're like, what do you mean? Like, it's got waves. He's like, there you go. And that was the turning point in the conversation. That was the exact moment that it went insane. And he's like, yeah, the ocean has waves.
That's
Therefore,
so
you.
weird.
And we're like, dude, we're going above the ocean, like point to point from shore to shore, over bodies of water, along the beach, salt lakes. So
he turned into a bevite, basically.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said he turned into a bevite.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Same tactic.
I actually kind of feel bad for them when they start doing that, because I'm like, man, they're clinging hard to something, man, and they're just going like, well, nothing's perfectly flat, so you can't know it's flat. It could be something else. We could be brains in a jar, and then it just goes straight down the toilet from there.
Hey, look, if we're wrong, right, and let's say Earth does have a radius of 97,000 miles, that'd be pretty freaking groundbreaking, wouldn't it? So
yeah, man, our car, like everybody's car gets way better mileage than they thought.
Yep, exactly. So the Black Swan, even at 10 miles horizon, would make Earth's diameter more than 500,000 miles. Let alone the islands that are at 30 miles off. Someone ought to do that, because my observation to Catalina is 30 miles. And you can clearly see all the water and the oil rigs going up beyond 10 miles. And the lights near the shore. I don't even know what that formula is. The one where the distance to the horizon. Does someone have that formula handy? Distance to the horizon would equal this larger radius.
not handy. I mean,
yeah, my math skills aren't that great, but that's okay. They don't need to be. I could find it.
So Indio, I posted something in the mod chat, in the mod server, regarding plumb line accuracy. It really didn't occur to me until recently that for the reciprocal zenith angle measurements to be accurate, they need to have a plumb length accurate to within a certain tolerance, but extending 3959 miles.
What?
Right? So for the reciprocal zenith angle measurements to produce accuracy within the tolerances they need for the globe, they need their plumb lines to extend down 3959 miles and be level over that distance.
Yeah, this is one of the things in geodetic surveying. I wish I would have saved that, dude. I had a quote from a paper where like the two top people in like geographic information systems and geodesy and all that crap, like in the academic sense, right? Because there's an academic version of this stuff, right? Not just like the USGS. There's a
right.
You can actually go to university for this crap. So what they said was, they said geodetic surveying does not measure the Earth. It measures gravity.
Yeah, that's a good quote.
Which is actually true if you think about it. Because the initial spatial reference is which way is down, right? So because they level the instrument, so that's the very first thing. The instrument is totally oriented to which way the down is, right? The liquid gets pulled down, the bubble goes up, or if they're using prisms, then the prism hangs, and and then it's leveled that way. So you're really just measuring the shape of gravity, right?
Yeah. So the onus is on the glober to present a case, right, for their two plumb lines to terminate, to subtend to an angle over a length of 3959 miles each. With their bubble leveler, right?
Yeah, with a little teeny bubble level, trying to like establish a line that goes, out, miles and miles. Forget it, man.
Dude,
get it.
It's like, yeah, exactly. It's the problem isn't in the optic and like how many millirads of accuracy you can get. The problem is that damn leveler, and then the claim that your plumb lines actually meet together at a common center, which they don't even say they do in the literature, right? And because it's curving through different media, through different strata and density strata of the geoid. And they may not meet at all. And that's why they have to apply those gravimetric corrections, I guess. And the other thing too is, what's to say that the geoid, the terrestrial geoid, isn't actually a celestial geoid? Because they've got the timing issues with the stars overhead, and they attribute that to gravity deflection. So the heavens are kind of bumpy.
Yeah, but even that, right? Like the potato Earth, even that's a model, right? It's like called the EGM 96 or something,
right?
Earth Gravitation Model 96, and that one, if you like, because not recently, but a ways back, I looked at like how they got that, and they used a bunch of like bazillion spherical harmonics, like of the 2000. I think they went up to 2048 degree spherical harmonics, which is like they put like a lot of computational power because it's a matter of like resolution, right?
Yep.
So if it's like first order, second order, third order, the higher the order of the harmonic, then the greater the resolution of your model will be at the surface of the Earth, like at the at the geoid. But that's kind of like what they went up to. I guess it became computationally too expensive, and it's kind of like, and it's not even like there's no practical use for it. Like, why would you even need to keep doing it? Like, It wouldn't even
That's the
matter.
other thing.
If it didn't exist, you wouldn't even notice.
I'd be more impressed if we could get an external validation of this 60 nautical mile to 1 degree elevation rule over long distances. Like, just do like 500 miles or 1,000 miles. I'd be impressed if that held up.
Well, the way I found out deflection of the vertical is that surveyor Jesse Kozlowski.
Mm-hmm.
He did it. I heard him on a stream. Like surveying is the first thing I looked at. I heard him on stream. Oh, like if flat earthers would just go read, because he's like an evangelist for surveying, like for some reason, kind of weird. But I'm a 30-year surveyor, and we know exactly what the earth is. We go out and measure it. He's defending his profession, so I understand that to an extent. But then he's like, hey, there's a book called Determination of the Figure of the Earth, which goes through the whole history of the determination of the figure of the Earth. And it's on archive.org, so I'm reading through it. Right, so all that, so they got like the 1400s, and they're like, all the methods they use chains for distances and like all these. So they were doing some survey in Italy, so they measured from the coast, like to some point, and then they like compared that, and they measured it with chains, right? So they have an exact distance that they measured, and then they like did the astrogeodetic part, and they're like, well, we only went 10 miles, and it's off by like 1,400 feet, according to the jig. Yeah, so like they're like the vertical must be deflected, so like it must be like gravity like tipping the shit or something.
Dude, so all of these distances we have, like we don't really know. Like I use the Nautical Almanac to get distances because the Nautical Almanac basically creates a mathematical model of a sphere for the stars. Using that, I got basically WGS-84 distances, calculating stars and using them to get distance from Tokyo to Santiago. It's like 10,700 miles. And then I removed the rotation vector out of it and did the same thing, treating the star field as more or less a Cartesian space. And then it was like 15,000 miles. I'm like, dude, that's a lot of extra space between the tropics.
Man, I wish Antonio was still around. I remember one video he did. There's some railroad track that goes like from Europe all the way to like Korea. It's not the Trans-Siberian Railway either. It's something else. It's another one. But then he got like the distance that they say, and then the globe distance. Like the railroad track should end in somewhere somewhere between Korea and Japan in the middle of the ocean.
That's crazy. That's way off. That's the kind of stuff that again and again, and it seems to get worse around the tropics. And this has no bearing on using north or south celestial poles as points of origin. There's something really weird going on, like in the equator region. Like it gets worse the closer you get. That's a great man. Antonio Subarats would probably love these discussions.
Oh, dude, he did so much. Like he lost so much. I mean, he had 3 channels taken down because of Glovers. I think some of them were flat. I think flat earthers took down the channel once because of Patricia Steer and a whole debacle that happened with like Nathan, Patricia, and she like went to UK or something. Some drama happened, and then he was making videos about the drama, and then that channel got taken down. But he did mostly live streams, right? So like everything is like a live stream on his, and like he was low frills. So you can't like tell from the video title or the thumbnail what the video is about. So if you like want to find a particular video that he did on a particular topic, I watched a lot of them, and like it's impossible to find. Like I'd have to watch like hundreds of videos to find it or skim through them. There's ones I do know that I've saved, but some are like he did a lot. He did like a lot on navigation. He did a lot on just like distances of railroads, the undersea like communications cables, like all the stuff, right? What they say, hey, this is one he did. about the fiber optic cables, like the fiber optic cable that goes from like Australia Australia to California, and takes but it has a connection at Samoa, and it was something like an extra freaking 3,000 miles of fiber optic cable or something. It's some ridiculous amount.
Yeah, that's it. The discrepancies are unbelievable.
Yeah, you can't account for it with like topography under the ocean, right? The ocean's rough, so the cable's lying. It's undulating, so you need an extra cable. There wasn't 3,000 miles of undulation to count for it.
It's amazing. Like, he did all this from his apartment. That's what's also mind blowing. He was so clever like that. Yeah.
He had very good instincts. He had very good instincts for finding those problems.
I'd say so.
Except for when it comes to his personal life. He had bad instincts with that shit.
Like, he kind of looked like he lived in a funny farmhouse or something. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah,
pretty sure he was in London or something. But so nobody's getting a big apartment in London.
That's true.
Unless you're mega wealthy. His daughter has kept all the stuff up though. His daughter's she hasn't deleted. I know she has access to it because she's posted on his Facebook page after he passed away. So I know she has access to all his stuff. She hasn't deleted any of it.
Man, wish we could get our hands on it. Like, a lot of his streams are still up, but they're like 4 hours, 5 hours long, and he just goes from one topic to the other in a stream typically, and so you'd be watching like 2 hours into the stream, and suddenly something freaking amazing happens, and then you lose track of it. You forget to bookmark it, and you don't remember which stream it was in afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah. He also did the with Karen B. They did the Equinox, and I still got the hard drive. So they did a summer solstice, like the Eratosthenes, right? They did a summer solstice one. They did a winter one. And they eventually did an equinox one, and that was a 24-hour live stream. They had a standardized, so they had a printout, right? So they had a standardized sidereal, compass rose, a standardized one, and you use it with a standard nail that you can get from the hardware store. So everybody has the same size gnomon. Everybody has the same size, compass rose, and people live streamed through Google Hangouts, went into the live stream and recorded the measurement that they were making, right? And what they captured was the direction of the shadow at solar noon, and the way they told it to tell it was solar noon because they would get from the clock like the local noon, and when it was like 5 or 6 minutes before local noon, they would start marking the top of the shadow. And then if you just measure from the top of the shadow to the gnomon, whatever the shortest part is, that's when it was noon, right? So this is what they did. And this was all live stream. So he did a 12-hour live stream, and then he did another 12-hour live stream. So he had a 24-hour, basically Eratosthenes experiment. Took all the data, and then he ended up printing the Book of the Sun, which I've never read. He only printed 2,000 copies. I heard some Glover bought them all up and basically flushed them.
Oh, that sucks. I've got some of the chapters.
Yeah, I mean,
that sucks, man. I would have loved to see that live stream. Wish I was around for that. That would have been so cool. Man, it would make sense.
That channel got nuked, right? That's it. Yeah, that channel got nuked, but I had the recording. I had the recordings for the other ones, for the summer and the winter one, and that hard drive died. I still got the hard drive. The only way to get that fixed, I got to buy an identical hard drive and swap out the platter or something. Which is
So we know the Earth is flat, but what about the Earth?
Yeah. Hey, man, I got to listen. I can't chat. Keep going.
All right.
Is the Earth flat?
Yes.
As opposed to
Stuck in water.
No, I agree. The Earth is flat, but is the Earth flat?
As opposed to
With an F. With an F. We know that the Earth is flat. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. Is
I'm not
Earth flat?
Earth
The
and
one-
Earth are synonyms.
No, Earth with an F. The
What's that?
Ebonics language.
Yeah, I say they're
It's the language
synonyms.
of people who live in the West.
Ebonics. We don't have any watermelon warriors in here, bro.
Yeah, Earth and Earth are synonyms. They mean the same thing.
This is the question I'm trying to ask. Is the Earth
Yeah,
Earth-
dude, they're both flat, dude.
all right? I got it.
He said Ebonics, like there's some watermelon warriors up in this joint.
What is that? Some kind of racist? I don't get it.
We don't have any weave warriors, watermelon warriors, chicken fried connoisseurs. We don't have that in here, bro.
It's a chicken fried cuts, dude.
All right.
We don't do FBAs in here, bro.
What's an FBA? Fulfilled by Amazon?
Nah, don't worry about it.
Yo, my nigga. And the jump but the jump.
That's a forbidden word here. You need to be
My
careful.
nigga. All right, no, I'm not saying it with an hard R though. That's against TOS. I would never do that.
Really? You came pretty close.
How about just don't dance around the fucking rules, Mark?
Never touch that hard R.
What's your opinion on the state of the earth? Is it a globe or a flat?
The Earth is flat. Obviously, it's the Jews who run everything and have deceived everyone into thinking it's a globe. That's pretty obvious.
You're in.
We can't JQ in here, bro.
We got an
Just can't do it,
Edgelord.
can you? Just
You can't do anything on Discord. You can't even talk on Discord. What's the point of conversation?
Well, you can't because of your ideas, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. That's called speaking the truth, ride a fast horse, right? That's the way the world is. You can't talk truth.
Maybe your truth is just so low tier, no one wants to hear it.
Yeah, so low tier. That's what we do to the truth. You know, you can't speak it.
No.
It's low tier. Interesting. Not permissible in conversation, but it's low tier.
No, when you ascribe every problem to the Jews, that's low tier.
Yeah. Low tier. Yeah.
When you stubbed your toe today, was that the Jews
By the
who did
way,
it? Like, was
I'll
there a
get
Jewish
banned.
conspiracy on why you stubbed your toe?
I'll get banned on this, so we can't talk about it. Let's just call it. Let's agree it's low tier, and we'll move on. It's low tier.
Yes, hasty generalizations are a logical fallacy, and they are low tier.
Hasty generalization. How about hundreds of years of information and research and study that prove that truth that you can't discuss? Thousands of years, actually, goes all the way back to Cain, who is the forefather of the devil's children, who are those people we can't talk about. Can't
You
discuss
said the whole earth, but I would say that Kenyans are in charge of Kenya, and so Kenya has been ruled by Africans for hundreds of years.
There is literally no nation of beasts.
Kenya.
They're fostered by those we can't speak of. They're financed.
That's not true. Kenya runs its own country and is run by its own people, and they have been run by Africans for hundreds
I
of
haven't
years.
done a lot of research on Kenya to know, like.
Okay, well then, until you do, don't say the whole world.
well, the world is under the influence and power of Satan. So yeah,
Not
the whole
Kenya.
world is under that. It doesn't mean some tribe in the jungle that calls themselves by a specific name. It doesn't remove their racial reality that they're a savage tribe. Now, does it?
People from Kenya are full of human worth and dignity, and I would not call them savage. No.
Human worth,
right? Given to them by God.
Separate from savage. Savage. If I call someone a savage, that removes their human worth.
No, but it reduces their dignity. I believe all humans have dignity.
Dignity has to be attributed to having a certain character, though, doesn't it? So
yeah, so I'm just saying
dignity. That's interesting.
Look, God made all humans, and therefore humans have human worth and dignity based on the mere fact that they're humans. And so when we start trying to like determine which races are better or worse, I would say, well, don't forget that God made everybody, and they all have
the
human
assumption.
worth.
That's the error of your way. There is you assumed God created everyone, so then you said everyone has dignity, which is attributed to honor. So
I don't think there are such things as NPCs. I think God did create everybody.
Well, do animals have dignity? Because if God created animals, do they have dignity?
Not in the same way humans did, because God made humans in His image. But we should treat animals with.
God didn't make humans in His image. The Bible says God made man in His image, which is Adam.
No, He meant humans, not just males.
No, the word human's not even in the Bible, so that's like a modern construct to say that God created humans. If you're using history for biblical research or Christianity, it would be that God created Adam, not humans.
What are you saying Adam's not human?
I'm saying Adam is not.
Saying?
Yes, I'm saying Adam is a man. And that's where we get the word man from, actually. Man is derived from the word Adam. And also the word woman, which means of Adam. Woman.
Can you tell us what the distinction is between a human and a man? Like, how do we know the difference?
This word human.
Not just the word, the definition.
Well, the definition of man would be biblical. That would be Adam. So Adam kind is mankind. The definition for human would be upright walking hominid, like any upright walking hominid being. A human being. Upright walking.
No.
From an animal in that sense. Upright walking.
Okay, so Adam was the first man. All men descended from Adam, right?
Yes, all men.
Yeah, what did human beings descend from?
Well, human being is any upright walking.
Yeah, where did they descend from? Where did they come from?
That's not a man. So that's why.
Well, where did they come from then? Why aren't they in the Bible? Separately?
I don't know. That's a study. I don't know exactly where every non-man came from.
All human beings descended from Adam.
Well, all human beings descended from Adam is just an assumption that doesn't involve any study or research or sincere effort in seeking truth.
No, I seek truth. It's just the plain truth. It's written in the Bible, and you're incorrect if you don't think that's true.
No, what's written in the Bible is that Adam has a family that goes all the way to Christ, and then Christ and the Israelites, who are God's chosen people, spread themselves abroad from that origin point of Adam through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And that's a family bloodline story. That's not about all human beings. There isn't even a mention of human beings. Actually, upright walking creatures are mentioned in the Bible as beasts. And that's a reference to other upright walking beings. They're referenced in the Bible as being separate from Adam kind, which would be called mankind. So there are other upright walking beings, and they're referred to as beasts or cheya in the Bible. So that's what the Bible says. Modern science says this out of Africa theory that all human beings come from out of Africa theory. And then you have the position that all human beings come from God, which is also just a theory, like, which isn't even from the Bible, because the Bible doesn't even mention human beings at all. It only mentions Adam kind and his progeny, which is mankind, which is why for thousands of years, non-Israelites were referred to as savages or beasts or animals even, but never as man. You would never call someone who is outside of the man, the Adam kind, a man. You wouldn't call that a man, but that's a modern.
That's kind of weird. Yeah, that's kind of weird because there was Hebrews that were not Israelites.
Exactly, because they're from Adam, so they all shooted from Adam, and they were not part of Jacob's line, but they were still from Adam's line. So they're still man, they're still men and women, but they're not from Jacob Israel. So Israelites are from Jacob Israel, and then that's why they're called Gentiles as you go later on into the Bible. That's the outside nations, which is what Gentile means. It means nation. And the nations that were not part of Israel are being grafted back into Israel, so to speak, or Christ's sheep. Christ also calls them sheep, lost sheep of the house of Israel. So the lost sheep are the same people from that line, from Adam through Jacob, Israel. So yeah, it's all about man. The Bible's all about man. For thousands of years, people knew it was all about man. And nowadays, you're being told everyone is a man. That's a problem.
When you say people, are you talking about man or human?
Man. Human is a lie, just like globe Earth. Human is this trick.
That's a cool story, dude, but you can't tell me what the distinction is, other than there's some descendants, and the people that descended from Adam, right? Those are men, but the people that aren't descended from Adam, those are humans. But what's the distinction?
I wouldn't even call them humans. This word human is really erroneous. It's using.
But where do they come from?
It's like saying a Neanderthal is a human. Like you could do that.
They come from Adam.
No, see, the idea that non-Adamites come from Adam is erroneous, and that's just something you're not looking into well enough to.
So was Cain not an Adamite? Was Cain not from Adam?
Personally, I don't think Cain was from Adam. I think Cain was from Eve and Satan.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah,
let's talk about
cool
modern-
Gnostic reference. So yeah, okay.
Let's talk about modern people. All modern people are made in God's image, and all modern people are humans. But
No,
can you
they're
tell me?
Gnostic
Can you give me an
heresies.
example of someone who's not made in God's image? Some people who are not.
All of these like hybridized, animalistic hybridized people, like Chinese, Negro, they're not made in God's image. That's a if we're all made in God's image, why do we look so different then?
I don't know. Do you have blonde hair or dark hair?
I have blonde hair.
So, who's made in God's image? People with blonde hair or dark hair?
Variations amongst white people are.
Oh, there's variations among people. Okay, so yeah, there's variations. That's why Chinese people have the same human dignity that white people do.
No, they don't. They have Chinese dignity. White people have.
They
white
have human dignity.
Chinese.
There's no human dignity.
This guy.
So is Chinese dignity better than human dignity? Because the Chinese people are typically better at mathematics than you are.
You're a cuss. Yeah, like, dude, typically better than mathematics than I am. Actually, throughout all history,
they also respect their elders more than you do.
Better at everything over every other quote unquote race, because the other races are not really part of that caliber at all.
Okay, so can you explain how Americans and American culture are better at taking care of their elders than Chinese people are? In what ways?
because we're white. We're obviously far
No,
superior.
specific examples, like how in our culture are we better at taking care of our elders, which is a good thing, than the Chinese and Asian culture is.
Because they're savage, so they would sometimes like sacrifice their elders, eat their elders, act like animals, fail to protect one another. They don't have honor innately. They don't have the Holy Spirit innately.
Do you have a passport? Have you ever been outside of a 50-mile radius of where you've been?
That's like asking me, how does a dog treat its elders differently than a human being? It's like hierarchical. So yeah, dogs do not take care of their children the same way that a man takes care of his children, because we have the Holy Spirit imbued within us, which non-whites do not.
There are plenty of Chinese people worshiping Jesus filled with the Holy Spirit in underground churches all over the place. There are millions and millions of them. What are you talking about?
Yes, that's right.
Millions and millions of Chinese who have been indoctrinated and brainwashed and programmed and given Christianity by the white man.
No, that's not what I
put
said.
through a Christian washing machine and come out as a Chinese Christian, which is against...
Wait, first of all, Christianity is not a white religion. It's from the Middle East. What are you talking about?
You hear this? Yep. Christianity is from the Middle East. What am I talking about? Well, the Middle East was white thousands of years ago. Have you ever thought of that possibility?
I've thought of it, and I've rejected it as plainly false.
Because you're not a truth seeker.
Yeah,
Plainly false.
I want to know what
where white people come from. Where the Caucasians come from. You ever heard of the Caucasus Mountains, where Moses was?
Moses was in Egypt and Israel. What do you?
Yeah, also the Caucasus.
Oh, he took a vacation up to Northern Europe? When did that happen?
So what have you studied in biblical history? Do you know the Bible?
Yes, Moses was born in Egypt.
Yeah. Moses, let's see.
Moses was African, dude. He was born in Africa.
Dude.
Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever read the Bible?
Moses was black in your estimation.
I said he was African. He was born in Africa.
And so he was black, then, therefore. Right?
I didn't say that. I said he was African.
Well, I'm asking you, as you just made an argument earlier, that the Middle East would define biblical times as it is demographically and racially.
I would say people in the Middle East are Middle Eastern. People in Africa are African.
Middle Eastern, but there's no racial differentiation. Of course, like, what is an American? Is an American the same race? Everyone's the same race when you say American?
Good. I can't even believe this is a conversation. This is so low tier, fucking ignorant and stupid. Dude, you're a dumbass.
No, it's entertaining. I didn't realize there were people at this level, but this is
like, I thought he was trolling, but there's so much detail to it that it can't be a troll.
Yeah, and here's the thing: there are lots of people who say things like him. I don't know
There's a fad on the internet with this way of thinking.
So, okay, not all people in Africa. Yeah, cool. So, not all people in Africa are black. So, you can be born in Africa and not be black. That's crazy. No, so the people like in Algeria, I got a good friend from Algeria. He's not black at all. Algeria is in Africa. Egypt is in Africa.
I think that might be a surprise to him to learn that Moses was born in Africa.
Abraham was from Babylon, right?
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck
in being a cuck.
Oh, I'm not being a cuck. What are you talking about?
Yes, you are, Matthew. You're an absolute cuck. You're
I am absolutely not.
Heard on Discord.
You're incorrect there.
Yes, you are.
Hey, freedom fighter. You believe in the Bible? Who assembled the books of the Bible?
Well, the way the Bible is assembled today was assembled many hundreds of years after the death of Christ.
Yeah, I know that. I'm asking you. Like, Why don't you follow that religion?
Authorities in Rome.
That's the Orthodox Church. So why don't you follow that? Why don't you follow the people that put the Bible together?
I don't follow them. I question the Bible every day. I question Scripture. I seek within Scripture. I don't just follow who compiled the Bible.
Okay.
Which
So,
would
so
be
can I ask you another question? Before the Bible was compiled,
I think it's
what did
potentially
Christians?
corrupted.
So how did Christians worship before the Bible was compiled?
Scripture.
Racially.
What did they do for 300 years?
It was just natural. You didn't need to. Actually, the books that were compiled prior to Christ came to rebuke the Pharisees and Sadducees of the day who were propagating whatever they were writing and putting together for the people to follow. So you can never trust man in his compilation of a Bible or his compilation of writings or his teaching of doctrine, which is why Christ said, "You have heard it said, but I say." You know, he had to correct and remove the distortions and the deceptions that were put upon the people, which we see today as well.
Such as the deception that the Samaritans were less of a people. He came to correct and rebuke them. When asked, "Who is my neighbor?" he told a story about the Good Samaritan. So he came to correct things like similar to what you're saying, which is that certain people have more worth than other people.
Oh, he said, "I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel," and he was literally the Messiah that the Israelites were waiting for, which was a racial group of people. So this doesn't remove race from anything. It was all about race. It's all about the children of Adam, their progeny, and Jacob Israel and his progeny, and Christ coming for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. It's all about race. It's all about the family of Adam. The world is all about the family of Adam. And the war between ourselves, which is Genesis 3:15, between the seed of Satan and the seed of the woman. So that's why we're under attack, and that's why you have globe Earth, actually, because it comes from those liars, those deceivers, who are at war with the children of Adam and want the children of Adam destroyed.
So when Paul says there's neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, there's neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ, what did he mean there?
What he meant there is there's no Judahite nor nation. So Gentile means nation. There's no one from any discrepancy amongst our Adam kind, which is mankind. We are all one in Christ. So there is no you're from this region, you're from that region, you're from here, you're from there. Those words refer to man.
They refer to Chinese and Japanese and Africans and
no, they do not. So where are you making that up from? Why would
from a plain reading of the scripture? I'm making it up from a plain reading.
All of Paul. Why don't you read all of Paul when he says, "My kinsman of the flesh," when he's writing his letters to the Romans, and he refers to Israel, he refers to his kinsman of the flesh. He over and over refers
and the Gentiles. Don't forget the Gentiles.
He's writing to his brethren of his kind.
And the Gentiles.
Not writing a Chinaman or a Negro in Rome. They were considered savage beasts for millennia since antiquity.
Literally have
That's not true.
Zero evidence of what you're saying.
Gentile means non-Jew, right?
Paul would not look at a Negro and say that's a man. He never would have done that. That would have been error.
Yeah,
yes.
Did you read Revelation when it says all nation under heaven came before the throne of God? Or you forgot that part?
Yeah, and why did Peter baptize the Ethiopian eunuch?
Because he was Ethiopian and he was black. Exactly.
Yeah, the Ethiopian eunuch Peter baptized into the family of God.
Yeah, you're right.
You guys talk about your egalitarianism for a moment.
We're just talking about the Bible, bro. We're just talking about the Bible that you reject for your delusions.
He don't believe in the Bible because he doesn't. I asked him what they worship before the Bible, and then he quoted the Bible, which is crazy. Said, "Oh well, I questioned the Bible," and then quoted the Bible.
Before the Bible, there was oral tradition.
That's right. There was things called lectionaries, right?
The early Christians read the books of the Bible that were added into the Bible by Constantine. The Roman
conspiracy
Catholic
theory, dude. That's not what happened.
Come on, man. Look into it.
Well, I mean, the point is,
Constantine, Council of Nicaea, they put the Bible together. And Jesus was black. Get off that, dude. I think Jesus was black. I mean, that's pathetic.
Perfectly, you're perfectly fed. You're perfectly fed. You've perfectly been fed. You've perfectly eaten it up. So enjoy.
You can't listen. Here's your challenge: find any historical reference to race before the year 1000. Go for it.
Yeah, because the beasts were keeping.
The historical. Well, in America, right? So people weren't separated by race in the past, right? They would call non-Christians heathens. It wasn't a race. Anybody that wasn't a Christian is a heathen. That applied to anybody. Didn't matter. Like, race is a new invention, a new social invention that appeared in America, at least in the Virginia colony, when the indentured servants got together with the slaves and decided they were going to smack around the landholders. So they told the indentured servants, which are Christians, don't go with these savages. They're black. They're not humans. All this other crap. Okay, this is what started the race idea. They're called Mohammedans or Ethiopians, or they had different things other than
race exists. Do you believe that differences in race exist?
Freedom Fighter, I have a challenge for you, Freedom Fighter. I would recommend getting to know someone who has their ancestors in China, getting to know someone who has their ancestors in Africa, and get to know them a little bit.
And friends with tons of them.
And you don't think that they are people? They're humans?
Well, those are scientific.
They're men.
Human, we want to use the term human, fine. Human, fine. Sure.
So you said you're friends with tons of people from other ethnic identities.
I encounter them all the time. I was friends with them in my childhood, dealt with them ad nauseum.
Why doesn't the Bible or anywhere else make this distinction that you're making between humans and men?
The Bible was written at a time when there was homogeneity. Okay? Predominantly.
That's not true.
In the society that it came from, yes, it is true.
So what about Aborigines that were in Australia?
Here's my question for you. Why does the Bible, when the Bible begins, okay, the New Testament begins, why does it go to such great lengths to lay out the lineage of Christ?
Because
where he came.
Because a lot of things were done. I'll tell you why. You asked the question. I'll tell you why. Because a lot of things in the past were done hereditarily. Rights, right? So this applies to. A lot of people don't know this. This applies to master slave. This applies to sovereign subject. This applies to a lot of things. Things passed hereditarily. So the gift that God granted Abraham, he bestowed on his descendants. It passed by heredity through all his descendants.
It was to show that he fulfilled scripture and prophecy.
Because he was willing to sacrifice Isaac, right?
Who was given that prophecy? What was the original? Who's the father of the nations? What is the core covenant? What is the core covenant? The core covenant. Where does it begin? The core covenant of the Bible, the promise of God. What is the core covenant, and who is it with, and who is it for?
It's with Abraham.
Well, there's one with Adam, one with Noah, one with Abraham. Which one are you talking about?
The Abrahamic covenant is obviously most relevant to ongoing history.
Yeah, and the covenant was to Abraham and all his descendants.
And who are his descendants?
Which is heredity.
The Israelites and the Arabs.
Where'd you get the Arabs in that?
Ishmael.
How is Ishmael Arab?
Ishmael is the father of all the Arabs.
Where's your proof for that? Arab means mixed race, actually, too. If you look up the definition of Arab, it actually means mixed race.
What dictionary is that, dude?
Well, do your own research. I don't have time.
Yeah.
So the lineage was important because it was prophesized that the Messiah would come through the lineage of Abraham and David. I'm guessing that was why they put the lineage there.
But if you think about it just logically, Abraham was willing to sacrifice his entire bloodline in obedience to God. And as a reward for that obedience, he blessed his entire line forever and ever. Okay? This shit isn't complicated. So it's a family, it's not a race, right? I have a bunch of kids, right? And the kids have kids and grandkids. They don't become a race.
He left. I think he just needs to meet some more people and like travel the world or something.
The Aborigines are going to be pissed.
No, he needs to quit succumbing to internet fads that appeal to the resentful.
Yeah, well said.
Sorry, what's the fad?
In general, treating certain people as less than human, that's always the first step towards oppression of some other culture or race.
Oh yeah, it's been going on for a while.
It's the whole Aryan thing. Goes back to, like, if they knew the roots of that, it's fucking not even, doesn't even come from white people. It comes from like Tibetan freaking nonsense. Madame Blavatsky, and she got it from a bunch of German like hikers that hiked the Himalayas, and like supposedly saw some Tibetan freaking scrolls that said that there was some Aryan race and blah blah blah. So why they adopted the swastika. There's a whole history behind this, kind of whacked out.
Yeah, I haven't bothered to study that, but that's interesting.
It was like a fad back like in the late 1900s or 1800s and early 20th century, among, like, I don't know what you call them, adventurers, right? They'd go climb in the Himalayas, or they do all sorts of weird stuff. Because that part of the world was kind of like underexplored, so it was like kind of like exotic to even like go to Tibet, because it was so hard to get to. Like, imagine you're in Germany, right, in 1895, and you want to go to Tibet. How hard that would be! Like,
yeah, it would.
That's
you probably have to sail on a boat for a while.
Oh, then you got to climb, right? I mean, and to even get to like the bottom of Everest is going to probably take you 3 months.
Oh, I saw this great world map that showed how long it takes to get from London to everywhere else in the world from like the 1800s or something. It was amazing. Like, you know, you could get to Europe pretty quick, but parts of Africa took months.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. And then like getting inland, right? So like there's no roads. There's no, like, you're not like traveling on a road. There's no cars. And like horses won't survive in Africa. Like, I mean, good luck, man. Good luck. Like, you can't take, oh, I want to go to Tibet. I'm going to ride a horse. Like, your horse won't make it, bro. You're going to go so far on your horse, and then you're going to be walking. And then you got to walk with all your gear, right? So you have to be trucking like 100 pounds uphill for frickin' 100 miles. Like, you know, it's a very daunting task. But when they would get back and they'd write a book and they'd go to like all the social events, and like this was kind of like a thing. And I'm not like an expert on this, but this leached in the Thule Society and Madame Blavatsky and all this stuff comes like they kind of took like the Eastern philosophy and turned it into like a twisted spiritual occult thing. I mean, like, you know, nothing's new. It was like New Age. It was like pre-New Age type nonsense.
By the way, Mark Twain became famous because he wrote a book on his travels to Europe. It was a really funny book. But yeah, even Mark Twain got famous from travel books.
Yeah, it was a big thing back then, like Tarzan and like, you know, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and, you know, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Like, they did things to like capture the imagination.
By the way, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, I just learned recently that it doesn't mean 2,000 leagues deep. It means that he traveled across the sea, but underwater. I was like, oh, that makes more sense.
The Time Machine is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's so brilliant. I love it. I mean,
like the H.G. Wells one?
Yeah. The 60s one. Yeah, I just loved it. And then I thought, just should read the book. I mean, the book's probably going to be amazing too. So recently I downloaded and had read, and it was just terrible. It was awful. It was the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I was like, what the fuck is this? The movie was so much better. I don't know. So brilliant and everything, and it was like, no, it was just awful. I don't get it.
We could throw another one into Rudyard Kipling. Wrote a lot of stuff about. He traveled around. He went to Afghanistan. So, and then wrote The Man Who Would Be King, based on
Catcher in the Rye. Is that guy?
I don't know if he wrote that. No, that's Sal something.
Salinger, J.D. Salinger.
Salinger. I knew you'd know. Don't read that book, man. You'll turn into a psycho.
Yeah. Yep.
The Man Who Would Be King. It's one of my favorite movies. You guys should watch it.
I watched it a while ago, but no, I don't really remember it, so maybe I should watch it again.
Did you see The Manchurian Candidate? India?
No, The Man Who Would Be King.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't seen that one.
Both Sean Connery and Michael Caine are the two protagonists. They start off on a pact, like they're British soldiers, but they're also Freemasons. So they start a little Freemason pact that they heard, you know, no one can get into Afghanistan. The only way in is like over the mountains. So they're like, just can't go through the Khyber Pass because you get killed. So the only way in, they're gonna take mules with rifles and they're gonna go in and basically, you know, steal everything. So that's the way they did it back then. and I'm not going to tell you the movie. Do a long sequence of events. Yeah, it ends in a debacle, but it's funny. It's a good movie. I mean, this group will like it because there's a Freemason twinge to it, so which kind of gets them out of trouble in the end.
So I have a grease gun stuck on a nipple. How do I get that off?
What?
A grease gun stuck on a nipple for a zero-turn mower. How do I get that off?
Oh yeah, I'm not the person for that. Maybe somebody here understands.
I feel like this is the group that knows how to do that.
Doctor.
Happens to me all the time, bro.
I can't give you medical advice.
Tell me how to get it off. I'm going to break the fucking nipple.
No, don't break the nipple, bro. Just Google
I'm
it.
not trying to. I'm trying to not. How do I get it off without breaking it?
Google how to remove grease gun from skin.
Talk to a nipple specialist immediately.
So this is not the group that knows how to do that?
Does the gun have a bleeder valve on it?
I believe that I'm seeing. Well, no, I took the hose of the gun off. It's just the fitting that's stuck to the nipple. So bleeder valve would not be relevant at this point. It's not a pressure issue.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that to your nipples? Why did you put that thing on your nipples?
You gotta grease them, man. You gotta keep them lubricated. You don't want too much friction. You don't want to burn up your workings.
Yeah, I'm glad I asked.
Because you got that belt in there. So nobody knows how to do this.
Pliers.
So the mechanism in the end of your grease gun has failed. There's a lot of springs are out of line holding any of the 4 plates squint, and it's jammed on the nipple. Can you get an 8mm spanner and shave it down, remove the nipple, and replace it with a new one? Because it's more than liable it's going to shatter. You need a
Well, no, I definitely do not want to do all that. So I need to know how to remove this without cutting the nipple off.
Standard even pressure in a spreader device.
But I can't get in there to like physically spread it. You're saying to like manually open the connector?
No, you need something to drive it off on an equidistant pressure.
Oh yeah, there's no room to do that.
Shave down a 10mm spanner, the open end of a 10mm ratchet, wrench, you guys call it.
Oh, wrench. Now you're making sense. Okay. No, there's just no room to get in there for that. It's on a mower.
Brute force and ignorance, bro. Break it and buy another one.
Okay.
Sue the grease gun company for failure of product.
Well, how annoying. So why can't there be a polyhedron? Why does it have to be flat?
Earth, a polyhedron. That would imply edges.
It could be very imperceptible edges, though. But edges, yeah, there would be edges.
Ergo, geometric horizon, a point that you couldn't see beyond.
Yeah. I would maintain that to be the case, yeah. So
That's not what we observe. We don't observe that.
Well, we do observe that we can only see up to a certain distance, right? You can't see all the way across the world, right? Right? You observe
Yep.
that there's a limit.
Limitations of vision, no doubt.
Yeah, so we do observe that there's a limitation of vision. So we can't say that.
Yeah, but it's not a geometric limitation.
Well, you don't know that, right?
Yeah, we do know that.
How do you know that?
Because it changes.
Well, it could change and there could still be a limitation despite changes, right?
Well, it can't be geometric.
Well, yeah, it can, right? Why couldn't it be?
Well, because then that geometric form would have to be getting bigger and smaller.
Oh, no. The geometric limitation could stay constant. There could be other things that are causing, limitations for other reasons that are changing while still being a geometric limitation at the same time. That's beyond that.
So now you're conceding your original hypothetical.
Well, no, I didn't concede anything. I didn't concede anything, first of all.
Because your original thing were, well, you can't see forever, right?
I maintain that. I'm not conceding anything about that. I'm maintaining that to be the case.
You just conceded that is
no,
not
I didn't
geometric.
concede anything. But if you want to make a point, I'll discuss it with you. Don't just jump straight to saying I've conceded before you've even had a discussion with me.
Okay. You did concede it because
I didn't concede it, but you're welcome to make a point, and I'll entertain the point, and maybe I would concede it.
Interrupting me isn't going to fix your problem.
Well, just saying I've conceded doesn't mean that I have.
Well,
make your point without just.
I was going to tell you how you conceded.
You don't need to tell me how I've conceded. Make your point, and maybe I will concede. Conceding doesn't work to where you just tell someone how they've conceded. That's not how conceding works.
Okay, yapper. You're just yapping. Okay.
Yeah, you're just saying I've conceded when I haven't.
How come every time I talk, you start talking?
Because you keep trying to start with me conceding already when you haven't even made a point yet.
What's the word count right now? Your word count to my word count. What do you got? You have 200 on my 10?
Well, try not starting with you've conceded.
Okay. Did you say that there's factors other than geometry which limit how far you can see?
I said there can be, yeah. And I would say there are, yeah.
Okay, you conceded.
No, that's not a concession. That's my position from the beginning. My position hasn't changed. There's no concession there.
Your original position was, okay, Dandelion said, if it was this shape, right, then there'd be this geometric limitation.
I maintain there is.
Said, and you said there is, but now you're saying there's not.
No, I never said there's not. That's the thing. You're just asserting that I've conceded, and I haven't. I maintain that there is.
If it can be accounted by other factors, which you did admit, then that is not proof of it.
No. I asked for proof that there's not a geometric limitation. Me accepting that there could be other limitations is not a concession that there's not also geometric limitations. That's just like a breakdown in reasoning to conclude that one precludes the other. One doesn't preclude the other. So that's not a concession at all.
So there's an imperceptible geometric limitation.
I don't know that it's imperceptible. I never said it was imperceptible.
Well, then how do you know it's there?
No. I'm asking for proof that it's not there.
Okay. The horizon, which would be the geometric limitation, moves around.
Okay. No. Okay. I feel like you're not really following what I'm saying here.
I am following. You asked for proof it's not geometric, so the only indication of this geometric form, a ball, would be that the horizon is the limit of your vision, the edge of the ball, where you can't see behind, where it starts curving down, boats go behind, sun sets behind, all this shit, right? So if that moves around, then the idea that that's the geometry of the Earth blocking things is wrong.
Do you agree that it's logically possible that you could have a geometric limitation and a non-geometric limitation? Do you agree that that's possible?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so if you agree that that's possible, do you also agree that it's possible that you could see the non-geometric limitation moving around while a geometric limitation remains? Is that possible?
Okay. I mean, no, because the listen, it depends. It depends.
It doesn't depend. It's a very simple. It's a very simple answer. There's no
Let him
depending
finish. Let him finish his statement.
Okay, you're right. That's fair. I should not have interrupted. So I will let you finish.
Yeah. So it would depend on how geometric limitation would be completely in your head. You wouldn't know if it was there or not, right? You'd see the horizon moving around.
I'm asking if it's
Now,
possible, not whether
there is one
you could know.
Yeah. Yeah, in a certain situation it could be possible, but in others it can't be.
Okay, so if it is possible.
For instance, I'm going to give you for instance, the horizon is too close, it appears too close, that means there would be no geometric limitation.
Okay, but it's possible that there could be, right? The circumstance I'm giving you where you have
not if the horizon was... Yeah, so...
Okay, possible doesn't mean it's possible in all cases. It just means it's possible in some.
You ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. So, if the horizon was at the geometric limitation, say it's supposed to be a mile, and you see either a mile or further than a mile, yes, it could be both there at the same time. But if you saw a horizon before that 1 mile horizon, that wouldn't be possible.
Okay, but that's just a longer way of saying that it is possible, just not possible in all circumstances, which is fine. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said depends.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that's fine. But in that case, my position, there would be no concession entailed by my position. And if anything, there's a concession entailed by yours, because you do accept that it's possible that we have a non-geometric limitation that's preventing us from seeing the geometric limitation.
Well, you're the one who brought up the example, right?
Well, yeah, I like the example. It's a good example because it shows that just because you have cases of a moving of the limitation moving doesn't preclude a geometric limitation. It just means that you're seeing the non-geometric limitation move. That's the only entailment that would be there.
Yeah, you're missing the point. Is that
I'm not missing the point.
You initially said, you gave an example, right, of what a geometric limitation would entail. That you'd be able to, that your vision, you wouldn't be able to see forever. Right?
Right.
Okay. So that was you saying that.
Right.
But
I'm
then
maintaining that.
Okay, and then you said, well, there's other factors other than that. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, those don't contradict each other. Those can both be possible or true at the same time.
No, they do, because you first claimed that you first claimed that as your demonstration.
No. His position is already that it's possible that you have both. And he already acknowledged that it's possible that you have both limitations. That's possible, at least in theory. So no, they don't contradict each other, because if they did,
geometric limitation in reality.
If they did contradict each other, contradict each other, then it would not be possible.
Yeah, but it was your example. Your example doesn't support what you said.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does, but I mean, maybe we're not going to get anywhere here if y'all just treat things as
just go ahead and show us the geometric limitation in reality.
You said I can go out, and if I don't see something, it's geometry. Then if I don't see something,
that's not what I said.
Geometry.
That's not what I said. Not what I said.
Okay, it's not verbatim what you said, but that's the meaning.
No, it's not the meaning. I've already explained the difference.
You said, how do you know there's geometry there blocking things? Because you can't see forever, right? That was the gist of what you said, right?
No.
Why can't you see forever? I'm pretty sure that's what you said. We can go back and check the tape later, but
Yeah, go back and check the tape then. Do we need to check the tape now? Because I can just tell y'all my position and y'all can keep pretending I have some other position. Or
let's go back to your dodecahedron or your polyhedron.
Okay.
How would you know you're in a polyhedron?
No, I'm asking how we would know we're not.
Yeah, no. Initially, you were asked, okay, how you would know you're on a polyhedron. Dandelion said, we know we're not because the limitation of this polyhedron doesn't exist.
right? And I asked, how do we know it doesn't exist?
No, you said something about not seeing through car.
No.
Right?
I said,
He
how do we
totally
know
did.
it doesn't?
He totally
No.
did. He
I'll tell
did.
y'all since y'all are not tracking. I said, how do we know it doesn't exist?
No,
the geometric
you're
limit.
projecting.
Okay,
You're not
so y'all
projecting.
don't want to engage with the actual position. Y'all only want to argue with the position I'm
You
just
don't have a
overtly telling you
position.
is the wrong. I have a
You're not
position. Y'all are not
tracking, but
engaging.
You're not
with it.
standing on.
No, you're
You're not engaging with my position. You only want to engage with the straw man.
No,
So
we are
that's
engaging
fine.
with your position.
No, you're not.
We
You're
are
not because
engaging
I'm
with you.
telling
Yeah,
you
we
my
are.
position,
Yeah, we
and
are.
you're telling
Yeah, we are.
you're trying to tell me
Yeah,
no,
we
that's
are.
not your position. Your position's this, and I'm going to argue against the thing I say it is. It's like, well, no. How about you just engage with what I'm saying my position is
you think
instead of you telling me what it is?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, what you initially said.
No,
is
you
your
don't know what I
position.
initially said. We've already established you don't know what I initially said, and I keep trying to
I
tell
know
you
what
what
you-
my position actually is, so that you can engage
don't
with
have
it,
a
and you don't
position.
want me to. Yeah, see, he doesn't want to hear it either. Y'all don't want to engage with an actual position. You want to engage with straw men.
Having help, it don't. Okay, blabbing don't help. We do know what your initial position is because you said it.
You don't.
Okay, then say what you said originally.
I've been trying to. And every time I do, y'all go, no, that's not your position. That's not your
Repeat what you
position.
said to Mary Mom then. Repeat what you said.
Yeah, so I said, how do we know there's not this geometric limitation?
No. You made a claim. You didn't. It wasn't a question. You made a claim. Okay. Repeat the Mary.
No.
What you said about.
No, see, you literally will not engage with the position. You want to keep telling me. You just want to tell me what my position is.
What you said.
I'm trying to tell you, and every time I try to tell you what I said, someone cuts in and go, no, that's not what your position is. That's not your position.
How about that?
You didn't ask a question. You didn't ask Mary Mom's
So you
question.
don't want to engage with my position.
You didn't ask Mary Mom's question. I want to know what you said to Mary Mom.
No, it's fine. Y'all don't want to engage with the position.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm willing to deafen myself and go back and find it. And if you guys want to go
back
on
and
with
find
what
it, Go ahead.
So why don't you say what your current position is, even if it's not the same as it was 10 minutes ago?
It is the same, but I will do that.
Whether it is or is not can be determined at a future time. So why don't you tell us what your current claim is about the Earth, then we can discuss that.
Yeah. Okay. So I said, how do we know we're not on a polyhedron? And then it was asked, well, we can't be because we would have limitations on would have visual limitations, a geometric limitation if we did. And I said, okay, well, how do we know we don't? And then it was said, well, we know we don't because the limitation moves. To which I pointed out, you could have a limitation that's geometric while also having other limitations that move. So the fact that the limitation,
I asked you to tell. No, I didn't ask you to read. No, I'm sorry. You didn't do what I asked you to do. Hold on.
I did.
Nope. I am going to go back and determine what was actually said. So you don't get to recap the conversation again. I just muted you briefly. Reset. Pretend you just came in here. What is your claim about the Earth where you live? Lego.
Polyhedron.
He's a troll.
Oh, so you can't engage with the position, therefore I'm a troll. Okay.
You don't have
you guys
the
don't
geometric.
You guys
you
don't
have
want
the
to critically think about your position.
You're not willing to stand on that there being a geometric.
You're not willing to
horizon.
think about your position critically.
You're not willing to stand on there.
You're not willing to think about your position critically.
How many sides on your polyhedron? How many sides?
I'll ask my question and I'll mute myself and I'll give y'all the opportunity to answer it or ignore it. I'm sure you'll ignore it. How do we know we're not on a polyhedron?
Your questions are
How do you know we don't have? How do you know we don't have a geometric horizon?
Well,
the horizon remains horizontal.
Hello. Okay, guys, unmute.
Hold on, Cosmo. We'll get to you.
Kid Slayer.
How do you know there are no invisible unicorns?
If there were a geometric horizon, you would be able to stand on that, both literally and figuratively.
Okay.
But you're not willing to do that, perhaps because there isn't one. If there was one, maybe you just put it forward instead of this tap dancing that you're doing right now.
So you don't have an argument against us being on a polyhedron.
You don't have a geometric
At least not
horizon.
one that follows. Okay.
You don't have a geometric horizon. That's it. That's all.
How do you know we don't have a geometric horizon?
You don't have the ability to provide any, nor does anyone else.
And you don't have the ability to provide some flat Earth.
If there was one, oh, now it's about flat Earth. That's funny. If there was a geometric horizon, you would just put it forward and it would be over instead of all this tap dancing that you're doing.
Okay, so you don't have any proof. Okay.
We hear the clickety clack of your tap dancing shoes right now. There's no geometric horizon.
No, I get it. You don't want to engage with the position. You just want to You want to cling to
You're
yours
getting
and your
cooked.
delusions.
You're
Cling
getting
to your
cooked.
delusions.
There is no geometric horizon.
Nah, I'm not getting cooked.
Prove me
You have no
wrong.
proof of a flat Earth.
Oh, you're beyond cooked. You're already
The fact that
fried.
there's no geometric horizon is there a flat
I'm
Earth?
satisfied with you not having proof of a
Nice
flat
try,
Earth.
though.
You can assert it.
That
You
is
can
the flat
assert it.
Earth. The
No,
lack
you're
of
just
a geometric
asserting a flat
horizon.
Earth. You're asserting a flat Earth.
You're a pathetic
There's no
child.
need. There's just no geometric horizon. Notice how you're not even willing to stand on that. Literally.
Notice how you're just asserting that there's no geometric horizon.
Where is it? Where is it?
It's all. What do you mean? Where is it? It's going to be relative to where you're at. There's not just one. I'm not asserting that there's just one.
Okay, where is it?
Asserting. You don't
They're
even know
all
what the
over.
word asserting means.
I do. You guys have a very limited
Is it in the room
vocabulary,
with
so
you?
perhaps
Is it
that
in the
word is
room with
like
you right now?
seems like strange to you, but
That's
it's a
why
very
you're
normal word.
posting nonsense and you're just
Is it
flipping
in the
out over
room
your
with
cartoon
you?
bullshit.
Is the horizon in the room with you right now? He's gone.
Oh, I see
It's
you'll mute
all
people
around.
when your delusions are challenged. Mute him,
It's all
quick! He's going to
over.
challenge our delusions. He's going to.
Where's you're
He's gonna
saying it's all
dispel 'em.
over? Hello. The fact
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you're willing to stand on it is all we need.
Oh no, I get it. You'll have to mute people because your delusions are very weak. You have no
Your
arguments
behavior
for
is
them.
causing you to be muted.
No,
we
you
mute
just don't like
idiots
that.
like
Your
you because
delusions.
you can't shut up and you just make up a bunch of
no,
bullshit.
you just mute people
the
because
horizon
you're
remains
delusional.
horizontal regardless of what you think about it. That's an observation, you retard.
You're willing to not be delusional if you could put forward this geometric horizon. That's all you need to do.
No,
You're
you're
saying
going to
it's
cling
all
to your
over, it's
delusions. You're not going to engage
everywhere.
with the position.
You are projecting so hard right now, Lego.
Oh,
It's
I mean, you are
hilarious.
doing it. That's
No, you're projecting so fucking hard. It's hilarious. I love it.
Just give us the geometric horizon. That's all you need to do instead of whatever you're doing right now.
That's why you stay in this echo chamber.
And you provide. You're here right now, dude. So, do you have a geometric horizon or no?
How many?
Yeah,
like, is
I'm
there
here.
like a
I'm here, and I'm getting
1,000
muted because
sides? Is there
Yes.
3,000 sides? Is there 50 sides? How many sides?
We need a number.
I'm being muted to maintain your.
Yes, you're being muted because you're tap dancing. We'd like you to answer the question. You're saying there's a geometric horizon. It's all over. It's everywhere. You sound like you have imaginary friends. What's the question again, Radwin? How many sides does your polyhedron have?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and answer the question. We need to answer in numerical form. Go.
This is an echo chamber.
Okay. Well, what use are you here? If you're not willing to provide a conversation, you're saying there's a geometric horizon. You're not able to stand on that. You don't have any
Let him
proof of
try to
that.
get it out. Let him try to get it out. He can answer my question.
What's
He thinks he has a burden to auto-believe his claim. That's the problem.
I'll start a timer. Go ahead, buddy. We'll see how
This
long
is
it
an
takes to
echo
get to
chamber.
the
That's
geometric
why I
horizon.
keep getting muted, and that's exactly why no one in this entire server will go outside of this echo chamber to discuss the topic. Because without the ability to mute
talk about
people,
this in person
your
all the
position
time, you
crumbles immediately.
Yeah,
so y'all can live
I talk
stream,
about this all the
and
time with
everybody can
people in
see.
person.
Oh,
All right.
they only stay in
Guys,
their
let him get
echo
it out.
chamber. You refuse to come and have a discussion where you can't mute people
I'm
because your
trying to have a
delusions are
discussion with you.
indefensible. You're not.
I'm
I'm going to be
trying-
muted as soon as I start
I'm
trying to give an
trying to
argument.
have a discussion
I'm going to be
with you,
straw
but
manned
It's
because
been 30
flat
seconds.
Earth is an incredibly weak position that relies on muting people, fallacy.
I agree.
Talking
His
over
position's
people.
really weak and it relies on muting people. That's why
Hold
they
on,
censor
Chris.
Flat Earth
Let
so
him
much.
get it out.
I agree
Yeah.
with Lego. His position is so weak that they have to mute us and they have to censor
Okay.
us all the time.
Hold on.
I agree
Let him get it
completely,
out.
Lego.
All
That's how weak
right.
your position is.
Okay.
Ethergris, let him get it out. It's only been 1 minute, and we're still not getting any answers. So he wants to cry first. So let him get it all out, and then maybe we'll get an answer. This is 1 minute and 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds.
Yeah, finish it up.
Sure.
Did you
Answer
guys
my
put in the-
question that I
did you guys-
started with that was ignored. Why should we accept that we're on a
You were
flat
going to give us
Earth?
an answer. Hold on. You're not
Why should we accept that we're on a flat Earth?
No, you said you were going to give us an answer.
Ah, see, you can't engage. You can't engage.
Hold on, we went back to listen to the stream where you said
Okay.
you were going to give us an answer. It's been 1 minute and 30 seconds.
So tell me why we should accept that we're on a flat Earth. This is your
time to
moment.
speak. This is your
Because
time
that's
to
what
speak.
Lego, because that's what you experienced. But I went back, I clipped the stream, and what you said was there's a point which we will not be able to see beyond. A point. And then you tried to bait and switch, like all you debate bros do. You go in and you say something in the beginning and then switch it.
Can you put the clip in the chat?
I just went back and deafened myself and listened to the whole thing. That is exactly what happened. He presented that as evidence of his claim of a geometric horizon. And then as soon as he was called to the carpet on that and admitted there were other explanations for it, and you said he conceded, then he started freaking out about that and trying to change what he said, even though he knew we could go back. I mean, yeah, I've got it all queued up right here. Did you guys already listen to it?
Can someone play it into the speaker? Because he's probably not going to listen to it. Someone play it through their mic.
I got it. Tell me if you can't hear it.
No, I don't hear anything. You might need two devices.
It hasn't started yet. Hold on.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
There's a little bit of silence.
Did he leave?
No, he's still here.
Oh.
Oh, hold on. I got to figure out why it's not coming out of this thing.
Said, I'll give you an answer, but you've muted me.
Yeah, it's not working for some reason. I don't know why.
Do you have two devices? You have like a phone?
Yeah,
I'm
I got the phone here. It's working for me before when I tried just like holding the speaker up to the thing. I don't know why it's not working out. Hold on. Maybe if I just turn up the volume.
Because I gotta hear this. I'm also still counting. It's 3 minutes and 30 seconds. We still have an answer. He wants to flip it on it. Well, let me ask you a question. I would give you an answer, but you've muted me. Let me speak, and I'll give you an answer. Okay. 3 minutes later. No. Never mind my answer. I'm gonna ask you questions now. This is cute, dude. I hear the clickety clack.
I got it now. I finally figured out. It was because I still had like the Discord mic on or something. Let me see over there.
Geometric limitation move.
Mechanism in the end of your grease gun is failed. There's a lot of springs are out of line holding any of the 4 plates squint, and it's jammed in the nipple.
Yeah.
Can you get an 8mm spanner and shave it down, remove the nipple, and replace it with a new one? Because it's more than liable it's going to shatter. You need a
I definitely do not want to do all that. So I need to know how to remove this without cutting the nipple off.
Standard even pressure in the spreader device.
I can't get in there to like physically spread it. You're saying that like manually open the connector?
No, you need something to drive it off on an equidistant pressure.
Oh, yeah. There's no room to do that.
See, down a 10mm spanner, the open end of a 10mm ratchet head wrench. You guys call
Is this the right clip?
Yeah, we're almost to it. There's a slight like 3-second pause after they do the grease gun. We're almost to it.
Force an ignorance, bro. Break it and buy another one. Sue the grease gun company for failure of product.
Well,
What's
annoying?
He's about to ask his question.
Why can't there be a polyhedron? Why does it have to be flat?
Yes, a polyhedron. That would imply edges.
It can be very imperceptible edges, though. But edges, yeah, there would be edges.
Ergo geometric horizon, a point that you couldn't see beyond.
Yeah. I would maintain that to be the case, yeah.
That's not what we observe. We don't observe that.
Well, we do observe that we can only see up to a certain distance, right? You can't see all the way across the world, right?
Mm. Mm.
You observe that there's a limit.
Limitations of vision, no doubt. Yeah, I don't know if you want me to keep going with it. I mean, that was your claim. So do you guys want me to keep playing it? I feel like we've disproved his claim that he didn't claim that, which is what we were trying to do, right?
Can you let him respond?
You said a point we cannot see beyond.
That's why we can't see across the whole world. There's a geometric limitation. Yes, I would maintain that position. That's what I heard. Right? What's your response? You stand on that, or you're gonna run away from that? Like,
Oh, am I not muted? I love how I was muted the
yes,
whole time.
you're not.
Yeah,
Yes,
don't
correct.
matter.
Yeah, I love how y'all have to rely on muting people.
Yep, we'll do it again. So
Oh,
either
yeah,
of us,
so now
either
that's
you
his-
agree with
that's
what
his
you
friend.
said, or you disagree with what you said, because we just heard it on the recording. So what's your stance, bud?
I maintain the same position. There's no contradiction there.
Great.
Right.
So
y'all just don't
where's the
understand it.
geometric
Is all.
limitation? Hold on, we
You said-
understand. We just meant.
You
So
said
he
there'd
was
be
speaking
a
Chinese.
point.
No.
Yeah,
I was
there's
asking.
a point
So
we can't see
y'all-
beyond. Right? There's a point we can't see beyond. Those are your words.
Yeah. So where would that point be? Can you determine this?
Oh, so you keep muting me.
Yes. That's not a problem. The problem is you're not answering the question. You can control yourself. We'll let you speak. So where's the geometric limitation?
Yeah, you keep relying on muting me. You see?
Yes, of course. But maybe just answer the question.
Maybe stop muting me.
Answer the question.
Can you stop muting me?
Just answer the question.
Do you have to rely the whole time?
Yes.
You're going to answer his question. That's all that's going to happen here.
Oh, let him answer the question then.
Just answer the question.
Yeah, when you stop muting me, I might maybe answer some questions. But if you can't stop muting me, there's no point in me taking you seriously.
You're
at all.
using your mic time to complain about being muted. So when you're unmuted, just give us the answer, or you will continue to maybe possibly. So give us
Or you
the
could
answer.
just stop muting me. That's a simple solution, right?
You're using your mic time to complain about being muted. Go ahead.
Yeah,
if
you're
you can
trying to
stop
run
muting
away.
me, I'll
You're
stop
trying-
doing
yeah.
that. No, I don't need to run away. I don't need
You
to run
are
away. I
running
already
away
said,
from the
I don't
fact.
need to run away.
No.
I already said I maintain the same
And then I'm
position.
going to mute
I'm not
you.
running
We'll
away.
just take turns. You're running
Okay,
away
good.
from what you originally, the tactics that you originally tried to use when Indio used the word concession, because you did concede there were other explanations besides a geometric horizon to your original claim. And instead of conceding that claim, you argued the format, even though we had the tape. Then when we went back and gave you the receipts and played the tape, now you're onto this muting game, because you can't even at the beginning of this conversation, you couldn't even let somebody who was acting in good faith get to the end of their sentence without interrupting them.
Saying that someone's conceded when they haven't isn't good faith.
Answer the
Listen,
question.
if you say the requirement is there's a point from which you can't see beyond, right? And that's the necessary condition. And then you 5 seconds later say, well, there's other factors. You conceded that your first point is not correct, dude.
No, I haven't, because my first point doesn't rely on there being no other variables at play, and it's not implied. That's just you failing
It's a necessary
to think.
condition.
No, it's not.
It is
It's not a
implied.
necessary condition. It's not.
It
That's
is
just
implied.
false. No, it's not. That's just you failing at
From what
basic
you
reasoning.
said.
Our position
You
is
said-
that there are other variables, and your variable is the only variable
I never
not
said
included.
there wasn't. I never said there wasn't. So there's no
Here's the
concession.
problem. The variable you're introducing is the only variable that matters in this conversation.
Oh, it's
He
not the only
said-
one that matters, because you're bringing up other ones. What are you talking about?
It's a point, though. There are other variables, and the one you're talking about
Yeah,
doesn't
nobody's
exist.
saying there's not. Nobody's saying there's not other variables.
The
So
variable that you
that's
need to
not a
worry about is the
concession.
geometric horizon that you don't have.
No, that there are other variables is not a concession, because my position doesn't entail that there not be other variables.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
said
You feel
there'd
like
be a
basic
point you
reasoning.
can't see beyond.
You were putting that, I said that's not what we observe, and then you were giving your observation as proof of your claim. It's not variables we're talking about, it's about you claiming that supported your position.
Did you not say that that part of this geometric shape, there'd be a point you can't see beyond?
That
Yes
doesn't
or no?
contradict. That doesn't contradict with there being other variables that can create a limitation.
So there would be a
There's
point
no contradiction there.
So there wouldn't be a point you can't
There's
see
no
beyond.
contradiction there.
So there wouldn't be a point you can't see beyond.
No, that's not entailed by the answer I just gave you. Like, you keep jumping to things that are like the opposite of what I'm saying.
Okay. If it's not a kind, both of these can't be true at the same time.
Yes,
There's a
both of
point
my
you can't
things
see
can be true at
beyond,
the same time. Both
and
of
there's
your
not a point you can't see
misunderstandings can't
beyond.
be true at the same time.
Okay,
Both of our
so every time I talk, you talk for some reason. So
It's not even English.
there's a point you can't see beyond, or there is not a point you can't see beyond. Which is it?
I've maintained since the very beginning there
Which
is
is-
a point. I've maintained from the very beginning that there is a point you cannot see beyond. That has not been contradicted by anything else I've said.
But so if you can see beyond it, then it's not that geometric shape, right?
If you can see beyond it, it would not be a geometric limitation.
Ooh.
There you go. Thank you.
That doesn't contradict anything I've said, buddy.
Yes, it does.
You don't even know how bad you
No, it doesn't. You guys
Yes,
are
it
just
does.
not
You conceded
tracking.
again.
No, it doesn't. That's not a concession. That's been my position from the very beginning. You guys don't
Clovers have
understand that you can
spatial
have
awareness
multiple
problems. They all
limitations. Y'all
suck
can't
at those
grasp
kind of questions.
that. No, you guys are just failing to track.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
There are
Here's the
other
problem: is you're
variables.
failing to track.
The only variable
we're
that
tracking.
you should be
You're
worrying
not.
about is the geometric limitation that you don't have. That doesn't exist.
You're asserting it doesn't exist. Do you have any reason for us
We
to
haven't
accept
seen
that?
evidence for it in the first place. Why should we
Assert that
auto-believe
it does
something and then
exist.
disprove it?
So I
You're
have no
not
reason
willing
to
to
accept
assert that
it.
it does exist.
Because no point exists that you cannot see beyond.
Duh.
You get it? That's why.
That's your assertion. Do you have any reason
not
we
an
should accept
assertion.
that? It is an assertion.
Because one time you can go out and there'll be a point you can't see beyond, and that point won't be at some other point some other day.
That just means that point is not the geometric limitation. That's all that means.
Shit.
Yeah, that's all that
Welcome to
means.
Flat Earth.
You said.
No, that's not flat Earth.
That
No
was the
shit.
condition
Yes, it
that
is.
you
Oh my
set.
God, you guys cannot track. This is terrible.
That was
for
the
you guys.
condition that you
Exactly.
set.
No, it's not.
It's not. So you
No,
didn't
it's not.
say the point you can't see beyond.
No,
You
I've
didn't say
said
that.
multiple
Decide.
times. I've said multiple times you can have a geometric limitation and other limitations.
You can't
These
have a geometric
other
limitation. You don't have
Oh
one.
my God. So you don't. Do you acknowledge that you could have
Choke on your
both?
own
You
spit.
could have both, right? You acknowledge that you could have both?
No, you don't have
How
both.
do you know you
don't
have both?
No,
Yeah,
you
but
don't
that
have
wasn't
both.
Would you?
really
Is it
hard.
logically possible
you
to
can't.
have both?
Nope,
So it's
you don't
not
have a
logically
geometric
possible?
horizon.
It's not logically
Nope,
possible to have both?
geometric horizon.
Okay.
You don't have a geometric horizon. Right.
So you consider it a logical contradiction for you to have a
You just don't have the
regular Earth.
geometric limitation, period.
Okay, so you don't understand what possible means, I guess.
You don't. It doesn't
Is
matter
that
if it's
the issue?
possible. You don't have one.
Oh, now my
How do you
question
test
just
for
doesn't
one?
matter. Okay.
How do you even test for one? Can we ask that?
Can you engage with my position?
How do you test for
Yeah,
a
we
point
did.
that you can't
You're
see
in-
beyond?
No, you didn't. You just
No,
ignored
you
it.
denied your
basically,
own
but-
position. No, you
No, I
denied
didn't
your
deny
test
it.
for the
I didn't.
point at which
I
you can't
didn't.
see beyond.
You guys can't grasp that you could have two different limitations.
Why would we agree with that? You don't have.
How do you test for that then?
The reason you would agree with it is because it's not
How do
logically
you test
impossible.
for that
That's
then?
all
Oh
the
my gosh,
reason
am I
you
talking
need.
to a brick wall here? Like you're deriding
You guys-
us for not
yeah,
listening.
Dude, because
You're
you
not
failed
listening.
at basic reasoning, dude.
No, how do
That's
you
a,
test
That's a you
for it?
problem. That's a you
No,
problem.
I'm asking you a quick question. I want to understand your point. How do you test that your point's true?
Whether you can test for it and whether it's possible are not the same thing. Do you get that? Do you understand that? Or do you not?
I
Do
will
you or don't you
entertain that it's
understand that?
possible so that we can
Okay, so
test
it
it.
is
How do we
possible.
test
So good.
for it?
Now you've conceded. Thank you.
No, I've not conceded.
Thank
I'm
you.
asking how you
Yes,
test
said
for
it's
it. I
possible.
said
So
I would
you've
consider.
conceded. That's
I
what
would
I
consider
needed.
it's possible. Listen,
That's
how do you
what I
test for
needed.
something?
That's what I
No,
needed.
it's not a
That
concession at all because
It
in
is.
order
You
to
could-
test for something, you have to consider the possibility. How do you
Look, this
test
is
for
a-
something
this
without
is a-
considering
alright,
the
thank you for the
possibility to test
concession.
for it in the first place?
Look, we know you're.
Do you
a
not
debate
understand
pro
what you're
hack.
saying right now? If you're going to test for something, you have to consider it's possible. We tested to see if the Earth is a globe, and it's not.
Look,
We
this is a
measured it.
debate pro hack. He's been running away from his original statement that the
I haven't been running.
that
I
the
maintain that
limitation
position.
would be a point. You
I
said
maintain
it.
that position.
You
I
can
maintain
maintain
its
that
truth, and I
position.
do maintain its truth.
You also said that the limitation is not a point.
Nope, I said you could have non-geometric limitations that are not a set
So
point,
not a point.
which is also true. That's not those
not
two
a point.
positions don't
not a
contradict.
point.
Those
It's a
two
different
those two
position,
positions
and-
Not a point.
those two positions do not contradict. I don't know why you can't
Not a
understand
point.
that.
Is the
I
second
don't know
one a
why
point?
no one in
Is the-
here can
I'm gonna
understand
ask you
something
one-
so simple.
Bro, stop yapping. Is the second one a point?
Not a fixed point, no.
Okay, so the first one's a point. The second one's not a point. Is that a contradiction? Have
Not
them
not
both at
a
the same
fixed
time?
point. No, it's not. That's not a contradiction.
Oh, so you can be a point and not a fixed point at the same time.
Holy scheisse.
Yeah, dude, you can have non-fixed points. You realize that, right?
Yeah, at the same time.
You don't even have a fixed point. That's the problem.
Right, we're trying to test to see if
The
you have
problem
one.
is y'all don't understand that you could have both
No, it's not
at the
us.
same time.
You don't have the. You don't have
it
the
is
first
y'all. You
one.
don't understand basic reasoning. You can have both
can't
at
have
the same
both.
time.
You don't have the first one.
That's crazy projection, bro.
It's crazy that you don't understand you can have both
Look,
at the
you're
same time.
reversing the burden the whole time.
You don't understand basic reasoning.
Yeah, that you're making a contradiction. Yeah, we do.
There's no contradiction there.
I just told you.
You just don't understand it.
You can't have a point and not a point.
Your failure to understand is not a contradiction on my part.
Okay, is something that moves around a point.
You could have like my car is at a point right now, and the point that my car is at is not a fixed point that can move.
Okay, and while it's moving between point A and point B, does it have a point?
It's going to have a point that it's at. Yeah,
it's going to have a fixed point.
The point at which my car rests is not fixed. It could rest at different points.
Just like the point on Earth, or what?
Yeah,
so
that's what we're talking about.
You do have a fixed point.
You're not talking about that.
That
so
is
you're saying you don't have a fixed point. You're saying you do have a fixed point. You don't have a fixed point.
You're not understanding. We can have.
No, we
both.
do understand.
We can have both. You're not understanding that you can have both.
You don't have the first one.
Because it defies the definition of point.
You not agreeing that the first one exists is not the same as it not being possible, or that there's a contradiction there. It doesn't matter because you are claiming there's a contradiction there. You're claiming
it exists in the first place if they can't see it.
You're claiming a contradiction where there isn't one. You fail basic reasoning.
There is a contradiction.
Claiming something exists without positive evidence, right? You're basically saying, look, how do we know these invisible unicorns don't exist? Prove it.
What you're actually doing is saying that if I don't accept something, it's a logical contradiction. That's what you're trying to do. Which is so dumb. It's so dumb.
All, dude. No, it's not happening at all.
Yeah.
You admitted it's not a fixed point. And then you also said it is a point. No, it can't be both at the same time.
You can have a geometric limitation and a non-geometric limitation at the same time. I've said it like 50 times. I've said it like 50 times. I've said it like 50 times.
You said in the beginning a point. No, you said in the beginning a fucking point. You said a point. There's no way around it. You said a point, bro.
You don't have a geometric limitation.
Fucking point. And you've been trying to run away from it ever since.
He's afraid. Should I be afraid too? Lord knows
now,
there is no geometric limitation.
Argument to geometric limitation, you can change it, no problem. But you said a point, bro. You said there's a point which you want to be able to see beyond.
I don't need to change it. I've had the same position the whole time.
Yeah, contradictory one the whole time.
No, it's not contradicting.
Yes, it is.
Let's walk through this. Can you have a point and a non-point at the same time?
You can have a geometric limitation and a non-geometric limitation.
Why are you switching to geometric limitation?
Because this is what we were talking.
Non-point. No, dude, don't straw man it. I said point and non-point.
You can have a geometric limitation and a non-geometric limitation.
Thing, dude. Point and non-point.
You could say that I meant to say geometric limitation, but I said the word point instead. My bad. You could say that, and we could continue.
I've said from the beginning that there's a geometric limitation and a non-geometric limitation.
You said
no. You said a point. You need to concede that you meant geometric limitation so we can continue.
Mary Mom, you got that clip ready?
Yep. Do you need to hear it again?
It's in the chat, dude.
I think we need to go one more time.
And then he even qualifies that you can't see the end of the world as an example of the limitation of this point. So not only did he say point, he even gave an example of not being able to see the end of the world, and then says, well, that's not the only reason you couldn't see the end of the world. There could be these other factors. Well, then the first one wasn't evidence of the point. Like, dude. Don't say we don't understand logic. You're a debate bro. You try tricks and gimmicks. That shit don't work in here. You should ask your other debate bro buddies.
You're denying yourself of an opportunity to apply real logic to real problems, which is kind of the saddest thing of all.
Yeah. I would maintain that to be the case, yeah.
Sorry, was that the recording?
We observe. We don't observe that.
Well, we do observe that we can only see up to a certain distance, right? You can't see all the way across the world, right?
Okay. Response?
Yeah, my response is that doesn't contradict the position I'm giving you now. You guys,
Was it a point or a limitation?
did you notice I never said point there, and y'all keep claiming I did because you aren't
A
tracking?
certain distance.
Did you notice that?
A certain distance.
No, you said
A
it in
certain
response-
distance.
You said it in response to old dude.
Yeah, it might have gotten covered over when I was playing it. Yeah, you said it.
Is he saying
Not an uncertain distance. You said a certain distance. You could have said uncertain distance, but you said certain distance. What makes that distance so certain? By how uncertain it is, by how it's not really a definitive point? Come on, dude.
Gimmicks. All you
Do you notice how heavily you rely on muting me to maintain your echo chamber? To maintain your echo chamber? Yes.
There's no echo chamber.
You talk more than everybody. What are you talking about?
Yeah, stop with the echo chamber claims. That's just going to get you muted again. We started out in good faith. We took you seriously. We thought we were having a discussion. Indio used the word concede. You freaked out about it. He was even willing to entertain your thought experiment to a certain point until you became dishonest about how the conversation was going because you didn't like the way it was going. And then you ended the good faith when you started with all these accusations. Then once we went back and showed the evidence, then you moved on to this claim about the mutes and the echo chambers, because that's all you got left ad hominems when the argument has already been won by our side, and you're just sitting there giving us your nuh-uhs and denying what you originally claimed when it's already been shown that your claim doesn't support what you say that it's supporting.
Oof. I heard you working the phrase certain point in there. That was very clever. Yeah, so you have a certain distance. Can you have a certain distance with an uncertain point? I mean,
so he ended the good faith when he started calling it a concession when there was no concession. That was
the concession.
You already conceded.
It was over before you realized it, dude. I don't think you still realize it.
There was no concession.
No, you conceded that there were other
I didn't concede anything.
factors, possible explanations. You didn't have to sit there and say, I concede. You did it within the argument by admitting, if you prefer the word admitting, you admitted there were other possible explanations for the phenomenon.
This is our argument. That's our argument. He doesn't realize this. When they say there's a geometric limitation, a geometric point, a geometric horizon, call whatever you want, you can use your preferred pronouns. We're saying that's not true. There are other variables that factor in for why the horizon moves and shifts around. You're saying it's a geometric limitation, a point.
Certain distance. And we say, no, it's an uncertain distance.
Okay. And so then the fact that you're not willing to even stand on that, no, like literally and figuratively, you won't stand on that. You're running away from that claim. Like, but other variables, that doesn't contradict. Yes, it does. You're too stupid to realize it. How's that for an echo chamber?
That is an echo chamber. Yeah, I was muted so you can rant.
So where's your geometric limitation, buddy? That's the only thing you need to worry about.
Yeah, the certain distance. Show me that certain distance with certainty.
Notice how you rely on that mute.
Yes, we're going to rely on the mute button until you give us the geometric limitation. That's all we need right now. That we could all pack it up and go home if you provided that, but you won't.
Yeah, and in your words, that's that certain distance. Your words. Show us that certain distance with certainty.
This is an echo chamber. This is an echo chamber.
That's fine. You can call it whatever you want.
Bye.
Yep,
you can
call it a certain distance. Yep.
Literally,
that could have been
call
fun.
It whatever you want. Use your preferred pronouns, call it whatever you want, but you don't have a geometric limitation. That's the only thing that matters right now. You're too pussy to address it. Watch. I'm going to unmute you,
uncertain, bro.
and you're not going to address it.
Yeah, I'm going to address the echo chamber. An environment in which a person encounters only beliefs and opinions that coincide with their own, so that their existing views are reinforced and alternative ideas are not considered. Yeah, not an echo chamber.
We want the smoke. We want that geometric horizon right now. But you don't have it. You're too pussy. You won't even put it on the table. Put your nuts on the table, bro. We'll chop that shit off so fast. You won't do it. You're gonna cry, complain.
The best part is our presence in this server as a guest channel, sanctioned by the admin staff itself, is evidence against any claim that we want to reside within an echo chamber.
That is a good point.
Branched out of our home server in the first place. It's why we're here, why we're in other servers with other channels, and we're inviting people to come in.
Good point. Yeah, when enemy territory, and it's like, you're in an echo chamber. You're here. Your existence in this server right now debunks
Well,
that, you
listen,
dumbass.
if this is an echo chamber, that makes him a flat earther.
That's even better.
We
Yeah,
just
that
need
goes to the
we just need
definition
that
you read.
geometric limitation, bro.
A certain distance. His own words. Response to old
How about that geometric limitation, dude?
I've been muted for the last 5 minutes.
Yes, you have been muted. Yes, yes.
Can you give us that
Come off
certain
mute
distance in
and
meters
you
or
talk about
or
being
feet?
muted, you're going to get muted again. So why don't you
It's
learn from past
ridiculous.
experiences? And when you get off of mute, maybe say something relevant instead of I'm muted.
Great point,
Like-
Flatsy. Thanks for getting that in there.
Like, yes, we're muting you. Do you, like, that's not a problem. You're the only one crying about it. No one cares, dude. We just need the answers. You're not providing. You can stay on mute as long as you need to give the answer. But when you get unmuted, you're crying about your lack of ability to give the answer. Like, just give us the answer. Or just concede, which you already have done.
I'll
Proof
accept
it's an
the
echo
answer
chamber.
in
Proof it's an
imperial
echo chamber. Proof it's an echo chamber. Obviously an echo
Yeah.
chamber. You keep
Okay, well, you're too
You-
pussy to give us an
hold on.
answer. You're
Hold on.
useless.
So you dispute the definition of echo chamber I just gave from Oxford? So, Lego, are you a flat earther?
I don't need to
here it is.
dispute the definition. The fact that
Are
I
you a
remain
flat
muted
earther?
the entire time is proof it's an echo chamber. You're not willing to hear other views. That's why I
We
keep
did
being
hear your
muted.
view. We did
No.
hear your view, though.
No,
We
you
want
didn't.
your
What have we
straw
been
man.
arguing?
You
What have we been
let
arguing
people
about?
talk for a little bit and then you mute them and strawman the position. That's all you do because it's an echo
Okay,
chamber.
what
What
was
is straw man? We literally replayed the recording back. You're calling your own words a
Yeah.
straw man? Are you retarded?
No, your interpretation is a straw man, retard. You not being able to understand basic,
It was played through the speaker.
you not being able to understand basic reasoning.
It was played
does
through
not
the
make
speaker. You're calling your own words a straw man, retard.
Well, he doesn't know the difference between an adjective and a noun, and he's trying to call other people a retard. That's hilarious.
He said that's a straw man. Well, here's your own words. Yeah, but your interpretation is a straw man. What? It's heard through the speaker, bro. What are you talking about? This
Lego.
guy's low IQ.
I don't know. I don't know about that. If I unmute you again, we're not going to keep rehashing that whole thing that we just went through. So I don't know if you have another question about the Earth or the long distance observations or anything. But if you keep, just trying to argue the format of what was happening here, you're not going to get anywhere. So please refrain from discussing muting, echo chambers. We had a long conversation with you. You had a lot of airtime here. So those are irrelevant things. I think he left. Did he leave? Oh, no, he's there. Oh, there you go.
I didn't
Go ahead,
leave.
Lego. Do you have any? Can you bring up something that doesn't have to do with criticizing our forum or our format, how we choose to run things?
He won't do it.
So long as I'm not being muted, and
He's still gonna.
so long as I was asked a
Want to
question. I'm gonna
squeeze that
answer it.
in?
The answer will be yes
So-
or no. We got
so-
the answer already. You're
So
not gonna
okay, so I'm not allowed to talk. See, I'm not allowed to talk.
Bring up a topic. that
I
you would
will
like
if
to
no.
discuss. Go
You
ahead,
asked the
go
question.
for it.
I'm going to
No,
answer
you don't
it.
get to
No,
set the
okay.
boundaries
Okay,
here. You
echo
didn't-
chamber.
no,
Echo
you
chamber.
don't get to
Exactly.
set the-
Echo chamber.
nope.
Exactly. Echo chamber.
You are our guest here. If you would like to have a good faith conversation like you started out doing until it didn't go the way you thought it would go and you weren't able to dominate it with your tricks, then we welcome you and we welcome other voices. We want to hear about people's globe beliefs and analyze them. So if you would like to actually bring up a topic The first things out of your mouth will be something you would like to discuss about the earth. We don't do all these little arguments about social dynamics and so on.
That's what you've been doing the whole time.
Give us your topic.
Sure, stop muting me and stop saying I've conceded when I haven't, and I will.
No.
Okay.
He's just not getting it. He's not getting it.
Learning on the panel how we
Anytime he uses the word mute, I'm going to mute him. Anytime he uses the word mute, you say the word mute, you're getting muted. So try and form a sentence without using the word mute.
You're silencing me. Or you're echo chambering me.
Proof of an echo chamber.
So you're denying Indio.
Okay, well, now that you got your proof of an echo chamber, you can leave.
You're denying Indio's definition. Let's have another
sentence.
sentence without the word mute or echo chamber that actually has to do with the earth. Your
She can't
claim
do
of the
it.
globe. Show us your best evidence of the globe, Lego. Best evidence of the globe. 3, 2, 1.
This has all been proof of an echo chamber.
All right. So he's a flat earther, right? His initial claim could be presented as a flat earther. He hasn't denied
anyone
being a
else
flat
here?
earther.
Yeah, he
We're
must
just
be
gonna
a
move
flat
on.
earther because he's
He's
an
in
echo chamber.
pain, chat.
Is there anybody else here that has a question about the earth?
You guys broke him into a million pieces. I'm just gonna move on. What about Jesper? We have Jesper here. Doomy is also Jesper and Doomy.
Let's put a bow on that. Yeah, that I asked him for his best evidence of the earth, and that's the best evidence he has. The best evidence of a globe, of his view of the earth, is that we're an echo chamber. That's pretty weak. That's pretty weak.
Look, we get it. You don't like the big bad flat earthers. They bullied you, and you're crying now. That doesn't make the earth a globe.
You know, CB, he argues like a Skittles protester, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, he's a Skittle guzzler.
Tony, he's a debate bro. That's why he spazzed out when he heard the word concede, because they go and just try to quote unquote win a debate. But the tactic they use is the one he just used. They say something when they first enter the chat. People start arguing with it, and then they switch. I've seen the other server like 5 or 6 times, at least.
Yeah.
If Alpha was here, he'd be backing me up everything I'd say, because we've zeroed in on what your tactic is.
That's really good.
That was totally. That's why. But put the effort into going back there and finding it. Yeah, because he relies on people not caring enough to hold him to
Debate
his
bro.
original claim.
Well, Debate Bro is like a server. They're like a little group, right? So they like issue a challenge. Oh, go into the Flat Earth server and win a debate. And they have to go back with a W. That's why when he heard concede, if he says he concedes, then that's it, right? He lost. And he goes back to his server with an L. He can't do it. He'll never concede no matter what, because it's like I don't know. It's like a contest that they have amongst themselves.
Well, that's bad
They record it
faith.
and they play it back. Listen, when he was offered a chance to correct his initial position with more clarity, from like a point to a distance or a limitation, he refused to accept that, which would have prolonged the discussion in good faith. He knew that if he had changed that initial position, like Indio pointed out, and clarified his position by saying, no, I didn't mean that, I meant this instead, then his shtick would have been over. So what Indio's saying is absolutely prescient. They cracked it.
Well, it's absolutely adorable when you play their own words into the speaker and he yells out straw man.
That was funny. That was
I mean, what kind of a debate bro is this? Like, are the people in the server they're like dishonest debate bros? I mean, would they? I would think if he played that back, they should tear him apart. Be like, gosh, you're a pretty bad debater there, guy. You're just throwing these words out like you don't even know what they mean, straw man and all that stuff. We did the opposite of that.
You can't hold my words accountable. That's a straw man.
This whole interaction will be cherry picked out of his debate bro record, so nobody will ever hear of it but us.
Yeah, he won't put that on his resume. Yep, they'll have a little gap in the resume there.
When your words hold no value, you're going to say there's a geometric limitation, geometric point. Go ahead. Prove it. Stand on that. Your lack of ability to stand on your own words is noted. Like, why say it if you can't stand on it?
And he came in here, I don't know who he thought he was talking to, because, yeah, he's been here before with thinking like saying you can't see forever, therefore the earth's not flat was like a valid argument. And then when he saw it wasn't, like, he freaked out, like, hello, it's just a bad argument to start with, start over.
Yeah.
He'll respawn.
Which one of you heard him?
I hopped in later. It wasn't me.
I think you guys might have it wrong. I don't know. I don't know if I'd frame it as he was coming in
No
as
tanks,
an
no
honest,
tanks.
as an honest interlocutor when he said, "Why can't the Earth be a tetrahedron?" That doesn't seem like an honest approach.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I was probably too generous when I said he came in, and we thought he was good faith. You're right. I was being too generous. You're right. Absolutely right.
I mean, he came in talking about grease gun on nipples. And he thought that this would be the server to figure that out at. I mean, obviously, there were signs.
Yeah, I was confused by that. Loki, I'm not going to lie. What the hell is
look,
talking
about
about?
me.
I mean,
21 and over, debate and discussion server. Focus on delivering safe for work engagement. What was that about the grease nipples?
Yeah, I mean, I brought that up more like when he was saying echo chamber, that we allowed him to kind of come in and spout a bunch of stuff to start with, because that's generally what we do. It's only when it's true that Indio is the one who heard him by saying he conceded that, yeah, that was like the end for him. That was definitely the emotional trigger he could not get beyond.
But when they're like, how do you know it's not this? How do you know it's not existing? Like, just go ahead and say how it is, dude. Like,
dude, he's worried that his debate bro homies are going to find out about this L.
Yeah, we're going to find out, all right. We're going to tell him. We got clips already ready to go.
Anyway, that horse is dead and beat to death.
I hope everybody's having an awesome day today.
Yeah, man.
It's really nice here. It's like a little cooler, breeze blowing through. It's been kind of stuffy. Then we had this giant, amazing electromagnetic storm, whatever night that was. That was Thursday night. That's right. Yeah, because all the schools were closed. The whole town was shut down because all the power went out. And but it was just wild. It was like first there was a lot of lightning near my house, but then it like moved off into the east, and then for like hours afterwards I could just see the sky lighting up in the east. It's just silvery light. It was really cool. And you know how storms like that kind of clear the air, and then it's refreshing after that. That's how it is here.
How were you able to see that? I thought there was a geometric limitation. Whatever, bro.
Like how far away they were, because you guys have seen that before. You know what I mean? It kind of looks like when wildfires like light up. There's like a glow in the sky in the distance when there's a fire. It was kind of like that, but it was lightning. It was just so wild. I was just sitting there watching. It was great, and the lights were out, so I didn't have anything else to do. So yeah.
Yeah, it must have been refraction.
Had to be.
You can't see that.
There would be a geometric limitation there, surely.
A geometric limitation and refraction. You have to add both.
But don't forget about the geometric point, though.
Yeah, it's a certain distance that moves an uncertain amount.
But you can have also an geometric non-point. That's not contradicting.
Yeah, we're sure about the geometric limitation that you can't see or measure, though. We're sure about that.
You can be on and off at the same time.
Hey, bro, when you said point, did you mean limitation?
Echo chamber! I meant both. Echo chamber.
Are you sure it wasn't a polygon with multiple sides?
It can be that and also not that at the same time. How do you know?
It's a polyhedron.
It's a polygonal triangulation.
Oh, in all worlds, all things are possible.
You guys are just muting me. Stop.
Echo chamber.
Well, it's a polyhedron, then like he might be a flat earther. I mean, just saying. A globe isn't one of those.
He said the geometric limitation's all over. It's everywhere. It's in the room with me right now, touching me.
So you know what the funny thing is? He could have argued that we're on like a near infinite flat surface of a mega polyhedron. And he should have adopted our position the whole time. But instead he fought against it. Like, I don't even know if he knew his own shtick well enough.
Probably not. I got caught.
Every clown does. They all do.
I did not even think about that when I was watching that because I couldn't hear the thunder anymore when that lightning was off in the distance. And so, you know, that general rule about counting the seconds and how many miles the lightning is away, you know, and yeah, so it's been like pretty far away. Yeah, I never thought about that. Thanks, guys.
That's because you're in an echo chamber.
Yeah, you calculated a certain distance.
Yeah, you heard the echo of the thunder.
You heard it from its point, the fixed point.
The irony is Earth and this are an echo chamber because if you try and bring up the flat Earth discussion, you'll be shunned. You'll be treated like you're absolutely insane. You have to talk about globe or you're wrong. Therefore, most of the globalism Earth, the fucking government system, that is the echo chamber. Anywhere you go, echo chamber.
Yeah, this is like one of the only places where there's not an echo chamber. I know. That's why it's so weird when they come in here and freak out. It's like, I'm hearing, you know, thought crimes. Thought crimes must be an echo chamber. Yeah. It's the total opposite. You're so right. I meant to say you count after you see the lightning and then until you hear the thunder. I said that wrong, so I just wanted to say it right.
Yeah.
Anybody was listening, but I mean, this is just like so far from echo chamber, it's not even funny. Not only do we
territory.
Exactly.
We're not even like we're in a server that's not our own. Like, what do you mean?
That's why you won't debate outside the server. Come on.
It reminds me of I told you guys about I'm in California, it's super blue and liberal and shit here. And like, there's these guys that set up a giant Trump tent on the beach, like once a week. Right? And like, that'd be like going up to them and like, oh, echo chamber. Oh, they're setting up smoke in your hood. They're sipping tea on your block.
Just go to random places and accuse everybody there of being in an echo chamber. Walk in any random. So this is a Wendy's.
Like, bro, I'm in your hood right now.
Wouldn't the echo chamber be where he got his education?
I was just thinking something like that about how colleges are echo chambers.
An echo chamber is where. Never mind.
Sorry.
I was going to make a mom joke.
Oh, shit. No, the whole world is a globe echo chamber. That's what I mean. We're sipping tea in your hood.
You can't swing a cab without hitting a glober.
We're on your block talking shit. What do you mean, echo chamber, bruh? You're here. Your existence in this call right now debunks that very notion.
The mainstream's an echo chamber. Them bitches been doing that shit forever. What the hell?
That guy's retarded. No, I think he's just been broken, really. You know? It's been cracked by far too many flat earthers. He's broken. What I noticed, like, right when I joined, he kept doing this. Nah. You would see, like, even Dandelion and people talking to him couldn't get a rebuttal in. He would immediately, like, well, it depends. It depends. No, it doesn't. Like, hold on, dude. You gotta let me.
Everything you say is wrong.
Uh-huh. It was
That's
already
got to be a
spiraling
good
when
blow
I
to
got
the
here.
ego too, right? Like flat earthers are
Oh,
the
yeah.
dumbest people on earth.
Absolutely. That's gotta be a a triggering point for a lot of these guys is that they come in with that mentality that these guys are the lowest on the totem pole. And then you end up getting smoked by not just one, but two or three. Like the whole panel's roasting your dumb ass. That's gotta feel some type of way, dude, honestly.
No. See, you guys just don't understand basic reasoning.
You know what's funny is I felt like the debate bros at the top with the new debate bros. They're like, "Hey guys, why don't you try this out? Okay, you're brand new to debate, bro. Welcome, my new initiates. We're gonna send you to the dumbest people on earth just to cut your teeth. Check out the flat Earth room." The guys at the top know for sure that we're problematic. And they send these poor little initiate kids into our room, right? Yeah, go talk to those dumb flat earthers, try out your new tricks. And they get freaking wrecked.
Yeah, it's their
It's
new
like hazing.
hazing ritual.
Hazing. Yeah.
Virtual high five. We had the same thought. Yeah.
Yeah. It is fun. It is fun. We're having fun. It's just too bad that like we couldn't have a more, intellectual, good faith conversation because he's in his emotions too much. You know? They say flat earthers are holding us back and they prevent us from this, that, and the other. It's actually the other way around. They're blocking the conversation. You're muting me. Yes. Yes, we're muting you. Thanks for announcing it like it wasn't obvious. It's your behavior that's causing you to be muted. If I was doing stupid shit, I'd get muted. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. You're not really saying anything.
I got to think the amount of effort and energy they put into devising tactics. They could actually apply themselves to having real debates, real discussions instead. And they're wasting it on entertainment value. And they're not bringing any true value or worth to their own conversations or enlightenment.
Yeah.
You expecting good debates from people who are failures of the public schooling system?
I'm not interested in debating. I'm interested in discussions where we discuss facts. When something's said wrong, it's corrected. Those types of things.
You got to be slightly humble, like for correction. And it's just having no humility.
Yeah, I mean, like in a way, we all passed through that narrow gate ourselves, coming to this point, this realization that the Earth isn't a globe. Like, I don't think it was easy for any of us in here. You know, how many mistakes did we make early on and understand this place and describe it accurately? Tons. And we're here because we had that humility to correct ourselves. And we'll continue to do so.
That's a good point. Yeah, because when people sometimes flat earthers will say something like, "Yeah, we were all there, guys," but I personally have never. I mean, I guess I've heard legends that there are a few people who started out like being very confrontational and hostile, and eventually calmed down and figured it out. I mean, I've heard that does happen, but I feel like most of the people who get it start out with a more honest examination and not coming in here with all the tactics and everything.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I wasn't hostile to flat earthers. That never happened. You know, I think if you're smart, you shut the hell up and listen.
I think the exception to that was Bambi. She had come in.
That's true.
What happened with her?
I don't know. I mean, I've just heard you guys discuss it, so this is just hearsay for me. So anybody that was here could probably speak to it. But I was told that she came in. Hold on, baby. That she came in trolling and then ended up staying and then becoming a flat earther.
Damn.
Our tactics worked.
Welcome to our religion, baby.
What'd you say, Adumi?
No, I just said welcome to our religion.
What's the religion?
Are you a globe believer?
Flat earthing. No, I'm just messing. I am globe, but I was just joking.
Yeah, globe's the religion. That's the thing that requires faith and a religious belief. Flat Earth can be empirically demonstrated on the actual Earth where we live. So, what makes you think you live on a globe?
I was just making a joke, dude. I'm not here to debate.
So, are the majority of flat earthers evangelical?
I didn't ask you to debate. I just asked you just a simple question, like, what makes you think you live on a globe? I didn't ask you to debate.
Because my religion said so.
I wouldn't say so. No, I definitely not. Actually, evangelical, like, dude. I mean, like rapture believing, whatever. No,
just I mean, Christian and believes the Bible like kind of literal.
There's some overlap, like you find anything else. Like you find an overlap with gun owners and Christianity too.
That's also not exclusive to flat earthers, though. Isn't most of the world into the Bible and stuff?
Yeah, but
like you can't use that as like a criticism against flat earthers.
No. We were just having a conversation. Like, is there such thing as like an atheist flat earther? And I've never met one.
They're super rare, but they do exist.
Yeah, I'm an
They're
atheist.
the people that
flat
say
earther.
maybe this entire world we live in is an ancient construct that was built out of technology from superhumans that lived in the past, and so on.
Raylan, Rayla, one of the down. Did you say you were an atheist flat earther?
Yes, I'm an atheist flat earther.
Okay.
There you go.
Now you can say you met one.
But most of them are Christian, right?
No, they're like two flat Earth Muslim servers I know of.
Yeah, I don't know of any like legitimate demographic surveys. I would just avoid stereotypes in general and just talk about the information. Like I was originally talking to Adumi, who, I think he was being facetious, but yeah, he admitted that his globe is a religion. There's a lot more faith. There's a lot more faith needed on the globe side. I mean, you can choose to. Oh, did you find that funny? Who was that laughing? I don't know what happened to that dude. Anyway, Adumi is the one we were originally talking to up there at the top. So yeah, because you could get to the flat earth position through the Bible, and many people do, but it's not necessary. Whereas the globe has no other way to it except for faith and belief in authority figures and what they tell you. You can't go out and, in fact, you can go out and test it for yourself, but you can't go out and prove it to yourself because it's not there. So that's why the logical, empirical, rational position leads you to the flat earth.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Sorry, what was that? The logical empirical what? Sorry.
The logical empirical position, if you follow the evidence, leads you to the flat earth. It does not lead you to the globe.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm totally sure, Mario. What's your best evidence for a globe?
Oh, I'm a flat earther.
What's your how would you convince someone that the earth is not a globe? Then give me your best evidence.
Oh,
How am I going to talk myself out of this one? Oh no!
I'm not a flat earther. I'm a globe earther.
Yeah, that's obvious. Yeah. So, what's your best evidence for the globe?
I mean, I have a lot of evidence, but I guess that stars in the northern hemisphere rotate counterclockwise and stars in the southern hemisphere rotate clockwise.
Do you want to take that one, Sporadic?
Huh?
Do you want to take the stars one?
Oh, geez. You know I would love to. What makes you think the stars are not moving with respect to the Earth?
What do you mean?
Do the stars move, yes or no?
Yes, the stars move. You can watch them in the sky move.
I agree. That's what a flat earther's answer is. Maybe you are a flat earther.
But why do they rotate in different directions in different areas?
That's a great question. I don't freaking know, dude. I don't freaking know.
Wait, they don't go east to west?
Stars in the northern hemisphere rotate counterclockwise. Those stars
from underneath the celestial equator, they go in 3 directions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that. Why do you think the stars move so much, my globe earther friend?
Why do I?
All stars or
because the Earth is rotating?
Hold on, Luke. We can get to you in a minute here. Mario was asking a question and Sporadic was responding to him, so try not to jump in the middle of their conversation.
Sorry,
if you have a question, we can go for you next. No, Luke was interrupting. Luke was interrupting.
No, I was asking Mario's question for him, right? He's asking, he just got asked how do stars move, and I'm asking, are we asking about a single star or all the stars?
I mean, Polaris moves too.
Polaris does move. It does slightly move, yeah.
It's off center by 0.6 or 0.7 degrees.
Yes.
Anyway, back to this question. What makes you think that the stars are moving?
Because, you can witness them from the Earth's rotation.
Oh, okay. So the Earth is rotating. How do you know the Earth is rotating?
That the Earth is rotating. If all the stars...
But how do you know the Earth is rotating for the stars to move?
Well, because the stars in the northern hemisphere rotate counterclockwise, the stars in the southern hemisphere rotate clockwise. That would match the Earth rotating.
But how do you know the Earth is rotating? The stars aren't just doing whirligigs in the sky.
Well, why would the stars be doing that? Usually we try to find a reason for things, and our reason for that is...
Dude, I totally agree. So, where's the other evidence we need that the Earth is moving?
Oh my.
Like what other evidence?
Yeah, because we just spoke of that we use reason, logic, and evidence for our position. So we're finding out what reason, logic, and evidence exists for yours.
Coriolis. Yeah,
it's tough, isn't it?
I guess Coriolis effect.
You gotta let him Google it, dude.
Coriolis.
No. Or how about the thing where the vortexes rotate in separate directions, whether they're on the north or south side of the Earth?
Yeah. What vortexes? Which ones?
He's talking about cyclones and typhoons.
Oh, well, I mean, some of them start in one direction and then move across the equatorial region, maintaining the same counter rotation that you would expect. So it's not consistent.
Do they?
And no one has witnessed every single storm.
Yeah, and besides, what does that have to do with Earth moving?
Okay, so we have to understand why they do that. So tornadoes are vortexes?
No, not tornadoes. You're talking about the sky, not tornadoes.
Oh, hold on, low, bro.
Tornadoes are caused by high and low pressure systems that.
I'm trying to figure out what's called. Not vortexes. What was the thing you said? What's it called? Can you say what you said again?
This is your proof, dude.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if you're prepared to defend your
Well, I'm
belief.
kind of confused what you're asking me. Can you like restate the question?
Bro, this is your
Yeah,
pussy.
what evidence? I'll ask. Hold on, I'll restate. What evidence do you have that the Earth is what's moving and not the sky, independent of Earth?
Well, I just came here to ask questions, to be honest.
Yeah, we know it's difficult. We know it's so difficult, man. Like we were there. We know how hard this is. We came up empty too. Some of us took a long time to do it and to throw in the
How
towel
about
and say the Earth
seasons?
is flat.
The day and night cycle?
Well, because the
Hold on.
sun comes and goes. Like,
That also seasons?
yeah, because the sun also comes and goes over longer periods in a different way.
How would that work on a flat Earth, though?
Okay, the sun comes closer and more directly overhead, which bakes me in the summer.
Why
And
is
then
that
in the
not-
winter, the sun comes not so directly overhead and
Why does the
doesn't
sun
bake me in the
randomly
winter.
come closer and go further?
Why? I don't know. God made it that way. Aliens.
Aha! We got to
Pick.
get rid of it.
Take your pick.
I kind of came here looking for like more straightforward answers, but
Well, here's the
Yeah.
thing. When you come to the table of flat Earth, it's more about getting rid of beliefs. It's about identifying things that you thought were answers and realizing they weren't answers. They were explanations without reason, logic, and evidence, like we talked about a few minutes ago.
Yeah, because you're assuming that these
Yeah, go
things are
ahead,
coming
Dandelion.
in. Oh, I was just going to add to that, you're assuming that these things that the things you're asking about are effects or phenomena that we observe. They're not dependent on a globe model. So that's why, horizontal horizons is put there in the chat. Lights in the sky have nothing to do with the ground. So, I mean, it's interesting to ask about those questions, and they can lead to thought questions and other ideas. But, we prefer to just look at the measurements and observations on the ground that show geometrically that we don't live on the globe. So there's nothing wrong with you asking the questions. It's just those questions. I mean, I know you're told if you Google, flat Earth, you're told that these things show that you're on a globe. But if you actually try to break down the reasoning in it, you'll see that they don't prove the globe, because that's just one model. And a lot of times, even the model they come up to explain those things you're talking about, like the seasons and so on, and the stars, that model itself is a failure. So if anything, all of those things can be used to disprove the model, and yet that's still propped up as somehow proving the model, when they wouldn't even need any of these ideas, which kind of lead you off in other directions, if they could actually measure curvature or display any kind of motion and especially cause and effect relationship to this motion. But since the motion's never detected, you can't even get to the point of, if there's no effect, you can't even start searching for the cause. So we're not detecting motion, we're not measuring curvature. So that's the idea.
Yeah, those are two great points at the end. It reinforces what we've been looking for years. Measurement of Earth curvature, it's conformal to what the globe dimensions are stated to be. And motion of the Earth that is commensurate with what it's stated to be. So we've done research. We figured out what it is that the Earth needs to be, the globe needs to be in both of these ways, in terms of how much curvature should exist, depending on your height above the surface and your location on Earth, plus how much rotation there should be based off of your relative position on Earth.
And
there is not a single measurement ever provided in the history of mankind that can confirm that Earth is curving like a globe and spinning like a globe. Not even once. Everybody thinks everybody else has done it. You go to universities and ask one department, they think the other department has the answer. So you go to that department, they think another department has the answer, and around you go. Nobody knows how it was done.
I'm gonna
Try
figure
something-
out.
Yeah, like Mario here. Let's try something simpler. You're looking for straight answers. What's your straight answer for seasons or day and night cycle? What's your current working answer?
My current answer?
Yeah.
The Earth's tilt.
Okay, so where did you get that from? Straightforward. Where did you get the tilt from?
Okay, straightforward. My science class.
Just a science class. So then, where did that come from?
My science teacher.
Okay, so
Epistemologically, it would have
where
come
did that-
from the observation. Oh.
where did that come from?
Where did what come from? The curriculum?
Okay, it came from who?
I don't know. The scientists, universities.
Okay,
He's asking you to trace that information back to the source.
yeah, look, you already went circular. It's already circular logic. Okay, where it came from? Where?
Observations, universities, the government. I don't know.
Okay, who got it from what?
Where did seasons first? Like, how did we first ever figure out how seasons work?
No, not we. You didn't do it. Your
well, like,
full
as
worldview
mankind.
was that you were in a classroom, and the old boy told you the Earth is tilted.
I think different
That's all. That's
civilizations.
all you got. That's right now. That's the only thing you got. And using that epistemology, you've got some really deep-seated contradictions. Because your science teacher also told you one nation under God. Told you a lot of other crap.
Yeah, your science teacher got it from the same place you did, and so on and so forth. And this gradation of non-evidence, non-reason, non-logic.
Okay, well, I just...
So you're getting straightforward answers from people here. Exactly observations that go back thousands of years. And you're not able to understand it because your worldview is fucked up. That's where the problem is.
We were all there, dude. We were all there. And, some of us kind of cracked the code throughout history and figured out how this happened. The problem is at least 2,500 years old.
Alright. Okay, so I guess I researched it a bit, and I think I have an answer for you how we figured out how seasons work.
A frantic
incoming expert, instant expert syndrome.
Yeah, instant expert, frantic Google Earther.
What? I'm not an expert on this. I never claimed I was. I've never been an expert on this.
Here we go.
So, what do you guys want me to do?
Nothing.
No, just go ahead and read off whatever you're going to read.
Alright, so we know how seasons work because we know the Earth is on a tilt. So we see that seasons happen, and we see that the Earth is on a tilt, so we correlate...
Circular logic.
Alright, and then we correlate those two, and we're like, okay, so since that happens, and seeing that happens, that has to correlate.
Yeah, listen, I kind of put you through the circular loop for illustrative purposes earlier. And I asked you how you know that Earth is spinning, and you said the stars. How do you know the stars are spinning? It's because of the Earth. Round and around we go. Where it stops, nobody knows.
Did you know that you can make any star the center of the universe?
That's right.
Here we go.
You could make the sun or the moon the center. Or you. And guess what?
Yeah, you could, yeah.
But you know what? We know from navigation, from astronomy and everything. Zetetic astronomy puts you in the center of the universe at all times. That actually comports to prevailing cosmological theories that says that the universe is expanding equally from every point in the universe itself.
Yeah, so
there's some truth. There's some truth behind what we hear from NASA, folks. They don't lie all the time. They lie with the truth too.
See, I guess another question. You guys don't think the ISS is real, correct?
Well, I think it exists, but what is it doing? What is it actually? I don't know.
So you do know it's in the sky somewhere.
Well, there's something in the sky that's associated with it. Is that really where the people are when they show you videos of them playing ping pong off the surface?
Possibly.
Pouring water and doing other stupid things?
Is it a station or is it a ship?
I don't know. I think it could be a TV studio.
It's a...
well, space isn't like a sea, right? There's no waves or anything. It's just floating, so it's
It's a
it's not
vacuum.
traveling for a medium. Yeah, well, it's not traveling.
Space
right?
isn't
It's not-
real. It's like Hogwarts or
Yeah,
Narnia.
it's kind of stationary in its own reference point. So what does that mean for us?
It can be
Yeah,
whatever
what
you
does
want it
that
to be.
mean?
It's imaginary.
It means like we could observe the Earth's rotation from the ISS almost.
No.
Can you? Can you observe any rotation of the ISS?
Well,
or any satellite or any airplane? A rotation. You know what I mean by rotation?
Yeah. The point about the point axis. Yeah.
Yeah. So like a satellite in low Earth orbit at about 17,500 miles an hour, maybe between 200 and 300 miles up, completes one orbit every 90 minutes, which requires it to do a 360-degree somersault every 90 or so minutes to maintain down with respect to the surface of Earth underneath it. That is a rotation vector, and it is not present in any orbital mechanics calculations. It's not present in the coordinate reference system used by GPS or anything else that's used. We also have the same problem with airplanes. Airplanes, 500 miles an hour, following a vertical route, must dip down about 75 degrees or so every hour in order to maintain down, which means the
that's
tail has
not
to go
true,
up and the
actually.
nose has to go down. That is absolutely true. Otherwise, it will fly off into space.
Pulls the plane towards the center
Right,
of
but
the Earth.
then if it pulls it, then it's rotating its horizontal frame of reference, which we do not have any measurements of, any evidence that that is happening.
It is pulling the whole
You know
object
what
at
we
the same time, right?
Right. So any gyroscopes inside the plane, of which there are many, including the attitude indicator, must maintain its rigidity in space. A horizontal reference plane is established. And any deviation from that, including any from presumed gravity that is requiring the plane to tilt with respect to that horizontal reference plane, would be picked up by that gyroscope. We have checked the National Transportation Safety Board of the United States. They do crash investigations of airplanes. They have a database going back to the 1960s where we can query the flight recorder data of any airplane involved, ever. Not a single record exists showing any curvature of the Earth, any horizontal reference plane tilt with regards to velocity and change of position of the Earth, of the airplane, over the Earth. We have records, we have graphs, we can show you the data. We also know what systems in airplanes are said to provide that rotational vector. And it's done via, they claim to be a calculation piece of software, like in modern 777s, a Boeing airplane, the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, the ADIRU, has what's called a Schuller tuning component to it, where they calculate what the curvature would be if it existed as it rotates over the Earth. The Schuller tuning presumes a pendulum of a length of 3959 miles that swings and completes a period about every 84.4 minutes. And this calculation actually allows you to pretend that there's curvature rotation happening with the plane, regardless of velocity and direction over the Earth at any given point. This software is actually a black box system, and there are two companies that produce it. One of them is Rockwell Collins, the other is Boeing. They started producing this after the Apollo mission because NASA said we used Schuller tuning in order to help get the astronauts safely to the moon and back. And so after that, all these aerospace people said, we want that too, and they incorporated it. But here's the funny thing. There is no field test data that is public that anybody can see in order to tell if there's any noticeable difference between when Schuller tuning is and is not employed. That public data does not exist. It's never been done. It is a mathematical calculation in order to present an Earth curvature, a globe, to the user, this being potentially the pilots.
What tuning, sorry?
For navigation purposes, as they use Euclidean geometric measuring devices, such as their azimuthal heading and attitude indicator, to navigate over the Earth. These angles are Euclidean, but the surface of the Earth is considered non-Euclidean. And Schuller tuning provides the mapping so that they can pretend that they're flying over a globe when in reality they're actually flying over flat Earth. Would you like to know more?
It went over his head. Yeah, this one, Amish is really good information that other people are probably processing. But I think this guy's a special type of bricking. He's basically asking you to explain the flat Earth on his globe.
There you go. I just did.
Were you still asking me questions?
No, Mario, that is something they do. Like they're just skits. It's seriously
Hold on, Luke.
detrimental.
Hold on, Luke.
No,
I
it's
wanted to think
cool.
that's
Yeah, Mario, yeah, you're
I
cool,
thought our
Mario.
conversation was done
Oh, yeah, it's
a
fine.
while back.
We're just,
He wasn't even listening. Yeah.
Mario, it's cool. Can I talk to Mario for a second, guys? Is that like,
Yeah,
are you
fire
upset
away.
about that? Okay.
No, fire away.
He's Dandelion. I'm running out of breath.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just was going to tell him, yeah, like you came in here, you're new to the topic. So, yeah, you're not necessarily going to absorb every single thing that's said because there's a lot of information here, you know. So, I would just recommend to you that you try to, on your own, do a little research. We can give you some sources that are going to be a little more in depth on the topic than what you'll find. Like if you Google the topic, I mean, you can Google these specific details that we were just discussing here and you'll get some information, but you're not really going to get the real flat earth argument if you just Google it. So that's why we're here to try to present that to you, because we understand you believe you live on a globe. That's all you've been told. You think the story holds water. That's how most of us started out. We thought the story held water too. You know, we thought there was some kind of science or math behind it. It's only when we tried to investigate it further that we saw that there's a huge number of inconsistencies with this fantasy globe model. And so, like when I first started out, it only took me like a day or two, and that was when it was really hard to find good information to realize, oh gosh, like there's something to this globe skepticism. These flat earthers are not just joking. Like this model has like serious problems to it. So like, you know, we're not expecting you to take in all the information all at once, but you know, if anything else, if nothing else, I would hope that you'd leave here realizing like it's not a joke. Like we are really questioning this model. Like we are really saying there's a problem here with these claims of the so-called scientists who aren't even classical scientists in the first place because they're not making natural observations. And, you know, this needs to be investigated and this paradigm needs to change because it's not doing anybody any favors to not understand where it is they actually live. I don't know. If you're interested, I could send you a link to our other servers. That server that's kind of like a Flat Earth library, has a lot of information in it. Would you like to see that?
I guess.
Okay, cool. I'll send it to you. Did you have any other questions?
Like about flat Earth?
Yeah.
What do you guys think of Antarctica?
It's a big island.
Place. Yeah, I've never been there. So, I mean, what do you think about it? Like what makes you bring it up in regards to this topic?
Well, usually when I see it, usually the biggest thing flat earthers go for on Earth is Antarctica.
No, what is your evidence for Antarctica to exist?
Yeah.
What is your
I'm
evidence?
sorry, hold on.
For Antarctica.
Give me I don't know who's saying that. Let me just finish I'll finish up with them if you guys want to take over, that's fine. But so that's why I was saying I will give you a link to the server. So yeah, you're going to find out there in the world, yeah, you might find flat earthers that are obsessed with Antarctica. In this particular group of flat earthers where we rely on empiricism, evidence, what the geometry of the sphere actually predicts and how we don't actually see that in reality. You know, like Antarctica's a place, sure. You know, that we don't need to go to Antarctica to figure out that we don't live on a globe. So yeah, there's people who are obsessed with that. We're not them. So I just wanted to get that out there. But I mean, you can talk about Antarctica if you want, but I'm going to go get you that server invite.
That's the North
Thank
Pole,
you,
isn't it?
Dandelion. Listen, I love how Dandelion enforces our standards here. We are 24/7 flat Earth. We are not these crazy TikToker or ex-Facebook flat earthers who go into esotericism and occultism, go into claims of lands beyond the ice wall and all this other science fiction nonsense. It's very tiresome.
Mario, were you asking about the North Pole or the South Pole just then? Sorry.
I guess the South.
The Antarctica?
Yeah.
How do you say it?
The South Antarctica.
Yeah, Antarctica. Because the stars appear to arc clockwise down there, and the north is counterclockwise. But that's because you turn around.
That's not how that works.
Yep, you turn around, the same rotation. When you turn around 180 degrees, that same rotation is now seen to go from counterclockwise to clockwise. You can do this with the bicycle wheel. If you stand on one side of the bicycle wheel, it goes one way. It's turning in the same direction. You stand on the other side of the bicycle wheel, you spin 180 degrees, it appears to go the other way, but the bicycle's still going in the same direction.
Can I actually comment on that real fast?
Sure.
Okay, so there's a difference between looking up in the sky and then turning around so yes, your bicycle claim is correct. When you're on one side of the bicycle, it spins counterclockwise. When you're on the other side of the bicycle, it spins counterclockwise. That's the same thing that's happening on Earth. When you're on the northern hemisphere, it spins counterclockwise. When you're on the southern hemisphere, it spins clockwise. Same thing. Right. But when you look up in the sky and you just turn around, it's still going to be spinning the same direction unless you go to the other side of the Earth, like you said with your bicycle example.
No. I live in the northern hemisphere. Guess what? The sun is due south of me all the time.
Right.
So when I look south, I see the sun rise east to west. That's from my left to my right.
That's the sun, but yeah.
Yeah, that's also the same direction the stars and the moon go. They all go in the same way. East to west. And then as you get closer to the poles, one is more counterclockwise in the north, the other is more clockwise in the south. Yep. And it's actually more complicated than that. The stars at night don't actually move in circles or ellipses even. They move in a helical spiral fashion throughout the year. It doesn't really comport to a globe. And what's also weird, the sun rises and sets, it changes its velocity. Its angular velocity changes throughout the day. The velocity it is low on the horizon is much different than it is overhead. But the stars don't do that. The stars seem to maintain a pretty consistent velocity. How is that possible on a globe? Nobody knows.
I honestly,
I know.
Maybe or maybe not. Did you not just miss your entire question? I was doing something, and I was trying to balance listening to you while doing something.
No, I didn't say no. I didn't say nobody has an explanation. You guys, the globe has plenty of explanations.
Right. We know how.
Very rich, but nobody knows. Okay, there's a big difference.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if there's anybody else that's got a question, feel free to speak up. Like, I'm glad to see Seg's back because Seg got a really bad treatment by Denmark the other day, so I appreciate him giving us another chance.
Oh, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, Denmark is not really welcome when he gets that way, and he knows. And I see Luke is back. Hello, Luke.
Yeah, I would just like to personally apologize to Seg for the way you were treated. That shouldn't have happened to you, and he was extremely rude to you, and I should have taken care of him sooner than I did. That's on me. So I do apologize, Seg, and I'm glad you're back with us. And if you've got any questions about the globe or the flat earth, this is a good crowd here that can have real discussions.
I think I recognize you. Weren't you in the other 24-hour flat earth server?
Yeah. Seg was? Who?
No, you.
Me, Dandelion?
You're all the same people.
I was, did you used to be in the old flat earth, the 24/7 flat earth server?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, did I talk to you years ago or what?
6 months ago, I think.
Oh, that wasn't me though. 6 months ago, I wasn't around here. I just came back a month ago or so after being gone for a couple of years, but it might have been another lady. A lot of times people think all flat earth ladies are the same lady, so but who knows?
Do you have the same PFP?
It could have been me. I don't know. I'm not saying it wasn't. Could have been. That's possible. Yeah, but we're glad you're here now.
Maybe it was the debut of your return that day. It could have been that very day.
It could have been. Yeah. Time is hard to determine sometimes. So, well, we're glad you're here, Mario. I probably talked to you before. It's totally possible. Yeah. I mean, what did you learn the last time you were here?
It's been a while. I honestly forgot everything y'all told me. It was something about stars, I think, actually.
Wait, does anyone here take anything that we actually talk about into their real life to change how they believe about the world?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
I teach my children how to see the world with their eyes and not through a filter.
So, like, when you plug in like the equations different than like how everyone else does, and you get the same answer, do you not just think that everyone else is crazy?
It's harder to believe that the world is crazy than it is to accept that the Earth is as flat and stationary as we measure it and experience it to be directly. That's true.
Wait, what
Actually, I think I
equations?
didn't-
Hold on, wait, what equations?
What? What are you asking me or?
Yeah, you.
Oh, I just meant like
Said, well,
so
you
like
said
time.
when you plug in.
I can respond, bro. So like a time distance equation, right? So like say you're like driving 60 miles across the land, like you're not caring. Like I'm asking, like, do you trust your speedometer or do you have to like check your own distance?
Oh yeah, it's practical. It's usable. It's definitely not accurate. I mean, the air pressure differential in my tire throughout the day has a greater impact on the accuracy of the distance than the curvature of the Earth does. Don't you agree?
Sporadic. Did you ask me the question or was it I?
Excuse me? Was I asking a question? No, I didn't. I'm answering. I'm the one to answer.
Okay, but I asked him a question. He answered. Can you let me respond?
I thought he was talking to me because I've been here for the past like 2 hours, dude.
Yeah, no doubt. But I asked him a question about the equation.
All right. Well, if you want to interrupt, go ahead. Take it away, Elbow.
No, just a quick question, because dude, I asked him a question about the equations, and he throw in some random mathematical question about the speed. What does that have to do with the globe?
I don't think he was talking to you.
Elbow, it's because when we're talking about distance and time, that's a time-speed equation.
Okay, so what does that have to do with the globe?
Because when we measure distance on a surface, we're talking about the surface of the globe.
Is there any radius on that time on speed time equation?
No, it's distance.
Okay, so then it wouldn't have to do anything with the radius of the Earth, would it?
That's not what we were talking about.
When you say when you put in equations, how does that differ a surface? It doesn't even account for a surface. It's account for speed and time.
Oh, I get what you're saying, right? You're saying that when we reference different distance, we're referencing the same thing. So I didn't need to make that point. I see what you're saying. I apologize. I didn't mean to make it sound like you didn't know what distance was. I think everyone here knows what distance is.
Right. So it doesn't involve a radius. So what equations are you talking about?
Well, no, you hold on. That's a misunderstanding, right? When we do when we make a measurement of like of A to B, that's a line, and that has like a length, and that length can be translated into to an angle. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're talking
about mathematically.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sporadic. Yeah, no, go ahead, Sporadic. I mean, because I just wanted to point that out because he's saying putting equations, but I mean, most of these things are done in a surface. They're not.
Yeah, because we use.
They don't account for.
That's true.
Anything about the globe. And
we use something called pi, which is like a universal constant of ratio in circles, right? Kind of an interesting thing. We use pi, and yeah.
Circle does not mean globe.
No, we're talking about like you asked about
periodicity, like a record, how long it takes to return to where you started.
Yeah, like a distance over time. That's like
right. So this is a problem. He assumed that 360 degrees was three-dimensional when it was really time. Yeah, kind of like a modulo, where you take the remainders as you wrap your string around a circle a number of times and left over with excess. It's like a clock, and clock measures actually period the dimension of scale, right?
Yeah, that's like space-time. Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, what you were saying, yeah, a lot of the equations we work with as a globe are easily converted to a flat Earth cosmology, and it preserves everything. Now, in order to prove which one is right, we kind of need a curve. We believe, as our position is, that the world is Euclidean. We live in an XYZ axis world, and none of these axes are curving. And if the claim is they are, then we should be able to see a differential when we lay a horizontal reference plane down and see that the mapping gets all effed up over a particular distance. So we ask ourselves, okay, what is the dimension of the globe?
At the surface.
Verging from that horizontal reference plane, let's go measure that and see if there's any curvature, and we can't find any.
That's right, we're measuring it from the surface.
That's right, yep. I mean, some of the most sophisticated things we've done as a community are like multiple frequencies that have different refraction coefficients and hitting different targets at different distances by sweeping these lasers over a horizontal plane and detecting absolutely no globe curvature over dozens of miles. Yeah, then we go look at the globe, right? And said, what does a globe say? They're like, well, pilots use a globe to fly around the Earth. And we look at that, we're like, all right, let's pull up NTSB data from the flight recorder. You know, we're back to again.
You know what thrust is, yeah? I think there's a funny diagram where there's like an aeroplane on a treadmill.
Thrust, you mean thruster? Oh, yeah, I remember that on Reddit like 10, 12, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. Does a plane on a treadmill take off?
Does it?
No, of course not.
Good. Why doesn't it? Do you know?
Yeah, because there's no lift. What the pressure differential?
Yeah.
Where you have air concentration of air molecules on the front, on the leading edge of the airplane, than you do on the trailing edge. And they split asymmetrically between going vertical, up and down. And you have you could call it negative air pressure on the top, which basically causes the plane to get sucked up into the air, if you want to think of it that way. Right. The treadmill operation wouldn't provide that pressure differential over the wings. So yeah, that's why. Listen, we know what we're talking about, dude.
I'm good. I'm glad you know the Reddit post from 10 years ago or whatever. I was just asking to make sure that we, like when you imagine like a flat Earth and you think of an airplane flying, like are you imagining like the Earth traveling below it, or are you imagining like the airplanes traveling in respect to the Earth not moving? Right.
I know that the plane doesn't measure curvature as it flies.
No, that's not what I said. I'm just saying like the plane either moves or the Earth moves, and you're saying the plane. I'm saying the plane should.
The plane moves.
Yeah.
The plane moves.
Yeah, the plane moves. Yeah, that's right.
Right. Like if you could diagram this out thermodynamically and say, okay, in which reference frame is energy being expended, and is it the Earth frame or the airplane frame? Gee, let me look really hard. Does the Earth use any fuel? I mean, come on, dude.
Wait, well, hold on. When we send a rocket out into space, like I think you were here earlier, right? The reason the reason the rocket comes back where it was sent off from, if it was perfect, is because we have like the gravitational force, right? The pull, right? If there was no,
Have you seen a rocket? You have not seen a rocket, so.
I've seen rockets, yeah, thanks.
Who's this guy chiming in with this nonsense? You haven't seen Antarctica, you haven't seen a rocket? Dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Taryn, come on, I put you on mute.
Sorry,
I'll take you off mute, or it'll go off in 40 minutes. Yeah, I mean, so rockets, right? They make parabolic arcs in the sky, so what?
That's the follow their curvature, but
that's the claim. How do you prove it? Drop over distance. We're still waiting for that measurement.
No, isn't it inherently based on like the terminal velocity of the craft?
With
So,
respect to what?
Well,
Curvature that nobody's measured?
Like the thrust, right? So that when we have the force, we generate like enough force to send the thing into space, perpendicular to the launch location, it shouldn't arc anywhere. It should just go straight up. But
No, it doesn't go straight up.
No,
it goes sideways. Because
Well,
it has to get to where it needs to go, right?
That's because it's cheaper to do it like that, yeah.
But, or it just has to get to where it needs to go. Like maybe you don't want it. Maybe you don't want a deployment of a balloon straight up overhead. You can deploy a balloon 4,000 miles away, 20,000 miles, whatever. 20,000 miles, 10,000 miles away. You could deploy a balloon over there. So yeah, I mean, the most direct path isn't going to be straight up, bro. I know what you're asking.
What, to space or to the location?
Deployment, yeah. For example, a balloon deployment, like Echo 1, Echo 2, the OV1 through OV12 or whatever. They deploy balloons off of the second stage.
Wait, do you think Tesla's self-landing rockets are just like a conspiracy?
No.
Well, can we explore how they work, or?
Yeah, they have thrusters that go up and guidance systems that bring them back. I mean, I wouldn't know much more than that. I could probably guess, but what's your contention? How is any of this relevant to Earth curvature?
Well, I guess if you can't see it, I don't know how to explain it to you.
Well, no, I can see it. It goes up and it comes back down.
Yeah, as everything does.
Yeah. Right. I'm saying, a ball up, it comes back down too. So.
Yes, that's the point. Yeah. Rockets, we don't shoot rockets straight up. Why?
I know, because we want to put the payload somewhere else than straight over your head.
You want to put it in orbit.
Just put it somewhere else, wherever that place is. You know, if you're going to claim an orbit, then you're going to have to I will require proof of a rotational vector, which again is missing from all the instrumentation that we've ever received that's ever been made available to anybody for all time. Still waiting for that.
Wait, so do you agree that pi is correct?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm literally saying it as I'm saying.
935, whatever. Yeah, it goes on. Sure.
That's not in dispute anywhere in the universe, correct? For me,
I mean, listen, I've read some high level papers from math nerds who are like 22 divided by 7 is more accurate. I mean, I don't know if this matters for anything we're talking about, though.
Well, yeah, fractions are nice ways to throw a decimal, but yeah, maybe it's an
yeah. So what's your point, dude? What's your point in asking that?
Well, it's because I want to make sure that you actually have some concrete knowledge that you can refer to.
All right, has that not been established already? Like earlier today, 6 hours ago?
I've been speaking
about Keplerian orbital elements. I described the process of transforming azimuth and elevation angles into Keplerian orbital elements for you, and solving for the mean anomaly. Okay. We talked about that, bro.
Wait, sporadic. You didn't do that for me. I've been here with you, listening to you, and you definitely did not do that to me, for me.
You're Luke, right? Hold on. Your name is Luke, right? Yeah, here, Luke, we were just talking about that. We can rewind the tape.
Yeah, rewind the tape. Run it back.
What does this red herring, as far as the pi, have to do with anything? Are you trying to reverse the burden of proof here?
No.
Okay, so why'd you bring it up?
Because when I say to you,
my question.
Because when I say to you, is red red, and you go, yeah, I think it is. I go, great, we can agree on something, right? When we're talking about like mathematical constructs of the universe, and I say, oh, it's pi, and you go, well, pi is actually 22 divided by 7. I go,
yeah, this is a divergent tactic. This is nonsense. Totally irrelevant.
And even you bring excuse me, even you bringing that up is
you don't need to shout.
Okay, well then stop talking, because I've been trying to get this point in. Pi is the ratio of the circumference to the diameter. Any of those other things are just approximations. So it's irrelevant to the topic of hand. You're just bringing it up. I don't know, like in your little math nerd group, they say whenever you feel stuck, just bring up pi. Let's go back to the topic.
No, excuse me. Pi. What you just said was incorrect, actually. Like you said something that was right,
We
and then you just like baggaged
No.
on some incorrect statement.
Why
on
can't
top
you
of it.
accept that? And listen, I enjoyed what you
No.
said about pi being thought of as
Go
a
back.
constant. I thought that
Go
was
back.
really insightful, Luke.
Okay. I can't explain.
Yeah,
accept it
thinking
as a
it, it
constant.
is. Yeah, it's a constant. That's right. So all of these other numbers are approximations, and there's no reason. Why are you even arguing about it? It's ridiculous.
I don't know who you're talking to, right?
You.
Yeah, Luke, you brought up pi, and everybody's wondering why.
Yeah.
That's a good question. It
And I can
rhymes.
explain myself, but you guys keep spurging out at every opportunity. Like it's
That math,
insane.
I get it. Math, truth exists, right?
Yes, and
We
it's
love
good that
geometric.
can
We love
agree-
Euclid, by the way.
We can agree that that's how we draw circles, right? But and your claim is that the curvature of the Earth should have some circularity to it. Yes.
That's what curvature
In reality,
Yeah. So when we're doing a radius equation, I'm just making sure that you know what pi equals.
yeah.
Right? Because,
Everybody
I'm
knows what pi
glad. I'm good. I'm good that we're on the same page. Okay. When you're teaching someone like Mario, it sounded like you wanted to teach him stuff. Is that you don't really know like the basic stuff in a way that
Right.
actually conveys the
We
information
know that
correctly.
Earth's circumference is calculated by taking basically pi times the diameter. They
Yeah,
never
and
measured it.
We've
They
already
never
explored
measured it.
We've already explored that the elevation is.
Yeah, they
approximate
never
as well.
measured it. We want a measurement. We would like a small sample size. That would be sufficient.
Yeah, well, okay, well, go and ask like Neil deGrasse Tyson or someone who's actually going to like substantiate something that you're actually asking for, rather than like random people on the Discord that like have no obligation.
Oh my gosh! Go ask
Jeez
Neil
Louise,
deGrasse
dude.
Tyson.
All right, I'm going to bow out
I'm
of this.
literally talking to you. and
Goodbye,
you're, like,
Luke.
You're talking over
What
me.
a clown
It's so
show! What a
fucking
clown
weird.
show!
Yeah, this is a clown show. I'm glad
You're the clown
recognize.
show. Yes, thank you for bringing
Yeah,
the clowns to the
This
clown
is
show.
a
Goodbye, Luke. I'm not
circus, and
talking
I'm
to
a
you. The others
clown
may.
at the fucking circus. This place is a circus. You're all performers. You don't know anything that you're talking about.
Yep, let's go ask Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You
says
can
Luke.
say
Yep, go
you can
ask
say
him.
all this stuff. It doesn't mean anything. When I ask how do you apply this knowledge to everyday life, and I bring up time distance.
I answered that to you. I said I teach my kids how.
I know it's sporadic.
Not through
Can
a
you let
filter.
me speak,
I
or are you gonna
answered that to
blurt
you,
out
and you
what
wait.
I'm
Hold on. You said
speaking?
nobody answered that, and you were wrong. I answered that directly. I said I teach my kids how to see the world and express their experiences through their own senses, and you dismissed that. You said no. Nobody gave you an answer. You're wrong, or you have a bad memory.
All right. Does anybody else have a serious question about the Earth? I don't know. Seg, did you feel like coming off mute? Did you want to discuss anything?
I answered that in chat also.
I had a question.
Go for it.
What do you guys think or what is your explanation for meteors coming or hitting Earth?
Who wants to talk about that?
I can, but Dandelion, I'd like to hear from you.
I mean,
Unless you wanna
why do I
pass
have
it
to have
off.
an explanation for it? That's why I asked for somebody else to, because I don't really feel. I mean, what's the point of talking about that? I mean, I'm more interested in talking about it's not being a globe. I mean, things can fall to the
Yeah.
Earth, and what does that mean?
Where are they coming
Have
from?
you seen a meteor?
Things don't just
to the Earth?
magically appear.
Yeah, nobody's recovered anything that is proven to come from outer space after a meteor strike.
And we've got samples from meteors before.
Yeah,
I
it
have a
tends to
question.
be
I have a
iron, which is like everywhere you can find iron. Like when I lived in Arizona, I had iron in my freaking backyard, dude. Like
But you
iron.
admit meteors have hit Earth. Like we've had videos and thousands of people. in
Well, we've
cities.
seen explosions in the sky
From what?
on video. You know, what we do have actually is like sporadic meteors, something that's very close to me, hence my name. These are actually picked up as electrical discharges with ham radio equipment and on video. You can actually hear sporadic meteors in the frequency range of VHF around like 120 to 140 megahertz, which is kind of cool. Sounds like fuzzing when it happens. And when you pick that up, you look, you can aim your camera to it, and you'll pick up, if you use like electro-optical infrared, you'll pick up these these bright flashes, which are kind of like lightning or sprites or something emanating in the sky. Does that mean that they're physical rocks? I don't think so. I kind of think meteors are probably more closely related to lightning, to be honest. But, it's not like I study this stuff.
Thank you for an answer, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I don't know, like, just how you think that it relates to the topic of the Earth not being a globe. I mean, yeah, and a couple people have said that to you in chat, like, have you ever seen one hit the Earth? I mean, yeah, it's all speculation.
No, I have not, in fact, myself, but I know of people that have.
Who are these people?
Okay, so Earth is flat, right? So is the moon flat
Hold on,
too?
someone else was talking, dude. Don't just cut
Your
it off.
brain is flat.
This is mid-sentence. Shush.
Yeah, who were the people that you know that saw a meteorite hit the Earth?
I don't know anybody personally. I never said that. I just said I know there's hundreds of people in Russia.
There you go. I have.
You have?
Seg has. All right, let's hear about it.
Yeah, I was driving home and one lit up and it was coming straight towards me, and then it stopped, and then the light it was on fire, and then it stopped being on fire, and it was flipping in the air, and it landed in a field.
Did you go over there?
No. It was in somebody's it was on their field, on their property. I didn't go trespassing through their crops.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm gonna go rip the corn out of the way. Let me go get it.
That's the hard part, recovering it.
No, I mean, that's the thing. Like, we can see all these phenomena in the
Knock
sky,
on the
and they're
door,
interesting. They're interesting and everything. But yeah, things that, I mean, in general, we just try to not look up in the sky to prove anything about where we're standing. That's why we turn to disproving the claim geometry of the sphere, and making observations and tests that demonstrate that there's no curvature. But all these other things, I mean, yeah, you can speculate about them. They can be interesting. I like looking at the sky, but I don't ever look up there to try to figure out things about where I'm standing.
So is the moon flat or is the moon spherical?
It's flat like your brain.
You're a retard. Shut the fuck up.
No, you are a retard.
Shut up, flat earther. I don't take you seriously anyway.
What?
You are retarded.
The moon is flat. Do you see it flat?
You can see shadows cast on it. That doesn't really mean if it's flat or a globe, but
What's the best way to lift the IQ of this conversation 20 points, please? Anybody?
yeah, I'm just playing Minecraft right now. I'm gonna see
If Earth was flat, then the moon would collide to Earth.
Oh my.
Taryn, you're back on mute. Sorry, you got your 40 minutes.
Yeah, he wanted a raise of 20 IQ points, not the opposite.
If the Earth is flat, the moon would crash into Earth. What the fuck? Okay. What the fuck?
Taryn, you're welcome to stay, but dude, I mean, come on, don't give us brain damage when you open your mouth.
Where do people get this horse shit? That's ridiculous.
I think maybe Sonny. Maybe he's thinking if the Earth is flat, then gravity doesn't exist, and gravity, the force that pulls things down to the ground, which is keeping the moon in the sky, would then flip. I guess I'm not sure how he reasoned it, but something probably with gravity.
Yeah,
hey, you would probably think the same.
Made up in people's imagination.
So Mario, do you have any other questions?
Me? Have any of you guys ever done an actual test to see to prove something?
Yes,
like an in person, really?
Yeah,
Like what?
in person, right? So I used to watch all of these like crazy long distance observation videos on YouTube and whatnot. And I lived at the time on a 18-kilometer lake, right? Lake Macquarie has a point. Lake Macquarie's a lake in Australia. It's like a giant saltwater lake. And there's an 18-kilometer stretch across that lake. And I had a boat, and I bought a Nikon P900 super zoom camera. And I was able to zoom in, right, from one side of the lake and see the shoreline because it had like white beaches around the lake. So I could zoom in and see the white beach on the other side of the lake. Now, if the Earth was a globe, right, that should be hidden by a huge amount of Earth curvature over that distance.
So your elevation, where you were just on the water, correct?
Yeah, I was on my boat. Like it was just like a little, like.
And
a
how
small,
far were
like,
you able to
Zodiac
see?
type boat, right? So I tried it. I tried it so many different times, right? I would just cruise like to different parts of the lake and do different observations. But I would do it from say like 1 foot off the surface of the water, ranging to, 6 foot, like standing on the boat doing observations.
How
And
far
we
were
got
you
tons
able
of
to see?
examples, like tons of video examples of this that we can present as well, where we can see like magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe.
Yeah, but what was like the exact distance you were able to see with the camera?
Well, 18 kilometers was the longest stretch across the lake, right? So I'll just check how much curvature there should be over that distance. It's quite a lot. I just forget the numbers because it was quite a few years ago that I did that.
So 18 kilometers, that's like 11 miles.
Yeah, so it's about 70 foot of curvature of drop over that distance. Right, and also you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance on a globe. So if I'll just double check the, right, so it's 18 kilometers.
And what was
Eyesight
the
level,
highest elevation of the beach?
Oh, they're very, very small, like tiny little beaches, right? Just a few feet.
All right.
Yeah, so 1 second, I just got to fix up my Earth curve calculator. Yeah, right. So over 18 kilometers, there should be like from a 1 foot observer height, right? That beach should have been hidden by 66 foot of Earth curvature, right? That's kind of like a 6-story building, roughly. So quite a decent amount.
Again, I can't really like check those numbers, but I'll take your word on
Yeah,
it.
you can't check that, right? I wasn't doing that to. I did used to have video of it, but I don't have that because I'm overseas now. But we do have tons of high definition videos, right? Showing the same thing happening, right? Where they show the entire observation start to finish, the location, the distance, proof of the distances and all that sort of thing. I can pop one in the side chat for you if you want to have a look at one.
Sure.
All right, so here's one in particular. Right, so we got coast of Santa Barbara in, I think it's California. And we have some oil platforms. Right, so in this video, the guy's 8 foot observer height. Right, and when we do a distance check to the oil platforms, the second oil platform's 10 miles away, 10.1. It's called platform habitat.
Oh yeah, I've done that before. Yeah, I did the calculations.
Yeah, so this one, on a globe, the horizon would have to be at about 3.5 miles. But because we have the distance markers there, we can validate that the horizon isn't present at 3.5 miles. It's non-existent, right? It's well beyond the 10.1 mile platform. So that's just one of many examples.
Let me find
So
the
that's what-
equation.
Well, the equation is, right, you can just go on Google and just type in Earth curve calculator, and every single Earth curve calculator will give you the same result. So the equation to work out the distance to the horizon is just based off the radius value of the globe, right, which is 3959 miles. So it's, I think the formula or the equation is or formula, I think is the right word, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And that will give you the distance to the horizon. So it's based on the height of the observer. So if you set up a camera
And the height of
on
the object.
Well, the object in this case is what we're testing is the horizon. Well, it's not really
Right, so it's got a height of 0.
Yeah, so on a globe.
So you're saying we shouldn't be able to see the horizon behind it?
No, the horizon has to be at a certain distance away. So, I mean, when I was at school, they taught me the horizon's 3 miles away if you're 6 foot tall. So it depends on the height, right, that you're observing from. So this is 8 foot observer height. So it's a little bit further than from the 6 foot observation height. So it's 3.46 miles should be the distance, right? And that has to be the distance to the physical horizon on a globe. Right, so if you draw a tangent, like a tangent line from your eyes, right, or from the camera, I guess in this case, down to the surface of the Earth, right, according to the globe, right, based on the size of the globe, the horizon, right, that's the maximum distance that you would be able to see if you're on a globe of the size that they claim, 3.46. So this isn't just a little bit further that we can see. Right, you know what I mean?
You're saying
about
we
a
shouldn't be
geometric
able
horizon?
to see those two objects.
Well, you would be able to see the tops of them. Right, you would be able to see, like the second one, the bottom 30 foot should be hidden behind the horizon. But the horizon is behind the oil platforms. Right, but on a globe, it has to be hidden behind the horizon. Right, because it's based on an object. Right, the globe Earth is an object, and it has specific dimensions. So based on those dimensions, the horizon would have to be a certain distance away, right? Because point A, which is the observer point, right, and the distance marker, there has to be a certain amount of curvature. Right, so this kind of debunks the radius claim of the globe. Does that make sense? I don't want to like confuse you.
So let me just get everything you said straight. So according to the Earth's curvature, you still should be able to see the oil rigs, at least the tops of them, on a curved Earth. But you're saying
they would be behind the horizon.
But this is more than we should have been able to see.
Right. So if we basically the oil platforms are distance markers, right? If they weren't there, then we would have no idea how far away that horizon line was. So they're just there as distance markers, right? So we can validate that the horizon's behind the second oil platform. So it's further than 10 miles.
And the elevation of this person is 8 feet, or?
Yeah, 8 feet. I mean, the clip, right? That's from sometime, if you get time, watch the whole video.
I have watched
it. The entire process. Well, there's a bunch of videos from this guy, right? Maybe you saw a different one. This is a good one, though. Because this one's good because it's late in the afternoon and it's really clear conditions. I mean, if you want to see more, just let me know. I don't want to bore you with too much information. Or you understand the claim though, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're just saying.
Yeah.
I did do the math at one point though, and I do know you would still be able to see the oil rigs, but the actual horizon at the end, you're saying that the oil rig at the back should be hidden behind their right horizon, but it is in front of it.
On a globe, the distance to the horizon is 3.46 miles from an 8 foot observer height. Now you can double check that on any Earth curve calculator. Right. So I've got an Earth curve calculator up here. So what I'll do is I'll just put in the figures, and then I'll just copy paste the screenshot into the side chat for you. Right. So distance to the object, I'll put in 10.1 miles. Well, actually, look, this is about the horizon. I don't want to make it more confusing. So all I'm going to put in is the observer height of 8 foot. Right, and it says distance to horizon 3.46 miles.
All right.
Right, so I'll just paste that into the side chat, and then I'll post the link to the Earth curve calculator if you want to check it.
All right. So eyesight level 8 feet, distance to horizon.
So that's just based off the radius value of the globe, claimed radius value. So this observation is challenging that, right? Challenging that geometric horizon location.
All right. Yeah, I'll take a look into that.
So this has been done in all different locations, right? It's been done in different weather conditions, different times of the day. We've got some really amazing ones that have been done over really, really flat, still lakes, 20-mile observations. And then we've had people take it to the next level where we've had PhDs, teams of field engineers, and, people that are like, they know what they're doing, right? Go out with really high-end equipment, right? Like, for example, like a $20,000, $30,000 laser, and they're shining these lasers across huge distances, like 15, 20, 30-mile lakes, and hitting their target on the other side of the lake. So that's another thing that's, a different way to test for the curvature.
And
What's that?
I've heard a lot in here that rockets land somewhere in the ocean when they take off. They don't actually go into orbit; they just land in the ocean. But I had like a question. So like, are every single NASA engineer, all 4,000, 5,000, are they all in the lie?
No, definitely not. It would only have to be a very tiny amount of people that would be in on a lie. I think most people that even work at NASA would have no idea, right?
But these tiny amount of
doing?
people would just all be doing all the calculations themselves, because all the calculations from the engineers are doing these calculations, engineering in the mind, in the sense that it'll go into orbit. If their actual intent is to make it in the ocean, they'd have to do a whole separate engineering and calculations, and they basically just throw away all the work of the other engineers.
Yeah.
So,
Does that mean the engineers know what's actually happening? Payload integration facility.
What?
Yeah.
Payload.
There's a chain of custody issue between the payload as it was designed by the engineers and the payload as it is being fitted to a rocket for liftoff. Multiple chain of custody issues. People who design it aren't necessarily there to babysit the device through the whole process of deployment. It's unverifiable.
No, they're not there, but like I'm saying, who is someone else would have to be doing all the calculations of the rocket.
Yeah. So listen, I say, hey, look, I'll pay you $5 million to design a rocket. And then I go broadcast those plans to the world as a major technological achievement. Then I pocket the money and I put on a magic trick. Not saying that that's what's actually happening, but in reality, we cannot verify that what is being said to happen actually happens.
All right.
Yeah. It's about what we can verify. Like, if you're asking us to prove exactly who would be lying, and if they know that they're lying, if they're willfully lying, or they're just being tricked, it's kind of hard to do that, right? What we can do is just go and test the Earth for curvature.
All right. And actually, another question: why do objects disappear bottom up?
Well, we can recreate this on a flat surface, right? So there can be numerous reasons. So, I mean, like ocean swells is a good reason, you know. If you've got waves, you know, when you're looking out into the ocean, everything kind of blends together. So even if you've got a small ocean swell, it looks pretty flat out in the ocean. Okay, so if a boat's going out, right, due to the way our perspective works, a small wave can block something that goes beyond your vanishing point due to perspective. Right, so ocean swells, obviously that's one reason. Right, then there's different types of miraging effects that can cause the same thing to happen as well. Right, different types of inferior mirages. Right, they cause things to look like they're lower than what they normally would be. Sinking is a type of inferior mirage, and the definition of that is literally something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it.
Hold on.
Yeah, so I mean, you can look that up as well. I can post citations like from Oxford or American Meteorological Society. So we can also recreate that same thing on like a small scale flat surface as well. So I can show you demonstrations of that as well. So yeah, all I'm saying is that something disappearing bottom up doesn't negate a flat surface or prove a globe Earth. And most of the time what happens, right, most of the time what happens is something will just get smaller and smaller, right? Even if it's like a giant cruise ship or a container ship. As it sails out, it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller until it becomes like below the human eye's angular resolution limitation, which is 0.02 degrees, right? And then you won't be able to see the ship anymore, right? You can still see the horizon, but you don't see the ship, right? So some people could be confused that, okay, I still see the horizon, but I don't see the ship. The ship's gone beyond the horizon. But what we've found is we can actually zoom in and bring the entire ship back to view again. Right? Now, if you've got the ocean swells, or you've got that miraging effect, when you zoom in, you know, it's not going to bring it back to view. So it depends on the conditions and the particular situation.
Well, I okay, but thank you for that. But I gotta go now.
No worries, man.
Ran.
Skadoodle.
Was Luke muted because he kept on trying to interrupt the whole process?
Luke, yeah, we had hours of conversation with Luke, and then he went into some maniac spiral for no reason at all yesterday and today.
It's like you get someone new who's asking questions, and all of a sudden Luke starts answering for the flat earthers. You're like, dude, Luke, you don't even know what the word flat means. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, holy shit. Well, just be quiet for a little bit and listen. You might learn something.
Yeah, he's a strange one, right? We had like a very, very nice conversation with him for hours. Good faith conversation, and then all of a sudden he just flipped. Yesterday he flipped on us as well. Like, we present long distance observations and then he flips out. Like yesterday it was the black swan, and then he just kept leaving and joining over and over and over again for like 45 minutes straight.
Oh, you didn't do the report thing?
We don't have that option anymore. We just have the permanent option. So.
Yeah, I mean, Luke, you're lucky, dude. That used to give you server ban if you leave and rejoin over and over again. That was that's a rule for the whole server not to do that. Like, report spam, bang, and then also you're just gone. And you're like, well, I shouldn't have been banned. You're like, well, why shouldn't you have been banned? All I was doing was spam joining and leaving the channel over and over again. It's like as soon as the cog diss hits, they just freak out. Because they have to match their model, as above, so below. They look up and they see everything spiraling. So they say they must spiral too. No, you don't need to. You don't need to do that. Just because things are spiraling above your head doesn't mean you have to spiral down below. As above, so below. You don't need to do that.
Luke told us today that he's contacted Washington University to complain about their Earth curvature formula being incorrect.
That's epic. They'll end up not even answering. I like that too when people say like the source you said's not right. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson. We'll call up Tyson. He's got a very large social media footprint. He'll probably just block you. I mean, I'll just be honest with you. Like, won't give a shit who this person is. And try to get him to change their answer. They think they're right. Everything they've put out, they believe is 100% accurate. And if you think you're going to challenge it because you went and got wrecked by some flat earthers, they're just going to block you.
Yeah, like we kind of forced him to throw the radius value under the bus. Kind of funny.
It's a triggering.
Like,
when they realize it's not a globe.
Under the bus. Anything they'll throw it under the bus just to try to like not get one-upped by a flat earther in a conversation.
Maybe it's just a bigger globe, and we don't really know anything, but we know it's a globe. That's me being them.
Yeah, this is the image I like to post when they do that. Because you got two choices. Now they're faced with, evidence, proof that the Earth is flat. So here's their two choices they got. Pick System Shock or Flame War. Which one do you want? He's picked Flame War. So maybe today he's ready for System Shock.
That was a fun game back in the day, just saying.
Yeah, I used to have another one too that showed like the ice where you're cooled off. So like it cool that butt hurt. I'm not sure where I saved it. Because there was another one like cool and then like toxic too. I'm not sure what happened to it.
It's been a pretty good day, all in all. Like, Luke provided us hours of valuable content before a spiral. We've had a few other visitors since then who came in and asked great questions. It's like, I don't know which is better. It depends on the circumstances. Like 50 clown cars or one clown bus. We had about 1 or 2 clown buses today. Some days we get the 50 clown cars and they just come by and honk honk and leave. I mean, today was great, at least for me personally. I hardly get enough time to sit down with you guys for any extended length of time. And this is one of the rare moments I was able to do that. And it was good.
Yeah, dude, you were flat smacking and smoking meats at the same time.
That's right.
Good day.
Meat smacking and what?
Smoking meats and flat.
What?
Smoking meats and globers at the same time.
Yeah. I got the pork butt on the left. That's the globe, and I got the ribs on the right.
Pork butt.
I flat smack my ribs, and then I flat smack my globe. frying my
How'd the pork
pork butt.
turn out?
Oh, it's still going, man. I've been going since like 7 in the morning, and it's now what, like 4? Low and slow, baby, on that thing. The ribs are done.
Ribs like 6 hours on 50.
Yeah,
Awesome.
those ribs are perfect, man. I want to tear into them right now. The wife's gone and be like, think she'll know? Yeah, she'll know.
Oh my God, she left you alone. She comes home like, what are you doing? I thought I could trust.
It's also a good excuse to sit around outside, enjoy good weather, and like drink beer and stuff. So, yeah, I'm drinking beer, smoking meat, and flat smacking. Love it. Good day. When I'm fully retired, I intend on doing this. Like, I'll be on a porch in a condo in Florida or something, watching the waves and drinking margaritas, flat smacking. Could be South Carolina too. I like South Carolina. Y'all ever go to Charleston? What an awesome old city, like 1600s old. They got a whiskey culture there. Lots of whiskey bars.
Yeah, that's. I was gonna say the architecture sold like
Architecture's, dude, yeah, architecture's out of this world. It's like French and English mixed. Yeah, cobblestone streets, gas lamps. Oh yeah, Baltimore's no joke too.
And
Yeah.
I get into one neighborhood. It's like all these old freaking stone homes still, and most neighborhoods people don't know, but they're freaking all stone houses because you see the stone.
Yeah.
The foundations are stone. You know, you see the stone around the bottom, but then
Yeah, it's like Puritan era.
They've went over the stone with cedar freaking shake, like that
Right.
yeah, asbestos, the hard asbestos siding, you know, and then eventually you could tell like they sold them. Well, hey man, you need to put cedar shake. Well, then it was the asbestos. Hey man, you got to put this new asbestos. It's way better for your house. Then the asbestos goes out. You're gonna get freaking lung problems. So we're gonna sell you some freaking aluminum siding or tin siding or whatever the hell it was. And then it was like, oh man, that freaking metal stuff's trash, man. You need the vinyl. That's where it's at. Like every time they just go over it with something new, but they should have just left the damn stone or the old Dutch lap, the old wood shit.
Here's like city. I was looking to buy a house in like either Northwoods, original Northwoods. We ended up moving to Frederick instead, but they have those old like Dutch style, Tudor style mini tiny homes, like 1,800 to 2,400 square feet, and they've got the Dutch roofs and the big archways and the huge slanted like awnings and stuff.
Yeah, you talking about Frederick, Maryland?
It's Amish, dude.
Yeah, what, Frederick? Yeah, Frederick's full of.
No. Before moving to Frederick, I was looking at moving into these areas in like northern Baltimore neighborhoods. 2 of them I targeted was like Northwoods and original Northwoods. They're not too far from Mount Washington area.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay,
I'll have to
never mind.
look it up.
There's so many like tiny neighborhoods. They're like 4 blocks long. I mean, yeah, I gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude. I mean, there's nice neighborhoods right in the middle of just shitty.
Ditto. If you leave your neighborhood on all sides, it's like dilapidated buildings, collapsed roofs, tarp tents, and chickens running around.
Dude, it's like, you can just tell by the trash. Now it's like all one area, and then you drive a block, and it's just like trash. What the hell happened?
I dated a girl who lived on Highland Street. That was Highland Street, which is like where everybody gets murdered. It's a north-south running street east of O'Donnell Square, over by the hospital.
Yes, I freaking I remember being over there delivering in the lunch truck time, and
you stop at a stoplight, they're gonna bounce basketballs off the hood of your car and stuff. Like that's that place.
Yeah, where the guys like just immediately start doing your windshield. You're like, no, don't touch it. Like,
you don't pay them, they'll like slash your tires.
Yeah, like, what hell?
Good times, man.
And then you get out $1 to them. They're like, hey man, look, man, I got you. Look, all you gotta do is give me $20. I got you all month. Like what? Like,
for those of you listening to, like, Bear Polichik and I, like, we know, like, the most dangerous city on earth, and it's, like, our home turf, and there's a love-hate relationship with it, guys. Like, I love and hate Baltimore. It's a fucking craziest place. They have the you ever see those kinetic sculpture races? Where they build, like, these contraptions on bicycles the size of houses, and they look like the Mousetrap game? And they're like driving these things and like a ball's like doing this thing around like a track and like popping up. And then like guys are riding these bicycles with like pipes and freaking mustaches and weird shit. The kinetic sculpture race started like maybe 30, 40 years ago.
Really? How come I don't know about this? What neighborhood?
I don't know. I mean, 90s and 2000s? Around the time they do the Elvis runs?
Dude,
the Elvis runs.
Oh God.
Maybe I was plugged into a different side of Baltimore than you. I don't know.
Dude, I'm not in the city all the time, but
yeah, I was a lot. Thursday nights, women's roller derby flat track.
Holy crap,
$1 Pabst Blue Ribbons.
Never heard of any roller derby in Baltimore.
Yeah, what's going on? It was.
Isn't that weird? Where was it? Glen Burnie?
Near Greektown. Near Greektown.
Oh, in the city? Jeez.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah, you did some weird shit.
I did. Like, I didn't know that I was into weird shit, but I was into weird shit.
Roller derby, and that is so weird, but I just never heard of it. And I'm from Baltimore, you know? Never heard of anybody going to watch
that's the charm of the city, dude. Like, there's so much going on. Every neighborhood has its thing going on, and if you don't know, you don't know. Like you could go in one neighborhood. Like if you go bar hop and you go in one neighborhood, they're doing a Santa run. Another neighborhood, they're doing an Elvis run. Another neighborhood, they're doing the Red Bull jumps into the freaking Inner Harbor. Another neighborhood, like this is one day. It's like one night in Baltimore. Another, you go to Fells Point and you'll see like Jenna Bush doing piggyback rides on freaking Michael Phelps running up and down the street.
Oh my gosh!
I saw that happen.
Point.
I was at Max's when that happened. Oh shoot!
Point's a mess, man. I used to go down to
rugby shirts everywhere. The striped shirt gang.
He used to love freaking. We used to go to Bertha's Mussels, you know.
Yeah, love that place.
I used to take the
Rusty Scupper. Eat Bertha's Mussels. Baltimore's got like so much charm though because of it. Like it's an old pirate city and it has that kind of burlesque feel to it still, with the Hippodrome and stuff going on there. All right, let's get back to the topic, folks. I could reminisce for hours. What are we talking about? Flat Earth angle measurements? Yeah, way more exciting. Let's do it. Yeah, we kind of hit a slow point, kind of stalled a bit. Not seeing any newcomers in here. Listen to me ramble.
Anyway, yeah, I would chop them up. Names to the birth or so would be like, you know, eat Dave's muscle.
Yeah.
That was really funny back in the 80s. I mean, it wouldn't be as funny now, but it was kind of.
Yeah, eat Dave's muscle.
Just hate doing really long names. Like, you know, it's hard. You know, making letters out of the other letters that don't exist. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no R's. Eat Bertha. Bertha. Well, you know, I mean, you have to make new. Yeah, you have to make new letters out of other letters.
I've seen some crazy stuff. This might be out of your wheelhouse, so to speak, and I hate to call it a wheelhouse, but out of your wheelhouse. I used to be in a running club, the Baltimore Hash House Harriers. So,
running
the Hash House Harriers is they call it a drinking club with a running problem. It goes back to World War II. I guess soldiers used to go running around Indonesia, Jakarta, whatever. They'd sit in a hash house. They'd have some tea, they'd smoke up, and then go running and stuff. And then it just kind of got transferred over.
Or did they just?
So I'll tell you what we would do. We meet as a club, and we're all like anonymous to each other. And nobody uses their first names for privacy's sake. And dude, like in the Baltimore Hash House Harriers, we had like one of the former mayors of Baltimore with us, former police chief. Like, it was crazy. And what we would do is we'd go the night before a run, we would go to a state park like Patapsco and grab bags of flour and mark a trail with it. So every 20 feet or whatever, we'd plop a thing of flour and we'd mark the trail. And this would be the trails that the runners would follow in the next morning. And we'd have like caches of beer left it like dead ends of false trails, and if you happen to find it, you got lucky. You had to drink it all and then like continue on with your run. So we'd be doing it. Like the chief of police would be with us, like dashing beer like in a cooler behind a tree in a state park. and then when you're done with the run, it would take all afternoon. You'd go in the parking lot and drink beer out of your shoes.
What?
Out of your shoes.
And then you sing like dirty songs afterwards, like lots of dirty like rugby songs, lots of dirty rugby songs, and you get dirty nicknames.
Patapsco area, you're talking about like the end of Hilton and down.
Oh yeah, we were there. We'd do that. We went further down south to like the Maple Lawn, like
That's my favorite park, the one we were just talking about with the swinging bridge and the.
That's my favorite park too. Patapsco is a place to go. Where we do it all the time on like Sunday mornings, man. We'd be out there
right across the swinging bridge. There's a hill, and it goes walk up it, and if you go up high enough and climb up these rocks, there's a like a tip top area. It's really hard to get to, but that's where we climb up the freaking camp. And I
bet that was pretty cool up there.
They wouldn't come up and mess with us.
Yeah.
And, it was like the end of a horse trail that came out up on the top of this mountain. But to get to it, you had to come in from up by like Montgomery Road,
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
That way, you'd have to come in that way, way up on one of those farms up there.
Wow.
Off one of those streets off on the right of Montgomery Road, like right after you turn off a Washington Word.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, man.
That's cool. Got up there.
Park rangers wouldn't climb up there to mess with us because it's too hard for them.
They're too lazy. They got better things. I mean, they're like dead bodies washing up in the Inner Harbor. They got to deal with. It's funny. We had a company event like on the ferry one day in the Inner Harbor, and we show up, and there's a dead body in there that's washed up and tape around it, and a bunch of police standing around it, like texting on their phones or something. I'm like, oh man, this is crazy. That was like 2007 or so. Or 2007 or 6. Oh man, that's Baltimore, folks. Charm City.
It's really went to shit like lately, though.
I heard that. I haven't been back in
it was beautiful.
20 years, 15.
And
yeah.
Even the 90s when I got shot, it was still pretty. I mean, the last 20 years really sucked.
Yeah, I watch it kind of go downhill in the early 2000s. It took a nosedive. It got, yeah. people started moving out and stuff, and the bad stuff started multiplying.
That's
I have no idea what it's like now. I don't know if they're still doing any of that stuff that I talked about earlier.
I'd say a lot less, but sure.
Yeah.
What'd you call the bike thing? Google.
Kinetic sculpture race, like a like a sculpture, a kinetic sculpture race. That's what they called it. You see, like the freaking Pringles man on a bicycle smoking a pipe, and behind him is like this contraption. It's like got a calliope organ and like shooting like squishy balls in the air, some weird shit. Like this is, and there'd be like hundreds of these things. You think like, man, am I on acid? What's going on? Am I tripping? What the hell? Yeah, and then 10 miles down the street is like a compound where the most brilliant mathematicians in the world work. Really getting annoyed.
2025 spectacular spectator spectators guide. 2025 Baltimore Kinetics spectators guide. It's about the kinetic race, I think.
Huh?
Yeah. I think it's so yeah, there's different yeah. Each May, the American Visionary Art Museum hosts the East Coast kinetic race. It's still going. Oh my god.
Still going, man. Can you post something?
Yeah. But hopefully this link will be right.
Wow, they got a website.
Dude, it's got this guy on a big tractor looking thing. And
Big
I guess
tractor.
that means he has to pedal it though, right? That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Nobody's
Dude,
got engines.
how do you sit here and believe in bullshit? I'm just confused.
What's wrong, dude? Weren't you enjoying our conversation? We're talking about Baltimore.
Yeah, I hate him.
No, that's a city, dude.
Oh, they said Voldemort from Harry Potter.
No, Baltimore.
Oh my gosh, I hate him. Dude,
Baltimore,
you're talking
Maryland.
about Baltimore,
You're in Baltimore.
fairy tale shit. Talking about
Like, who the fuck cares about Maryland, anyways?
Oh my
What?
god, we have an
There's like 10 people that live there. and talk-
Did you come here to give us your freaking baller proof? So,
Yes,
Yeah, it's a good question.
such a good mood.
Yeah.
Because if you got it, guess what happens? We shut down the
Lay it
channel. We all disappear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gives us the proof sheets.
Yes. Okay.
Did you come?
We're like
So-
a bunch of drug addicts. We're addicted
Usually-
to failed glow proof.
Like, usually, right, I would just start spamming the picture of Earth from NASA. But I think it's a 1972 one, I think.
Oh, the
Oh, yeah?
only claimed photo of the Earth from space.
That's the only
Okay.
one, huh?
Well, that's what the blue marble. Yes, that's what I spam. But
All the other blue marbles that they gave us after that were just composited images made in Photoshop. But that
Right.
one,
NASA says those are fake.
that's the
Not
real
this
one.
that's not composited though, right? That's why I'm sending that one.
Oh, that's the claim.
No, that was a Star Wars painting. They use paintings in Star Wars. I'm joking. I don't know if it's really a painting, but one of the
Dude.
NASA astronauts was a
Wait.
painter who painted stuff like this for a living before he was an astronaut.
Before I even appealed to NASA and stuff, just a couple weeks
That's where
ago,
it
I
came
think. I think just a couple of weeks ago, didn't Katy Perry and like a bunch of other celebrities
She's
actually go
basically
to
an
outer?
astronaut at this stage. I mean, I'm impressed.
Yeah, girl power.
No, like there's a video. You guys are focusing on things that I'm not referring to. The main point is they went to outer space, and there's a recording of it. There's a live stream, no?
No, they didn't go high enough to be considered outer space. They had to go through what's called the Kármán line. Sorry, they did not bust the hymen. They didn't get that far.
Outer
Do you
space
think
video.
they popped up above a certain height and then all of a sudden they were like floating in space? Do you think that's what happened?
Yeah, I think they finally reached out of the atmosphere, and then they were just.
And they just start floating. Maybe they're floating because they were falling.
Oh my god, you guys are
Do you
so
know what a parabolic
dishonest.
flight is? Do you know what a zero-G flight is?
Do I know what? No, you're claiming they didn't actually go to outer space. That's bullshit.
It's just 60 miles
listen-
up, bro.
Yeah, listen, you know the ISS, you know what the gravitational acceleration is from the ISS? It's about 9.2 to 9.3 meters per second squared instead of 9.8 like we have on Earth. That's what they say. Yeah, so just because you go up that high doesn't mean you experience weightlessness.
Well, eventually, it's gonna get to the point where the gravity isn't gonna be as strong, right?
Yeah, that's going to be at what's called a Lagrange point. That's definitely not in low Earth orbit.
We don't even. Do you guys even know
we
how high
this
they
stuff.
went?
Huh?
Because I think they were into outer space. They reached out of the Earth atmosphere, and they got to a point where it wasn't gravity wasn't pulling them
Once
down.
they're in free fall at a certain rate, it's just like a zero-G flight. It's the same type of thing. Like you can look it up. Like they didn't pop into some area and then they're weightless, right?
He's literally floating in the video. What do you mean?
They
Yeah,
dip
that's
their
the same as the
toe in
zero-G flight.
space.
The same as it's just like a different type of zero-G flight. Like the capture, like it goes up and then it comes down at a certain speed, right? For like 3 minutes, right? They have like a zero-G experience. That's all, right? They're not
They
up there
should have went through
floating
the hole of the
around in
ozone.
space.
Can you explain this video then? Because look, they are quite literally free floating.
Yeah, like a zero-G flight, like a parabolic flight, a vomit comet, same thing.
Right. It looked like they were floating because they were falling with the container that they were in.
That's all it is. Like we're not bullshitting you about that. You can look that up yourself and validate.
Okay, look at the curvature. Oh my god. I just paused it. Oh wait, I can't send a picture here. I'm gonna just send it to your DMs, DJ.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, we know that it's not enough for it to actually be curvature if it was a globe, because the geometric constraints wouldn't allow it. Do you want to know more?
Well, you're claiming it, but I'm looking at it right now and it's curving.
Yeah, well, I can test the dimensions of the globe as provided. A sphere with a radius of 3959 miles and the height above it projected downward, what percentage of the Earth's surface you should see and how much convexity of that surface you should see. I've got a spreadsheet to calculate that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll post you a picture that you just DM'd me as well, bro.
And it doesn't match what they show us. They show us way more curvature than should be present. And I keep wondering why they do that. It's almost like people are like addicted to curve, like porn. They know that the audience wants to see it.
Yeah, so look, what you'll find is that wide-angle lenses distort lines. Okay, so that line that you showed in that image, right, is towards the top of the frame. So it's gonna distort that way due to the lens. Okay, so if you have a look at these types of footages, when the camera pans around, sometimes you'll see the curvature, right? It'll be curving the wrong way all of a sudden. It's just an effect of the lens. And aboard one of the Blue Origin flights, like one of the previous ones, there was an astronaut, a trained astronaut on there called Wally Funk, right? And she said that she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because they didn't go high enough, right? And even after that, even Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and he said that he did the math and he doesn't think that you would be able to see any curvature from that height. So
okay, guys.
it's only 60 miles up. You would only be able to see a fraction of the surface of the Earth from that height. So,
Right.
and it's not a flat Earth proof or anything like that. I'm just saying it's like you just got to take these things into consideration.
Okay. I'll be back another day to destroy you guys, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Better luck next time.
Whoa, did he go? That's it?
Yeah, he gave up. I'll be back another time to destroy you guys. That's what he said.
I'm shaking my boots.
Yeah, me too. They give up really easily. I noticed the younger generation do that. Like they're like quitters. I play them in chess a lot, right? And they'll lose like one pawn and they just resign. Snowflake.
That's funny. His best evidence was like Katy Perry. He's like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Katy Perry did it. Don't you believe Katy Perry?
It's interesting if you have a look at people that are professional zero-G, like scientists or whatever you want to call them, right? They conduct different experiments on these zero-G flights. They make it look so natural. You know, it looks just like the ISS footage when you see them doing these different tests in zero-G.
Yeah, I got to think that experience in a vomit comet helps them with replicating that same experience when they're on harnesses in a studio. Right? Because they get to see the dynamics firsthand. They're like, oh, this is how it looks like it should work. And some of them, right, like that meathead Marine Corps astronaut guy who sees his buddy like floating off, thinks something is wrong, and yanks his harness cord and pulls him back down, hoping he's doing his friend a solid.
Yeah. You know, one of the funniest moments was when they asked Don Pettit and that guy if you see stars in space, and just the way that he looked at the other guy, and then they looked at each other like they
like what should we say? Like,
yeah, what should we say? And then they just like committed. They just decided to commit to like.
Yeah, and then they doubled down. They're like, we see the zodiacal lights too. The zodiacal lights. Yeah, everybody knows what the zodiacal lights are.
It was more like, and the zodiacal light. It's like kind of really like he was a retard almost.
Come on, man. You know what those are, right? Come on. Roll with it. Zodiacal lights. It sounds good.
Yeah. It's hilarious. It's funny footage, really. Anything with Don Pettit in it is gold, unintentional
So,
comedy.
did you say Magellan, the Magellan Cloud?
Yeah, the large and the small Magellanic clouds.
And planet? Like he was on freaking Romper Room or something.
Romper Room, dude. Yeah. That's like the budget Sesame Street. Man, my damn pork butt hit this other shelf. Like it stalled out at like 170, 180. Increase the pressure. And crank up the heat. These things normally stall out at like 145. This one did that. Now it's
One more Baltimore reference. Captain Chesapeake.
Sorry, what? Captain Chesapeake?
Captain Chesapeake?
Yeah.
Nessie?
Yeah.
Is it Chessie? Or Nessie?
Chessie. Well, yeah, there's the, yeah, Chessie.
He'd come out of the water and talk to Chet.
Just all right, folks, I'm back, and let's see. Oh, Castle Kingside is here. Hello, Castle Kingside.
What's up?
Yes, sir.
Oh
Place
god.
Saluminium. The skull. He just. What's up, man? How you doing?
What's going on? How are y'all?
Doing great. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth.
Okay.
Yep. So we've been asking people coming in if they've got really good glow proof, the best glow proof that they can provide, the best glow proof on Earth. Do you have any?
No, man.
Have anything
The only horizon I've seen is a horizontal horizon.
Yeah, man. You know what's up. Everybody, for the audience out there listening, the horizon is horizontal. It's not curving. It's flat. It's flat everywhere you go. However high you go, however low you go, it's flat, always and forever. You've never. Nobody has. In reality, it's impossible. You might think, well, maybe you just have to keep going higher and higher and higher. Well, how high do you think you have to go? Neil deGrasse Tyson even said that the man who jumped from outer space, the Red Bull jumper, that he wasn't even high enough to see it. I would even argue that even if Earth is a globe, you couldn't see curvature from the International Space Station.
You need to get Snoop Dogg level high to see the
Dude, you need to get Snoop Dogg bull riding the Hubble telescope on Reed High. That's right. Did you know that from the International Space Station, you can only see just less than 1% of the Earth's surface? Sounds crazy, doesn't it? It's true. 3%, not even 3%. It's not even 3% if you use geometry. It's going to be even less than that because of the angular limit of your eye and because of atmospheric effects. You'll probably see closer to something like 2.5% of the Earth from the ISS. This is simple geometry, folks. You can derive this with the Pythagorean theorem. I'm going to drop the math in chat right now. If you don't believe me. Yes, folks, I'm a geek. I've got the goods. I'm a nerd. I did the calculus. Here we go. Go to files. Go to my research page. Scroll down. You want to see the math? I got you the math. You want to see all the formulas? I got the formulas. Here we go. People think, oh, you could see curvature from a weather balloon. Oh, that's even worse. Even worse. You know how much of Earth's surface you see from a 2,000 feet? 0.31% of Earth. The horizon distance is 445 miles. Yep, your angular tilt from horizontal to the horizon's edge is about 1 degree. Imperceptible curvature. How high do you think? We got people who think they could see curvature from the beach or from an airplane. Get the hell out of here. You know how much of Earth's curve you see from the top of a mountain that's 1 mile high? 0.01% of Earth's surface is visible. It's less than 0.05 degrees tilt to the horizon. You're not
On the
seeing
lifeguard chair and think they saw it. I climbed the lifeguard chair.
Yeah.
I saw it.
Yeah, people say.
Yeah, and,
People are
I
crazy.
get that as well. I get why people say that they think they see it, right? Because if you pan your head left to right across a vast area of the horizon, you can see the same distance in all directions, and it does kind of look like a flat circle. And if you had the presupposition of a globe in your head, you could think that that's the Earth curvature.
Because you're looking around you, like in the middle of a hula hoop.
Yeah,
It's on a flat surface.
It only happens when you pan your head as well. Like your field of view,
Yeah.
just looking straight out, it's just a flat horizontal horizon. But when you pan your head over a large distance, it kind of looks like a big circle of vision.
Well, I mean, your eye distorts a bit. You've got maybe, a 60-degree angular vision, something like that in each eye, 120 degrees total. I forgot what it is. Yeah, so you look around to the furthest extent of how light emits and reflects off surfaces to your eye. It's going to be roughly circular. That doesn't mean spherical. And it's like, what do you think you see, like in a square? Like you see a bit further at the corner somewhere, wherever that is? No. You've got a spherical perception of vision, and things scale roughly linearly with distance. They shrink in size, disappear when they're too far. 6 foot high will disappear from your vision when you're standing on the ground. If he walks away, 6 foot man will walk away from you at about 3 miles. He'll be completely disappeared. That just so happens to be the point at which people say the curvature of the Earth obstructs things from view. What a coincidence. Nobody talks about the perspective scaling part and the limits of natural vision. Nope, they just say it's due to curvature. It's actually due to your angular resolution loss. That's the truth.
Good. Here's the crazy thing. I try to explain this to Goldberters. Like, okay, because they like showing like a hot air balloon or something, and they're like, "Oh, it's a rectilinear lens," blah blah blah. So if you have the horizon, it's supposed to be equidistant. How can one part appear lower than the other unless it's farther away? Right? It's an arc, right? If you see the peak of the arc, and that's like in the center of your vision, that would be the closest part. And right, the bottom parts on the sides of your vision, those would have to be farther away. But we know the horizon is equidistant. So how can they be farther away? Do the calculation for a dip angle. Okay, dip angle to any point on the horizon, it's like say from 128,000 feet, it's 6 degrees. Well, how can there be an arc? Because every point on the horizon, so if I draw a line across the frame, every part of the horizon should be the equal distance in pixels from that horizon. That's the only way it can maintain that 6 degrees.
Yeah.
Try explaining this to these guys. Go for it. Good luck, man.
I know. It's like, there's almost no simpler way to put it. And maybe you do have to have like 120 IQ or something minimum to grasp some of this. I don't freaking know. It makes me wonder about it though. And that's grasping it after you've had the indoctrination of the globe. Because if you didn't have that from the first place, you wouldn't have these cognitive dissonance issues. I mean, like something, it's almost like a physical law. Like it takes more energy to climb out of this shit than it does to get into it.
You know, think about it. Also, another way to think about it is, right? Like, say I put like the peak of the curvature, right, in the center of the frame. I got a camera. I'm at 128,000 feet. I put it in the center of the frame. Now I'm going to keep the horizon in the center of the frame. Well, how am I going to do that, right? I'm going to have to start tilting the camera down, right? I have to pan it down, right? Because it's supposed to be curving down, right? So how am I going to curve it down without tilting the camera down? Can't do it, right? I should just be able to spin in a circle, right? And the peak of the horizon should just stay in the center of that frame the entire time.
That's exactly right. But it doesn't. And it won't for multiple factors too, right? Like, you know, it doesn't have to be a globe. It could be just the maximum extent of light. Like light itself doesn't have the luminosity from that distance to reach your eye. So you'll have like an actual Terminator line on flat Earth.
I also think about, this is something I've thought about for quite a while, is that so we use these lens approximations, right? These ray optic models, right? Should I see this? Should I see that? Right? And like, we know that they're only good at short distance. We know that from making lenses, right? So because I actually saw a video. It was actually a class. It was actually like a university class. The guy was like Hindi. It wasn't in Hindi, but it was an English. It was for Hindis, for Indians, but it was English speaking Indians. And he said, "Listen, if you have a lens and the sensor's too far away from that lens, you'll get wave interference. So that this ray light approximation isn't good anymore, because you can't use it." And there's a name for it. It's called the Fresnel distance. So there's actually a distance away from the lens where the ray optic approximation stops working. So like,
that's right.
But I'm thinking that has to operate on the other side of the lens too. It can't operate just on one side. It has to be on both sides. And
it's up to me a while back.
Yeah. So and they're like, well, light does this. Well, you're looking out 10 miles. No one's like done 10-mile tests to see what the behavior of light is after 10 miles or 20 miles or 100 miles, right? They're all in the lab, right? These short distances. And like, that's the thing with theodolite. Yeah, I heard you mention this morning. You're like, they claim an accuracy of like half
Arc
an arc
seconds for just the image. That doesn't mean they're seeing what's there.
They're not saying it's the image. You're just saying the accuracy is 5 arc seconds. I think that's within the device itself.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
The device itself, like you can turn it, you can rotate it, and the precision of it measuring the rotation of the device is half an arc second, right?
It's not the lens and the focus.
Exactly what's outside the lens or the precision of the lens itself or any of those things. I don't think that's half an arc second.
Yeah, I agree totally. And so you have the relationship of the precision of the device mated with the precision of the lens and the focal length and aperture, and that has to be also accurately tied to the leveling device, the ability to maintain horizontal with respect to gravity. All of that has to be like there's a combined error for all of that together. I don't know if anybody has ever done that.
Well, that's what I mean. And when they say, hey, this is accurate to half an arc second over 1,500 meters, like, how did they test that?
Yeah.
Like, did they like set up a bunch of mirrors, right? And, like, so they'll make an optical path that's like longer than it's supposed to be with a bunch of mirrors, right? You could do this. You could get a big warehouse, right? And just have, repeated mirrors going back and forth, and then just see, and then have like a fucking bullseye somewhere, right? And you look at the mirrors and through the mirrors, and then you have a long optical path, right? In a controlled environment. But I just wonder where they come up with these numbers sometimes. I don't think that these are tested. That they like you said, they
not like that.
Error.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything like that either. Springs to mind, but somewhat unrelated. But this whole Schuler tuning thing has been sticking in my craw the past few months. You know what I'm talking about, right? The
that's electromagnetic or something, right?
Well, no, actually, so you know how we say there's a missing rotation vector in like the flight data of airplanes? How are they accounting for the rotation of the plane to maintain down? How about satellites? How are they maintaining down with respect to Earth? How are they doing it? The claim the Globers haven't told called Schuler tuning. It's the mechanism. Yeah. So this guy Schuler, like some German dude 100 years ago, figured out that if you were to mathematically construct a pendulum with the length of Earth's radius and swing it, it would complete a period of every 84.4 minutes. And if you're to apply this as a mathematical correction into your linear flight plan, you would be able to create a curving arc with respect to the velocity traveled, no matter the speed or direction on Earth. So,
this is the same as that other ridiculous shit. They say is if you drilled a hole all the way through the globe Earth out the other side, and you fell through it, right? You'd fall through it, right? You'd accelerate. Then you'd go through the center, and then like you'd start slowing down because you passed through the center and it would start pulling you back, and you would just bounce back and forth through this hole.
And then reach equilibrium.
Yeah. So, but they say that the time it takes to fall through the hole is the same no matter how you drill the hole through the Earth. That the time to fall. So even if you don't pass right through the center, if you're off at an angle, it'll still take the same amount of time.
Wow, I gotcha. Yeah, that's related. That is so. Yeah, you could have like a curving arc through it.
And the reason I thought it was related because I remember the video I saw. I think they said 90 minutes, and then you said what? 88 minutes.
It's not quite 90. It's 80. Yep. I thought it'd be 92. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's interesting.
They're just rounding up to 90 for the purposes of that video or something.
Here's what I found, Indio. Here's what I found. This is interesting.
That hole, when you drilled it through, would you climb out? Would you fall out? Would you walk out?
You'd slow down. You'd be able to climb out eventually. Here's what's interesting, guys: is Schuler tuning was never used in the aviation industry until after the Apollo moon missions, because they made a big deal out of it being successful in order to get people safely to the moon and back. And so Boeing and Rockwell Aviation started working on these for commercial aircraft and started plugging them in. And what this does is it provides a way to map azimuth and elevation angles that they use for getting their heading and calculating distance and attitude, to map it to a spherical surface so that they can conform it to WGS-84. So that they can present the coordinates accurately on a screen.
Do you
or
have
on
like
a map.
do you have any like an example of a device that does this, like a schematic or?
Yeah. What you need to look up is something called the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, ADIRU.
Okay.
This is a device that does that. The 777 ADIRU has this device that is claimed to implement the Schuler tuning function in order to correct for Earth curvature rotation as a plane flies over the curvature and has to rotate. There are cases where this device has failed and produced no change, no difference in distance
I think I know
measurements.
what you're talking about. Isn't it like a bell or something like that?
A
Isn't
bell?
it like a weird conical shape or something?
I don't know what
Or like
I mean, electrical schematic
they
for
put
it.
it
It's
in
software.
resonance. I thought they put it like there's a mechanic. I thought there was like a one that they
And
put into resonance or something.
Yeah, so earlier days they would use a mechanical device and they'd use a harmonic of the pendulum.
Yeah.
But nowadays it's all software code. And
What do
they used to not
do
really
they
use
got,
it that
like
much.
a resonator chip, like I don't know.
I
I'll
don't
check
recall
it
the
out.
details. You can actually go to Google Patents, read up on these. Here's the other interesting thing, Indio. I've been looking for field test data of Schuler tuning devices, ADIRUs. Nothing exists. Not a single thing exists where they say, here's where we used it with it, here's where we used it without it, here's where we tested like 3 of them, here's where we tested 10 of them, and so on and so forth. So they don't, they
How about anything in academia, like some random scientist, like, because they'll make like ring laser gyros in labs and shit, right? And write a paper up on it. Like that's pretty common. Not common, but it happens sometimes. There's got to be something in academia where somebody took this and like did it in the lab for some silly thing and published a paper on it.
Now, if you can't get into it or whatever, like the black box, they don't let you go into those. They're like, oh no, you got to send them.
Well, they should be able to make their own, right? If it's a physics principle, then they should be able to just make their own on the lab bench.
If they used it to get to the moon, then that's freaking not happening. They're not making shit.
Thomas, you heard of the lens? It's called the lens stirring effect. It's a fucking stupid general relativity thing with the rotation of the Earth. It's like a vortex in space time is the only way I can put it. It's fucking so stupid. I actually heard a Glober say that they use these in fucking GPS. You have to correct for the lens stirring effect in GPS. It's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Sorry, guys, I had to leave unexpectedly. Family drama. I'm back for now. Schuler tuning, air data, inertial referencing.
I'm just saying, right when you left, you heard of the lens stirring effect?
The lens what effect?
It's called the lens stirring effect. Lens is the name of the guy. Lens stirring.
No.
Lens and stirring.
It doesn't sound
Thirring.
Thirring. It sounds like something I've come across. I don't recall though.
Yeah. It's a relativistic effect caused by a rotating body, and space-time ends up being slightly viscous, and instead of just bending and warping, it kind of slightly spirals and forms a slight vortex.
Oh, this is like Godel shit. Kurt Godel shit.
No, it's general relativity. It's supposed to create it, and I've heard they do relativistic corrections for this. Well, I mean, I hadn't heard a Glober say it. He was just bluffing. He didn't really know what it was. He was just saying random words. But he was like reading down the general relativity page or something, and just like, it's got to correct for this. It's got to correct for the lens stirring effect.
What the hell?
No.
Dude, I'm pulling it up right now in Wikipedia, just scrolling through it. Like, where are they coming up with this stuff? Like, what was the need for them to require this? What did they notice that was broken?
Nothing. Someone. This is like the Foucault's pendulum, right? Or the Coriolis effect, or the Botwell's effect. Some scientists went, well, if the Earth really is spinning, it should be doing X. No one ever noticed it before, right? They just said, hey, this is a prediction. We're going to go look for it now.
It's like the geodesy.
Now they have to correct for it. Now they have to correct for it because now they know it's there. This is like the Van Allen belts, right? Now that you know it's there, now you need shielding for it.
The ionosphere. Now you know it's there. You got to deal with it. Oh my gosh, dude. There's so much that I think is happening in the sky that people think is happening in the ground, and vice versa too. They got it all flipped backwards.
Have you ever seen the Mario Shack dude? His name's Mario Shack. And no, he's not the guy that made frickin' it's a pretty unfortunate name, quite honestly. So the guy Simon Shack that made September Clues. And he has
Mario
a brother named
Shack.
Mario.
No, don't know Mario Shack.
So he's into the Tycho Brahe model of the solar system. Him and another. He's not an astronomer. I don't know exactly what his expertise is in. He's been like researching this for like a couple decades with the help of astronomers, and it's about the Tycho system of planetary motion. So it supposes that the Earth is in the center, Sun and Moon orbit the Earth, and the planets orbit the Sun. That's not really the important part. The important part is what happens when you have a heterodox theory. You look for problems in the mainstream theory, and this dude has found quite a few of them. There's a very weird one with the seasons in the northern, so-called hemisphere. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but it's like some prediction where the seasons, and they've known about this for a very long time. I think who the hell noticed it? Maybe when Bezel or it was some 17th century scientist. But it's like the seasons should do like this. They should process in a certain way. They actually shouldn't be the way that we see them. I think they should like go faster because the Earth is supposed to be tilted. So they're supposed to do like kind of like a little loop-de-loop thing. And they don't do that. And there's a whole bunch of other things I'll actually put the link in the chat. 'Cause
That's
he
curious.
has a he wrote a book about it. He has a web page about it, but he also has done some interviews. You know what I mean, like podcasts and like just super
Oh,
interesting.
okay. I'm really into this. Yeah, the sky geometry doesn't match the claimed orbital mechanics in a lot of ways.
Well, the one thing he brings up is the retrograde, right? So you got the retrograde motion of Mars. It does its little loop-de-loop.
Yeah.
Now you'd think, right, when Mars is farthest away, the loop-de-loop would be small, and when Mars is closest, the loop-de-loop would be large because of perspective, right?
Parallax. Yeah.
It's the reverse of that. Yeah. But it works. But
That's
it works
a big
perfectly with
oops.
cycle models.
I see. That's really cool. Yeah.
He said there's another thing, like if you say you saw Mars in the sky and it lined up with a particular star, right? They're like in a line, a vertical line. And then if you come back, like 700 something days, I think it's 735 days or something, that Mars will be lined up with that star again. But if you run it through the Copernican model, it doesn't line up again.
Yeah. What are the chances?
Yeah, that's what a
I
lot
like
of people
this
don't
stuff.
realize, like with the ephemeris, right? That's updated constantly.
Right.
But these guys, they think that like, oh, we did the calculation and then we just let it run forever and we just went on break, right, for a decade. No, dude, you're updating that like every 30 freaking minutes, man.
It's true. They upload a new ephemeris to like GPS systems every 4 hours or something.
Oh, really? Wow. Huh.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's like subframe 2 and subframe 4. One of them has the ephemeris. The other one has the nautical almanac data, and they're always on the backhaul uploading this stuff every like 4 hours.
It'd be useful to figure out when that information is too stale and it's just like the GPS stops working. Is it like a day? Is it a week? Is it a month? Is it good for like
question.
the useful ephemeris for like a year? Like when does it break?
Yeah. Yeah. At what point do you start noticing things not working? I mean, they got enough redundancies.
Yeah, but that would give you the true accuracy of like the model they're using, right? Because like say the model works for like 4 hours, and then after that starts getting out of whack. It doesn't even have to be a linear error, right? The error could be freaking exponential. So like it's freaking 1 arc second off, and then like in 10 hours it's freaking 5 degrees off.
And all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
What's going on, Castle King?
What's up, man?
You got anything? You got anything new, Castle King?
Yeah, something about the James Webb Telescope discovering something about the universe that debunks.
Have you looked at the James Webb Telescope images?
I've seen some of them, yes.
Yeah.
Do you get weed up? Like how does it make you feel? And you're like in your sub, like, does it really touch your soul when you see those images? Does it make you feel like what do you get? What do you get from it? Let's go through it.
Well, they look beautiful. First of all, God's creation is wonderful and marvelous.
And then you go onto a Flat Earth channel and talk about it. Why not go to like a astronomy channel?
Well, isn't Earth a part of space?
No. Do you need
So the
citation?
land in the sky, huh?
Do you need citation for that?
Do I need citation?
Yeah. Yeah, I could get citation. Astronomy studies everything beyond Earth's atmosphere. Is Earth also beyond Earth's atmosphere at the same time?
Well, I mean, Earth is a part of space.
No, it's not. It's exactly not. The sky. Is Earth in the sky and not in the sky at the same time?
There's Earth in the sky and
Yeah.
not in the sky at the same time.
Yeah, so what you would say is yes, because you're from Mars or something like that. But you currently
it'd be a
live
matter
on
of
Earth.
perspective. I live on Earth. Yes, I do.
Okay, but you're from Mars? Where are you from originally? What planet are you from?
I'm from God Almighty.
The hell does it mean?
It
Can't read the
means
text.
that the Creator created me, and here I am.
You can't read the text chat, right? Are you like you're playing? You're an Xbox or something?
I don't play Xbox.
Okay, well, can you read the
PlayStation.
text chat?
Oh, what is it? Why don't you just read it for me, Crit? You're
Okay.
in there.
What is astronomy? Astronomy is a study of everything in the universe beyond Earth's atmosphere. That includes objects we can see with our naked eye, like the sun, the moon, and the planets and the stars. Do you use astronomy to study the Earth?
I see what you're saying.
You're tracking?
Yeah, you're talking about, astronomy is about the stuff that's beyond Earth.
Yeah. Same thing with astrophysics. An astrophysicist is someone who studies physics beyond the Earth. This can be anything from the sun, moon, planets in our solar system to exploding stars, distant galaxies, and even the universe as a whole. So when you're using astronomy or astrophysics, that has jack shit to do with the Earth. Nothing at all. Unless you're from another planet observing Earth.
Let's see. Right. Why be concerned about the universe when y'all can't even find the end of Earth? Right? Crit?
Yeah.
So ridiculous. There is no space.
There's no space, dude.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that, Crit.
Well, go there. How about this? Hang up the call right now and dedicate the rest of your life to trying to get to space. You won't make it, and you'll wonder, hey, I guess Crit owes me. I told you so. But I won't even say I told you so. I'll just be like, hey, at least you did something worthwhile and followed your dream. That was something valuable. It mattered. Trying matters. What you're doing right now is you're not even trying.
Yeah,
so you
sorry,
could,
Crit.
you could right
I
now,
don't have access to space, man.
You could do it, though,
Like,
but you could, if you believe it's
most
true, you
people
would do
on
it.
Earth. I could do it. You know what else you could do, Crit? You know, it's more likely that you get into shape than I would get into space, Crit.
We talk me getting shape. Dude, I can stand on my hands. I can do the splits. What are you talking about? Your fat ass can't even touch your toes.
Oh, you really? Are you serious about this, Crit?
Yeah.
Crit, can I see that video of you doing that handstand?
Yeah, I could show you a video of it, but it won't change anything. It won't matter one way or the other.
Well, at least you have some proof.
How about you send me a video of you touching your toes, and I'll show you a video of me doing the splits and standing on my hands.
I'll send you a video of me putting up 405 for 16
No, let me see your fat ass touch your toes.
It's about right. Do you know that I'm in a small percentage of people on our planet Earth, Crit?
You're the one that wouldn't want to bring up body types. You're gonna be, dude. Everyone knows you're like a hog, just a
hog, a boss hog at that.
Castle King, did you say, Castle King, here's the thing. Didn't you just say that we shouldn't worry about galaxies and stuff out beyond Earth when you can't find the edge? Is that the question for you? Or is that a statement for you? You guys can't find the edge of the Earth.
Wait, what? It's a globe. There's no edge.
No. In the geometric terms, the sagitta, or the tangent point, the horizon, is supposed to be your edge, but there isn't one.
Man, that's because it's like an illusion. It's not really there.
Right, so you guys don't have an edge of the Earth to find, so you don't have a globe, so all that astronomy is pointless, right?
No. We understand what this globe is made of and where everything is. We've mapped it already.
No, you don't.
That's why we
No, you
have the
don't.
model of it.
No, you don't. There's no model. If you can post the model for me, do it right now.
It's a little globe that you see in the classrooms here in America.
No, I'm sorry. That is a polar coordinate system. It's a projection. That's not a model of the Earth. Were you not aware?
Oh, you mean the model of the Earth has to work exactly like the Earth does with everything that we know about Earth? But it has to be.
That's a scientific model. No, a scientific model is much more specific. You don't have a model.
No, listen. You know they make models of cars before they make the actual car? It's a
No, they don't.
tiny model, and then they scale it up.
Those are schematics. Those are diagrams, not models. It's different.
Do you know they have little mannequins and things like that to model clothing?
Yes. Still, not what you're trying to refer to. Now, if you're saying that the Earth is the same thing, the furniture that you find in a classroom, which, by the way, on the bottom of it says not for, educational purposes, then you're in big trouble, my friend, because that would have a geometric size that would bear out in reality, and it doesn't.
Why? Because it doesn't have its own working weather system and gravitational pull and all the things that Earth actually has?
No, sir. Not even the basics, just the geometric claim doesn't exist in reality. So it's just a toy. It's for Globers like you to masturbate to. That's what it is.
Oh, come on. Why you get perverted with it, man?
Well, mental.
Well, that's what it's for. You guys. Yeah, you guys look at that. That's where you live.
Does that?
It's not physical.
You get off on it.
Yeah, it's mental masturbation where you wax philosophical. Wow, look how beautiful God's creation is. Then how come you're in a flat Earth channel?
Because I'm an American. I have the right to be where I want to be. Say what I want to say.
How about that?
I thought you said you were Samoan, right? What happened?
I am a
What happened to
Samoan.
being
I'm
Samoan?
first generation American from Samoa. So funny about that.
You're a comedian, man.
You're always funny, bro. You make us laugh. Sometime.
Laugh is stupidity.
Bitch over here talking about doing handstands. That's something to laugh at.
Yeah, you don't think I can do it?
Yeah, I don't think you can do it. Turn on the camera and do it. Let me see.
Yeah, let me see you touch your toes. Let's get your fat ass.
You
let
got
me see you
something-
touch your
you
toes.
got a foot fetish over here or something,
I'll
man.
do the splits. I'll do the handstand. I'll stand on my head. I'll do all kinds of amazing acrobatic stuff. No problem. Let me see your fat ass touch your toes.
I already
That's
put
it.
up that 405 for 16 reps, homie. Chew on that.
Whoa.
Talking about touching my toes. This man's got a foot fetish over here. Obviously.
No, just show that your fat ass can't even touch your toes and you're worried about, like, oh, I can do a handstand. It won't even change anything. Even if I do it right now, hold up a handstand for 30 seconds, you'll just be like, oh, so what? Look how beautiful the James Webb Telescope is. You won't even figure out that why did it matter in the first place?
No,
Because you
first of
think
all, you got it wrong.
You're some
I would
sort of
say
pillar
congratulations,
of...
Crit.
You think you're
That's
just
what I
better
would
than everyone
say.
else. You're not. You're not better than
What
anyone
did
else.
you say, Crit? Suffering succotash? What did you say, Crit? I couldn't hear you.
You're
when I
not
was
better than
speaking.
anyone else, dude.
Oh, I'm not better than them. Of course I'm not. We're all human beings, man.
Hey, that's not what you said before. You said, oh, you're a celebrity, you famous and all that shit, you important. And now
Just
you
because
change your
I'm
words
famous
today?
it doesn't mean I'm better
Now you
than
change your
anybody
words
else 'cause
today?
I'm famous. Huh?
Come
What-
on,
what'd
dude.
you say?
You heard me.
My Cambodian friend?
Wait, you're famous?
Yeah.
Well, according to him,
Who
he's
are you?
famous, he's important.
Man, have you ever played Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019? I'm in that game,
Fucking
man.
idiot.
Oh my god.
That makes me famous. 30 million copies sold worldwide.
In your own bubble. Nobody cares.
Oh, please. That's a real
Wait,
thing.
who are
That's a
you
real
in the
thing.
game?
That's
Please,
me.
you.
Who are you in the game?
Raines. Raines.
Jesus Christ.
It's true.
Raines.
Y'all be hating on me, man. Sad.
That guy?
No, I said, well, I
Yeah,
don't
that's
care.
me.
Domain Reigns?
Yeah. They used my face for that character. They didn't use my voice, but they used my face.
Why did they use your face? Because are you famous like outside of Call of Duty, or is that just your only like?
I'm saying
Getting clowned
that's
on
what made
now.
me famous. 30 million copies sold worldwide.
Why was your face used for that?
Because I'm
Did they just like
handsome.
randomly choose?
No. Obviously, they called me up. They wanted to use me because I work in background for Hollywood. So they said, yo, you want to be in the game? I said, sure. They said, okay, send me a selfie. And then I sent it to them, and they said, okay, show up at this address tomorrow. And I was there.
All right. Is there any way you can like turn on your camera or?
Oh, yeah, I could if I had permissions in here.
Oh, all right.
Oh, you don't believe me?
No, I'm
Hey,
just saying.
you don't believe me? Hey, then check out. You know what? No, I don't want to self-promote in here because I might get the ban for whatever that. But I'm Castle Kingside all the way around. Figure that out, man.
Just DM it to him.
I'll just search up you.
I don't even know who I'm talking to right now.
You blind?
No, I'm not blind. I'm looking at the TV over here, man.
So you playing game?
Nah, I'm not playing the game. Talking to you right now. I'm just looking at the TV.
Mm.
All right. I guess that's pretty interesting. Of course, I can't really verify that is you, but if it was,
Man,
it's pretty cool.
Go to YouTube and type in Castle Kingside and see what happens.
Type in what?
My name, man.
What's your... Oh, Castle Kingside. This is on your...
Oh boy.
And type in that 405 for reps, and you'll see your boy, man. This man quit talking about can't touch my toes, please.
Flat Earth, according to Castle Kingside. Is this you?
That's me, man. Hey, but you know what? Check out that video of me hitting that 405, homie. Then you'll see the beast that's in this room right now.
All right. Is this a Cobra Kai shirt?
Yeah, you like that?
It's interesting.
Yeah, of course. I'm an interesting dude, man.
That's an interesting 405 cope mechanism.
And what are you talking about? Because you want to see my Crit wants to see me touch my feet.
No, I didn't say that. I don't want to see shit from you at all. I said I'd make a deal with. I said I'd make a deal with you. You want to see me do a handstand and splits? I said sure. Let me see you touch your toes. That's the deal. You want something from me? I don't want anything from you.
You want me to think that you're Jean-Claude Van Damme 2.0 over here, Crit?
That's not what I said at all.
Talk about doing the splits. What kind of guy does splits?
Yeah, not you, that's for sure.
Hey, your fat ass can't touch your toe.
Hey, Castle King, when you're trying to touch your toe, bro, don't forget to spell run.
Run?
What's wrong with doing splits, man? Fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme got more pussy than you'll ever get. Kidding me?
Is that the mark of a great man?
No, but I mean,
No, I'm just saying I'm
you're
flexible.
talking all this mainstream bullshit.
Come on, man. This is how guys joke around, man. Just relax. Have fun.
So are
You
you
want
like
a picture of me
flat
doing a
earther?
backflip? I got a picture of me doing a backflip when I was a kid.
Wait, a picture? Where's the video?
It was fucking 19.
Well, all it took was a picture. The James Wan pictures.
It was 1978. This picture, 1978.
Hey. Amen.
Video wasn't
From the
invented yet.
70s. Hey, I'm just saying, Generation X, man. It's a pleasure to talk to you. I'm saying you've lived enough life to know what's going on out here.
Yeah, he
Where's-
knows.
where's the- yeah,
he
where's
knows
the
there's
homie
no.
at?
He knows it's
What?
not a globe. Listen to your
What?
elders.
Oh, please.
Mr. King.
Oh, you're another flat earther?
Of course he is.
Oh, God.
Bro, so are you. So are you. You're just confused.
I'm a flat earther all of a sudden?
Yeah, you
No.
live
Oh,
on
wow.
flat Earth, right? You're just confused, right?
Oh,
And you
Lord.
look. Hold on. You said you don't even know that the Earth's a globe, right? You
Yeah,
said
I
you
don't know.
experienced the Earth as a flat Earth, right?
But yeah.
So you are a flat Earther. You know,
No!
you
Don't put me
haven't
in
been to
that
space
group.
yet, Castle King. You haven't been to space yet. That's what you said.
You know, when
That's
I
your
die
argument.
and God gives me my heavenly body, I'm going to travel out to space, look down at the earth and say, I told you so.
Yeah, sure you will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you go like, bro, those guys in Discord showed you the long distance observations that are impossible on a globe. What are you, stupid? That's what he'll say.
No, wait, what? How am I stupid when we didn't even figure out where the edge of the earth is?
Yeah, he'll be like, what? They didn't claim an edge, bro. Like, didn't you hear them say that
How big does
500
it have
times?
to get end?
Where's the, are you sure?
Yeah. Do you have an end to your street that you live on right now?
Yeah.
Does your house have an end to it?
Yeah.
There you go.
It's like that episode of American Dad where the alien kept making that weird sound to annoy the family.
Roger.
Well, what did it sound like?
Yeah, do you remember
Chris,
that?
when
Where
you-
he got
Suffering
popping up
Sucker
everywhere?
Tat?
Yeah, bro.
Sylvester the cat over there, was it you? I never seen that episode. I didn't even watch that show. What, American Dad? I never seen it.
Okay. Thank you for telling us that.
Suffering
Castle
Sucker Tat over
Kingside.
there. Talking about touch my toes.
Okay, Roger.
Roger.
Are you like
Oh, we got a new person. Oh, Mario, welcome back, brother. Good to see you.
Mario.
Mario, hello. How are you doing?
With
It's me, Mario.
The Dr. Phil Eminem profile picture.
Dr. Phil.
Dr.
Yeah,
Phil?
the Dr. Phil profile picture.
Who's got that?
So
about
what do
it?
you guys
Like,
think of the Kuber theory?
Cuba theory.
Back.
Yeah.
Well, we were.
Yeah, that's
the cube.
The dude
Earth
from
is a
earlier.
cube?
Was it Mario?
Yeah, this is Mario, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who you guys are talking to.
Are you a Cuba theorist?
No, but what do you think of it?
Sounds pretty dumb to me.
How about the triangle Earth?
Yeah, I don't know about that one, dude. Is that a theory? Like,
I don't know.
you're just saying random shapes and adding Earth to the end of them?
Exactly.
What's your purpose of doing that?
I don't know. I'm bored.
That's
Nothing
all you
better
could
to
come
do.
up with? Oh my goodness.
What do you want me to do right now? It's like the weekend for me.
This is okay. Okay, bro. All right, you
It's
just
like
be
the
your-
most productive
just
thing
doing
I
your
can
thing.
figure out to do my time with.
Just
Go on
say
a flat Earth
random
surface.
shapes and then like, have you heard of triangle theory? Have you heard of square theory? Like, is
No,
that
just go on a random flat Earth Discord server and like start rage baiting them.
rage baiting us?
Yeah, you're not even over the target yet, homie. If you
Yeah,
want to try the rage bait or try to get someone to respond to you, you'd have to at least be over the target. You're so far off the target, you just sound like an abject retard. Just spouting off.
You need to be
Whoa. Hold
Sorry.
on. Hold on.
Calm down,
That's not
Mario.
easy. He triggered out.
Meltdown?
Mario, the
That's
conversation
meltdown.
was going well when you left. You ran away before.
Oh, 24/7 flood off Discord.
Oh wow,
Hello.
the clown bus has literally arrived, right?
Where?
Oh, I just wanted to say hello.
And now it's onboarding.
Was mit dem, was ist hier?
Oh, we got raided. Interesting.
Can I talk? Or
Yeah, you're up, bro. You're up.
I can talk? Assalamu alaikum.
You can. You can talk. Yeah, you have permission.
Why everyone is mute? They are all good.
Speak.
Yeah,
They're
all talk at the same time.
Everyone is mute.
Yeah, everyone talk at the same time like an idiot. Yeah, so I can't hear what you speak about. Yeah, very smart.
Why you talk
So-
if I
I don't know
talk?
why they always say that. We don't want to all speak at the same time. Wouldn't that
Ey,
be
warum geht jeder mute? Hallo, seid ihr Nutten? Hallo.
Is that what you just came in to like speak a different
Why is
language? or
everyone
what?
mute? Are you the king?
Is this what you came into the room to ask? Why there's so many people muted? Right, they're listening.
Are you the bro? I'm new on this server, bro. Why you say something? Please don't say this. Oh my god, I go cry, please.
Bro, please don't go cry.
Oh,
Bro,
Let's be nice, guys.
why is everyone
Freaking
We need
multiplying.
to celebrate our differences.
Oh gosh.
Are you the king here?
Put all your IQs together to formulate one like coherent question for us, please.
Mom, bro, shut up.
I'm sure you could like add them all up and get to 80 and ask some question that's worth asking.
Bro,
Put your,
my
put
God.
your,
Just mute you
your
and
IQs
listen.
together, bro.
Put the fries in the bag.
Come on, Bruce. You can do it. What's the
Take
question
your
for the
toys
flat
and put them back
earthers?
on the carpet.
Aber Jungs, warum lässt ihr mich alleine reden? Wait, I talk with my friends. Don't talk.
Er kann mute dich einfach und hör zu.
Okay, I go mute.
Okay. Bye, kids.
All right, well, that was fun. Mario, it's back to you, bro. Like, you gonna ask a proper question, or you, like, if you're gonna troll, you have to be good at it. You have to be funny. You have to be witty. But
There's
it's
rules to trolling
doesn't
now?
suit you, bro. It doesn't suit you. Like, don't try to troll.
I mean, I was funny quite right now.
You suck at it.
Yeah, you guys suck at trolling. Like, get a new job.
Damn.
Cope is immaculate.
So, DJ, how are you doing, my man?
Good, bro. Excellent. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm fine. So, where's this Joe guy again? The one that had the crazy, strong Texas accent.
Joe?
I think he left.
I don't think it's Joe, or I don't know, but you know.
No, he went away.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
Okay. Damn. So, it's India online. I really want to talk to India, you know. I always want to talk to India.
He's not here at the moment. He was here like 20 minutes ago. Oh, Butters.
No.
Hey, bro. Good to see you, man. Welcome back.
Me? Oh, yeah, welcome.
Yeah, I didn't notice it was you, man. Like, we had a bunch of trolls in, and I didn't realize you were here. Welcome back. Good to see you, bro.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
What? Oh, my.
You
you
turned
go
up
to
the same
German
time as the
fanboys.
clown bus.
Oh, my.
Welcome back.
So, how are you, Quetzalcoatl? Damn.
And who is talking now?
You.
Yeah, but I'm done with talking. Now it's your turn.
You never spoke.
Spoke? I spoke. Hello. How are
Yeah,
you?
I just got invited to the Discord and wanted to hear what you
Who
have
invited
to.
you?
Just talk something.
But who invited you?
Can you do something funny?
Like the nigger from the coast who. He's black. He's black. He wants to get called like this.
Whoa.
That's even worse.
Yeah, Flo, come on, bro. Don't do that shit,
not right.
please. Well, this is recorded on YouTube. Like, we can't be saying words like that, and it's just not cool.
Ah, okay. I didn't know. Sorry.
Yeah,
It's
well,
okay.
Mr. So,
Hey, was ist das für ein Server? Hey, was passiert hier?
Come on, guys. Ask questions about the topic of the VC.
Der Server ist ja voll kacke. Hier passiert
You are our guests. Come on. Ask questions.
Bro, how old are you? Okay,
That's
don't
not a
answer me.
legitimate question.
I mean,
Bro, what question, bro? What
Yeah,
can
don't
I
ask
ask?
personal questions about people's like personal information.
How big is your dick? How big is your dick?
What?
Bro, you're gonna get all right. One last chance, dude. Right,
Bro, it's you say personal, bro. What you mean?
dude. We're being very, very. You know what?
Yeah, come on, man. That's not
to
very
go on
nice.
mute, bro. All right, one down. All right.
Oh no.
this is how far their intellectual mind takes them, asking about
They just dropped their collective IQ. It was
asking
80.
about dicks.
They took one out. Now it's like 60.
Fucking hell.
It's collective IQ of 60, and that includes Castle King. It's just good. Joking, Castle King.
Yeah, you guys showed that guy so much grace and leniency. It amazed me just now listening to it.
Poor guy, man.
Thank you, Castle King.
Yes, the castle didn't do anything, man.
No. We just mess with Castle King
Do
every
you guys
now
want
and
to
then.
talk about like what do you guys think of vaccines?
We can't talk about that topic, unfortunately, on the server or on YouTube because it's like super taboo topic to talk about. Can get channels shut down.
What do you guys think of flat Earth?
Flat Earth is reality. We have empirical evidence that absolutely destroys the globe beyond repair.
Are you sure?
Need a mic check.
Yeah, 100% sure. Yep, check.
Are you sure?
100% sure.
Pretty
100%.
sure.
Pretty sure, man. Yep.
Throw a trash bag in the space. Sorry, it's a meme. If you ever watched Invincible.
Have not.
Oh, you should give it a try. Are you sure?
Dude, Butterscotch just doxed you in the side chat, bro. Mario.
Let me see. That's exactly, bro. That is the real Earth. Why is there a globe Earth in the background? Why is there a Mario Earth with a globe Earth in the background?
Too many questions.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Too many
Fill
questions.
your Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah.
Mario, you asked too many questions. It's the real Earth.
I was hoping this new generation was, has some potential, but
You thought that? Go to general
it seems
chat.
like a lost cause.
Go watch general chat for like 5 minutes, bro. You'll lose all faith in the future of humanity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it, yeah. Oh well.
Is it possible that you guys are wrong about this flat Earth?
No, because we have so much evidence now that's just impossible on a globe, Castle King, right? There's no explanation for why there's no curvature over 20 miles, right? I can show you a perfectly flat lake that's so flat you can see the reflection of the mountains on the background, right? We got 21-mile observation where there's zero curvature. That can't happen on a globe. Yeah, I can send you a picture right now.
Castle, I'm subscribed to you on YouTube.
I also want like the
Awesome.
measurements
Thank you,
of the
bro.
picture, like the elevation of
Thank you
the
for subscribing
person.
to our YouTube. We appreciate you.
Why can't I send pictures in the chat?
I'm also
you have to be up. It's not our decision. You have to be past like level 2 or level 3 on the server, and it takes time.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah that I'm posting now in the side chat. Right. You'll see a perfect specular reflection on the surface of the water, just like a mirror. Right now, between this island and the far island, not the far island, right, which is just the other side of the lake. Right. So from this side of the lake to the other side of the lake, that's 21 miles of water. Right. Completely
What is the elevation
flat.
of the person?
Yep, so we can get into that right now. So this person does an observation. He sets up his camera on a tripod in the water, and he sets the camera height to 5 foot off the surface of the water. Okay, so I will.
And where is this lake at?
So this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. So this is just screenshots out of a full-length video, which I can share the full video. Okay, so let me explain the observation.
Or he's looking 20 miles.
Okay, so this is what it looks like on that far side of the lake. Right, it's just going to take a sec for these images to upload. So this next image is the distant land that you can see across that lake there. Right, so on the other side we have like this little town, kind of like a mining town, and it's got this big white tower that you can see in the image there.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so that's 21 miles away from the first picture that you can see. Okay, take note of the tower.
Yeah.
All right, now uploading another image.
Whoa.
Right, now he goes 21 miles away, and he zooms in with his super zoom camera across the lake. Right, so this image that I just posted, that's a zoomed in from 21 miles away. Right, so I'm just going to post the Google Map location where he's standing to where he's looking, and he does like a he does like a distance markation on Google Maps to show you the 21 mile distance.
Fascinating.
It gets better. It gets better.
Whoa.
Right, so here is the Google Map.
That's where he's looking towards? That's the distance?
Yeah, that's where he's standing and where he's aiming.
Yes.
So this next slide out of the video, or screenshot, or whatever you want to call it, right? This is where he's standing. So he just has his camera sitting in the water on a tripod, and it's 5-foot elevation. Right, so we're going to use an Earth curve calculator now. So this is done in the video. So this is another screenshot from the video of the calculation. Right, so from a 5-foot observer height with a target distance of 21 miles, we should have 223 foot of obstruction, meaning that there would have to be a horizon at 2.7 miles, like it says there on the Earth curve calculator, right? So the horizon line on a globe would have to be at 2.7 miles, right? And then the tower that you can see in the distance would have to be obstructed behind the horizon by 223 foot, right? But what you'll see in the image is that there isn't even a horizon present. Right, there's no horizon where it should be if the Earth was a globe. Yep, it's just completely flat. Yeah, so this is so it gets better, right? So they waited till it got dark, and they both had high-powered lasers, right? So he had his friend stand on the side of the lake where the tower is with a laser, and he was 21 miles away, right? And they both shone their lasers at each other. Okay, and you can see, like, they can see each other's laser beams, and not only can they see each other's laser beams, you can see the laser beam actually reflecting off the water as well. So there's a picture of that. So that's that blue laser that you can see there, that's 21 miles away. And the bottom blue spot is the laser reflecting off the water. Here's another image of the laser being shot. Right, so now I'll post the full video if you want to check it out later on. As soon as I find it. So yeah, that's just one of many examples where it's not only can we see too far, right, we can see magnitudes further.
I believe that you can see further than you can at Salt Lake. I just don't really think the lasers might be the most, like, accurate tool for measuring It could be like
they're not
affected by a
measuring,
lot of
right?
factors.
It's just it should be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, right? You shouldn't even be able to see the beam of the laser, so they're not even using it to measure anything.
I believe that you could. Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting test. I'll just find the video for it. Because look, it's all done like those are just some screenshots from the video. So here's the full video. I'll post it in the side chat. So yeah, look, this is just one of many examples, right? And I'm not presenting this as flat Earth proof, even though it kind of is, right? This is just us testing the mathematics that we're being given by the globe side. Yeah, the globe says. Sorry.
Mainly because like they can be like affected by like refraction.
Yeah. So I mean, we can see how clear the conditions are on this observation. Right, it's done late in the afternoon. It's a crystal clear lake. There's no wind. It's like a mirror surface. We don't see any miraging effects. Yeah, there's always a little bit of refraction, like due to the
atmosphere.
Right, the atmosphere. Different temperatures, slightly different gradients, but it's just minimal, right? It's just like that would make a minimal difference to what you can see, right? It's not like there's some crazy mirage taking place. It just looks normal. So here's the video as well, if you want to check it out later. It's only a 13-minute video. He's got tons of videos. This guy's an attorney. He's not a dumb guy.
I'm not sure I'll see it.
Yeah, we got
video for later.
Yeah, we got laser tests done by PhDs in optics, field engineers, all sorts of people have gone out with really, really expensive equipment, and they're conducting different tests. Originally these people went out to disprove flat Earth, right? And they realized that they could see like magnitudes further than you could see on a globe. And then they
like that one, like those people that came out as flat earthers and like they tried disproving globe Earth and then they proved it. Do you remember that? That was like a very like viral thing that happened.
Disproving globe Earth?
No, there's like a bunch of flat earthers that went out and tried to prove the flat Earth, but they ended up disproving it.
Who did that? You're talking about that Netflix mockumentary? Behind the Curve?
I like watched it on like a YouTube video one time.
Yeah, there's like a dude like that's not even a flat earther, right? Jaren.
So is it only the flat earthers who prove the globe then?
He was shining a flashlight through some cardboard cutouts over like 4 miles or something like that. Is pretty dumb. Yeah, that was just like a hit piece against flat Earth. That's not like what I'm presenting.
I want pendulum.
Pendulum, bro. Pendulums are the most inconsistent things ever, right? They don't prove a globe. Right?
No,
most pendulums don't even move, right? They need like a magnetic drive system to actually keep moving, right? You have to start them manually. Like a parlor trick. Like I can show you pendulums that don't even
the Foucault pendulum.
Yeah, the Foucault pendulum, right? Have a look in the manual of those things. They require a magnetic drive system just to keep moving. You have to start them manually, and sometimes they spin the wrong way, like the Earth's turning the other direction. Like they're super inconsistent. It's not a good evidence. It's kind of like a parlor trick. Maybe got anything else? Like I can show you a Foucault pendulum that's like a professional setup, and over 4 hours it just the thing just keeps rocking back and forth. It doesn't turn at all like it's supposed to. Like they're super inconsistent. They have to keep tweaking the device until they kind of get it doing like what they expect it to do, and then they're like, "Look, it's working now."
All right. Saw that at a museum one time, and they like explained to us how that like proved that, or didn't prove, but like showed theirs rotating.
Yeah, there's probably a whole bunch of information they forgot to tell you about how it doesn't just keep move by itself. Right? If it's just sitting there by itself, it doesn't move at all. It doesn't do anything. Right? They have to start it manually, and then they need like
well, it moving alone isn't what shows there's rotation. It's the fact that it slowly turns over a 24-hour period.
Yeah, but it doesn't always do that. Sometimes it even turns the wrong way. It's not until they keep tweaking the machinery until it finally does what they want it to do. So it's, you know what I mean? It's like reverse engineering until they get the effect that they want. You know, if it was correct, it would always work.
Can you send me like a video of it turning the wrong way?
Yeah, I can send you a video of it not turning, and I can send you an article.
Well, yeah, of course it's going to be not turning. I mean, no,
over 4 hours, right? So this one's set up in Sydney, Australia. Okay, and it should turn at a certain rate. Okay, and over 4 hours, like one of our guys went there and filmed it for 4 hours, and over 4 hours it didn't turn at all. But it was supposed to turn a certain amount over those 4 hours. It didn't do anything. And then a bunch of PhDs, right? They went to Antarctica.
Well, you have to remember at the equator, the pendulum.
Yeah, but this is in Australia. This is not at the equator. So it should be like 8 degrees per hour or something like that. Yeah, I'll post it in the side chat. You can check it out yourself. 1 second. Yeah, pendulums are super inconsistent. All right, here's one. Here's a good one. So you can check this one out. This is the one that doesn't move over 4 hours. And I can send you an article to, some people, they went to Antarctica to do it, right? This is like PhDs, right? They did it all properly. And then after a while, they realized, they're like, oh, it's working. And after a while, they realized it was actually going the wrong way. Right? Then they tried it again, and it kind of worked, but it showed that the Earth would have had to have been moving at like double the speed. And then eventually they kept tweaking it until they got it right. And they're like, oh, well, it's working. It's reverse engineering.
I see. So
it's like a little parlor trick to impress the school kids at the museum.
So I'm guessing you don't believe in the moon landings. Well, of course you don't.
Moon landings are even if I believed the Earth was a globe, the moon landings I would never believe in them, right? But in saying that, I don't discredit other people for believing in them, right? Because if you haven't looked into the fakery, then why would you doubt it? So have a look into it, right? You could spend a good week looking into it. I guarantee after a week of looking into the fakery, right? And a lot of these videos showing the fakery aren't made by flat earthers. They're made by globe earthers that also think that the moon landings are ridiculous.
Well, yes, of course. There's people that say it's fake.
Yeah, it's super fake. It's
what's that one person that's like the main moon landing conspiracy theorist? John Bartolozzo, I think?
It's Bart Sibrel.
Bart Sibrel. Even he thinks the Earth is a globe, and his explanation of how it was faked has them going into low Earth orbit.
Yeah, some people have different theories on how they faked it. Sure.
Also, all the shadows on the moon landing are facing the exact same direction. How is that possible with just studio lights? All the shadows would be facing the opposite directions.
Yeah, there's crazy inconsistencies with the shadows.
I don't know. Really?
Yeah. I got. I don't have the laptop. I'm not on my laptop now that has all of those videos, but Yeah, there's really good videos. If you watch a documentary called American Moon, it's like 3 hours, and it goes over all that sort of stuff.
Wait, the kid knows that Bart Sabrell did his show, but you didn't see the part where they're looking out the circular window from way back, and they act as if that's camera looking out the window and seeing a globe Earth, a spherical Earth. Did you see that part?
I'm confused what you're asking me. There's of course clips.
So there's a part out of a documentary called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon," made by Bart Sabrell, right? And he was leaked some footage from someone that worked at NASA, proving that they faked some of the moon landing footage. Right,
and this was leaked by NASA? Like, they leaked this to the public or just specifically to him?
Yeah, like someone that worked at NASA leaked it to Bart Sabrell. Right, because Bart Sabrell's father worked for NASA, I think, or something like that. So he had some connections in NASA. But yeah, someone leaked this video footage, right? And it's not fake video footage because it has Buzz Aldrin and the guys like in the actual footage, right? Faking a shot. Pretending that they were looking at the Earth from a certain distance from the moon, where really they weren't at that distance.
Orbit, from lunar orbit, but really the timestamps show that they were in Earth orbit, and just taking a picture of a circular window from who knows how far up. They could have been 90,000 feet up, whatever. Could have been high altitude plane at that point. It was just showing clouds in blue through a circular window, which made it look like you were looking at a sphere out the window from the lunar orbit.
I've seen the clip you're talking about, just so you know, the one where it's like they leaked him a video of it, but like it just seems super weird. Like they leaked specifically him the video, no one else has seen it, and then like the video.
Dude, when they interviewed NASA. Right, they interviewed NASA and they said, "How come you guys can't go back to the moon?" They say, "Oh, we destroyed that technology."
Yes, they did. Not in the sense that you're thinking, though. Can you explain it?
They said that they said that though, right? They didn't say that. They said we destroyed the technology.
Yes, but okay, let me explain it.
No, well, hold on. Let me steel man it. Right? They say, "Oh, we don't have those factories that we use to build that equipment anymore."
Yes, they don't. Why would they need it?
That's not destroying the technology. That's not how you would word that.
Okay, yes, they worded it kind of weirdly, but in the sense that they said, yes, they destroyed the physical technology. All the blueprints, everything you need to make it is still there. I mean, like, if you wanted to make it, you can just go to the blueprints.
Dude, they have all the blueprints. They went there. Have you looked at the footage?
Yes.
Surely you've looked at the footage.
I watched it.
Or get me those drawings and I'll start making it.
Yeah, Radwin's good at this.
Also, they said he destroyed the machine that read the telemetry tapes, which is the only way you can get back to the moon to have telemetry data.
Yeah, why would they need that?
The whole paradigm doesn't make any sense because you telling me that in 50 years they're only able to send people 10,000ths of a way than in 50 years ago?
Well, priorities changed. The Soviet Union. The only reason we went to the moon was because the Soviet Union was trying to go and wanted to show technological dominance.
That doesn't make any sense. Stop it. That doesn't make any sense because if we were able to go to the moon, hold on. If we were able to go to the moon, then then humans would then try to accomplish even further goals, which will be let's go to Mars, let's go to different quote unquote planets, let's go do something else, have a base in the moon. It wouldn't be a priority change. There will be an increase in technology and exploration.
It doesn't matter if we have the technology, it's money.
You don't revert. You never revert. That's money. Against any what is that law? Moore's law, or not? Forgot.
I've seen flat earthers understand it. It's called money. They don't. The government isn't exactly giving them all this money.
Sure, it's not like they're getting like $70 million a day every day.
I don't think you guys understand how expensive space travel is.
So expensive to build.
You cannot believe that shit goes in reverse. Can you? Like you build a Camaro, then you build a faster Camaro, you build a freaking badass vet. The vet gets faster, better handling, all that shit, better
You
freaking
also need to spend
technology.
for research. All that money doesn't
Now it's
just go.
going in reverse. It's in reverse. We can't do it anymore. We can't build the freaking 1969 Camaro because the machines that made the fucking body are destroyed. Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same thing, dude.
Welcome, Cyclone. Good to see you, man.
What up, boys? How's it going?
What's going on?
I hear we don't understand how expensive space is.
It's like saying I built this car that goes 1,000 miles in 1 gallon, but now we just can't build it anymore.
Yeah, to make water be attached in the outside of spinning balls in the vacuum of space, that's very expensive, guys. Don't you know that? Don't you comprehend? Takes a lot of money to change physics.
Yeah, you guys don't know how expensive Narnia is this time of year.
And you got to think about inflation when it comes to gold
Also, we
foil.
are trying to go back to the moon. It's not like we've completely given up on that. We are currently trying to.
We are trying. We're trying hard.
Hey, when you
If
say
you look
we, do
back-
you mean like you and I?
No, humans. Just when they landed on the moon, they didn't say I landed on the moon. They said we as the human species.
Like they took They took you with them, right?
That's not what that means. Oh my god.
They really
Oh my god. He's realizing he's just believing cartoons.
Oh my god, I can't believe you guys don't believe in cartoons. Oh my god.
What's the best evidence they've given you that they did land on the moon? Just the images and the videos?
The fact that even satellites from different countries have spotted the actual landing sites.
Oh, that's a cool story.
The reptilian
What did they give you for
shapeshifters are
that?
trying
What
to
did they
keep
give you
us
for
in
that?
our
More images and videos that you can't possibly verify.
The fact that you can bounce a laser.
Telescope that zoomed in and
Bounce a
shows
laser.
the
How would that tell you?
From
about-
Earth, you do realize you need a telescope the size of Earth to see that. Now, until we have the money to make a telescope the size of Earth,
All right, so it's just a cool story again then.
my god, you guys.
You do realize all these countries, Mario, all these countries like Israel, South Korea, China, Japan, all these countries have apparently sent these probes up that go around the moon and take all this footage of the moon, right? Not one of these probes over all of these years have been able to spot any of the shit that they claim they left on the moon.
Yeah, they'd zoom in. They'd be like, "Look,
They
there's the
have them.
rover. There's the one, the Jeep they drove around on. There's
Do you know what,
Buzz Aldrin's golf club when he
Hold
played
on,
golf.
Bear. Hold on, Bear.
Yeah, that makes a
Mario-
lot of sense, you know.
Mario, do you know what propaganda is?
Yes, I know what it is.
What is it?
It's like media that the government pushes out to like try and make the people believe in this specific thing.
All right. Yeah, so you realize that the moon landing, that was propaganda.
All right.
Except it's
Yeah.
interesting that
There you go.
it could have been. Interesting that you say that because it could have been definitely. You know, the
No, it
Russians
definitely
and hold on. The Russians and America were fighting and to see like what was the most powerful nation. So the motive to fake the moon landing is totally there. So yeah, I understand.
But think
the
about
argument.
it. It makes no
I
sense.
raise you one though. Hold on, I raise you one though. Why don't the other countries like China and like Russia and like all the others like like say like, oh no, that's
why don't they call each other out?
Yeah, why don't they call it? Why don't
why
they
don't
call it
they?
out? Are they working
Maybe.
together? 'Cause I
Let
don't
me jump
think
in
they
for 1
are.
second. Cyclone, sorry, 1 second.
go on.
Necros, the head of the Russian Space Agency literally said that NASA faked the moon landings. Just to throw that in there. Right, you can look that up
Okay,
right now
I'm
if you
saying-
want.
I'm
And
saying-
look, hold on a second. Good to see you, man. Can you please turn off your cam because it limits the room.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so we could take it that either they have called them out, or even if they didn't, maybe they all stand to benefit from this story. I mean,
No, 'cause, like, the thing
Russia
is,
and
like,
every
Russia
other
calling them
country, they
out.
take millions from their people, just like the Americans do, just like the government does for NASA. $70-80 million a day. You think Russia wouldn't want a little piece of that?
No,
They just get to
you're
laugh
right.
at
You're
the
right. You're
rubes.
right. I'm not saying they don't like people. They do call like Russia did call them out. I'm not saying they don't. I'm talking about like nations without motives, like China, for example.
Not motives.
China wouldn't have a reason not to say like none of those went to the moon. We are actually going to do this ourselves. Or like it's impossible.
Yeah, well, China just do the same shit, right? They fake space and they take heaps of money and they convince their people that they're living on a spinning space ball.
And they don't call out the other.
They don't need to. They don't need to. They don't need to. They take the money. The people are convinced. Why would they call them out?
But that would be a perfect world in which like the nations wouldn't want like to be in one another's throats. The thing is, if China has a chance to like besmirch like the United States, reputation,
Well, that's you assuming.
Totally would.
That's you assuming. That's
Really?
you assuming. Yeah, that's you assuming you understand how these governments relate to each other and work with and against
we
each
see
other.
that happening over and over again.
Yeah, on
China,
TV.
So when China had a cup of water in their space station, just a regular cup, not floating, and the water being there, just laying there flat.
I've never seen it.
Never seen that.
Never seen it. But maybe
Well, it's
maybe
academic. It doesn't matter because at the end of the day, we understand that they are faking space. Any organization that claims to be going to a vacuum beyond the sky, we know they're faking it. So I don't really care what their motives are.
How do you
I don't really
actually
care
know
if
that?
you
Like,
can't
how do
believe
you
it.
actually know that?
Because the Earth measures flat, and you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without physical
I've heard
separation.
the argument of the Earth measures flat multiple times. I've seen the oil rigs and all that, and all those
So
things
measures
are in
flat.
very specific scenarios.
No. Just in general, the water's all flat. None of it's curving. You don't need a specific scenario for water to be flat. That's how it always is.
You know,
A body
water
of
is not
water
flat. Water is not flat.
will find level. Yeah, but bodies of water find
Okay,
level.
so let me give you an argument that breaks that right now. Water seeks its level. If you drop a droplet of water on top of anything, what shape does it take? It's
all right,
not
what about body of
level.
water? What about
It's a
body of
fucking
water?
circle.
What about a body of water?
A body of water will take the shape of whatever shape
Yeah, and
the
what
thing
will the
is
surface
over.
do? And what will the surface
What
do?
surface it is over on top of.
No.
It will take its
You're
shape.
confused. So you're saying if I have a bathtub and I fill it with water and I put a brick at the bottom of the bath, the water on the surface is going to show the shape of a
It will
brick.
definitely
sticking out.
rise. It will definitely rise. But the water
It'll
like
rise and it'll be level, won't it? The level will rise.
Yeah, it will rise. However,
yeah. So the level will rise, so it'll be level. So yeah, the water's level.
What do you
So we
think? It's
understand
water, that there's water inside of the brick, like the water is shaping
What are you
itself around
talking
the
about,
brick.
dude? So are you saying that the surface of the water will have a raised brick shape?
If you see a droplet of water,
We're
and
not
it
talking
takes
about
the
a
shape
droplet of water. No, we're
Okay,
talking
you're
about a body of water.
You're
We're talking
dropping
about a body of water.
Air pressure
Dude,
pressing
you're
in
spazzing
from
out.
all sides.
You're
That's
spazzing out.
Water, it's still water though.
You're spazzing out. You're spazzing out. A body of water, a lake. Is a lake? So is the surface of a lake bending?
Well, if you go long, bending in what sense? Because it's technically, if you were
Curving.
saying like
Curving at a specific rate downwards away from you.
Hey, Necros, check out, look at the chat.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, so the point is, it's flat. The bodies of water are all flat, and the space specifically, you can't have gas pressure without a container. And we breathe gas pressure. We're in a gas pressure system, so we're not in a vacuum. We're in a contained system. So yeah, all the space
Fair
shit
enough.
is fake. It's all fake.
Fair enough. What's my question? Okay, so you are assuming you know a bunch of things that you apparently don't
It's not
know.
an assumption. It's not an assumption. You can demonstrate gas pressure in a container.
I've gotten to the discussion about the container before, and if
Right.
a gas is heavy enough, it will stay. It will not escape anything, even if it's not covered.
No, incorrect.
Oh, yes.
No,
True.
incorrect.
True.
Incorrect.
True.
Incorrect.
Actually, true.
Incorrect.
100% true.
All right, put your
100% true.
heaviest gas that you've got and put it in a container, put it in a vacuum, and let me know where it goes.
Oh no. Okay. I understand what you're trying to say.
Okay. No, we can't do that in a vacuum. Okay, so that's the
Gas
globe
is
story
going
debunked
to
then.
occupy a vacuum.
That's
Very
that's
good.
the
Yeah,
globe-
very
that's the
very
globe
clever. Very
story
clever.
debunked. That's the globe
Very
story debunked.
Very
then.
intelligent. However,
Yeah. Okay, you can
gases
spaz out. You can
hold
spaz
on,
out.
hold on.
That's the globe story debunked, then, isn't it?
Very, very clever. Very clever. If you don't want to hear the rest of the explanation,
story
good
debunked,
for you.
isn't it? So you're saying it wouldn't work in a vacuum?
Let me finish.
So what would it do in a vacuum? No, hold on, Necros, before you spaz out. What would the gas do in the vacuum?
It would try to occupy the vacuum. It would try to. It would stretch itself out.
Being in a vacuum.
It would actually.
Okay, so let me continue.
It would probably boil, wouldn't it? It would boil.
It doesn't do that.
Well, why are you trying to ignore it, Necros? Why are you trying to ignore that, since that's what they're claiming is happening with Earth? Earth is supposed to be in a vacuum.
That is what
is Earth in a vacuum? Is Earth in a vacuum?
You are 100% correct. If you put gas isolated
Space
in a vacuum,
debunked then. Space debunked then.
Hold on. No, it's not that easy.
It is that easy. It is that easy.
Hold on. If you don't want me to hear an explanation and just want to like say what you believe,
you're skipping past it. You're skipping past it. This isn't a belief. You just agreed with me. Gas will expand
I agree
into
with
a
you
vacuum.
that's what would happen. Now let me explain to you why that's not what happens.
You just said that is what would happen.
Yeah, if gas was isolated in the middle of space, yes, it would try to spread itself out.
No, that doesn't mean anything. If gas is in a vacuum, it expands into the vacuum.
Yes, if there's nothing affecting its ability to expand.
Well, a container could stop that, but nothing else.
A container could stop that. Also, gravity could stop that.
Oh, okay. No, that's where you've gone into fantasy make-believe land. Can you demonstrate that?
Gravity is measure.
Okay.
You can measure gravity. You can, manipulate gravity.
Okay, cool. So show me gas pressure sitting next to a vacuum, not filling the space because of gravity.
Earth.
Nope, that's begging the question.
Any other planet, by the way.
Begging the question. Begging the question, bro.
Not only Earth, but any other planet like Jupiter.
That's the thing in question. That's the thing in question. You're just begging the question.
Okay, so you can observe planets like with telescopes.
You can't observe them being gas pressure in a container in a vacuum.
You can see that they are gas by the way they flow.
No, you can't see that they're gas. No, you can't see that they're gas.
If you can't see that they're gas, because anyone with like 2 brain cells can see that they're gas.
You can.
Clearly, just get a fucking telescope.
You see a ball of gas hundreds of millions of miles away, is it? Is that what you do?
Well, if you get a telescope, you'll see them, yes.
How do you know you're looking at a gas?
You can see by the way it flows, by the way
you're observing the phenomena that everybody's observing up in the sky, but then you're extrapolating, saying, there you go, that is gas pressure without a container, even though you don't know that. You haven't checked that.
Except like you say, like, give me an example of gravity.
You cannot see a gas.
Hold on, give me an example. Give me an example. You see, your arguments, and I've argued with like a bunch of people here before, and they have good points sometimes, but the argument of the gas pressure is kind of like silly.
No, you've already agreed to it. You already agreed to it, dude. You already agreed to it.
I argued with DJ before. DJ is one of those ones that have good points.
Sorry.
No, yeah, you DJ. If you want to say anything, like you have good points.
You already agreed. You already agreed. It was sufficient for you to agree.
The thing is, I agree with you. I agree with you with one of your points.
It doesn't matter. You don't have to agree. I don't care if you agree. It's a fact.
You are disconnecting my point from your point from what
you made up a claim about gravity being able to stop the expansion of gas in a vacuum. You've made up a claim.
Don't be like that, because that's not a made up claim.
No evidence for it.
It can be measured.
No evidence. No, it can't. No,
it can be measured. It has a lot of evidence, and you say
post the demonstration in the chat. Or retract
demonstration of what exactly? Of gravity?
Air pressure not flowing into a vacuum because gravity is stopping it. Post that in the chat. Show
okay, let me ask you one. Let me raise you that question.
Okay. Just point. Let me
raise you that. Let me raise you that question.
It's not a question to me. It doesn't have a question to me. It's your claim.
No. Let me ask you a question inside of that. Because
why would you asking me a question doesn't demonstrate your claim? You need to demonstrate your claim.
Let me ask you a question. How do you expect someone to do that with a force of gravity?
Okay. I get it. So you're saying it can't be demonstrated then?
No, it clearly can, because you can.
Okay, so show me the demonstration then.
On Earth, you can observe it on Earth.
Show me the demonstration on Earth.
Earth itself is a demonstration.
Oh no, that would be begging the question. That's the
Earth
thing in
itself
question.
And all the other planets are the demonstration.
You're just going to point outside and say that's air pressure next to a vacuum without containment. That's begging the question. You can't show us an actual demonstration?
I can give you like the proof that like gases, heavy gases, right? If they are
just show me air pressure sitting next to a vacuum not going into it because of gravity. That's what you're claiming.
Okay, how will I produce enough?
Well, that would be your problem, dude. That's your claim. If you can't demonstrate it, we can just dismiss it.
The claim has been proven multiple times.
No, it's not been proven. Because you've just said you can't demonstrate
any evidence that I present to you, you're going to call CGI.
No, why would you say that now when you've just said you can't demonstrate it? You would need a mass the size of the Earth.
Because the planet itself is a demonstration of that. And
no, dude, you're just begging the question. You're just begging the question.
It's simply because we've seen the planet from outside.
That's circular logic. You're begging the question. You don't know that you're observing. You do not know that that's what you're observing. You're begging the question.
No, but we know the planet is filled with gas, and we don't
know that. You don't know what the light in the sky is. You don't even know it's a ball of gas.
What do you mean what the light in the sky is? You mean the sun?
You don't know what it is. Is that what you're talking about? The sun?
You mean the sun?
Is that what you're talking about? That's a ball of gas in a vacuum?
What light in the sky are you talking about?
Well, you tell me, because you said we can see these balls of gas in a vacuum.
Well,
you're begging the question. You don't know they're a ball of gas. You don't know they're in a vacuum.
No, we do know.
Okay, tell me how you know it's a ball of gas.
It's a ball of gas. We do know.
Tell me how you know. What kind of gas is it?
Well, Earth, specifically Earth.
Earth? No, that's just air. You don't see air. You don't see air sitting next to a vacuum without spreading into the vacuum.
We actually do. That's all. Like,
oh, you do. Where do you see it? Post it in the chat. I want to see it. I want to see it.
Okay, I'll post it in the chat. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah,
you're giving me the chance to do this. I might as well do it.
Yeah, Cyclone's being
going to be a refutation of anything.
Cyclone's being very patient with you. If you could just, I mean, my only critique would be, Necros, if you could let him finish his sentences, it would be easier for the audience to follow what's going on.
I will let him finish his sentences. Finish your sentences.
Good. I mean, yeah, you haven't been. So, like, it's a very, like, it's not as bad as some people, but it's like, it's like 2 or 3 seconds in, you start over talking him. So, just something to think about. Cool.
Okay, I'm sorry. Dandelion. I will allow him to finish his sentences. Cyclone, go ahead.
Well, I already finished it. We're waiting for your demonstration that you can have air pressure sitting adjacent to a vacuum without filling the vacuum.
Yeah, without begging the question too. Like
without begging the question.
Without saying Earth, and without
without just pointing outside and begging the question and saying that's what's occurring. We need to see this demonstrated because, as far as we can tell, gas pressure requires a container. That's how it's defined.
Okay, my question is, you would have to generate enough pressure for the gas to not be able to escape it. So you would have to go very low on Earth. Because, for example, we know gas is pressurized by how low you go. I mean that's like knowledge, like
gas pressure is pressurized by the force of the gas exerting against the walls of a container. That's how you get gas pressure. That's in the definition.
No, if you go like underwater, right? With like, I'm not saying that there's no container, but you know that like the lower you go on Earth,
gas pressure.
Hold on, the lower you go on Earth, the more pressure the gas will have. Like the more.
Okay, very interesting. We're talking about gas pressure.
That is like common knowledge. So for us to demonstrate
common knowledge, gas pressure requires a container. Common knowledge.
Hold on. I'm saying like for you to demonstrate something like that feasibly, you would have to go way
my
lower.
claim is demonstrated in every example of gas pressure that you can think of. Air in a tire, air in a balloon, air in a canister, any kind of gas that's pressurized. Those will be in a container of some kind. Your claim that you can have gas pressure with no container isn't demonstrated or observed anywhere, which is why you're having to beg the question.
Demonstrate
point outside.
Okay.
Yeah, your example isn't observed or witnessed anywhere. You're just pointing outside and saying that's the example, begging the question, fallacy.
Except you can observe that even if you have like a big enough
post it in the chat. Then. So you keep saying you can demonstrate it. So post it in the chat. Just post it in the chat.
I was going to post an image of Earth. I don't think that's gonna help a lot.
Oh wow. So so that's not a demonstration of what you're claiming. So you're saying you can't demonstrate it?
I'm going to go another route because that's not going to help you a lot.
Well, it's not going to help you because you're the one claiming you can have gas pressure without a container sitting adjacent to a vacuum without filling the space due to gravity. That's your claim to demonstrate. So no, a cartoon of a ball Earth is not going to help that.
I'm not going to send you a picture of the ball Earth. Instead, I'm going to go in a way that
won't help you.
Instead, I'm going to go in a way that you would it would be easier for anyone
to understand. Demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
Which would be we know that even if like a container is like open, there will be.
No, you don't have a container on the globe. No, you can't use a container.
There will be a point where the gas will not reach the top. Doesn't matter if there's.
Why are you using a container? You're supposed to use no container.
I am
remember,
giving
like
you
the
an
globe.
example. So, are you familiar with analogies? I'm sorry.
Well, your analogy would have to be no container.
I was under the impression that I was the one interrupting you.
Yes.
Sorry, Necros. But you said
you're interrupting.
You're gonna demonstrate.
I'm just giving you an example. I'm just giving you an example.
Container.
You're not giving me an example of gas pressure without a container. Listen, you're not giving me an example of gas pressure without a container if your example includes a container. Yes?
You don't understand why I'm using the container as an example.
Well, okay. So this example would be
the container is just to illustrate the first point, and then I'll go to the second point.
Okay. Well, I'm only interested in your example without a container, since that's your argument. The container is my argument.
Let me continue. Okay. Because I mean, technically, if you are going to use a vacuum on Earth, you're going to need a container anyways, because you can't generate a vacuum outside.
That's an issue. Because is there a container in the globe model? Are they telling us that the globe has a container?
I'm not telling you. You can't generate a vacuum without a container on Earth.
Okay, so space is in a container, according to them.
According to who? I'm telling you that you can't.
According to the people who taught you the globe. Whoever taught you the globe.
Have you seen any experiments that generate like a vacuum? Right. For example, the one that sucks the egg inside of a bottle.
Yeah. They're all contained. Right? They're all contained. So in your imagination of space,
and it shows your
vacuum of space in a container. Then, so is the vacuum of space in a container?
And it shows you one principle. Hold on. You're assuming that's the point I'm trying to illustrate, but you're never going to let me.
You're not. You cannot demonstrate your point. I know
you're never going to let me. If you keep talking over me,
you're going all over the place because you're not doing what you have to do, which is provide a demonstration of your claim.
I can't just give you.
I'm not stopping you. You can't say I'm trying to. I don't have my hand over your hand stopping you from going online and getting your example. Go and get your demonstration. Show us air pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container, not filling the space. That's your claim. You're speaking 1,000,000 miles a minute, giving us 1,000 words because you can't provide a single demonstration.
To give you an explanation.
I don't want an explanation. I want a demonstration. Your bullshit explanations are meaningless.
You know that anything I would give you right here in the
just
way.
Just show me the demonstration. Don't make excuses. Show the demonstration.
Would you consider a demonstration at this point?
Show me air pressure sitting adjacent to a vacuum. Maybe get a box of air, put it in a vacuum chamber, and by virtue of gravity, a container of air, right? And then you open the container of air in the vacuum, and according to you, you can keep that air sitting at the bottom of the container due to gravity.
Let me ask you a question.
That's your claim. That would be a good demonstration. Could you show me that?
How would you observe it?
I don't care. It's your claim. Color the gas. Whatever you need to do.
I was just going to say, Cyclone. Are you there, Cyclone?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
If he needs a minute to go get it. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Somebody just called me, but I'll call them back. But yeah, if he needs time, we can just vamp for a couple minutes. It's 41 minutes after the hour. We could vamp for a few minutes, talk about something else, or talk to someone else. He can go get his evidence. He's asking you for your demonstration of this claim. So, and you just saying, if I show it, you'll do this or you'll do that is, that's not a demonstration of your claim because you don't know us.
And what we would consider a demonstration.
Well, what evidence was shown to you? Let's do it this way. What evidence did they show you for this claim that you believed?
So the claim I believe in, all right, that the gas is pressurized. Again, we've seen the Earth from the outside. Of course, that's not something you're going to accept. But
so what evidence did they give you for this claim?
For this claim of we've seen the Earth from outside footage?
No, of air pressure sitting adjacent to a vacuum without flowing into the lower pressure space. What evidence did they show you?
Well, if you know reality is like that, then you have to find an explanation to what it is.
So what evidence did they show you exactly?
The evidence, so the evidence is because we have seen the Earth itself. We know the space is a vacuum, right?
Okay, for space cartoons.
You're claiming space is not real, though.
So they've never shown you. So they've never shown you a demonstration of air pressure sitting next to a vacuum without flowing into the space. So I'm trying to give you an
explanation of how
cartoons from the government
pulled by gravity actually can be affected and observed on Earth. Because
okay, so what demonstration were you shown that shows that air pressure will not flow and fill a vacuum?
Let me give you an explanation that I used with someone before.
Another explanation. I guess this explanation doesn't come with a demonstration in reality. It's just a story.
Except that if you will allow me, because even because like the amount of the gas and all that matters, and how like it is being affected matters. If you are to ignore the nuances, then no, I will not.
There's no nuance. It's just natural law. Low pressure, high pressure flows to low pressure, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So there you go. So you're trying to say natural law isn't occurring according to you. So if you don't have a demonstration of that, yeah, you're saying the high pressure of Earth isn't flowing into the low pressure of space.
Let me ask you a question.
That's a cool story. Got any evidence for it?
Let me ask you a question. If you have enough gas,
another question.
If you have enough gas to fill a room, right? The room will be filled to the brim. If you have like a place that where there's vacuum, right? And not enough gas to go around, how the gas will not spread through the entire
So let's say we've got that room and it's full of gas, and then there's a doorway, and when you open that doorway, it's going into a vacuum. If I open that door, what will that gas do?
The gas will flow to the vacuum.
Okay, but you're saying that's not occurring here.
But if both rooms
you're saying you can stop that from happening.
Right? If both rooms
you're saying you can stop. You're saying you can stop that from happening.
Do you understand that the gas wouldn't fill the entire environment?
Even it would fill the volume. Fill the volume. Yeah.
It would fill it. It would fill all it could fill.
The volume. Okay, but you're saying that's not going to happen. So you're saying that entropy would not occur because of gravity. There's a thing called gravity which would stop that air flowing through the door into the lower pressure space. You need to demonstrate that.
No,
you cannot.
It's not that it would stop it from flowing. It would stop it from flowing.
Okay, so the air on Earth is flowing into the vacuum of space.
No, the air is not flowing to the vacuum.
Okay, why not?
Air doesn't even get close. Air, like O2, doesn't even get close to the vacuum of space. We get to a point where O2 becomes so.
That's what happens with air.
That we can even
that's what air does.
And
that's what air would do.
And that's something you can observe.
High pressure flows to low pressure. You're just saying now it's not high pressure now isn't flowing to low pressure.
You see, you misunderstand all my points here. Because
you're just not evidencing any of your claims. You're just not evidencing any.
You know what? If you need me to search for something, I will search for something for you.
No, we need an actual demonstration of air pressure not flowing into a vacuum. Pretty simple.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
If you look in the chat, there's an image that Radwin sent, and it's got a gas pressure next to a vacuum. When he opens up the tap, the gas fills the space.
Indeed.
Can you show a demonstration like that where the gas doesn't fill the vacuum?
You see, you are 100% correct. That is how gas acts. It will fill the space.
Could you post something that shows different from that?
Yeah, notice that gas is going up. So where's the gravity holding it down?
Yeah. So what gas would you have at the bottom of that?
So that is a very ignorant question, because the claim of gravity would show that both of those things are actually being affected by gravity in theory, right?
No. Because your claim is that the air wouldn't be flowing upwards and out into space because it's held down by gravity, but that's just flowing into the available space upwards.
Held down by gravity doesn't mean held to the fucking ground.
All right, so it goes upwards
to a certain degree, yes.
Okay, so it flows out into space then.
We can observe that O2 doesn't get close to O3.
So gravity isn't holding it down. So fine.
Not completely, no.
Okay, so your claim's dismissed then. There's no gravity stopping the air from flowing out into the lower pressure space.
Except if you get high enough, you'll see that there's less O2.
So then it starts getting pulled down by gravity when it gets further away from Earth?
The force, basically the force is keeping most of it down. And it gets to a point that that part of it can't go over that. It's just like how
this is just another baseless claim, though.
It's just how
it's just a story you're telling. You're just telling stories.
And that's the same reason why if you go swimming, right? If you have like the equipment to swim and you go like under the sea, like low enough, you can't even take O2 because it becomes poisonous because of the pressure.
And if you blow out an air bubble, which direction will it go?
Air is less dense than water. It goes up.
Okay, so gravity's not pulling it down then.
My friend, I think you misunderstand the power of gravity.
I think you misunderstand up and down.
It's like saying how can gravity like not hold?
Well, gravity isn't pulling it down observably.
It's the same argument.
Not a misunderstanding on my part. Not a misunderstanding on my part.
A bus on the ground.
It's not a misunderstanding on my part. This is you coping. Obviously, it's not being pulled down to the ground.
Cyclone. Gravity is very powerful. If you listen to this guy, it has him programmed into just repeat now.
No, it's the same question. It's the same question as saying, why does gravity not hold a bus, but not hold a bird, but it holds a bus? You know, you.
What are you talking about, dude? You are all over the place.
You don't understand how gravity affects different bodies differently.
All right, bro. Do you really want to have the gravity discussion?
So I will go and procure the.
Just go and get the demonstration so that we can. Because at the moment you don't have space because you can't have gas pressure sitting next to a low pressure system without flowing into it. No, because we know high pressure flows to low pressure. You already agreed with that. But you're saying in this case,
we know that. You are correct.
So there you go. So air would flow into it. So if there was a vacuum around us, we wouldn't have air here. There you go. Simple.
Except. Hold on. The thing is, yes, your explanation is correct if there's no factors impeding that from happening.
Yeah, which you haven't provided any, so we can dismiss that. There is nothing.
Except there
is nothing. Oh, okay, prove it. Show us the demonstration.
So can you wait a little bit? I will get it for you. You can talk about something else. I'll look for it.
Sure. Go for it.
Because if you don't want an explanation, I'll see if I can.
I don't want an explanation. I want the demonstration. I want reality, not just bullshit.
You have a hall pass. You have a hall pass to go find your evidence.
I will get it. I will get it.
To be here. Yep, you'll give you however long it takes.
That's cool. We've been waiting 10 years. What's another few minutes?
That's exactly. I can't wait. Can't wait.
Hey, he could come back with the actual proof this time.
Maybe he's the one.
Let's see.
He sounds very, very globe-like.
So in the meantime, while he goes and searches for the unsearchable, who else we got? What happened to Mario?
Yeah, better look for him in stripy paint.
While you're at it, find a unicorn and Bigfoot for us.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, if anybody could find like verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of this fantasy globe spinning or existing at all, they'd be a hero for the globe cause. Yeah, we've been waiting.
Imagine how popular you'd be shutting down 24/7 Flat Earth. You'd be a hero to your peers. You'd be the new Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, I like what Lao Tzu said 35 minutes after the hour. Any arguments for a spherical Earth that don't presuppose a spherical Earth? That's what we're waiting for, guys. We've been waiting a while. Where's that one with the skeleton? There's a meme of that skeleton still waiting for globe proof. I got to find that one.
Yeah, no begging the question, please.
Oh, we've got another contender, Cyclone, but I don't know if he's actually... Is he in the voice called? The Too Bad FPV has said 600 people have went and saw it for themselves. Gosh, I thought it was just 23 or so. So yeah, give me the list. Let's forget pics from space, though.
People.
Yeah, that's what he claims. Yeah, all you need is weight in a string or sticks and shadows. Wow, this guy's got it all. Sticks and shadows, lots of other ways. Is he in here? Too Bad FPV. I need to hear about this. Tell us about the sticks and shadows. Oh, he's here. Too Bad FPV. Tell us about the sticks and shadows, please, because we've been waiting. And even though a bunch of people have come in and claimed that, maybe he's the one who will actually make it stick.
What are you trying to prove with these sticks and shadows? Quickly.
Are you
That
there,
flat
Tibet?
earthers are archaic.
Yeah, I could get some sticks. That sounds doable. So what are we proving with the sticks? I've got
Are
a
you able
stick.
to open your mic there? Too bad.
Is there a particular type of stick we need? Or will any stick do?
Maybe that's it. We just haven't had the right stick, Cyclone. That's been our problem the whole
Do we need to
time.
get an official NASA stick? NASA approved.
You can get those in the gift shop where you get the freeze-dried ice cream.
Yeah, we're actually 24/7. We're selling globe sticks if you guys want to buy some. So you can go and prove the globe. It's only $49.99 for one stick. You need two, so you need to buy both. So it's closer to $100. But what's $100 to prove the globe? That's nothing. Come on, guys.
Sadly, yes, if we were unethical, sadly, you could open up, Sticks and Shadows Etsy shop for your own little globe proof kit, and you probably could make like a ton of money. Yeah.
Yeah, we're working on. We're working on our next product, the ball and string, and we'll let you know when that's coming. That'll be quite pricey, to be fair, but
separately. Did you
wait a minute? Is that $49.99 or is that euros or is that US dollars?
That'll be USD.
Okay.
Because we know that's going to go booming. We're on the Trump train. But there is also a tariff now, so technically it's more like $73.85 or something for each stick. But again, what's that to prove the globe? Nothing. These other guys, they're trying to spend like $80 million a day to do it. We're offering you to do it in just like $150.
Yeah, it's a deal. Yeah, it's a deal.
So would that be $39.59 per stick?
We could work with that pricing, but I thought, come on, the amount of work we're putting into these sticks, we need a bit more. That's barely going to cover the overhead.
We can go along the surface and do
66 cents for a pair. Yeah, 66 for a pair. You should really cut them a deal.
If you want for $39.95, those will be the made in China sticks. You want the ones made in America. Those ones work better.
Don't accept any alternative. This is the official globe proving stick we're selling here.
Everyone knows that sticks made in America make better shadows than sticks made in China.
Well, the sticks they actually used in China at the same time proved that Earth was flat. So,
but those were made in China, so we know. I'm not going to say, but
yeah,
you want American made. We're going to prove this once and for all.
Probably counterfeit sticks.
I think Too Bad's misunderstood what we were talking about. I mean, we were talking about people who have claimed to see the whole Earth from space. I mean, even when they go up there now, they're not claiming that. So, I mean, I guess he's misunderstanding what we're talking about. But it's hard, if you could just come on the mic, that would make it easier. It's hard to argue with the.
I mean, 600 people. 600 people for your entire worldview doesn't really sound like a good deal. What about like the 6 billion, 7 billion people on Earth who are seeing a flat Earth? What about that?
That's true. Yeah, even if we give him the 600, it's still pretty paltry evidence. You're like going by it's you can't even say he's going by popular vote. He's just going by a tiny minority that says what he wants him to hear. Yeah,
that's an extreme minority opinion. So I thought you guys like to appeal to consensus and stuff. So that'd be flat Earth.
So that it? We got any more globies in the chat besides Castle King? Because we all know that he can't prove the globe. It's just a belief.
I thought he was a flat earther now.
Well, Castle King, did you know that if you stand at the beach and your friend's on an island 21 miles away and he points directly at you, you guys will be pointing directly at each other, straight across, no curve?
Come on, man. What is this, Groundhog Day? How many times are you going to
stop? Yes, it is 24/7, Flat Earth Groundhog Day. Every day.
Still waiting. Yeah, we're still waiting to get to February 3rd. We still hope it'll happen one day. Still hasn't happened yet.
The alarm goes off. It sticks in shadows o'clock.
February 3rd. What's going to happen then?
Well, we don't
You're
know.
gonna, yeah, that's right. You're going to accept that the Earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears.
Yeah, what's right?
I've just unmuted Luke. Welcome back,
going?
Luke.
Thank you. I'm here, guys. I'm listening.
You're
I'm listening along. I'm on the YouTube, right?
Okay, cool.
Do you want to? Can we pull up the conversation we had a couple of hours ago so everyone here can hear what I had to say, or do we need to rehash it for everyone
just give a really quick summation of your best argument for the globe.
No, that's not me.
Oh, you don't have any of the globe evidence?
No evidence for globes. I'm just here to prove that the flat Earth is kind of retarded. Yeah.
Oh, this is Luke. Yeah, Cyclone. Yeah. He just sounds he sounds like Necros, but he's not Necros. He's Luke.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so if you've got no evidence for a globe, if you've got no evidence for a globe, then that's just we're just left with flat Earth, like everyone experiences. So
we had hours of good faith conversation with Luke the last 2 days. Hopefully we can have another good chat now, right? We did have a really good chat for like 2 or 3 hours today with a bunch of us. And hopefully, right, Luke? Hopefully we can just have another good chat now, right, without resorting to ad homs.
Well, it's 12 a.m. here. I don't really want to.
Well, it sounds like he's made some progress. It sounds like he's made some progress. He's learned that he has no evidence for the Earth being a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum. So that's good.
Cyclone, I have a question for you.
For me?
Yes.
What's your name?
It's Necros. If I were to bring,
Necros again.
If I were to bring out something that shows, for example, a vacuum. I forgot the name now. A vacuum. Hold on, I have to see. Not a vacuum room. There's a vacuum pump, right? And shows gas not filling it completely because there's not enough gas. Would you still accept? Would you still want me to
yeah, that doesn't sound at all like what you were claiming, which is that the gas wouldn't go towards the pump or anywhere near.
The question is, if the gas couldn't fill it out because it's not enough gas, would that still be? Because it would be
no, because that's not what you're claiming.
Listen, he said pump and he said vacuum. All of those need container.
I'm asking you that. Yeah, that's why I'm asking you the question, because I might concede something to you here, depending on what you say. Because if if I consider a pump, it will technically be contained. And
of course, we know.
And here's why it would be contained, even if there's not enough gas. And I think that's observable, right? The gas will be down. It will be at the bottom because it won't be able to fill the entire thing, right? And it will be attracted to itself.
What?
Well, if you have a room,
what are you talking about, bro?
I might be explaining it poorly.
I get your point. No, all the demonstrations that you're going to try to present for gas pressure without a container are all going to use multiple containers.
It will inherently be
use multiple containers.
And
yes, exactly. Because, I stated, the law of nature is that gas pressure will require containment.
Hold on, I will give you that for one thing specifically, right? The thing is, if I have to demonstrate that, I'll have to demonstrate that in an isolated container.
Oh dear!
And
that's
I have to give you that because there's no way you can actually do the experiment. Wait, there's no way you can actually do the experiment on Earth for many reasons. For many reasons.
because we're talking about reality, and you're now coming to face the fact that this is the only way it works in reality.
Just humor me for a second. Because I am about to give you the point. Because the only way I could demonstrate you a gas not leaving into anywhere else is if I contained it, because we have a lot of oxygen on Earth. If I don't have a container here, the other oxygen will like the more gases will affect it. So you're right. If you don't have like a small, sample size, whatever, you can't really show the containment because you can't generate enough gravity or whatever force.
Yeah, so it's just a belief. It's just a religious. Yeah, so it's just a religious belief.
On Earth. Hold on, to pull it down on Earth. To actually show you that happening because there's no vacuum on Earth. So if you want me to prove you that without showing you, for example, like a mini-sized version of that requires a container, I would either have to show you that outside of the planet, which would require me to get inside the planet.
We get it. We know. I know. I understand. I understand. Yes, I understand because. We understand that is the case. We know that there is no demonstration for this. You cannot possibly demonstrate.
If you knew that all along, why did you let me go into that?
To see if it will now sink in. Now that you've went through the exercise. That's what I was trying to explain before. Well, now you go. Well, now here you go. You started looking. You took a few minutes. You came back and you've said, "I concede. I cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container."
I concede to you that, and I would have conceded that to you, regardless, because
okay. Well, you could have saved us some time.
I was trying to explain to you that test would not be possible on Earth, but you wouldn't accept it, so I had to search.
No. I have accepted it. You wouldn't accept it until you went looking, and now you do.
No. That's what I was trying to explain before, but you wouldn't let me finish.
No. Because then, if that was the case, you wouldn't have said 2 seconds. I'll go and check, and then come back and say I concede. So that's fine. We can move on. We understand. There's no demonstration of the claim, so we can dismiss the claim.
Of air not filling. Okay, because I have a demonstration right here of air not filling a vacuum completely. However, that does require
requires multiple containers, and it wouldn't be what you were claiming anyway, unless you're saying that the majority of Earth's air goes out, but a little bit is left behind.
And you are completely right, because it is impossible for you to do this test.
So why do you believe
without a container on Earth?
So why do you believe it?
Because theoretically, if you have a body big enough that has that force, then it would be possible.
Right. So because of this theoretical imagining, you just believe it.
No, the math checks out. The math checks out.
Yeah, but in reality, that doesn't check out in reality, like you've just said. So again, I don't understand why you're believing it.
Though. That's the thing.
But remember how you just said I can't demonstrate it. That's reality.
Yes, you are correct. On Earth, I would not be able to show you that.
Yeah, that's in reality. So anything else would be in your imagination.
Because look, let me ask you a question.
I don't know, dude. We're just going around in circles here. We're just going around in circles.
Let's assume. Okay, let's assume like a glober tries to prove to you that, and they want to do an experiment to show you that gas doesn't. Yeah,
we've already went through that exercise. That was you.
No, my question is,
realized that it can't be done.
What would be an acceptable test? Because if you want that test to be,
let's say you get a container. Let's say you get a container, put some air in it, put it in a vacuum chamber, and then open up the container. Open up the container, and then because of the gravity of the whole Earth that's underneath that vacuum chamber and underneath that gas pressure containing vessel,
we're talking about multiple containers, because that can be arranged.
It should just sit at the bottom of that container because you've got all that gravity.
If you're talking about multiple containers, that can be arranged.
In reality?
No, because if you open the container, it's going to disperse in all directions. But it will
stay.
Yeah, so there you go. So that would be. If your claim was true, if your claim was true, you'd somehow be able to keep all that gas in the container without flowing into the vacuum. But yeah, you're right. There is no demonstration possible. It's a contradiction.
I'm asking you a question. You are correct. It depending on if your explanation is to do it on Earth. To do it on Earth, it is impossible.
Where else are you going to do it? Where else are you going to do it?
Well, you have to do for you to have the same effect
your
as
imagination.
People claiming it happens with the planet. You would have to do that in a pure vacuum environment.
So your imagination,
the effects of gravity.
Yeah. So it can be done. So no one's ever demonstrated this. So it's just a baseless belief.
It can be done.
How do you know?
Do it outside of Earth.
How do you know?
Because the math checks out.
Because the math checks out.
You know, the math checks out on my computer game. Is my computer game real?
Isolated.
Yeah. The math of Superman's top speed checks
You are.
So it must be real.
You are asking for a demonstration that is, by definition, impossible.
Do you understand that theoretical math doesn't make that math reality?
Wait, I understand. I understand what you mean, but you are asking for a demonstration that is physically impossible.
Right. I know. It's impossible because it's contradictory to natural law. That's our whole point.
But also, if you go by logic, right? If you go by logic, right?
Yes.
How will you do something like that on Earth?
How many containers does the globe have? How many containers does the globe have?
None.
Oh my gosh! So you can't demonstrate that in reality.
The thing is, right? The thing is,
we go by logic. We go by logic. Like
do you understand? Do you understand
Dude, calm down.
Do you understand? You understand? Hold on.
God.
Do you understand what you're trying to say? Do you understand what you're trying to say?
What are you talking about, dudes? Don't try and tell me what I'm trying to say. Everyone can hear what I'm saying. I've made it very clear.
I wasn't even talking
You've
to
made
you.
it very clear. Well, we were talking. So, I mean, Amish just exposed the point. You've got no container on the globe. Yeah, he's made the point. You've got no container. So
the thing is, the globe wouldn't have any container, right? But the thing is,
yes, we wouldn't have gas pressure.
Let me try to reason with you here because I already granted you the point, right?
It's already over, dude. It's already over.
The demonstration you're asking for can't be done.
Dude, how many times do we have to repeat this?
And that's what I was trying to say from the beginning, and you wouldn't let me. The reason why you can't...
You've been saying the same shit for 20 minutes.
Because you're not going to allow me to finish.
It's already finished. You agreed. You conceded.
Okay. Could you stay silent until I finish talking, and then you say something?
No, because dude, we're just going round in circles. You've already conceded.
As soon as I finish talking, you can talk. Could you do that?
All right, well, be quick. All right, last sentence, be quick.
Okay. So that demonstration would be impossible because to do that in a vacuum on Earth, based on the number of we have gas outside of Earth. If you open that container, the gas is more than the vacuum. It will fill it out. Simply because it's impossible to do that on Earth without the experiment. So you're asking for an experiment that on Earth would not make sense to be asked for.
Yeah, we get it. It cannot be demonstrated. It is impossible. It's a contradiction of natural law, and the only claim you have is one from imagination. That is what you just said. It's impossible. You can't demonstrate it.
Hey, Cyclone, he conceded. The globe is impossible. He just said it.
We're going to move on. We're going to move on.
That's not what I said either, but okay.
Wait, but Sporadic wanted to say something. Wait, hello. Sporadic wanted to say something about this topic. I wanted to hear what he had to say. Sporadic?
He's not in here at the moment.
Oh,
he must have.
He was trying to jump in.
We need an unbiased judge actually for these types of
No, because you already agreed with me.
No, I conceded that the point the test is impossible.
Yeah, just stopped it.
But that is not what I was trying to claim, though. From the beginning.
Okay.
From the beginning.
Well, dude, look, this has been going around in circles for a long time now. Maybe move on to a different point.
Why don't you concede reality?
I accept the concession. We can move on. What happened to that Lucas kid?
Misclicked. My bad.
Yeah, he's not in here anymore.
I'm here. I misclicked. My bad.
No, we were talking to another guy. He's ran away now because he's heard your insane ramblings and he's realized the globe's toast.
Bruh.
It's the same thing as arguing over planets make their own gravity because they're really big. But we can't show you because we can't just.
Yeah, of course. It's just another.
Same.
Yeah. That's actually a good thing a good point that you made there. Because again, like people say, like make on gravity.
Please, he just rehashed his.
No. Because like the thing is, it's the same reason why.
Look, now we got to shut him up again. Necros.
Hey, that's a good nonsensical point that you made there. That the nonsense makes sense for him.
No. It makes sense.
Yeah.
it makes sense because it's the same
nonsense
reason why a
makes
test
sense,
like
right?
that can be It's because the same test can't be you can't do that test here, but for the same reason.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's the theme.
You already
That's the
have
theme you're
gravity
going to
here.
detect. Yeah, you're
You already
going to
have
detect a
gravity here.
theme.
You don't have
All the
vacuum
globe
here.
claims, are unsubstantiated, undemonstrable, baseless claims. That's the theme you're going to start noticing.
No, except
happens that they can't be done here. And
Yeah,
they
no
can
one's ever done
say,
it.
well, if I had a big enough place to show you, dude, doesn't that make you
No,
think,
he's
like,
not saying a big enough place. He's saying He's not saying a big enough place. He's saying that he has to leave reality and go into fantasy, and there in fantasy he can show it to you.
Doesn't
If you consider
anybody
Earth,
realize that if you can't freaking show it on Earth, it's not freaking happening? It's not happening. You can't do it if you can't recreate
that's
it.
not how reality works. Just like
Yeah, that's not how reality works, because TV showed him otherwise.
You can demonstrate, for example, like Newtonian physics, right? Those work for Earth only, right? If you try to use them anywhere else, it wouldn't work.
Bro, you just conceded that the physics you were claiming don't work.
No, they do.
The physics of gas container, the physics of gas pressure.
That's not what I conceded.
Necros, you've been spazzing out and control your diarrhea of the mouth, dude. Now you're talking about physics, and it was just demonstrated that you cannot demonstrate the globe physics that you're claiming. Because
wait.
For gas pressure, a container is required, and that's physics.
It's not required. Oh, it is required. Actually, I'm not gonna.
It's not required.
No, it is required. It is required. You're correct. It is required. You are.
So now you're gonna go to a different physics, and you're gonna talk about fantasy physics that don't work in reality.
I'm giving you the explanations, right? You're asking like, how will you demonstrate that? How will you demonstrate that?
Hey, Necros, we can go to the crazy. Hey, Necros, we can go to any. Necros, we can go to any village idiot and ask for explanation about anything.
Yeah, you understand that big body, right? Big body, big circle affects small circle. If you put small circle inside big circle, suddenly small circle needs big circle to exist. You can't do anything bigger than big circle inside a small circle.
Bro, listen to yourself. Just stop. You sound insane.
Yeah, we're gonna move it on.
If you have a boundary.
Necros. Do you know of anyone in all of human history that's ever measured Earth's surface to be curved in this ball fashion?
We have a number, and that number will be disproven by the image of the oil rigs that can only be like that once a year at a specific date.
Once a year at a specific date? What date?
Exactly. Like,
what are you talking about?
Have you seen the because I've seen the image of the oil
so is the answer so is the answer no one's ever measured curvature then? Is that the answer?
The curvature has been well documented for years.
Okay, but has it ever been measured?
There are many ways to prove the Earth is round. One of them
has the curvature ever been measured?
Traveling around it.
Yeah, okay, but has the curvature that they're assuming, has that ever been measured in reality?
Multiple times, yes.
Okay, who did that?
Who specifically want a name? I don't know the name.
Oh, so how do you know someone's done it?
I know the names. If you want,
okay. So what did they do? What did they do? How did they measure it?
We even have a calculator.
Okay, how did they? Okay, so just tell me then. How did they measure it? Okay, so how did they measure it? What did they do?
How is the Earth? Hold on. How is the Earth curvature?
Oh, so you don't know the name, and you don't know how it was supposed to be done. So you don't know that it has been done.
Hold on. How is it measured? I will give you the explanation. Okay, so no, I don't want an experiment. I want the explanation. Hold on.
No, you want a measurement of curvature. That's what you want. Do you know what the curvature rate is supposed to be on this fantasy globe?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what they should be measuring? Firstly,
it's the inches per mile, right?
Yeah, what's that? So over 10 miles, how much curvature are they trying to measure?
8 inches per mile.
Squared.
Yeah.
Okay, so over 10 miles, how much curvature are they trying to measure?
Over 10. Can we do kilometers?
Whatever you prefer.
It would have been around 7.85 meters, around 10 kilometers.
7.85 meters. Sounds low.
Well, that's
you sure? You check on a calculator?
Yeah. I'm using this website right here. Let me. We're using kilometers, by the way, because I'm not American, so.
So what's that? 13 kilometers?
Well, 10 kilometers would be 7.85 meters, which is not that much, but it's like noticeable.
Okay, so I'm saying 10 miles, so I'd be like 15 kilometers.
I don't know if 10 miles. I think 10 miles is more than 10 kilometers. Hold on, let's change it to miles.
Dude, how can you not just like, it's like 1.6, isn't it?
Yeah, you can use the pi ratio. Pi ratio gets really close. So multiply kilometers by 0.618.
Well, 10 miles would be around 66.69 feet.
Okay. So they should be measuring 66.6 feet of drop over 10 miles. Okay, so who's measured that?
Okay, so I would have to give you names for them.
Yeah, we'd have to actually know that someone's done this and we can verify it, and we should be able to measure that.
Yeah, we should.
We should. So it's strange that no one has.
According to I do not know how to say this name. Aristophanes.
Oh, yeah. We've got some sticks that we could sell you.
That is
so he measured 66 feet of curvature over 10
by
miles.
around. Okay, so let me see. By around 500 BC, most ancient Greeks believed that the Earth was round, not flat. But they had no idea how big the planet is until 240
on the spot
BC.
research never works out well for you guys.
Yeah, let me come back and after I read this and tell you. Hold on.
Yeah. Let's see that 66 feet over 10 miles.
I have to tell you how he measured it. Hold on.
Yeah.
We could just tell you. We could just
let him read it, and then you come and give us your understanding of it. That's what we'll do. We'll ask you how that's a measurement of curvature. But go on, enjoy. Run wild and free.
And you could do it yourself if you get Dandelion's kit that she's advertised in the side chat.
Yes.
I have so many sticks. Yeah, actually, I should have them come over and like get the sticks out of my yard and then pay me to take them away. That's what I'll do.
Yeah, but
you do understand that the sticks thing is like a light source test, right?
No, we don't understand. You better go and read it since you've just learned about this now for the first time.
Because the sticks thing can be reproduced with like any pole or whatever. You'll see that.
You just looked into this. You just heard about this now. Don't try and teach us.
Perspective thing. No. That one is a perspective thing because like you can observe that there are many videos of
keep reading. Let's talk. More read.
There are many videos of drones like showing that.
Back to work, Necros.
Yeah, you've got work to do. You're on Eratosthenes, remember? You're trying to get us that 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. We need that if we're on a big spinning ball.
Welcome to the chat, Ithwi.
You get that wig with that stick kit.
It comes with a free wig.
Yeah, the deluxe edition comes with the clown wig. Yep.
It makes it easier to snatch it.
$66 feet over 10 miles. Sounds doable.
Every second that the sun moves, there's a different angle. So how do you read those sticks? Has anybody got the instruction book?
We're working on the instruction manual. It's a work in progress.
Dude, it's the Farmer's Almanac and the Stick Reader's Almanac. Haven't you ever seen it? Aristophanes' Almanac for stick reading.
Dowsing rods.
Come on, Necros. It doesn't take that long to read a globe proof. They're usually like font 16 and take up a page.
Yeah, I mean, they have to teach it to kindergartners. It's usually only a few pictures and a sentence.
You could have Neil deGrasse Tyson explain it to you. If you just type in like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Eratosthenes, like he will explain it to you really quickly.
That's a good point.
Oh, Ethwe's getting in on the side chat action.
Yeah, what's up? Can you hear me?
Welcome.
Hello?
What's up, Ethwe?
Hey, what's up?
What's your thoughts on the Earth? Is it definitely the spinning ball they've told us?
I don't know, but definitely, but I think it is.
What makes you think that?
Well, the main thing that makes me think that is that, most of my packages in the mail get here on time, and they rely on like ships that go around the world.
Okay. Is that it? The Amazon gets to you on time?
It's a new one.
That means the Earth's a spinning ball?
Amazon delivery. I've never heard that one before.
The ships rely
I ship coffee everywhere it gets there.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. All right, so
the ships rely on circumnavigation, so I think it's a pretty strong proof.
right, but that's okay. So what are you going with? Amazon packages or ships?
Yeah. I mean, any most of the Amazon packages, but yeah, most of the stuff that I buy in the store doesn't come from like where I'm at personally. So like it comes from around the world.
Right. Okay. So the fact that people sail ships, I mean, they were doing that long before the globe idea was even conceived. So what does that have to do with anything?
It was still a globe back then, right? They were using circumnavigation.
No, they were treating the Earth as flat and motionless, as we do today. Yeah.
But they didn't time it with accuracy and time accuracy.
They don't sail the seas and assume there's curvature or motion.
Well, you don't have
of
to
a ball.
do that. You can just sail the sea.
Yeah. So you just treat it as flat.
Yeah,
you treat it as
around
flat.
the world. If you sail the sea around the world, like most ships do.
Yeah, it's flat. Yeah, you can go in a circle on a flat surface. So that's
Wait,
fine.
so you can model it? Are you able to model how the
Model what? A circle?
No, but are you able to like the way like I in side chat I posted like the live of all the ships in the world, right? Are you able to model that on a flat Earth?
Wait, did Cyclone just say that the ocean's flat?
Yeah, they treat the oceans as flat when they're sailing.
What, the whole ocean?
Wait,
or just like parts of it?
Yeah.
Wait,
do you think do you think there's like a specific bit certain miles away that all of a sudden isn't level?
No, well, how do you get level?
Was it like dropping off?
How'd you get level?
Yeah.
How'd you get level? That's to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. That's how we get level. Level being a straight line, left to right, horizontal.
Yeah, I meant the sea. Like, how do we know the sea's level?
How do we know that sea level? So you think sea level? So is sea level not level? Is that what you're saying?
You just said the sea's flat. Like,
how do we know that the sea's level? Is what you're asking. So is sea level not level? Is that what you're saying?
Hi.
No, I didn't say that. I'm asking about...
Okay, so you understand that sea level, the sea is level.
Making sure these kids don't hit my... Yeah, so I mean, I buy stuff every day, or most days, and that's like my everyday life. So like, I'm pretty like that's like an everyday proof.
Yeah, that's not a proof that the Earth is a spinning ball. That's just a proof that you're receiving packages.
Yeah, but how am I receiving?
No, but how do they do it? Don't they use GPS navigation with the globe Earth theory to accurately and time all those
you guys, calm down. Yes,
now
you can travel.
Logistics.
You can travel. I know this is going to be big news for you guys, but you can travel on a flat surface.
Oh my god!
It would take.
Whoa! Slow down. Slow down.
Can I respond to that?
It wouldn't
Up the
take the amount of time it
presses.
takes.
I couldn't possibly travel on a flat surface.
But that's not what I said. But like, are you able to model? Like, are you like given?
No, I don't need to model it. I don't need to model anything.
How much time it
I could just observe the natural physics of water.
But do you think Amazon doesn't model all the millions of packages that are going all around the world?
I don't care who makes what model.
Okay. I see how
I don't care what model you make. The water is level in reality. So that's what it is.
Yeah, you can't answer the question then.
That map
you can't answer the
with
question
all
then.
the ships
I'm
on
very
it,
pressed.
that's a flat map too, the one with all the ships on it. It's not a curve.
Yeah, all the maps are flat. If you're interested in maps, yeah, all the maps are flat. Maps are flat by definition.
So you think they have a physical
There
flat
you
map
go.
and they're modeling all the packages on one piece of paper like that? You think that's how they do it?
Do you think they're using a classroom toy globe?
I think
they're using a globe.
I think they're using a computer that bases the model off a globe.
Do you? Okay, show me. Show me your source for that.
Show me. Okay, I'll look for a source, and you look for the source for your site too.
No, I don't need to. I'm just responding
Okay,
to your
that's not
claim.
fair.
That's not fair. He's making me provide evidence for my bullshit
I'm
claim.
asking you for
I don't
evidence too,
understand.
and you don't want to either.
Yeah, I know you're getting nervous. I know it's okay. So you're claiming that Amazon are using a globe model to deliver packages. Could you show us your claim evidence for
I'll
that?
show you. If you show me your claim too, I'll do it too.
What are you talking? Well, okay. Go and observe some water in a container, flat.
Hey, can I get chat
There you go.
permissions back, please? I
need the chat permissions to prove the globe, please. I'd like to post my globe cartoon, please.
Can I put the?
Yeah, someone give him the text permissions. Well, what's your evidence? What is it? You got some curved body of water yet?
It's a picture. No, I thought you were questioning the globe geometry just now.
What geometry? Well, we were asking the other guy. We were asking the other guy because he said there should be 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles.
I'm on the
We were
side
asking
chat.
who
if you wanna see
measured that. So has anyone measured that? 66 feet over 10 miles?
We should be able to measure that.
We should be able to, so who has?
Well, let's try to measure that.
Oh, we already did. It's flat. Welcome.
Well, what about like the people who measured it and it wasn't?
Yeah, no one measured it. No one measured
Sorry,
any
who
curve.
did that? Who measured it?
If you do the shadow thing, right?
Then it's flat.
And then you go up, you see that the perspective actually.
So did you read that thing at all? Did you read that thing at all?
I did.
10 minutes ago? Okay, so did he measure 66 feet of curvature over 10
He
miles?
measured a percentage of a 360, which was around 7.12.
So he measured what exactly?
Well, it was like the curvature based on shadows, as I understand it.
The curvature based on shadows.
He measured the elevation angle of the sun.
I do not live in the North Pole, no. I don't. I wish I did.
Yeah, so you don't understand what he has claimed to have done.
On the spot research doesn't work out well for you, Necros, right? Like I said, it wouldn't.
Yeah, so he didn't measure.
I'm getting tired.
He didn't measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. No one has. It doesn't exist. So there you go. Up to the point. Take a nap.
Whatever, dude.
Think
I'm
about
getting
it.
tired anyways.
That's cool. That's cool. Well, you've been a good sport. Thanks for chatting. Come back anytime. Also, we have a server with loads of resources if you want to educate yourself a bit. If
I
not-
have the playlist. I have seen some videos from it.
No, it's not a playlist. It's a server, and it's got terabytes of channels, alphabetized, documentaries, papers, all this kind of stuff. So it's a good resource because if you just go barreling your way through YouTube, you're just going to get Professor Dave bullshit, Nat Geo, NASA, just hit piece algorithm bullshit. But hey, that's up to you. Enjoy your quest.
All right. Have a good one.
Peace. All right, the spiraling English kids. Which one of you is the most coherent, the most able to discuss? Elect yourselves. Be democratic.
The dog might be the only one that's not muted. I don't know. I guess the other ones have been unmuted.
Let's give them a chance. They can choose their best Globie. Who's the best Globie?
Hello, Dandelion. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you for asking. Ethwe, I don't know, is up there. He's the FedEx proves the globe guy.
Oh yeah.
What's up?
Ethwe. So for you to assume that you're getting Amazon packages because the Earth's a ball, we're going to need some evidence of this curvature. Where's that been measured?
Not necessarily. I don't need any proof of that.
Well, yes, necessarily. If we're on a ball,
They did it live.
well, necessarily, if we are on a ball, there must be curvature of the surface. Yeah.
I mean, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know how much curvature there should be? Do you know what the rate of curvature is that
I'm
they
not a
claim?
mathematician. I don't care about that.
Okay. So over 10 miles, have a guess. How much curvature do you think there should be?
No. Tell me.
What do you, have a guess? Like a centimeter, 20 centimeters, a meter, more, less?
5 millimeters. Tell me.
5 millimeters. No. See, they're claiming that it's over 66 feet. So much more than 5 millimeters.
Who's
well, the people who've taught you this globe story, NASA, all those guys, they claim that it's a ball with a specific radius. I know you just buy stuff from Amazon, but we're asking you to think now.
If the Earth is flat, I have
Just
yet
use your
seen
brain a bit.
pictures
Hold
of the
hold on, dude. Yeah, that's fine. So, God, I'm losing my train of thought. So, you get Amazon packages, but that doesn't mean that there's curvature to this ball. So they say there's over 66 feet of drop over 10 miles, not 5 millimeters. So where's that ever been measured? Do you think that's ever been measured? 66 feet of drop over 10 miles? Well, we are here to tell you.
I'm asking how you can model what I experience in my day-to-day.
Okay, well, we're here to tell you that not only has it never been measured, but it actually, when people have measured this, it measures flat. No 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. So we know that the Earth is not curving, and so can't be a ball.
Okay. Do you have your model for how you can account for the packages that I receive?
A model that can account for the packages that you receive.
Yeah, based on how much time it takes for them to get.
Well, I would just say, go outside, go to the beach, go to a lake. You'll experience a flat, motionless Earth. So, even better than a model, you can just go out and experience it in real time.
Wait, is he talking like an Indian?
What do you think a model is? Do you have a model for this globe?
Just any map that could account for the way.
Oh, a map.
It's a map now, not a model.
So you want a map.
Well, maps
Right,
are
not a model.
Maps are models.
Well, which map?
Yeah,
which map would you use?
I posted it, Cyclone. I copied it for you guys.
Which map would you use? Well, you're saying, where's your model?
Well,
like you
sure,
have a
let's take the map
model,
I posted
and then
in
you're
the
saying,
chat. Let's go with that.
what's that map?
It's the real time maps of. It's a map with the real time location of ships around the world.
Okay.
That's a Mercator projection.
A Mercator projection. Okay. So that'd be a flat map.
Well, it's on a flat screen, but it's of a globe.
Okay.
spread on
Flat map.
Yeah.
A flat map on a flat screen.
Well, do you get the map? Do you think that's an accurate map?
Is it showing you a globe?
Yeah, it's a globe spread out on a flat surface.
Yeah, okay, so we can map anything. Why are you now taking a map that you put onto a globe and then flattening it back out again? Where did the globe come from? How did you get those measurements is the question that we're going to ask you.
I didn't get any measurements. I
know you didn't. So what you've just given us, is a flattened out globe. In this instance, a UTC Mercator projection.
Okay.
Okay, so that comes from a globe when you flatten a globe out.
Yeah.
Okay, could you beg the question any harder that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, what was your evidence for that globe to begin with?
Yes. Yes, I said beg the question. We're asking you where the globe comes from. How did you get the measurements for that? You've got a map for it, apparently. Well, where did those measurements come from then?
I mean, the ships are using those measurements, and they're not.
No, that's on a Mercator projection. You can use any type of projection for maps. Doesn't make the map the terrain. That would be a reification. Let's not reify the map now, which you seem to be doing when you give us a map on a ball. We're going to ask you, how was that measured then?
I don't know. I'm not like a sailor. So I don't
Okay, so why are you asking about maps if you don't know how they're measured?
Yeah, and also we discussed this earlier about the sailors. They're treating the seas as flat and motionless. So they're not accounting for any globe.
The amount of time we take on a globe map.
No. So how's it measured? You keep talking about maps, but you don't know the first thing about them, obviously. Is it, how do you measure a coordinate system like longitude and latitude then?
How do you measure what?
How do you measure a coordinate system like longitude and latitude? Where do we derive and measure that from?
Don't know.
Okay, so why are you talking about maps if you don't know how we derive coordinate systems and measure them and place them within reality so we know where they are?
Like
you say
can
that you
make
were
fun of me,
Jesus
but that doesn't
follower.
mean that like that you don't like you have a map. You know,
Jenna, earlier you said about the maps having. Well, right now you're talking about maps with straight lines, right? But earlier to me you said about maps with triangles. Do you have a map of that maps the world as triangles?
No, not maps with triangles. The utilisation of right-angled triangles to measure height and distance.
Yeah, okay, no, but I'm asking: is there a flat map that is made up of triangles?
All the maps are flat.
See, he's doing it again.
Yeah, it's just getting circular. Yeah, we get it, guys. You think you have an argument because you're assuming that we're trying to present a map. No, you're not making an argument. You're not even talking about the Earth being a ball.
The argument. I mean, we can pretend.
Yeah, when you guys get a chance, you know,
Okay,
Amanda tried to get it. Amanda tried to get in there with a question earlier, and so I don't know if she still wants to ask it. But did you have a question, Amanda?
Yeah, I just
Can I say
wanted
something?
I just wanted to state that if the Earth is flat, I have yet to see pictures of the edge of it.
Okay, join the club.
I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't claim an edge here. We don't claim any edges here. We just explain how the globe as presented is impossible, and we definitely do not live in a sphere. There's no demonstration of curvature.
I mean,
no proof of rotation of any kind. So yeah, you don't have to worry about the edge because that's not what we're talking about. So, but cool,
Sir,
good to hear from you.
Sir, you say you're a Christian father. In the Bible, it says the circle of earth. A circle is
a circle. Yeah, a circle can be like a coin or a pizza, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, doesn't mean sphere, does it?
Exactly.
So you do believe in edges, then?
Sorry, no. That we're talking about what the Bible says, and when we use words like circle and sphere, not talking about believing in edges.
Exactly.
What?
So.
Exactly what?
But he says he's a Jesus follower, so he gotta believe the Bible, right?
No, I don't know. I think, yeah. Let's just...
I don't even know who he's talking to. So yeah,
I'm
let's move
completely on
on.
Butter's side in this point.
All right. We're going to move to something coherent. So let's get one of the globe believers to make their point. We've got the Amazon delivery guy, we've got the English guy. They're both fixated on maps.
We've got Flow64. Flow64 has tried to unmute a couple times. Did you have a question about the Fantasy Globe, Flow64?
No.
I got a question.
What's your question?
If I'm to assume correctly, the flat Earth theory doesn't acknowledge gravity, right?
I'll buy it. No.
Do all of you not believe in that, or do you?
I would say define what you mean specifically when you say gravity, because it's a very broad term and a lot of people mean a lot of different things when they say it. So be specific when
gravity
you
is not real.
Try and say that. And by the way, we're going to stick with this guy now because he actually sounds like he can have a coherent conversation. So mods, just mute the other guys. and we'll speak to who are we
Sounds
speaking
good.
to here?
Yeah, this is
What's
the
your name?
dog. Yeah, this is Kivo the dog. I voted for him as their leader at the beginning, so I'm glad he's speaking up.
Okay, good. Kivo, you're locked in. Good man. Welcome.
I like listening. I like listening. That's why I don't always just jump in. But okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
So gravity. What do you mean?
So it's essentially the force that keeps us grounded. Whether I guess whether you want to
okay.
claim if it's on a flat
So
surface,
now-
all point us down, or on a globe Earth that it pulls us towards the center.
No.
So it's some sort of force. Either
No.
do you believe in either of those forces?
No.
Okay,
See,
then why-
again, maybe you shouldn't. Sorry, maybe you shouldn't either. Only
Sure, yeah,
because
but-
that's not maybe because that's not your, I'd say, current scientific rhetoric with regards to what gravity is. Einstein, for example, doesn't describe gravity in the way that you just did.
Okay, I mean, for the purposes of argument, I was gonna say it's a force, but I mean, sure, yeah, there is a theory that like it contributes. It's not like it's technically a force, but it's something that.
Okay.
moves
So
us towards
maybe
a certain
the way to think about this is